Chapter 360. The Zhou clan's message. Huang Qi. Today the Yan family will remember this debt. A monk may run, but the temple remains. I shall seek retribution from your Huang family for this account. Yan Fengyin bellowed at Huang Qi. In response, Huang Qi cast a disdainful glance at Yan Fengyin and coldly remarked, "Very well. I shall await your esteemed arrival at the Huang residence. I am eager to see whether your Yan family is more formidable or my Huang family reigns supreme." Upon hearing this, Yan Fengyin's expression darkened further. He felt powerless and could only resolve to settle accounts with the Huang family gradually. He turned to the elders behind him and said, "Shall we depart?" Grasping the lifeless body of Yan Yang, he and the elders soared into the air, followed closely by several foundational disciples of the Yan family. Soon, the Yan clan dissipated outside the gates of the Zhou family. As Zhou Yishang and the others witnessed the departure of the Yan family, their faces grew grave. They were acutely aware of the Yan family's formidable strength, recognizing them as a prominent clan on the central continent. Chapter 361. The turmoil of the central continent. Why would the Zhou family of Fengming Mountain and Yuzhou send a message to my Huang family? It is indeed perplexing. Although there has been no amicable rapport between my Huang family and the Zhou family, one can assume their words carry weight. It appears the Yan family may pose a threat to my Huang family. This matter necessitates a discussion with the family head and the elder council. With that, the elder gradually faded from view. At the heart of Huayuan Peak, the residence of generations of family heads, the Huang family's grand hall was filled with elders and the family head. The head and a venerable elder adorned in yellow robes occupied the foremost positions, both in a state of tranquil contemplation. The elder who had received the message from the Zhou family sat beside the elder in yellow. Opposite him was a strikingly beautiful fairy, and the atmosphere in the grand hall was palpably tense. At that moment, the elder seated next to the family head slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 362. The awakening of the ancient grounds. Huang Qi had also lifted the soul restriction on Zhou Ming, allowing him to return to his clan. Huang Qi restored his true appearance within the Zhou family, igniting a fervor throughout the clan as they were astonished to discover that Zhou Ming had been impersonated by Huang Qi. Many disciples had harbored frustrations for quite some time. However, news of Huang Qi's presence in the Zhou family quickly spread, prompting various factions from Yuzhou to send invitations seeking to visit the Zhou family. Naturally, the Zhou family was well aware of their intentions, which revolved around the coveted blood soul pill possessed by Huang Qi. In response, the Zhou family resolutely closed their doors to guests, disregarding all, regardless of their stature. Those eager to infiltrate the Zhou family for intelligence found themselves powerless. They dared not provoke the Zhou clan. The Zhou family's adeptness in divination was renowned, and offending them would surely lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, many remained undeterred, with a plethora of factions establishing watchpoints around the perimeter of Fengming Mountain. Chapter 363. The selection of the heir within the Grand Hall. The assembly of elders sat in deep deliberation. Yet, concern shadowed the faces of many. The uncertainty surrounding their entry into the ancient grounds posed both potential fortune and calamity. Should they fail to emerge, it would undoubtedly signify a tremendous loss for the clan. If they can all emerge safely, the disciples shall inherit the legacies left by their ancestors, and their future cultivation will be smooth sailing, with their strength undoubtedly reaching new heights. In the past, whenever the ancient realm opened, these ancestors would spare no effort to secure opportunities for their disciples. However, this time many have hesitated, reluctant to allow their beloved students to take risks. They are aware that a genius disciple destined to master the fire-type secret arts could potentially alter the fate of the ancient realm, but this remains merely a possibility. And there is no guarantee that it would resolve the predicament, as they might still be trapped within. Zhou Yishang sighed, understanding the sentiments of these old-timers. Chapter 364. Gathering in the Grand Hall, the crowd was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the peerless fairy. Yet their spirits soared upon hearing her intention to select a representative for entering the ancient realm. Although the peerless fairy serves as a guardian of the family, she also mentors several exceptional disciples. Among them is her favored student, Zhou Honglian, one of the most prodigious talents within the family. As the peerless fairy's most cherished disciple, Zhou Honglian possesses unparalleled skills in arithmetic compared to her peers, and her extraordinary abilities have allowed her to slay a core formation expert single-handedly, catapulting her to fame within the Zhou clan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yishang's countenance brightened with joy. He was well aware of the peerless fairy's affection for her student, and, with a respectful bow, inquired, "Peerless fairy, are you truly willing to allow your beloved disciple to enter the ancient realm alongside Huang Qi?" The peerless fairy smiled gently and nodded in affirmation. Chapter 365. Entering the ancient realm above the back mountain of the Zhou clan. The essence of heaven and earth has thickened to an extraordinary degree, reaching the pinnacle of spiritual density. This viscous energy surged into the immense portal suspended in midair, which had become distinctly visible after 3 days of absorbing the surrounding essence. The portal gleamed a silvery hue, radiating brilliant light, adorned with numerous ancient and mysterious runes that imparted an air of solemnity and grandeur. At this moment, dozens of inner sect elders of the Zhou clan stood guard around the desolate mountain, their unwavering gazes fixed upon the portal above, their hearts brimming with unexpressed excitement. Clearly, they too yearned for the treasures and legacies within, yet they dared not venture inside. They knew that once they entered, the spirits of their ancestors would surely seek them out for a reunion, and being ensnared by their ancestors' souls would render any thoughts of escape futile. Thus, this place remains a forbidden ground for the Zhou clan. Chapter 366. Flying through the 100 flowers, Huang Qi and his companions traversed the vast grassland for an entire day. Although marked on the map, the grassland posed no significant danger. Throughout their journey, they gathered numerous valuable treasures, including some rare grasses, leaving Huang Qi quite satisfied with the Mulan grassland. After crossing the grassland, they paused on a gentle slope to meditate and recuperate. The quality of the spiritual energy here was exceptionally high, and after a brief hour of rest, they convened to discuss their next steps. According to the map's indications, the grassland ahead is fraught with peril, where numerous formations prohibit passage. Should we find ourselves ensnared within, it would indeed pose a formidable challenge for us to escape. Thus we must cease our advance. To our right, over 500 miles away, lies a steep cliff, home to many ferocious beasts. I have no intention of courting danger there. Therefore, I have resolved to take the path on the left. Chapter 367. The weak water. Huang Qi furrowed his brow, but upon noticing the trepidation on Linger and the others' faces, he offered a gentle smile and remarked, "If my conjecture holds true, these vines should be known as the flying whisker 100 flowers. This is a rather peculiar type of flower vine, boasting over 100 blossoms upon a single tendril. The petals possess the ability to devour insects and small beasts, while the vine itself is quite unique, with its broken tendrils flailing and proving exceedingly troublesome. However, its potency is generally mild. Even foundational cultivators would not face significant danger upon encountering it. Fortunately, there is only one flying whisker 100 flower here. Otherwise, if there were many, even exhausting our magical energy would not guarantee our escape." "What? The flying whisker 100 flower? How could such a thing exist here? Aren't these vines typically found in clusters?" As the group contemplated the troublesome nature of the flying whisker 100 flower, their expressions turned grave, relieved that only a single specimen was present. Chapter 368. The blood-red hand. Huang Qi meticulously examined the small river before him, subsequently tearing off a branch and submerging it into the water. To the astonishment of all, the branch not only failed to float, but swiftly sank into the depths of the river. The group now grasped the gravity of the situation, uncertain of how to proceed. Huang Qi's brow furrowed deeply. This was indeed a significant predicament. Why was there weak water in this location? This weak water is formed from the sediment of weak water on the brink of drying up, yet it is no less formidable than the legendary Heavenly River's weak water. The weak water does not allow feathers to float, and birds cannot traverse it, making it an absolute bane for cultivators. As the group beheld this, their faces paled. If even a branch could not float, they feared that a wooden boat would similarly succumb to the depths. The notion of wading through was utterly preposterous. Linger, with a look of confusion, turned to Huang Qi and inquired, "What is weak water?" The others also directed their gazes towards him. Chapter 369. The spirit of weak water. Huang Qi was taken aback to see Linger and the others being drawn into the weak water. He had not anticipated the presence of such a terrifying entity within the weak water. This was dire. If things went awry, they might perish within its grasp. Huang Qi could scarcely fathom the thought. He had only just begun his journey with Linger, having recently garnered the support of the Zhou family, and had yet to experience even a single good day. Were they destined to become tragic partners in fate? There remained many matters left unresolved. He had yet to return home, and had not seen his parents, elder brother, or younger sister. He was still unaware of his grandfather's condition. How could he possibly meet his end here? Huang Qi, filled with reluctance, suddenly unleashed a fierce punch, producing a resounding crash as the blood-red hand quaked violently under the full force of his strike. However, there were no signs of fragmentation. Huang Qi's heart underwent yet another transformation. Chapter 370. The Book of Zhou. Upon hearing the words of the Water Elder, Huang Qi and the others were utterly astonished. What did it mean to be the true ruler of this ancient land? The Water Elder, as the spirit of the accumulated waters, had already reached the pinnacle of power by achieving human form. Comparatively, he was not inferior to the likes of Zhou Guxian and the Elder Bai and He whom Huang Qi had encountered. Yet, Huang Qi struggled to fathom the strength of the ancestors at the separation and reunion stage, merely speculating in his heart. But was there anyone in this ancient land more formidable than the Water Elder? What kind of existence was this? Huang Qi found it hard to imagine, his mind brimming with shock. Ling Er and Hong Lian were equally astounded. They only knew that this was the sacred resting place of the Zhou family's ancestors, where the souls of their forebears left behind spiritual legacies. Upon entering this realm, the ancestors would exert their utmost to fortify the array prohibitions, safeguarding the ancient land from intruders. Little did they anticipate the presence of such terrifying beings. The strength of the Zhou family was indeed formidable. Chapter 371. The ancient demons listening to the words of the refined gentleman, Huang Qi and the others were completely stunned. The news was profoundly shocking. Huang Qi had never considered such a scenario. This gentleman was, in fact, the spirit of the innate treasure of Zhou Ez, the first ancestor of the Zhou family. What did this imply? It meant that this gentleman was indeed the embodiment of the Zhou calculations, which sounded like the title of a book. To think that it possessed a spirit was beyond comprehension. Generally, treasures manifesting spiritual awareness could be termed spiritual treasures, whereas ordinary treasures typically lacked such awareness. Even ancient treasures might not necessarily possess it. However, like those treasures, they often exhibited some semblance of sentience without true awareness. Only ancient treasures that developed spiritual awareness could be considered spiritual treasures, if such awareness draws upon the essence of its own being. Nourished by the vital energies of heaven and earth, it can cultivate further until it reaches the human form, thus becoming a transcendental spiritual treasure whose power is undeniably immense. Chapter 372. A great gift. Upon hearing this ancient legend, Huang Qi and the others were even more profoundly astonished. They could hardly believe that such events had transpired in antiquity. The demon realm had actually invaded the human realm. Such an occurrence was unimaginable. Huang Qi was also astounded by the high level of cultivation during ancient times, realizing that there had been hundreds of ancestors at the separation and reunion stage on this continent. Yet now, the tales of ancestors at that stage were exceedingly rare. It was not merely hundreds, but the entire human race may have only a few dozen practitioners who could reach that level. This highlighted the immense difficulty of achieving such cultivation in the present-day realm. Huang Qi contemplated the incredible powers of the Zhou family's ancestors during ancient times, who had led dozens of practitioners at the separation and reunion stage to suppress the ancient demons. Truly a terrifying existence. Yet, he also recalled that the Zhou calculations had existed since antiquity and had persisted until now. Chapter 373. The ancient demon core Zhou calculation smiled gently at Huang Qi and then nodded earnestly. Huang Qi observed that this ancestor was even jesting with him at that moment. It was a rather high regard for himself, wasn't it? He was merely a foundational practitioner. Yet the ancestors of the Zhou family, along with several venerable beings in the merging phase, had failed to vanquish this ancient demonic avatar. To present it as a gift to oneself was tantamount to courting death. Huang Qi let out a bitter laugh, then helplessly remarked, "Ancestor, please do not jest with me. You have been suppressing this being since ancient times and have yet to vanquish it. How could I possibly subdue such a terrifying entity?" Zhou, the diviner, smiled gently at Huang Qi and replied, "Haha, I am well aware that you cannot subdue this ancient demonic avatar." Huang Qi was rendered speechless, indeed. If it were known that he could not subdue it, why then present it as a gift? Was it merely a jest at his expense? Huang Qi soon felt the originally pure and dense demonic energy surrounding him rapidly drawn toward him, as if compelled by the magic within his body. The exhilarating sensation was immensely pleasurable. It was undoubtedly a magnificent opportunity. Such pure demonic energy could be absorbed directly into his dantian without any further refinement, which astonished Huang Qi. He had anticipated a lengthy process of refinement, yet it felt akin to being directly enlightened by a high-level practitioner. Filled with joy, Huang Qi wholeheartedly began to absorb the surrounding demonic energy. The demonic energy, influenced by Huang Qi's magical prowess, soon converged from various directions within the chamber, forming a vast luminous shield that enveloped him. More demonic energy streamed into the chamber from outside, further cocooning Huang Qi. Zhou Yishang, upon hearing Huang Xian's words, shook his head helplessly. Huang Qi, upon discovering his identity, had hurried back to the Huang family, but numerous unforeseen events had delayed him, and due to linger, he found himself at the Zhou family instead. It seemed that aside from Huang Qi's brother and younger sister, no one else in the Huang family was aware of his existence. Zhou Yishang, shaking his head in resignation, inquired, Brother Xian, do you recall if any significant members of the Huang family visited Qingzhou Jinghua 20 years ago? At this, Huang Xian furrowed his brow. Indeed, over 20 years ago, a member of the family had ventured to Qingzhou due to a family mission. Elder Huang Li had gone there, but later reports indicated that he had met with misfortune in Qingzhou. His wife, the esteemed fairy Ying Ning, was frantic, heavily pregnant at the time, and disregarding the family's objections, she took her registered disciple and set off for Qingzhou. In the ancient grounds, several elders guarding the sealing formation, along with the younger generation who had entered the Zhou family a century ago, witnessed a remarkably handsome youth, strikingly similar to Zhou Jun, furrowing his brow. Before him lay a complex and immense formation, surrounded by 81 formation flags. This restrictive array was unprecedentedly powerful. However, upon witnessing the grand formation trembling violently, the youth turned to the several elders nearby and inquired, Flower Fairy, what could possibly cause such a strong reaction from the avatar of the ancient demon of the 8 Desolates? Is it engaged in a fierce assault against the seal? The elder woman, known as the Flower Fairy, merely smirked at the youth as she observed the incessant quaking of the formation and the resounding roars emanating from within. Humph, it matters not. This is merely a death throw, she replied. I have just received a message from our ancestor, who believes that it won't be long before this ancient demon meets its end. Chapter 377. The Huang family's choice. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. Although the elder's statement may have sounded somewhat alarmist, it was a fact that the Blood Lake sect had been annihilated due to the blood spirit pill. If their family were to meet with a similar fate, many would prefer to sacrifice Huang Qi to preserve the family's safety. Numerous individuals nodded gravely. While the blood spirit pill was indeed a remarkable item, it also brought considerable trouble. Another elder stood up, chuckling. Ah, the blood spirit pill is indeed a treasure. A millennium ago, the Blood Lake sect soared to prominence because of it. If our Huang family were to acquire the blood spirit pill, it is not inconceivable that we might become the foremost family in Zhongzhou. As for the alarmist remarks just made, I do not share that sentiment. Our Huang family is a formidable clan. What harm could a few malevolent individuals inflict upon us? Do we truly fear them? Furthermore, the family head has stated that Huang Qi has the full support of the Zhou family. Chapter 378. The formation of the demon pill. The Grand Elder recalled Huang Li with a furrowed brow. 20 years prior, Huang Li was the most outstanding disciple among the family's inner circle, effectively groomed to become the next family head. However, he suffered severe injuries at the hands of a mysterious cultivator, resulting in the loss of all his cultivation. Now, Huang Li's branch held a significantly diminished status within the Huang family. Fortunately, Fairy Ying Ning was a presence at the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, Huang Li's situation would have been dire. Huang Shuzi expressed regret, saying, indeed, Huang Li was the most suitable candidate for the position of family head. In terms of cultivation talent, principles of conduct, and competence, he was the ideal choice. Yet, fate has dealt him a harsh hand, and he is now fated to be estranged from the position. There is nothing we can do. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Huang Shang recalled the incident from 10 years ago when Huang Li was grievously injured by treacherous individuals, igniting a deep anger within him. In terms of strength, he recognized that he could not compare to Huang Li. In terms of strategy, he also acknowledged his inferiority. He held great admiration for Huang Li. Chapter 379. The formation of the demon pill. Huang Qi observed with a smile as the formation he had established within his dantian successfully subdued the surging waves of demonic energy. Having reached this stage, he considered it the first step towards forming the pill. The next task was to allow the formation within his dantian to fully absorb the demonic essence. Naturally, the more he could absorb, the greater the power of the resulting demon pill. This step was devoid of significant danger. As long as he remained cautious and maintained control over the demonic energy without overwhelming the formation, he would emerge unscathed. Huang Qi offered a faint smile before directing his attention to the formation that had now descended near the Blackwater pool. Under his deft manipulation, the formation began to operate slowly. As the formation within his dantian commenced its function, the dark waters of the pool began to churn, gradually forming a small whirlwind at the center of the miniature pool, with the formation acting as its apex, reaching down to the very bottom of the pool. Witnessing this spectacle, Huang Qi felt a surge of joy in his heart. Chapter 380. The condensation of the demon pill 3 with a substantial infusion of spiritual energy. Huang Qi observed that the once fist-sized black demonic sphere had diminished in size by nearly half. He understood that with a final push, he could successfully condense this demon pill. A part of him yearned to laugh heartily, yet he found himself unable to do so. Despite his relentless efforts to channel spiritual energy, he realized that he could not compress the demon pill any further, which left him in a state of anxiety. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and his entire body felt utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, Huang Qi dared not relax even for a moment. Fearing that any lapse in concentration could lead to a catastrophic self-detonation of the already volatile demon pill. After employing several secret techniques, Huang Qi still could not achieve the final condensation, which left a bitter taste in his heart. Could he truly abandon his efforts? This was unacceptable. He felt a sense of helplessness. Chapter 381. The anomaly of the dantian Zhou. Observing that Huang Qi had finally broken through to the realm of the demon pill, felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he was also left speechless by the audacity of this young man. Had he not noticed something amiss and rushed over? He feared that this lad might have perished here. Such a greedy individual, daring to absorb the ancient demonic crystal core with such a meager cultivation level. One could scarcely fathom his thoughts. The energy contained within an ancient demonic crystal core is formidable. Even an elder at the nascent soul stage must exercise caution when consuming it. This young man had brought suffering upon himself. One could only hope he would learn from this experience. Nonetheless, Zhou was intrigued by Huang Qi. The immense energy compressed into the demon pill promised terrifying power. Presently, there were few in the core formation stage capable of easily defeating this young man. Zhou smiled faintly, appreciating Huang Qi's boldness. Chapter 382. Indifference. Huang Qi had now cultivated the 9 solutions true demon technique to the core formation stage, and had finally grasped the terrifying nature of this realm. Previously, he had often sought trouble with those at the core formation stage, but now he recognized how fortunate he had been. Yet, Huang Qi was acutely aware that he was no match for true masters of the core formation stage. Those experienced cultivators regarded him merely as a lowly foundation establishment disciple, unworthy of their full attention. The ones who had truly fought him had been dealt with using his advanced talismans. Although the dark reservoir of magical power within his dantian was now scant, he could still sense the formidable energy coursing through his meridians. Huang Qi found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to continue his cultivation. After all, the environment here was exceptionally rare, and such pure demonic energy was not easily found elsewhere. Yet, as he calculated the time, it was nearly 3 months since the portal to this ancient land had been mentioned by Zhou. In Chapter 383, Improving the Formation, Huang Qi expressed his gratitude to his ancestor. Thank you for your assistance. Without your help, I would have been unable to form my demonic core. Zhou, pleased by Huang Qi's demeanor, acknowledged his worth. He mused that even if he were to bestow immense benefits upon Huang Qi in the future, it would not pose a problem. With a slight smile, he replied, "Ah, young man, this predicament is of your own making. I instructed you to consume a demonic crystal core to successfully form your core. It was your greed that led you to devour the ancient demonic crystal core instead. Do you realize that the energy within it is exceedingly difficult even for a nascent soul cultivator to absorb? Your audacity is commendable, but had I not intervened, your fate would have been sealed." The expressions of Shui Lao and the others shifted slightly, for they understood the peril posed by the ancient demonic crystal core. In Chapter 384, Strange Fire Exterminates Demons, Zhou was filled with astonishment as he gazed at Huang Qi. who had inadvertently solved a dilemma that had troubled him for millennia. He had long sought to enhance the potency of his flames, but had never considered leveraging formations. A bittersweet smile graced his lips as he realized Huang Qi, despite his youth, possessed remarkable knowledge of formations, providing invaluable assistance. He clapped Huang Qi on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, young lad. You have succinctly resolved a conundrum that has vexed me for ages. Had I known of this approach sooner, I would have eradicated the ancient demonic avatar long ago. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older." The onlookers, including Zhou, were taken aback, especially as Zhou had initially intended to mock Huang Qi, doubting that reversing the grand formation was a simple task. In Chapter 385, Strange Fire Exterminates Demons 2. The ancient demonic being was thrown into disarray, perplexed by the sheer power of this flame. Its demonic form exhibited signs of melting upon contact with the fire, an unprecedented occurrence. Throughout ancient times, Zhou had tormented it with spiritual flames, which, while uncomfortable, had never caused it to feel as though it were dissolving. In a fit of rage, the ancient demonic being roared at Huang Qi, "What have you done to me? What sort of flame is this, that it possesses such terrifying might?" Huang Qi simply smiled, replying coolly, "A flame that seeks your demise." The expression on the ancient demonic being's face darkened to an extreme, realizing that this young man, with mere core formation cultivation, could inflict harm upon it. It wondered from whence this peculiar individual had emerged. Chapter 386. The Enigmatic Fire of Annihilation, the Ancient Demon of the Eight Desolations. Unwilling to succumb, pleaded for mercy. Huang Qi, upon hearing the old demon's desperate cries, felt a profound disdain. He was no longer a child to be swayed by the deceitful words of a trickster. Ignoring the pleas, Huang Qi continued to wield the fiery heart of the golden spirit with fervent intensity against the ancient demon. As the demon realized that Huang Qi remained unmoved, despair enveloped him. With no recourse left, the ancient demon could only resist the spiritual flames unleashed by Huang Qi with all his might. As the golden spirit's heart fire blazed, time slipped away, and the ancient demon began to falter. The surrounding demonic energy gradually diminished, and the demon's countenance grew ghastly pale. After 3 relentless days of combat, the ancient demon had reached his limit. Within the confines of the seal, the once thunderous roars of the demon faded into silence, signaling the approach of death. The demon observed the depletion of his surrounding dark energy. Further resistance was futile, and he let out a final, anguished cry. Chapter 387. Gathering the medicinal herbs at this moment, Huang Qi, Ling Er, and Zhou returned to the Grand Hall, accompanied by the Zhou divination scriptures. Zhou looked at Huang Qi and the others with delight, for these young disciples were among the most exceptional in the Zhou family. Their contributions to this endeavor of vanquishing the demon brought him great satisfaction. With his mission accomplished, it was time to grant these youths their freedom. A gentle smile graced Zhou Yi's face as he addressed Huang Qi and the others. "I must say, your efforts in the ancient grounds have pleased me immensely. The ancient demon of the 8 desolations has been vanquished, and my mission is complete. If you have any requests, I shall fulfill them to the best of my abilities." Huang Qi and the others were momentarily taken aback. Was he offering them a boon? They could not let such an opportunity slip away. After all, a formidable figure was inclined to bestow favors upon them. Chapter 388. A fortuitous opportunity. Zhou, seeing that the youngsters were preparing to depart, wore a satisfied smile. He turned to Elder Shui, Elder Hua, and the others, saying, "Please escort them on their journey. I shall enter seclusion for a time to recuperate from the losses I have endured in recent days." The elders nodded in agreement. Huang Qi and his companions bowed respectfully to Zhou, who acknowledged them with a nod before vanishing from the Grand Hall. Elder Shui and the others exchanged knowing smiles, then said, "Ah, dear young friends, allow us to accompany you on your departure." Huang Qi and the others returned the smiles, expressing their gratitude. "We appreciate your kindness, esteemed elders." With laughter, the elders led Huang Qi and his companions out of the Grand Hall. Just as they exited, Elder Shui approached Huang Qi's side. Ling Er and the others were astonished to witness Elder Shui's desire to converse privately with Huang Qi. However, the other elders found it difficult to remain composed. Chapter 389. Departure from the Ancient Land. Upon further contemplation, they realized that the recipe for the Nirvana pill had long been lost to antiquity. Now that Elder Shui had obtained the formula, The cost of acquiring it from him would likely surpass that which Huang Qi might demand. Without hesitation, they rejected the notion. If they missed the opportunity with Huang Qi, there was no telling when they might encounter him again. Given his extraordinary abilities and insights, any future transaction might be even more outrageous. Moreover, they had a binding agreement with their ancestors. Unless permitted by them, or in the event of an imminent crisis threatening the Zhou clan, they were not to leave this realm. Observing the elders in deep contemplation, Huang Qi felt a surge of delight. Each of these ancestors was a formidable being, having cultivated heavenly treasures, and the artifacts they possessed were undoubtedly rare and precious. He eagerly anticipated what they might offer in exchange for the Nirvana Pills formula, though he would not press them for it. Chapter 390, Third Granduncle. Huang Xian had been at the Zhou residence for over 2 months. He had initially rejoiced upon learning of Huang Qi's entrance into the ancient grounds, but his joy turned to concern when he discovered that 5 disciples who had entered a century ago had yet to emerge. This revelation startled Huang Xian greatly. He had intended to confront Zhou Yishang, but now that he was already within, what could he do? Fortunately, Zhou Yishang assured him that the Zhou clan's ancestors had foreseen no issues with Huang Qi's entry, and Huang Xian held great confidence in the clan's calculations, which is why he awaited Huang Qi's return. However, as the expected time of emergence approached and Huang Qi had yet to appear, Huang Xian found himself increasingly anxious. They had already waited for a full 7 days, and thankfully, the portal in the sky still remained open. Had it closed, he feared he might lose control. Although the time had come, there remained hope for Huang Qi's emergence, and he knew he must exercise patience. Chapter 391, Huang Xian's Astonishment. All they knew was that the Zhou clan possessed a treasured artifact, a tome passed down from their ancestors. Yet, its contents remained a mystery to them. Only the lineage of ancestors knew how to communicate with the Zhou divination texts. This matter was of great significance, and Huang Xian felt compelled to issue strict warnings to ensure that no disciple spoke of it, lest nefarious individuals covet such a treasure. Zhou Yishang was perhaps overly cautious. How many could truly provoke such a formidable force as the Zhou divination? Huang Qi accompanied his third granduncle to a tower, where the elder examined his cultivation with satisfaction. Huang Qi then recounted to his granduncle his arduous journey of cultivation, detailing the numerous life and death experiences he had encountered. Naturally, he would not divulge certain secrets known only to him. Huang Xian felt a jolt of surprise upon hearing this. The boy truly astonished him. Chapter 392. Farewell. Huang Qi observed the pained expression on his great-uncle's face and felt somewhat helpless. The treasures bestowed upon him by the water elders were far too precious to decline. Moreover, he believed he had a debt of gratitude towards the Zhou family's ancient texts and trusted they would not act against him. He discerned that the other celestial beings also possessed a noble demeanor, which led him to trust they would not betray him. They had acquired the alchemical formula for the Nirvana pill. What motive could they have to conspire against him? Huang Qi then spoke. Great uncle, please do not fret. Only a select few celestial beings within the Zhou family's ancient grounds are aware of the Nirvana pill. They have engaged in transactions with my disciples, exchanging invaluable treasures for the formula. Without the consent of the Zhou family's ancestors, they would never leave the ancestral grounds. I am confident they will not betray us. Aside from them, no one else knows of the Nirvana pill's existence linked to my disciples. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian's expression shifted. Chapter 393. A daughter is not to be kept. The young son-in-law greeted his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and elder brother-in-law. Zhou Jun felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched Huang Qi. It thrilled him that this young man could bring Linger and Jiner along. Furthermore, he found the young man of decent character, with the exception of his penchant for seeking advantages. Otherwise, he was quite admirable. Zhou Jun was content with the current state of affairs. The fairy Hongxiu had originally held a rather unfavorable view of Huang Qi, but after witnessing his remarkable qualities on several occasions, she gradually came to accept him. However, despite her acceptance, she felt powerless, as her daughter's heart had already been captivated. It seemed she had no choice but to resign to fate. The only source of dissatisfaction was Zhou Gongjin, who, upon hearing Huang Qi refer to him as elder brother-in-law, retorted with displeasure, "Enough, boy. If you wish to marry my sister, you must first defeat me. If you cannot even best me, then you are truly unworthy." Chapter 394. A pursuit. Yan Fengyin had been meditating near Fengming Mountain when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura rapidly departing. To his delight, it was Huang Qi's presence. A cold smile crept across Yan Fengyin's face. The boy had finally emerged after his agonizing wait of over 3 months. However, upon noticing the formidable companion by Huang Qi's side, he recalled the identity of this individual and smirked to himself, quickly commandeering his wind vessel to pursue them. As he neared the Zhou family's vicinity, he deliberately slowed his vessel's speed to avoid detection. He had no desire to engage in battle with Huang Xian near the Zhou family. Such a confrontation would be decidedly disadvantageous for him. Given the considerable distance to Zhongzhou, he felt no urgency. Although Huang Xian was exceptional, he paled in comparison to Yan Fengyin. 2 days later, Yan Fengyin noted that Huang Xian's wind vessel had slowed. Chapter 395. Interception. At this moment, Huang Xian's complexion remained somewhat pallid. After 2 days of travel, his magical energy had been significantly depleted. Fortunately, he possessed ample restorative elixirs, or he would have likely been caught by Yan Fengyin long ago. The current consumption of my magical energy is indeed quite substantial, and my speed cannot be significantly enhanced. Huang Xian noticed that Yan Fengyin's velocity had diminished considerably since the beginning, and he understood that Yan Fengyin's energy expenditure was likely comparable to his own. It seemed that he was truly destined for a fierce confrontation with this old scoundrel. Yan Fengyin observed Huang Xian's wind vessel slowing down and could not help but smirk internally. Huang Xian was indeed quite resilient. His own magical consumption was equally immense. Fortunately, his cultivation level surpassed that of Huang Qi by a slight margin, which spared him the dire predicament Huang Xian faced. Dealing with Huang Xian and that young lad Huang Qi was quite sufficient. Each time, Yan Fengyin recalled how Huang Qi had left him without a home to return to. A deep-seated resentment festered within him. Chapter 396. Flight. Huang Xian's pupils contracted slightly upon witnessing the terrifying flames, and he felt a surge of astonishment. The old scoundrel's pure yang fire was indeed formidable. If he were to receive that palm strike, he would surely sustain severe injuries. Yet, he had no alternative but to remain steadfast. To grant Huang Qi a moment longer to escape, he could not afford to withdraw. Gritting his teeth, Huang Xian conjured a protective spiritual barrier enveloping himself. He channeled all his magical energy, gathering it within his meridians, and his hand moved with the swiftness of a butterfly flitting among flowers, casting hundreds of magical seals, which instantaneously formed a peculiar formation around him. Huang Xian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood within the formation, which then emitted a resonant hum, and a blinding light surged forth, enveloping the terrifying flames that surrounded him. Yan Fengyin, witnessing Huang Xian's technique, felt a flicker of surprise. This was one of the Huang family's ultimate techniques, the blood-summoning formation, renowned for its tremendous power. Chapter 397. Life and Death Decision. As Huang Qi sensed Yan Fengyin drawing ever closer, an overwhelming dread engulfed him. It appeared that today would herald his doom. He scanned his surroundings, hoping to find a city where he could seize the opportunity to escape. Last time, when that old fellow Huang Yangzi pursued him, he managed to flee in such a manner. However, this area was desolate. One could scarcely find a city, let alone encounter any cultivators. Even if a cultivator were to pass through, the oppressive aura of the old scoundrel would undoubtedly send them fleeing. Huang Qi silently lamented his predicament, desperately contemplating an escape plan. Yet, no matter how he pondered, no feasible solution emerged. Engaging this old scoundrel in battle felt akin to courting death. The old man's energy expenditure was considerable, but even a fraction of his strength was beyond Huang Qi's capacity to withstand. Even all of his talismans combined would likely inflict little harm upon this old scoundrel, leaving him with no choice but to buy time, which he found increasingly frustrating. Chapter 398. Long Mei's rescue. Fear was etched across Huang Qi's face, and upon witnessing this expression, Yan Fengyin felt a surge of exhilaration. The lad had finally grasped the gravity of his situation. He relished the thought of tormenting him further to demonstrate the extent of his capabilities. However, at that moment, Yan Fengyin suddenly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from within Huang Qi, an energy that instilled a sense of caution in him. His expression shifted, and his hand, reaching out to grasp Huang Qi, faltered momentarily. Huang Qi understood that his only reliance now lay in the formidable golden spirit earth fire, for it was this flame that might instill trepidation in Yan Fengyin. With a swift movement of his hand, a flicker of crimson golden fire materialized, and under Huang Qi's magical enhancement, it rapidly transformed into a terrifying fire dragon, engulfing the hand that reached for his neck. sensing the power of the crimson golden flames. Yan Fengyin's pupils constricted slightly, disbelief etched on his face as he uttered, "Golden Spirit Earth Fire?" Chapter 399. United against the enemy. He, young master. Did I arrive just in time? The long-browed ancestor smiled faintly, his consciousness sweeping around Huang Qi. Instantly, Huang Qi's imprisoned dantian was restored. Overjoyed, Huang Qi nodded in gratitude to long-browed ancestor, who truly lived up to the reputation of a Yuanying stage cultivator, possessing a consciousness far surpassing his own. As for why the long-browed ancestor had come to his aid, that could wait until after dealing with Yan Fengyin. However, Huang Qi could see that the long-browed ancestor's expression was notably grave, clearly indicating that he was not a match for Yan Fengyin. Originally, Yan Fengyin was on the verge of capturing Huang Qi, but unexpectedly, a Yuanying stage cultivator had appeared from nowhere. Fortunately, this cultivator was merely at the initial stage of Yuanying. Otherwise, he would have fled immediately. Even so, dealing with him under the current circumstances would prove quite troublesome. After several days of pursuing Huang Qi and battling with Huang Xian, his magical energy was severely depleted. Chapter 400. Weak water obtains treasure. Yan Fengyin had gathered all his magical energy in his palm, intending to strike the long-browed ancestor with it. However, in the next moment, his palm suddenly felt light, and the mountain he had conjured vanished without a trace. The magical energy coalesced in his palm could not be retracted in time, resulting in his tiger's mouth splitting open, blood oozing forth, a clear consequence of his inability to release the gathered power. Furious at being outmaneuvered by Huang Qi, Yan Fengyin seethed with rage, declaring the boy unforgivable, and charged towards Huang Qi with a furious roar. The long-browed ancestor had prepared to withstand the mountain's strike, but was astonished to see it dissipate. He then witnessed Yan Fengyin's tiger head splitting, clearly sustaining minor injuries. Elated, the long-browed ancestor noted Yan Fengyin charging at Huang Qi, and with a cold snort, he declared, "Old fool, if you wish to harm the young master, you must first pass through me." Chapter 401. Yuanying detachment. Yan Fengyin was struck with horror at the bewildering sight before him. What was that illusory river beside Huang Qi? Where had his treasured artifact gone? Attempting to mentally connect with his artifact, his heart plummeted, realizing he had lost contact with his life-bound treasure, an alarming revelation. How could this boy, merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, possibly have seized his artifact? Before Yan Fengyin could ponder further, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, a reaction stemming from the backlash of forcibly severing the connection with his treasure. Yan Fengyin was thoroughly astonished. This young man was indeed enigmatic. The treasured artifact of a formidable cultivator in the nascent soul stage had inexplicably vanished, forcibly taken by another, severing its connection to his life-bound treasure. Unlike ordinary artifacts, the life-bound treasure held a unique significance. In Chapter 402, The Gathering of Winds and Clouds, Huang Qi escorted the long-browed elder to a desolate mountain range, a serene environment with some ordinary spiritual veins nearby. It was an adequate place for temporary cultivation, providing a much-needed respite for both Huang Qi and the elder. Seated within a modest cave dwelling, Huang Qi presented the elder with a fragrant pill, smiling gently as he suggested, "Why not consume this elixir?" Upon inhaling the delightful aroma, the elder felt invigorated. With a hint of surprise, he remarked, "Young master, is this the 100-flower dew pill?" Huang Qi nodded with a smile. The elder, elated and grateful, swallowed the pill and began to meditate. Seeing the elder engrossed in cultivation, Huang Qi recognized the need to engage in his own practice. He meticulously arranged a defensive formation outside the cave and retrieved a few items from his spirit beast pouch. In Chapter 403, The Flame Command, Huang Qi settled into a cross-legged position, practicing the secret technique imparted by the water elder. The accumulated weak water he possessed embodied the quintessence of the water elder's cultivation, and the technique's instructions were extensive. The method employed to seize Yan Fengyin's life-bound treasure was merely one of the techniques, the river of weak water. Utilizing this technique, nothing with weight could approach Huang Qi. Several other commendable techniques lay beneath. The river of weak water served as a defensive mechanism, while the weak water torrent was offensive. Should one be caught off guard by the torrent, they would undoubtedly be ensnared, and if Huang Qi's magical power was sufficient, their demise would be inevitable. This technique piqued Huang Qi's interest, especially considering the immense power of the weak water, capable of seizing even a nascent soul elder's life-bound treasure, and almost divine ability. Such formidable prowess would not go unnoticed by Huang Qi. In Chapter 404, The Invitation from the Demon Sect, Huang Qi retrieved several third-tier puppets from his storage bag, spoils taken from other cultivators, and handed them over to the elder for refinement. He then produced a porcelain vial containing his own essence blood and tossed it to the elder. Huang Qi paid no heed to the elder's displeasure, aware that the cultivation process would be time-consuming. However, the elder, adept in refining, would expedite the process considerably. Once the elder successfully integrated his essence blood, it would facilitate Huang Qi's future endeavors. The elder shook his head in resignation, burdened by his injuries, yet the young master insisted on assigning him such laborious tasks. Huang Qi had his reasons for urging the elder to refine these numerous third-tier puppets. Now, having successfully formed a demonic elixir, my cultivation remains at the late stage of foundation establishment. However, my spiritual awareness is now sufficient to manipulate 4 or 5 third-tier puppets. With the assistance of these puppets in the future, I shall be formidable. In Chapter 405, the elder of the demon sect laughed heartily upon hearing this. Clearly pleased with Huang Qi's sense of propriety, yet harbored a hint of disdain, thinking the Zhou family's disciples were no more than this. Little did he perceive the fleeting glint of ruthlessness deep within Huang Qi's gaze. The elder of the demon sect then said, "Young friend, please. My sect's branch is located 200 miles from here, in Yufeng City." Huang Qi smiled slightly and followed the elder, soaring into the sky, heading towards the direction of Yufeng City. Not far from this small town lay a thicket of low shrubs, forming a small forest. Huang Qi surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, it was quite suitable, with no cultivators in sight, a perfect place for murder and treasure seizing. With a slight smile, he nodded at Little Head, who understood the implication and gradually approached the elder of the demon sect, while Little White remained in a drunken stupor. As the elder noticed Huang Qi approaching on the white-headed griffin, a thought crossed his mind. In Chapter 406, Huang Qi let out a cold snort, slowly enveloping himself in demonic energy. The young man observed with astonishment as Huang Qi displayed demonic prowess, only to be further surprised that this lad had actually cultivated to the stage of elixir formation. Truly, this boy, adept in both demonic and righteous paths, was remarkable. However, daring to slay my sect's disciples, he must pay the price. The young man felt no fear, his palm struck out without hesitation. Huang Qi's thoughts stirred, and the surrounding demonic energy coalesced into a pitch-black battle axe. The young man's expression shifted as he beheld the formidable weapon Huang Qi had conjured. This demonic power was undoubtedly of a high caliber. If he were to acquire such power, it would greatly benefit his sect. Yet, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the battle axe, he did not dare to underestimate it. Swiftly, he flipped his palm, summoning a black scythe to confront Huang Qi. In Chapter 407, Huang Qi's expression subtly changed upon hearing the words, and he turned to see a black-clad elder smiling at him from 100 meters away. Huang Qi's pupils slightly contracted. The elder exuded a formidable presence, at least at the nascent soul stage. The fact that he could approach so closely without Huang Qi's notice could only be attributed to a nascent soul cultivator, although his exact strength remained indiscernible. Nevertheless, seeing the elder's amiable demeanor eased Huang Qi's tension, for he knew he was no match for a nascent soul ancestor. The young man, upon recognizing his sect's ancestor, felt a surge of joy, his previously worried expression instantly replaced by a smile, confident that Huang Qi would not dare to act recklessly now. He then bowed respectfully, saying, "Elder Gu, your arrival is most fortuitous. This lad has slain several of our sect's outer disciples and elders, and now he has seized a disciple's life-protecting treasure. I beseech Elder Gu to lend your hand in apprehending this rogue." Chapter 408. The movements of the demon sect. The young man nodded gravely, casting a fleeting glance at Huang Qi. Today, he had carelessly lost to this young lad, and he resolved to seek a rematch in the future. However, the peculiar methods employed by this boy stirred unease within him. He certainly did not wish to endure the loss of his treasured artifacts a second time. Nevertheless, since the disciples of the Zhou family had come to the capital, he deemed it prudent to inform his master. Yet, he was wary of the formidable Gu Qinyu, deciding it best to depart swiftly. With a reluctant shake of his head, the young man soared into the air, quickly vanishing into the distance. Huang Qi, equally perplexed, found himself entangled with such an ancient figure. Though the elder's words seemed reasonable, he could not simply ignore the situation. Observing that Gu Qinyu appeared to share an affinity with his master, with clear eyes that revealed no ulterior motives, Huang Qi shook his head. Now that he had departed, why dwell on it? Chapter 409. The Huang family's enterprises having left Yufeng City. Huang Qi resolved never to soar through the skies on the back of the white-headed griffin again, nor would he summon Xiao Bai. The recent troubles had arisen precisely because of Xiao Bai's involvement. Nonetheless, the intelligence he had acquired was of paramount importance. Although Xiao Bai expressed some dissatisfaction, it was ultimately resolved with mere jugs of fine wine. Huang Qi chose not to employ the wind chariot for his travels, as it was rather conspicuous. Unfamiliar with the sects and families in the capital, he feared the repercussions of being interrogated by the disciples of the demon sect. The Zhou family's identity could no longer be relied upon, even if the demon sect was not yet inclined to sever ties with the Zhou family. Being apprehended would undoubtedly create significant trouble for him. Remaining in the late stage of foundation establishment, Huang Qi's flying speed was not particularly swift. He made it a point to enter each city he encountered to glean information. However, as he journeyed, the gravity of his expression deepened. Fortunately, Gu Qinyu had bestowed upon him a token of the demon sect. Chapter 410. The disciples of the Yan family. Did you see? The Yan family has set their sights on the Huang family's estate in Wanfeng City. Hush, brother. Do not speak so recklessly. Are you not afraid the Yan family disciples will overhear? We, as mere small sects, cannot afford to provoke such a colossal entity. The cultivator anxiously cautioned his companion. Though startled, the other man relaxed upon noticing that no one was paying attention to their conversation. As discussions regarding the Huang and Yan families unfolded, a wealth of varying information gradually filtered into Huang Qi's ears. The Yan family is rather excessive, is it not? There is but one estate belonging to the Huang family in Wanfeng City, yet they have stirred the entire city into a frenzy. I can no longer tolerate this. If they possess the capability, let them confront the Huang family openly at their main headquarters, rather than resorting to these underhanded tactics. Truly the actions of a petty individual. Brother, it seems the Yan family is. Chapter 411. The unfathomable wanderer. Half a day later, the door to Huang Qi's lodging creaked open, and 5 individuals emerged. With the absence of Huang Qi conspicuous among them, the leading disciple glanced around, noting that he had not attracted the attention of others, and thus strode confidently towards the inn's exit. However, the several junior disciples trailing behind him regarded their leader with heightened respect, their eyes glimmering with excitement. Upon exiting the inn, they made their way towards the city gates. Yet, upon reaching the gates, they were unexpectedly greeted by a voice that exclaimed, "Yan Chong, why are you finished so quickly today?" Seeing the speaker, Yan Chong smiled slightly and stepped forward, saying, "Senior brother Yan Xing, you are aware? This is a daily routine. I must have traversed these streets countless times. How could I possibly be slow?" Yan Xing's disciple chuckled in response. Chapter 412. The fury of the Yan clan. The other disciples were utterly astonished. They could not fathom that Yan Chong and his companions would dare to take action against them. Even more shocking was Yan Chong's formidable strength. As he had effortlessly slain the late foundation establishment Yan Xing fearful, they sought to flee but were intercepted by Huang Qi, who had already instructed several others to act. As soon as he took action, the others joined in, ensnaring a few of the fleeing disciples. However, given their comparable cultivation levels, the ambush did not yield the same ease of capture as Huang Qi experienced, and 2 managed to escape. Huang Qi snorted coldly. The notion that they could escape in his presence was utterly delusional. With a gentle unfurling of his violet wings, he vanished from sight. In mere moments, the disciples, still reeling from the surprise, met their demise. Satisfied, Huang Qi left a message beside the 4 corpses. The Yan family is to blame. The wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people, a slight demonstration of punishment. Chapter 413. The Huang clan's branch. Due to the Yan family's extensive search for him, Huang Qi had been living in seclusion for some time. After various inquiries, he finally uncovered the whereabouts of the Huang clan's branch. With caution, he resolved not to provoke the Yan family further and hastened towards the city where the Huang branch was located. This city, named Fuguang City, was undoubtedly the largest he had encountered, spanning a remarkable 5,000 miles. Yet, Huang Qi learned within and in that, in the context of Zhongzhou, Fuguang City was merely a second-tier city. Astonished, he pondered how vast the so-called first-tier cities in Zhongzhou must be if this second-tier city was already so immense. Fuguang City lay south of Yuzhou, in the northern frontier of Zhongzhou. This region was firmly under the control of three prominent families: the Zhou family of Mopan Mountain, the Tang family of Dongting Lake, and the Mo family of Chengdu. Although individually, their strength did not match that of the Yin and Huang families. Together, they posed a formidable alliance against them. Chapter 414. Revealing one's identity, however, before Huang Qi could speak further, he noticed the elderly man's expression shift, his demeanor growing unfriendly. The pressure of his core formation stage power emanated from him as he attempted to impose his mental dominance over Huang Qi. Sensing the elder's hostile intent, Huang Qi furrowed his brow. Yet, as a practitioner of the core formation stage himself, he felt unfazed. The elder coldly inquired, "I wonder how the young friend came to possess my Huang family's seven-colored token? Pray, my young friend, provide me with an explanation, otherwise I shall not permit you to depart from this place." Upon hearing these words, Huang Qi comprehended the underlying reason. This was indeed due to the token. The elder had just mentioned the rainbow token. What could that possibly entail? His own token was merely a verdant green, lacking the 7 colors that the elder spoke of. Huang Qi pondered, could it be that this token possessed 7 facets, collectively referred to as the rainbow token? With this realization, he began to grasp its significance. Yet he remained curious about the token's purpose. Chapter 415. An ambush. The disciple was none other than Huang Qi, who respectfully addressed the venerable elder before him. The middle-aged man nodded, noting Huang Qi's sincere demeanor and respectful attitude, devoid of any trace of timidity. This reassured him considerably. The middle-aged man continued, "Present the rainbow token. I wish to examine it." Huang Qi felt a slight stir within. Indeed, the elder was meticulous in his approach. Being Huang Qi, he had no reason to fear verification. He retrieved the jade token, presenting it with utmost respect to the elder. The man took the token, and with a swift incantation, Huang Qi observed a faint green luminescence emanating from the token, flickering briefly before vanishing. The middle-aged man smiled and remarked, "Ah, splendid. This is indeed the rainbow token of Brother Huang Li. I never expected it to be in your possession. I am Huang Yuxing, an elder of the Huang clan, assigned here in Fuguang City." Chapter 416. Yan Shaoshan. Huang Yuxing seized Huang Qi and descended into the air, swiftly covering a distance of over 100 meters. Before Huang Qi could comprehend the situation, he found himself no longer aboard the wind chariot. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed nearby as the wind chariot shattered into fragments, gradually dispersing amidst the terrifying energy fluctuations. Huang Qi's heart raced with shock. Had it not been for his uncle's quick reaction, he would have surely met his demise. His countenance turned pale, for he was acutely aware that an ambush lay in wait on his path. Not far ahead, a youthful figure hovered in midair, though remarkably young. This individual exuded an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a nascent soul elder. Huang Qi struggled to believe his eyes. If this person truly appeared as youthful as himself. Chapter 417. Respecting the master and the path, Yin Tao felt somewhat helpless. The family's dealings with the Demon Sect Alliance were matters he had not disclosed to Elder Yan Shaoshan. This was not entirely the family's fault. Elder Yan Shaoshan had never concerned himself with the affairs of the Yan clan, dedicating himself solely to cultivation. Although the clan's grand elder had undergone soul transfer, his strength had diminished significantly, rendering him nearly ineffective. Elder Yan Shaoshan had consistently opposed the family's attempts to trouble the Huang clan, and under such circumstances, it was unlikely he would agree to take action against them, let alone ally with the demon sect. Now that this issue had been brought to light by Huang Qi, one could only imagine the uproar that would ensue upon Elder Yan Shaoshan's return to the clan. With a resigned shake of his head, Elder Yan Shaoshan acknowledged his own powerlessness in this situation. Family matters have never been my concern, and the patriarch has seldom conferred with me. Dealing with the minor skirmishes of the Huang family is manageable, yet confronting the Zhou family would undoubtedly be an act of folly. Upon my return to the clan, I find myself in the 418th chapter of Resistance. Huang Yuxing is indeed capable of handling these two adversaries, but it is the unengaged Yan Shaoshan who poses the greatest threat. Now entangled with these two, how shall Huang Qi face Yan Shaoshan? Anxiety begins to gnaw at him, for it will take at least 3 to 4 days of relentless travel to reach his family, and the clan cannot possibly dispatch any experts for aid. It appears the situation is dire. Huang Qi observes the battle between Huang Yuxing and the two venerable ancestors of the Yan family, his heart heavy with concern. However, He is taken aback to see that his master is not at a disadvantage against these formidable foes. It seems his master's prowess surpasses theirs. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Huang Qi is rendered speechless as Yan Xiaoshan, whom his master fears, suddenly appears before him, offering a disarming smile. Huang Qi, how about joining me for a cup of tea? Huang Qi's expression shifts dramatically as he notices Yan Xiaoshan has caught the two talismans he threw. One transforms into a colossal peak, soaring to a height of 100 zhang and descending upon him with great force. The other morphs into a sword, hurtling towards him. Surprised by the quality of these talismans, Yan Xiaoshan contemplates the wealth of this young man. However, to think that these two talismans could contend with him is rather naive. With an impassive demeanor, Yan Xiaoshan casually strikes out a hand, conjuring a terrifying energy storm that sweeps towards the descending giant peak. Huang Qi is horrified to witness the peak he once subdued, now tossed about like a mere boat adrift in a tempest, soaring over 100 zhang high. What level of strength does Yan Xiaoshan possess? His Tiandu peak feels like a mere plaything in the hands of Yan Xiaoshan. In the 420th chapter of the 3-month deadline, Elder Yan, how can you behave in such a manner? Yan Yang, does the matter with the Grand Elder simply end here? How will you account for this to the Yan family? Upon hearing these words, Yan Xiaoshan's countenance grows icy. His displeasure palpable as he coldly retorts, silence. Speak again with disrespect, and I shall have you imprisoned in the Demon Refining Tower. At the mention of the Demon Refining Tower, Yin Tao's expression shifts drastically. The tower is no trifling matter, and the fact that Yan Xiaoshan even threatens with it sends a chill through him. Though discontent lingers, he wisely chooses to remain silent. Huang Yuxing, observing Yan Xiaoshan's actions, secretly rejoices, realizing that Yan Xiaoshan is indeed a person of reason. Fortuitously, it is Yan Xiaoshan. Had it been Yan Fengyin, they might not have left this place without a decisive victor. Huang Xuzi, satisfied, nodded slightly. Chapter 4:21. Huang Qi returns home. 2 days later, Huang Xuzi arrived near Huanghua Mountain with Huang Yuxing and Huang Qi. Upon seeing the vast expanse of the mountain stretching for thousands of miles, adorned with countless exquisite palaces and pavilions, overflowing with spiritual energy and teeming with celestial birds, Huang Qi was filled with boundless imagination. Is this truly my family's ancestral home? He was taken aback, realizing that it was far grander than the Fengming mountain of the Zhou family. Observing Huang Qi's astonishment, Huang Xuzi smiled gently and remarked, "This is our Huang family." Huang Yuxing also looked at Huang Qi with a smile. Huang Qi nodded, excitedly gazing at his surroundings. This was where his parents had lived and where he would reside in the future. Huang Xuzi smiled subtly and pointed forward, and Huang Qi saw a beam of light soaring into the sky, shooting towards the interior of Huanghua Mountain. He understood that this was the Grand Elder notifying the family. Chapter 4:22. An Unfortunate Calendar. Good lad, well done. This elder has high hopes for you. If you ever encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek me out. There is hardly anything within the Huang family that I cannot resolve, Fairy Huang Ying said with a faint smile, examining Huang Qi with satisfaction. Huang Qi could not help but smile wryly at the elder's unexpected demeanor. Huang Ruyu looked at him with a mischievous grin, and Huang Qi sensed that the second elder was not to be underestimated, prompting him to exercise caution in the future. Fairy Ying Ning then said, "Come, cheer. I will take you to meet your father." Upon saying this, a trace of sorrow appeared on her face. Huang Qi was momentarily startled. It seemed his father's condition was truly dire, or his mother would not display such an expression. Hearing this, Huang Yiming and Huang Ryu also grew serious, and the group slowly made their way toward the building. Chapter 4:23. A Dilemma. Huang Ying could no longer remain seated. The matter of the Nirvana pill was too significant, far beyond the Blood Soul pill's comparison. She hurried to Huang Qi and said, "Come, I will take you to the main hall. I believe the family head will send someone to aid you in finding the final medicinal ingredient." Huang Qi was overjoyed at this news. Bidding farewell to his mother before swiftly following Fairy Huang Ying as they flew from Yingsong Peak towards Huayuan Peak. Looking at her son's departing figure, Yingming suddenly felt a spark of hope ignite within her. Over the past decade, each day had felt like a year. Filled with the burden of caring for her husband, her heart consumed with worry, and tears shed in longing for her son, who she had lost touch with. Now, seeing her son return and her husband's condition showing signs of improvement, how could she not be filled with hope for the future? Huang Yiming and Huang Ryu stood there in a daze, equally astonished by Huang Qi's possession of the nirvana pill. Chapter 424, Consulting the Ancestor. Hearing this, Huang Ying was momentarily taken aback. She finally realized why the Grand Elder had celebrated upon seeing Huang Qi's nirvana pill formula, but had not immediately expressed anything further. It appeared he intended to target the great demon king, Fengming Tianjiu, which was no trivial matter. Even the entire Huang family would not dare to recklessly venture into the kingdom of beasts, for the abundance of ferocious creatures within is truly overwhelming, each possessing formidable strength. Most alarming is the sheer number of second- and third-tier beasts, should they launch an assault on the human race. It is unlikely that many families could withstand such an onslaught. This matter certainly warrants thorough deliberation. Huang Qi, upon observing the reactions of those around him, realized the gravity of the situation, yet felt he had no alternative. In order to save his father, it seemed that only the nirvana pill could provide hope. His own capabilities were woefully inadequate, and without doubt, he would be torn apart by the beasts before even catching a glimpse of Fengming Tianjiu. Chapter 425. The Heavenly Pavilion. Huang Qi noticed that his great-uncle appeared rosy and showed no signs of injury, which brought him genuine joy. However, his great-uncle, Huang Xian, looked at him with a puzzled expression and curiously inquired, "Why did you appear so troubled just now? Has something happened?" Huang Qi, hearing this, helplessly shook his head and proceeded to recount the events that transpired in the family hall. Huang Xian, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly. The situation was indeed serious, and it was only reasonable for the family to convene and discuss it. It seemed the young man had learned of Huang Li's condition, which explained his urgent desire to concoct the nirvana pill. Satisfied with Huang Qi's display of loyalty and filial piety, Huang Xian felt reassured that he had not misjudged the young man. With a gentle smile, he said, "Do not worry, Qi. If the family cannot reach a resolution, I will personally venture into the kingdom of beasts to seek an opportunity." Chapter 426. Shitong City. The Heavenly Pavilion presents itself outwardly as a business entity, offering a plethora of medicinal herbs, magical artifacts, and materials. However, it also operates as an assassin organization, having absorbed many notorious and ruthless individuals. Yet, once these nefarious characters enter the Heavenly Pavilion, they typically cease their malevolent ways, bound by the pavilion's constraints and protections. While many factions may harbor dissatisfaction, they find themselves powerless against it. Most intriguing is the fact that the pavilion's leader has never been seen, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Even during times of great peril, this individual has remained absent, cloaking the Heavenly Pavilion in an enigmatic veil, causing various factions to exercise extreme caution in its presence. Upon reviewing this information, Huang Qi felt an immense curiosity. The description of the Heavenly Pavilion was strikingly mysterious and captivating. He resolved to engage with this establishment in the future to uncover its secrets. Chapter 427. The Little Bird. As Huang Qi and his companions entered the shop, they found the layout to be orderly, stocked with a wide array of elixirs. However, most were suitable only for cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Although there were some designed for mortals, given the considerable number of ordinary people within the city, the physical frailty of mortals often rendered them susceptible to various afflictions. Within the shop, several cultivators of notable strength were also browsing for the elixirs they required. Within the store, aside from the two young maidens who had just welcomed guests, there were also two elderly men, their cultivation levels hovering around the core formation stage. Upon seeing Huang Yiming and his companions, they bowed with great respect. Huang Yiming reciprocated their courtesy, clearly recognizing them as former associates of his father. Without lingering, Huang Qi and his companions proceeded to the backyard. Upon entering, Huang Qi noticed a familiar elder, supported on either side by two graceful young women, anxiously gazing towards the entrance. Suddenly spotting Huang Qi, the anxiety in his eyes gradually subsided. "Rest assured, Xiao Xiao will be fine. I shall lead a group to search the outskirts of the Beast Kingdom. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on her head, I will ensure they pay dearly." The middle-aged man gently reassured the beautiful woman in his embrace. The woman nodded slowly, ceasing her sobs as she responded, "Husband, may I accompany you? I fear for Xiao Xiao's safety." The man shook his head softly. "You must remain here to guard. I worry that if both of us depart, the other old fools may act recklessly. With my strength, the cultivators on the outskirts pose no threat to me." Hearing this, the woman nodded in understanding, though her face still bore deep concern. Yet, Upon witnessing her husband's undeniable authority, she ultimately acquiesced. The middle-aged man rose and addressed his subordinates. "Convey my orders. Immediately secure the area. The elder's daughter, the fairy, has not met with any misfortune, has she? I have no desire to engage in a deadly confrontation with that old man," the elder remarked with a hint of unease. The enchanting woman smiled slightly. "Fear not, esteemed Wolf King. She is but a child. I have lured her to the outskirts of the beast kingdom, allowing her to fend for herself." The elder nodded, though his heart remained unsettled. "Have you disseminated the news of treasures in the east? The cultivators are not fools. If they fail to find the treasures soon, they will retreat. Has the fairy made thorough arrangements? If we cannot ensure that this old man and those human cultivators suffer mutual destruction, the Tianqing Yolong clan will gain no benefits." The alluring woman smiled reassuringly. "Rest easy, esteemed Wolf King. What are a few treasures, after all? The artifacts of the human cultivators were never ours to begin with." The hawk, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not dare to linger and took to the skies, heading towards the southern Snow Fox clan. Observing the hawk's departure, the man sneered, "Blood Crow. Return and request the queen to produce a large number of human treasures. You will take these treasures west and north, secretly placing them in their peripheral areas, allowing the human cultivators to discover them, and spread the word that treasures have also appeared there." The three blood crows nodded in agreement, letting out sharp cries before taking flight. The man sneered again, contemplating that they dared to covet his interests. This was not an endeavor exclusive to them. He was eager to see whose methods were more ruthless. Days later, news spread from both the northern and western regions of the Beast Kingdom, claiming that treasures had emerged in those areas. What drove the cultivators to madness was the emergence of ancient treasures in the western and northern regions. Upon hearing this news, the practitioners were nearly driven to insanity, with throngs of them pouring into the Beast Kingdom. Chapter 431. Journey to the Beast Kingdom. Everyone glanced at Huang Qi, shaking their heads in resignation. What purpose would he serve? How could he possibly assist? Many held little faith in Huang Qi, and several elders regarded him with disdain. However, upon witnessing Huang Qi's resolute expression, Huang Chang was about to speak when Huang Yiming stepped forward, declaring, "Patriarch, I, disciple Huang Yiming, am also willing to accompany Huang Qi to the Beast Kingdom." Huang Qi felt a surge of gratitude. How could he be unaware of his brother's intentions? His elder brother was not only concerned for his safety, but also wished to contribute to their father's recovery. Nevertheless, Huang Qi could not allow his brother to accompany him. The danger was too great. What distress would it bring their parents and younger sister if anything happened to him? At that moment, the third elder, Huang Xian, stood up and addressed the crowd. "Since no one else is willing to go, I shall accompany Huang Qi on this journey." The others looked on in astonishment at the third elder's unexpected decision. Chapter 432. Gathering at Loxia Valley, the Grand Elder and others furrowed their brows, perplexed by the situation. If treasures were indeed present here, why had the cultivators vanished? They had only ventured a little over 100 miles. Perhaps the lower-ranked disciples were hesitant to go deeper due to the fear of the demon beasts, but why hadn't the higher-ranked cultivators shown up? They could not believe that these practitioners had simply left. Now that the circumstances had changed, it was imperative for them to investigate further. As Huang Qi and his companions journeyed on, they encountered neither cultivators nor demon beasts, leaving them in a state of extreme confusion. However, shortly thereafter, Huang Qi noticed the Grand Elder and others gazing into the distance, as if they had spotted something. He then heard the third elder voice his uncertainty. "Grand Elder. Second Elder, have you also noticed?" Huang Shuzi and Huang Ying nodded, equally puzzled. Chapter 433. Onslaught of Demon Beasts. Huang Qi acknowledged the proposed distribution plan discussed by the group. Understanding that in the face of a situation where there were more wolves than meat, it was commendable that the cultivators did not resort to violence. This distribution, while not entirely equitable, was indeed quite reasonable. It would prevent internal strife or disintegration, for in the Beast Kingdom, such discord would lead to peril for all. Thus, Huang Qi and his companions were led into Loxia Valley by over a dozen cultivators. Huang Shuzi observed the excitement on everyone's faces and merely smiled. They viewed the strength of the three of them as a significant advantage for those of lesser power. As for Huang Qi and his companions, they would continue their search for the Fengming Tianke at a leisurely pace. The crowd deliberated on the specific details of the plan, and among them, Huang Shuzi, Changqingzi, and an elderly woman were chosen to lead the group towards the Kingdom of Beasts. In Chapter 434, titled One-Sided Massacre, it was decided that everyone would utilize the formidable triad golden light formation to decisively eliminate the beasts besieging the array, leaving no room for concern about other matters. Should higher-tier beasts appear, they would be dealt with accordingly. Huang Qi addressed the group, suggesting that anyone who wished to hunt third-tier beasts could do so, but they must retreat swiftly to the Great Formation if danger arose. The listeners nodded in astonishment, realizing that these ancient Yuan-Ing ancestors had brought forth such a powerful array. With this formation, they could remain within its confines without fear, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, echoing as if it reached the heavens. The crowd's expressions shifted, as they discerned that this roar could only belong to a fourth-tier beast. Suddenly, Huang Qi and the others observed the encroaching beasts, each one more menacing than the last. In Chapter 435, titled Slaying Beasts for Pills, Huang Qi rejoiced at the arrival of third-tier beasts. Naturally, any beast that could ascend to such a tier possessed superior bloodlines. He contemplated whether any of these creatures would catch his eye, envisioning the prospect of slaying beasts for their essence and acquiring blood to aid his companion, Xiao San. However, before he could voice his intentions, the third elder, Huang Xian, smiled knowingly and remarked, "Young one, are you tempted? Do you wish to join in the hunt for beast pills?" Seeing his great uncle's interest, Huang Qi nodded eagerly and expressed, "Great uncle, I too wish to slay beasts for their pills." Huang Xian, noticing Huang Qi's eager demeanor, replied with a slight smile, "Very well. The beasts that have emerged are not particularly formidable. I shall accompany you, but should higher-tier beasts appear, you must flee immediately, for danger awaits." Huang Qi nodded vigorously, glancing at Huang Qi and Huang Ying, who surveyed their surroundings. In Chapter 436, titled Bloodline Suppression, Huang Qi understood the reason behind Xiao Bai's aggression towards the wolf-toothed dog. With a slight smile, he warned, "Be cautious, young one. Only third-tier beasts and above possess beast cores. Do not provoke the stronger beasts indiscriminately, as I would hate to see you become prey." Offended by Huang Qi's apparent underestimation, Xiao Bai glared at him in frustration. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's attention was drawn to a beast charging towards Huang Qi. With a fierce roar, he swiftly engaged in combat with the approaching creature. Huang Qi's expression shifted as he realized the beast attacking him was a third-tier Qijinhua, a formidable opponent with a bloodline superior to that of the unicorn. However, this late golden tiger, standing at 1.5 meters tall and measuring 2 meters in length, appears somewhat unimpressive when compared to the petite white. Huang Qi, though aware that white is a remarkable creature, found that the other cultivators at the core formation stage slowly began to take notice of the situation between him and white. Many were filled with envy, pondering why they did not possess such an extraordinary beast as a pet. If they too had a companion with such a noble bloodline, dispatching these third-tier demon beasts would require far less effort. Gradually, some cultivators began to approach Huang Qi and white, as it would be foolish to ignore such a golden opportunity. Before long, Huang Qi realized that over 10 core formation cultivators had gathered around him. His attempts to slay the third-tier demon beasts, which were being suppressed by White's powerful lineage, were thwarted by others who snatched them away. Huang Qi furrowed his brow in frustration. These individuals were indeed exasperating. Thankfully, there were ample demon beasts in the vicinity, otherwise, he would have certainly clashed with them. With a cold smirk, Huang Qi effortlessly dispatched a first-tier demon beast and took to the skies with White, heading in another direction. The cultivators were astonished to witness Huang Qi's ruthless methods. How merciless he truly was. A third-tier beast on the brink of its later stage had been rendered unconscious by his sheer force. Huang Xian could only smile wryly, shaking his head in disbelief at Huang Qi's prowess, particularly his mastery of the demonic Dan. He was curious to learn what other extraordinary abilities this young man possessed. Huang Qi approached the now unconscious pig-like beast, the 7-foot azure blade reappearing in his grasp, ready to sever the creature's head. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The pig-like beast suddenly opened its eyes, its fury engulfing all rational thought. Ignoring Huang Qi's descending sword, it violently swung its head, launching its 2 sharp tusks directly at Huang Qi's throat and heart. Upon witnessing this sudden ambush, Huang Qi's expression changed instantaneously. He knew that his strike was certain to land. At that moment, the pig-like beast seemed to have entered a frenzied state. hurling its tusks toward Huang Qi at an even more terrifying speed, while simultaneously charging at him with a ferocity that surpassed its previous momentum. Huang Qi let out a cold snort, a surge of demonic energy enveloping him. The tusks pierced through the shroud of his magic aura in a flash. The onlookers furrowed their brows, uncertain whether the young man within the dark mist had been struck by those rapidly approaching tusks. They watched curiously, but the tusks vanished into the darkness without a sound. Within the veil of black mist, it seemed as though a small river was swirling. A fleeting glimpse that left everyone in suspense as to what transpired within. However, there was no sound from that young man, and the crowd could only speculate slightly. After a moment, Huang Xian let out a soft exclamation, finally recalling what was missing: the two tusks of the pig-like beast, akin to a cultivator's life-bound treasure. Where had those tusks gone? He had initially worried about the two tusks, which had doubled in size, being absorbed into the black mist unleashed by Huang Qi. Yet, since Huang Qi had not encountered any mishap, he had not given it much thought. Nevertheless, he distinctly remembered that Huang Qi had not stored those two tusks away. Moreover, those tusks seemed to be as integral to the cultivator as their life-bound treasures. How could outsiders simply claim them? Huang Xian's confusion deepened, and suddenly he recalled observing the swirling black mist around Huang Qi, where he had vaguely noticed a small river emerging. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, thinking it was some peculiar treasure used by Huang Qi. In hindsight, that river-like formation indeed appeared somewhat suspicious. Perhaps he would inquire about it with Huang Qi later. But for now, the boy was fully engaged in his slaughter. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed drastically, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at those human cultivators. They had not anticipated that these were fourth-tier demon cultivators. It was Huang Qi's first encounter with shape-shifted demon beasts, and he was taken aback by how indistinguishable they were from human cultivators. However, the energy they radiated was not spiritual power but demon essence, a distinction Huang Qi was well aware of. From the moment those demon beasts appeared, he sensed something amiss and swiftly seized Xiaobai, no longer concerned with gathering the demon cores scattered on the ground. Xiaobai possessed a profound understanding of demon essence, far surpassing Huang Qi's own knowledge. She had detected the terrifying presence of those airborne figures even earlier than Huang Qi and bore a more serious expression. Fortunately, her bloodline was of the highest caliber, and while she was wary of those powerful demon beasts, she was not overtly fearful. Huang Xian and Huang Ying, upon witnessing the formidable 100-strong demon beasts and over 24th-tier demon cultivators, also displayed a slight change in complexion. As the third elder saw a demon cultivator charging towards him, he soared into the air to engage in battle, striving to shield Huang Qi from any repercussions. The second elder, Huang Ying, initially intended to remain by Huang Qi's side, but upon seeing the third elder confront a demon cultivator, she found herself targeted by another approaching demon. With a cold snort, she addressed Huang Qi, saying, "Cheer, if you find yourself in danger. Swiftly retreat to the 3 yuan golden light formation. Be cautious, I shall return shortly." With that, she swiftly intervened, launching a palm strike that sent the demon beast tumbling back several paces. The demon cultivator, taken aback by the formidable strength of this beauty, regarded her with newfound caution, roaring as it transformed into a golden-furred lion, engaging the second elder in a fierce struggle. At that moment, the numerous third-tier peak demon beasts surged towards the gathered nascent soul experts below. With a series of dull thuds, several of these masters were sent flying, spitting blood as they were struck. Huang Qi's pure yang fire relentlessly pursued the rear of the bloodthirsty bat, singeing the dark fur on its hindquarters. Enraged, the bat screeched, seemingly intent on turning back to drain the blood from this insufferable little brat. However, the lightning marten and wind shadow cat perched upon the bat's back opposed this notion, attempting to force the bat back to the ground. Yet, despite the white-headed griffin's lower rank compared to the bloodthirsty bat, its speed was not to be underestimated. Huang Qi manipulated the flames from atop the griffin, leaving him no opportunity to descend. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xiaobai couldn't help but cry out in excitement. Huang Qi's wickedness in setting the bat's rear ablaze amused Xiaobai immensely. Huang Qi reveled in his cleverness, contemplating that this peculiar combination would likely never unite again. Just as he basked in his triumph, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose within him, signaling danger. The demon beast sensed the looming threat behind it and turned to glance back, its pupils contracting slightly. The small sword emanated a terrifying might. unmistakably a treasure of ancient origins. Even the beast's formidable form dared not be pierced by it. Thus, it was compelled to evade desperately. Yet, the small sword had evidently developed sentience, unwilling to permit its adversary to escape. With a resonant hum, it surged forward, doubling its speed towards the demon beast. The beast's expression shifted dramatically, fear welling within as it realized the swiftness of the small sword. Even its attempts to dodge felt futile. In a fit of rage, the demon beast transformed into a massive bull, characterized by its robust physique and uniquely curved horns. With a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield, the bull shook its head defiantly at the dripping emerald sword. A resounding crash reverberated as the energy beam struck the spot where Huang Qi had vanished, creating a colossal crater in the earth. Huang Qi merely sneered at the incredulous bull, his countenance rife with disdain. Observing Huang Qi safely ensconced within the 3 yuan golden light array, the bull seethed in fury and unleashed an energy beam towards the formation. Another thunderous boom resounded. Yet the array only quivered slightly before resuming its tranquility. Huang Xian and Huang Ying smiled faintly upon seeing Huang Qi's safety, but their expressions shifted upon witnessing the bull's assault on the grand array. Under Huang Su's command, the 3 yuan golden light array remained unperturbed by the demon's attack. However, the Grand Elder found himself entangled with the vulture demon, making it quite challenging to defend the array. If this grand formation were to be assailed by the savage bull for a couple of hours, there would indeed be a genuine risk of it being breached. The two individuals contemplated retreating. Chapter 446. The peculiar bird. Huang Qi's gaze fell upon an exceptionally tall tree ahead. With a slight smile, he soared into the air and, at the midpoint of the tree, utilized his flying sword to carve out a cavity large enough to accommodate a person before swiftly burrowing inside. He produced a set of formation flags and affixed them to the branches surrounding the cavity, causing it to vanish without a trace and revert to its original appearance. The formation flags Huang Qi employed merely constituted a minor illusionary array. He wished to avoid detection by any passing beast, thereby ensuring his rest remained undisturbed. Huang Qi retracted his aura, and soon the woodland fell into a profound silence. Sitting cross-legged, he consumed 2 medicinal pills and began the gradual process of refining them. After 2 hours, Huang Qi slowly opened his eyes, feeling his magical power restored to its zenith, and his chest wound fully healed, leaving him exceedingly content. However, during these 2 hours, Huang Qi sensed Chapter 447, the terrifying little bird. For a moment, Huang Qi was taken aback. Where had the little bird gone? He found it hard to believe, for he had not detected any particularly fearsome energy fluctuations emanating from it. How could it simply vanish? Utilizing his divine sense, he discerned that the bird, though a beast of the 2nd tier, was not one he would typically regard with concern. Yet, disbelief lingered within him as he extended his divine sense once more, meticulously searching for the little bird. The avian creature had attacked the beast. It surely must have left some trace behind. He was confident he could uncover a clue. As Huang Qi's divine sense meticulously scanned the area, it finally landed upon the massive wolf, which had sustained a bloody wound to its head. There, he detected faint energy fluctuations. At that moment, the little bird emerged from the wolf's head wound, its beak stained with white brain matter, displaying an expression of exhilaration, evidently satisfied with its recent meal. Chapter 448. Huang Qi's thoughts. With a resounding clash of metal, Huang Qi was startled to discover that, upon contact between the little bird and the creature known as Xiaobai, the surrounding space exhibited signs of distortion. In the next instant, he witnessed the 2 figures separating with lightning speed. The little bird retreated, while Xiaobai tumbled from Huang Qi's shoulder, further shocking him as he felt himself sway uncontrollably. He heard Xiaobai screeching behind him, clutching its fists and frantically rubbing them together, its face contorted in discomfort. Seeing that Xiaobai had not suffered a wound akin to the wolf's, Huang Qi felt a momentary relief. Yet, the next instant, he was gripped by fear. He was acutely aware of Xiaobai's strength, which was at the late stage of the 2nd tier. Yet, even its bloodline pressure could rival that of a 3rd-tier beast. However, Chapter 449. The universe within the cave. Though Huang Qi found the situation somewhat perplexing, he was nonetheless pleased to remain undetected by those beasts, relishing the tranquility that accompanied his concealment. It seems that the little bird is exceedingly familiar with this area, otherwise, it would not be able to so effortlessly evade the nearby beasts. This is undoubtedly advantageous for me. Huang Qi has been tailing it for nearly 200 to 300 miles, yet he has not seen this tiny creature pause. It appears to have been genuinely frightened. Otherwise, how could it have flown so far? Huang Qi began to feel hesitant as he had ventured deep into the inner regions of the beast kingdom, and pressing on further might lead him into danger. Sensing the position of the little bird, he noted that its speed had considerably diminished, perhaps due to fatigue. With a gentle smile, Huang Qi decided to take a moment's respite. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself amidst a grand mountain. To his surprise, Huang Qi marveled at the peculiar treasures, which had always held a significant allure for him. While such rare items might be of little consequence to cultivators, they held considerable value in the mundane world. The rich spiritual energy within this cavern suggested that there must be exceptional items inside. After exploring the cave, if he found nothing of worth, he could always excavate these rare treasures later. Accompanied by the astonished little white creature, Huang Qi examined the passageway, selected a route, and proceeded cautiously. The corridor was just wide enough for two individuals to walk side by side, yet it twisted and turned, obscuring the view of its end. Releasing his spiritual sense, Huang Qi scanned the path he had traversed, unwilling to overlook any valuable items. However, apart from the vibrant gemstones embedded in the stone walls, there appeared to be nothing else of significance. Upon witnessing Huang Qi's leap, Little White was momentarily taken aback, but, overwhelmed by the surrounding pure spiritual energy, could not resist the temptation and swiftly followed him into the pond. Unlike Huang Qi, who aimed for the spiritual spring, Little White simply wished to enjoy a refreshing bath. As Huang Qi entered the vibrant pool, enveloped by the source of spiritual water, an indescribable sense of refreshment washed over him, making him feel remarkably at ease. Secretly delighted, he began to circulate his energy, allowing the surrounding spiritual force to flow through his meridians into his dantian, which he meticulously refined. Yet, he was aware that he could not indulge in this pure spiritual energy for too long. Extending his spiritual sense outward, he gradually sank towards the bottom of the pond. The base of the pond was quite irregular, scattered with stones of various sizes, all nurtured by the spiritual spring over the years. Regret washed over Huang Qi. He realized he should not have indulged in the nine-pulp spirit fruit so recklessly. Now, unprepared as he was, he feared that the cultivator who had placed such treasures here might not let him off easily if they arrived. However, it was evidently too late now. As the energy waves generated by the fruit's juice quickly coursed through his meridians, uncontrollably surging into his dantian. Suddenly, the small pond within Huang Qi's dantian erupted with a thunderous tremor, akin to a seismic disturbance. An excruciating pain surged through his dantian, as though the energy within sought to rend it asunder. Huang Qi found himself unable to dwell on his physical agony. Instead, a profound anxiety gripped him. If his dantian were to be torn apart, it would spell his utter ruin. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his entire body quaked violently in sync with the turmoil in his dantian. Yet, he dared not divert his focus. He had to endure. Chapter 453. Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. With this thought, Huang Qi felt a measure of reassurance, though he pondered whether his companions had encountered the mythical Fengming Tianke. Should they obtain its essence, his troubles might cease. Would they come seeking him if they acquired the Fengming Tianke's vital blood? Or would it be wise to continue his cultivation in the meantime? Suddenly, he recalled Xiaobai, likely waiting for him outside. What could be happening with that creature? Just then, he sensed an energy fluctuation nearby, prompting him to open his eyes and discover Xiaobai fast asleep beside him. Huang Qi was taken aback. How had this creature ended up here? A memory sparked within him, and he turned to find that one of the 9 jam spirit fruits was indeed missing. Huang Qi could only manage a wry smile. This creature, much like himself, was simply too greedy. However, he understood that Xiaobai's physical resilience was formidable. If he could endure, then surely this creature was unscathed. Chapter 454. An arrival. After another half an hour, Huang Qi noticed that his dantian had expanded significantly, now larger by more than a third compared to its previous size, showing no signs of further growth. A sigh of relief escaped him. It was fortunate that it had halted, or he would have faced dire consequences. He observed the pitiful pearl, dripping its spiritual energy into the expansive lake-like dantian, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, a muffled sound resonated throughout his body, and he sensed a profound transformation occurring within him. Most notably, his spiritual awareness had sharpened considerably. A disciple in the Qi refining stage could typically extend their awareness to a radius of merely 100 meters. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, this expanded to about 500 meters. However, a cultivator in the core formation stage possessed an awareness that could encompass an area of up to 1,000 meters. Huang Qi had consumed a substantial quantity of spirit soul pills during his Qi refining phase, granting him enhanced abilities compared to his peers. Chapter 455. A disturbance. Huang Qi then noticed an elderly man entering the chamber, exuding an aura of oppressive power indicative of a nascent soul cultivator. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This elder had already blocked the exit upon entering, presenting a genuine predicament. Nevertheless, having successfully broken through to the core formation stage, Huang Qi felt a newfound sense of self-preservation, even if he remained unable to contend with the nascent soul elder. Furthermore, this elder appeared far from the formidable presence of the Grand Elders. He had no reason to fear. Yet, despite his confidence, Huang Qi maintained an air of trepidation as he addressed the elder, saying, "Senior, if you have taken an interest in these herbs, I would be honored to offer them to you." With reluctance, he produced several medicinal herbs from his possession. The elder gazed at the several medicinal herbs, their aura captivating, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. However, at that moment, he noticed Huang Qi suddenly halt, a look of hesitation crossing his face. The elder, puzzled, observed the youth closely. Chapter 456. The anomaly of the cavern. The cave was devoid of any possessions save for a stone platform and a large pelt sprawled upon the ground. No other cultivators were present to guard this site. Who would be foolish enough to linger here after discovering the chamber below? Huang Qi smiled slightly, intending to depart, but hesitated upon seeing the sizable pelt on the ground. He reached down to retrieve it, examining its nature closely. The pelt's surface was adorned with intricate patterns, reminiscent of tiger skin, yet Huang Qi discerned that it was not that of a tiger. Upon flipping the pelt over, he observed remnants of dried blood on the reverse side, indicating it had been there for quite some time. In the next moment, Huang Qi noticed an engraving at one corner of the pelt, depicting a scene that struck him as oddly familiar. It illustrated a grand mountain with numerous worshippers kneeling before it, their expressions filled with piety, regardless of age or gender. A sudden thought sparked in his mind, and he recalled. Chapter 457. The spirit corpse. Huang Qi beheld the site where the mountain had collapsed, over 20 radiant rainbows ascending into the sky, each face contorted with dread as they gazed downward. At that instant, a thunderous roar echoed from the rubble, and Huang Qi witnessed a violet figure darting skyward with astonishing speed. Despite the distance, he could clearly see the figure's desiccated visage, devoid of any vitality, resembling a mere corpse. Yet, curiously, this corpse emitted no signs of death but instead radiated an overwhelmingly rich aura of spiritual energy. Huang Qi's pupils dilated in disbelief as he exclaimed. He recognized the term spirit corpse from the tome of arts his master had bestowed upon him. This spirit corpse was distinct from zombies, corpse demons, and other reanimated entities, which typically arose in places steeped in dark energy, gradually absorbing the essence of sun and moon to manifest as undead beings. However, these entities seldom. Chapter 458. The transformation of vital energy. What? The figure clad in purple seemed to have searched the elder thoroughly, finding nothing of the items he had just mentioned. With a disdainful snort, the withered hand clenched lightly, and in an instant, the elder of the nascent soul was reduced to a mist of blood, unable to escape. Huang Qi watched in horror as the blood mist swiftly approached the violet figure and vanished. Though he stood at a distance, he was filled with dread. The figure in purple was terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be an ancestor of the merging and separation stage? Huang Qi pondered the possibility that this formidable ancestor had harmed the nascent soul cultivators in pursuit of the 9-essence spirit fruit and the spirit eye spring. A chill of fear washed over him. These treasures were unequivocally sacred artifacts, and he had unwittingly pilfered them from beneath the watchful eye of such a fearsome existence. Huang Qi pondered silently, fearing that something monumental was about to unfold. In chapter 459, titled Myriad Demonic Beasts, the onlookers were struck with utter disbelief as they beheld the extraordinary scene. With their keen eyesight, they recognized the small seal as an artifact of ancient significance. Yet, despite its remarkable status, it was sent flying by a single punch from the spiritual corpse. One could only wonder what terrifying strength was required to achieve such a feat. The crowd, now acutely aware of the formidable power of the corpse demon, hesitated no longer. They could not afford to be careless. For the threat posed by this undead entity was grave. Many summoned their most potent artifacts or unleashed their most formidable abilities, directing their assaults toward the spiritual corpse. As the spiritual corpse deflected the small seal with a punch, it observed the collective assault from the crowd. It then formed a complex hand seal, which unleashed an unparalleled surge of pure spiritual energy from its being. The spectators, feeling this immense energy, were momentarily perplexed, uncertain of the corpse's intentions. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from the spiritual corpse, leaving those who had initially attacked it in a state of trepidation. In chapter 460, titled The Emergence of the Beast King, Huang Qi, still reeling from shock, recalled a revelation. The middle-aged man had proclaimed himself as this king. Could it be that he was? The realization sent disbelief coursing through Huang Qi's mind. How could this be possible? This thought echoed in the minds of many cultivators present. They soon beheld over 100 beast cultivators gathering behind the middle-aged man, glaring menacingly at the human cultivators. These beast cultivators were unlikely to show any leniency. The human cultivators had trespassed into the realm of the myriad beasts, slaying countless of their kin, and now their eyes burned with a desire for vengeance. The sight of so many fourth-tier demonic beasts caused the onlookers to collectively gasp in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that such a multitude of fourth-tier demon cultivators had been summoned. It seemed that the total number of fourth-tier beasts within the realm was indeed limited to this assembly. Just as Huang Qi began to comprehend the identity of the middle-aged man, he overheard someone exclaim in terror, "You are the Eastern Great Beast King." In chapter 461, titled Confrontation with the Wild Bull, without uttering another word, Huang Qi enveloped himself in demonic energy and prepared to flee. The wild bull, noticing Huang Qi's intent to escape, bellowed fiercely and swiftly positioned itself in front of him, launching a powerful punch. Huang Qi, recognizing the formidable force behind the blow, the wild bull was renowned for its brute strength, had no desire to confront it head-on. He deftly evaded, splitting the demonic clouds that surrounded him and darting in separate directions. The wild bull, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized the swirling clouds of demonic energy, uncertain of which path Huang Qi had chosen for his escape. Observing one cloud heading toward the approaching demonic army, it sneered and pursued the other direction instead. At Huang Qi's current speed, he was indeed unmatched by a fourth-tier demon beast. Within mere moments, the wild bull had closed in on the dark mist, snorting in disdain. In chapter 462, titled Slaying the Wild Bull, the wild bull's expression shifted as it perceived the incoming cultivator's golden core. The explosive force of a golden core's self-detonation was undeniably terrifying, yet trapped beneath the weight of the mountain, how could it possibly evade? The mighty bull, in a state of desperation, exerted all its strength to push the mountain aside in an attempt to obstruct the luminous orb. However, at that moment, the mountain vanished in an instant, transforming into a talisman that flew into Huang Qi's hands. Simultaneously, the golden core approached the bull, emanating a wave of energy that sent shivers down one's spine. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying energy enveloped the bull, followed by an enraged bellow. Moments later, Huang Qi witnessed the beast's flesh being exposed in multiple places, and one of its horns had shattered. The bull was gushing blood profusely, evidently suffering severe injuries. Huang Ying, engaged in battle with two demon cultivators, was holding her ground. Upon seeing Huang Qi being pursued by the formidable bull, she initially felt a flicker of hope that he might slay the fourth-tier demon cultivator. But when she noticed the Phoenix Ming Tian Cuckoo attacking him, their expressions changed drastically. This young man was one of the most gifted disciples of their clan. He could not be allowed to perish at the hands of the Demon King. Huang Shuzi struck back against the two demon cultivators encircling him and soared towards Huang Qi. Similarly, the second elder Huang Ying and the third elder Huang Xian rushed to his aid. Huang Qi was gripped by terror, realizing he was utterly powerless against the fearsome Demon King. Was he destined to meet his end here? He saw the Demon King point at him, unleashing a bolt of spiritual energy that shot towards his chest. Just then, a small, emerald-green sword appeared before him, producing a sharp sound as it collided with the spiritual energy. The elders, witnessing the spirit corpse pursuing Huang Qi, were stricken with alarm. They feared that even their combined strength would be inadequate against such a terrifying entity, which had just broken through their formation and slain several cultivators with a single punch. Its formidable power undoubtedly surpassed the infant soul stage, rivaling that of their revered ancestor. Many cultivators began to withdraw from the battlefield, and the elders contemplated fleeing, realizing that even with their combined efforts, they could not gain the upper hand against the phoenix Ming Tian Cuckoo. Yet, with the spirit corpse now targeting Huang Qi, they understood he was in grave peril. Huang Qi formed an unusual hand seal, unleashing an overwhelming power that surged from him. The green radiance sword embedded itself in the elder's forehead, and a new sword manifested upon Huang Qi's brow. Huang Qi understood why the ancestral figure of the Mulan clan harbored such doubts. Having inherited the legacy of the Mulan clan, he naturally possessed their secret arts. The sacred object referred to by the ancestor was likely the Purple Wing Palace heavenly bracelet. With a flick of his wrist, a purple hand appeared, revealing the intricately engraved bracelet adorned with exquisite patterns and the delicate inscription of Mulan Rongyue. Upon beholding the bracelet, the spirit corpse trembled uncontrollably, its hands, quivering and stiff, grasped the Purple Wing Palace heavenly bracelet. The withered visage betrayed no expression. However, Huang Qi could sense the spirit corpse's palpable excitement. The spirit corpse remarked, "Indeed, indeed. Is this not the Purple Wing Palace heavenly bracelet, the heirloom of my family? This is the sacred artifact of the Mulan clan." After uttering these words, the spirit corpse turned to Huang Qi, kneeling with fervor, and proclaimed, "Mulan clan, unworthy descendant." Chapter 466. A reunion with Zhou Yi's calculations. Senior, please do not cast aside this humble one. I have obtained the Mulan Classic and shall diligently fulfill the instructions bestowed by the venerable elder Mulan He. This is the duty of a junior. Huang Qi quickly bowed in response. Mulan Yunxiao nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the reverent Fengming Tianke, sighing helplessly, "Little Tian, our bond as master and servant has reached its conclusion." Upon completing this statement, Mulan Yunxiao cast a spell upon Fengming Tian's forehead, causing the latter's body to tremble slightly as a peculiar energy released the constraints within. Fengming Tianke, in disbelief, gazed at his master and hastily knelt, anxiously exclaiming, "Master, do you no longer wish for little Tian? You have treated me well. I do not wish to part ways." Witnessing the sincerity on Fengming Tian's face, Huang Qi felt a twinge of emotion. It appeared that Mulan Yunxiao was indeed a person of loyalty and deep sentiment, for otherwise, this phoenix would not exhibit such attachment. Chapter 467. A Terrifying Existence. "You rascal, how is it that you appear everywhere? It seems you are up to no good again." Huang Qi merely smiled, casually standing beside Zhou Yi's calculations. The elders, eager to speak, felt an inexplicable pressure that restrained them from approaching. Zhou Yi then turned his gaze to Mulan Yunxiao and Fengming Tianke, noting their vigilant demeanor, and offered a faint smile, saying, "Fengming Tianke, you possess the bloodline of the true spirit phoenix. However, after so many generations, the potency of your bloodline has significantly diminished. Nevertheless, crafting the nirvana pill should pose no challenge." Upon hearing this, Fengming Tian's pupils constricted slightly, disbelief etched across his features, accompanied by a wary expression. At that moment, Zhou Yi turned to Mulan Yunxiao, gently nodding. "The secret techniques of the Mulan clan are indeed remarkable, for they have truly enabled you to achieve spiritual prowess." Chapter 468. The Internal Strife of the Beast. The three-headed blood crow sensed Fengming Tian's presence and swiftly approached. Yet, upon sighting the trio, the onlookers furrowed their brows. The three-headed blood crow was bleeding profusely, its body marred by severe wounds. It exuded an intimidating aura, unmistakably a formidable beast. The elders watched intently as the battered creature drew near. Fengming Tian's expression darkened instantly upon witnessing the injured blood crow, which, fatigued, approached and spoke, "Master, we must return to the palace at once. The Howling Wind King and the Azure Sky Bull Python lead a multitude of experts assaulting our Demon King's hall. The Queen, alongside the four guardians and the elite warriors of the Snow Fox clan, was fiercely resisting the onslaught. Xiao Wu carved a bloody path to locate the king, urgently beseeching him to return to the palace for assistance. Fengming Tian's countenance darkened significantly. After more than half a month of travel, Huang Qi, under the guidance of the second elder Huang Ying and the third elder Huang Xian, finally arrived at Huanghua Mountain. Throughout the journey, Huang Qi and his companions did not pause or encounter any obstacles. It was remarkably smooth. Upon returning to the clan, Huang Qi hastened to the main hall to recount the events of his journey to the clan leader, Huang Shang. Upon learning of the chaos in the Beast Kingdom, Huang Shang furrowed his brow, but upon realizing that Huang Qi had indeed acquired the blood essence of Feng Ming Tianxiu, a look of delight spread across his face. This was splendid news. Brother Huang Li finally had a chance to restore his cultivation. Huang Shang felt a wave of melancholy as he recalled the hardships Huang Li had endured over the past decade. He was genuinely elated that Huang Qi had managed to gather the herbs and ingredients necessary for concocting the Nirvana pill. He took pride in having such an outstanding son and felt grateful for the presence of a genius disciple within the clan. However, when Huang Qi learned that spirit stones were required, he was taken aback. Wasn't this a designated place for disciples and elders to concoct pills? Why was there a charge for spirit stones? The amount demanded felt like sheer robbery. Huang Qi inwardly grumbled, realizing that the clan intended to exploit its disciples. It was indeed challenging to navigate these times without spirit stones. Even crafting a pill required them, which left him speechless, though he dared not voice his thoughts. He had inquired with the third elder before coming and was aware of such regulations within the clan. Reluctantly, Huang Qi produced 900 spirit stones and presented them to the elder, saying, "Please grant me access to a 9th-tier alchemy chamber." The elder, taken aback by the quantity of spirit stones Huang Qi had offered, was astonished that this young lad sought a 9th-tier chamber, wondering what sort of pill he intended to create. Typically, ordinary disciples only used the 1st or 2nd tiers for alchemy, while those of considerable prowess and knowledge in the art often occupied higher tiers. Seated within the cave, the elder at the entrance of the alchemy chamber, with a pleased demeanor, stored the 900 spirit stones in his spatial bag and closed his eyes. Moments later, he suddenly opened them, a glint of surprise crossing his face as he detected Huang Qi leisurely strolling into the 9th-tier alchemy chamber and sealing the entrance. The elder was somewhat astonished. This young man had genuinely entered the 9th tier without employing any protective artifacts. How curious. Yet, the elder could not help but smile. He firmly believed that a young disciple in the core formation stage could not possibly endure the extreme temperatures required for alchemy. He was confident that it would not be long before this youth emerged looking disheveled. With that thought, the elder closed his eyes again. The alchemy chamber was fortified with restrictions, making it impossible for him to pry into what was happening inside, leaving him to ponder the situation. In the cavern at the entrance of the alchemy chamber, a sudden soft exclamation echoed, emanating from an elderly man with flowing white hair and a youthful visage. This man, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, abruptly sensed a peculiar surge of energy, a presence unmistakably belonging to the great demon king, Feng Ming Tianxiu. Puzzled, he wondered how such an aura could manifest within his alchemical sanctum. He attentively focused his spiritual awareness, only to find the energy dissipate into nothingness. Intrigued, he was prepared to abandon his inquiry when his perception reached the alchemy chamber chosen by Huang Qi, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. He murmured to himself, "This young lad is still inside. How curious. Could he truly be concocting elixirs? Yet, how could he possibly endure such terrifying heat?" The old man was filled with uncertainty, and he executed a specific hand gesture, causing Huang Qi's ethereal form to slowly materialize. Chapter 473. Refining Essence Blood. Huang Qi recognized the magnitude of the task at hand and dared not be negligent. He continuously executed intricate hand seals, causing the purple-gold dragon beard cauldron to spin ever more rapidly. However, upon reaching a certain velocity, despite his relentless efforts, he could not further accelerate the cauldron's rotation. Huang Qi acknowledged this as his limit, resigning himself to the speed at which he must refine the elixir. Time in cultivation is of no consequence. And so it was with alchemy. After 7 days had elapsed, Huang Qi found his spiritual and magical energy significantly depleted. His complexion was not only pale, but also marked by profound fatigue. The unceasing exertion of his magical power over those 7 days had weighed heavily upon him. Fortunately, it was Huang Qi who bore this burden. Any other disciple would have certainly faltered long before. Even so, he felt himself nearing his breaking point, as the reservoir of energy within him began to dwindle. Chapter 474. The astonishment of the elder Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement. This alchemical endeavor had proven exceedingly arduous. After a grueling 24 to 25 days, he had finally managed to amalgamate all the herbs into a singular essence. He meticulously divided this substantial concoction into 10 portions, knowing that as long as he maintained control over the flames, success was within reach. At the very least, he would produce 3 nirvana pills. If successful, his father would be saved, and his heartfelt wish would be fulfilled. He envisioned reuniting with his parents to seek linger at the Zhou family, where they could live together in harmony. What a joyous existence that would be. Huang Qi focused intently on the cauldron, closing his eyes to center himself. He was just one final tremor away from completion and could not afford any further mishaps. He needed to attain his optimal state to ensure the flawless creation of the nirvana pill. Naturally, producing additional pills would be even better, after all. Nirvana pills were of a saintly medicinal caliber, and auctioning them would fetch an astronomical price. The mere thought sent a thrill through Huang Qi. Chapter 475. Auspicious Phoenix, with one hand forming intricate seals, and the other fervently channeling the golden core earth fire. The already fearsome heat within the subterranean level escalated rapidly, reaching unprecedented levels within the alchemy chamber. Huang Qi's consciousness delved within, and he immediately discovered that the 10 separated nirvana pills bore the semblance of condensed elixirs. A surge of joy filled Huang Qi's heart, and he dared not be careless. These nirvana pills were of utmost significance to him, and he was determined to refine them at all costs. The magical power within his dantian surged violently, pouring even more fervently into the golden spirit earth fire within his palm. After a full hour, Huang Qi found that the pills had still not formed, leaving him somewhat astonished at the difficulty of refining the nirvana pills. Even the terrifyingly high temperature of his golden spirit earth fire was unable to yield results. Nonetheless, he would not allow himself to become complacent. He was resolute in his determination to persevere. As Huang Qi emerged from the stone door of the 9th level alchemy chamber, he was met with the astonished gazes of his family members: Huang Chong, the grand elder Huang Shuzi, the second elder Huang Ying, the third elder Huang Xian, and the elderly man with youthful features and white hair. They beheld Huang Qi's countenance, which was etched with exhaustion, his aura feeble to the extreme, his complexion ghastly pale, struggling to move, yet still bearing the joy of success. Huang Ying rushed to Huang Qi's side, supporting him as she stammered, "Huang Qi, did you refine the nirvana pills?" The others regarded him with solemn expressions, eager to learn whether he had succeeded. The alchemy chamber was sealed, allowing easy detection of external occurrences, yet offering no insight into its internal activities. However, they had heard some sounds from within, especially at the moment Huang Qi had first entered. Huang Chong and the others furrowed their brows. They too desired the nirvana pills. Yet Huang Qi's father was in dire need of them for survival. They could not, in good conscience, claim them for themselves. Moreover, Huang Qi had already provided them with the formula for the nirvana pills, which was a tremendous boon for the Huang family. They need only exert themselves in gathering the materials to refine them. They feared that if they were to seize Huang Qi's nirvana pills, given his character, he would undoubtedly retaliate against the Huang family, allying himself with the mysterious powerful figures behind him, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. Hua Lao cast a sidelong glance at Huang Ying and scoffed, "You foolish girl, what do you take me for? I am the supreme elder of the Huang family. How could I possibly snatch from the younger generation? Take them, and after treating Huang Li's injuries, let this lad come to see me. I have just expended 30% of my spiritual power on him. This transaction must be accounted for." Huang Chong and the others were left speechless by his words. Huang Qi surveyed his surroundings, clapped his hands, and summoned 4 or 5 first-tier puppets to clear the tables and chairs from the room, leaving only a solitary bed. He retrieved a massive jade box, and upon opening it, a dense aura of spiritual energy emanated forth, revealing a basin-sized concave object before the onlookers. Huang Yiming and the others were profoundly moved, not because they recognized the spirit I spring, but rather due to the overwhelming spiritual energy that astonished them. Huang Ryu gazed in astonishment at the object the size of a basin, rendered speechless by the sheer surprise. He felt an overwhelming urge to commence his training. Huang Yiming, equally astonished, stared at the basin-sized item, recognizing it as an extraordinary treasure. They had not anticipated that Huang Qi possessed such a remarkable artifact, which explained his rapid progress in cultivation, achieving the golden core stage within a mere few years. Chapter 479. Luoyang City. Huang Qi nodded, recalling the runes his mother utilized, imbued with profound significance, seemingly resonating with the Tao, undoubtedly representing an unparalleled cultivation technique. He speculated that these runes were likely related to the formation of talismans, and studying them would indeed require a considerable investment of time. However, witnessing how effortlessly his mother operated the runes suggested their complexity was beyond the ordinary. Huang Yiming shook his head and continued, stating that without a certain level of expertise in formations, comprehending those runes would be quite challenging. He and his sister had devoted themselves to cultivation, leaving them no time to delve into such matters. Nevertheless, now that he had broken through to the golden course stage, he finally had some time to study, especially since their mother had transmitted the supreme runic scripture to him. Huang Qi nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that his mother was indeed remarkable in the realm of formations. Before he could speak further, Huang Yiming handed him a jade slip, conveying through voice transmission, "This is the supreme runic scripture. Now that you have also reached the golden course stage, like me, it is only natural that chapter 480, Elder Shi Huang Qi accompanied the Grand Elder and others into Luoyang City, which was divided into 5 major districts: East, West, South, North, and Central. Each district was overseen by a regional elder from the Tiandi Pavilion, all of whom were at the nascent soul stage. The Central District housed the Tiandi Pavilion itself, where no other factions were permitted to establish shops. All commercial enterprises in this area belonged to the Tiandi Pavilion. The other districts, East, South, West, and North, were leased to the sects and families of Beijiang, Shangta, and Hongdong for their shops. Of course, some establishments were owned by outside families and sects, but relatively speaking, the 3 major regions had far more shops in Luoyang City than other external forces. All factions operating shops within Luoyang City were required to pay a substantial amount of spiritual stones annually to the Tiandi Pavilion as rent and taxes. Surrounding the city walls were the residences of Luoyang's inhabitants. This vast city was reportedly home to over 100 chapter 481. Visitors from 2 families. Is the pure yang fire you cultivate truly not obtained from the Yan family? Elder Shi inquired, nodding with satisfaction. Huang Qi earnestly affirmed, returning to the Grand Elder, the pure yang fire I cultivate is indeed not sourced from the Yan family. From what I understand, the pure yang fire of the Yan family differs from mine, as it was imparted to me by my master. I assure you, it is not from the Yan family. Seeing Huang Qi's earnestness, Elder Shi no longer harbored doubts. He had heard of the mysterious figure behind Huang Qi, whose identity remained elusive, and the family had gleaned some information through the Zhou family, but the specifics were entirely unknown. Elder Shi scrutinized Huang Qi carefully and asked, "Who is the master that taught you the pure yang fire?" Huang Qi found himself in a predicament, as he had promised his master never to disclose Lin Feng's identity to others. In the family, the elder and others had inquired, and they all understood the meaning behind Zhu Yu's words. The Zhou family, with their remarkable skills in refining tools and formations in Hongdong, Shangta, and Beijiang, had indeed garnered much admiration from cultivators for the treasures and formation flags they crafted. Clearly, this young lady intended to showcase her prowess before Huang Qi and his companion, while also testing their abilities. Zhu Hong, observing his younger sister's demeanor, did not intervene, knowing well that both Huang Qi and Li Huawei were prodigies among prodigies, possessing unparalleled strength within their generation. Zhu Hong was equally curious about their expertise in other realms. Li Huawei merely smiled and glanced at Huang Qi, who, displaying no unusual reaction, returned the smile. It was evident that neither harbored any objections. Li Huawei stepped forward and said, "Since junior sister Zhu speaks thus, I, as an outsider, shall take a look. However, do not mock your elder brother for my lack of skill." Huang Qi and the others felt a surge of curiosity. They had never set foot in Luoyang City and had only heard tales of it. Today, upon learning of 2 powerful figures engaging in a life-and-death duel, their interest was piqued. Huang Qi was astonished at the notion that such a deadly confrontation could be observed. His confusion was apparent, prompting Zhu Hong to clarify. "Junior brother Huang, it is this way. Luoyang City has a prohibition against private duels among practitioners. However, many cultivators harbor grievances against one another. To alleviate such conflicts, the Tiandi Pavilion has specially constructed a fighting arena, where battles are conducted under a life-and-death contract. Even if one is slain, the adversary cannot seek vengeance." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi nodded in understanding. Zhu Yu then eagerly suggested, "Shall we go take a look? The crowd seems to be moving in a certain direction. The fighting arena must be there." The others, upon hearing her words, agreed with enthusiasm. The red fluff maiden wielded a Su Nu sword, which had once swept through countless treasures of the same generation, enhancing the weapon's power by approximately 70%. A rare gem indeed. Her talisman-making skills were equally extraordinary. Rumored to have developed a short-distance teleportation talisman, though it had never surfaced in the cultivation world. Later, when the Red Fluff Maiden disappeared without a trace, many speculated that she had either transcended or met with misfortune. She had been a figure of great renown, admired by many youthful talents who longed for companionship with her. Alas, her beauty faded into memory, leaving many young aspirants in deep contemplation. Today, to their surprise, Yan Yufan produced something belonging to the Red Fluff Maiden, igniting the interest of the Zhou siblings, adept in both weaponry and talisman crafting, as well as Li Huawei. Huang Qi furrowed his brow. It was evident that Yan Yufan had set his sights on him, driven solely by the pure yang fire technique, something he was well aware of. The negotiations between the Yan family and the Huang family had been most intricate. Yan Yufan recognized Huang Qi's formidable talents and the myriad of enigmatic techniques at his disposal. Information gathered from various sources confirmed that Huang Qi was indeed a formidable opponent. Despite Yan Yufan's great confidence, he remained humble, fully aware of the challenge that lay ahead. He remained ever vigilant against Huang Qi's use of that peculiar secret technique. Huang Qi, too, was somewhat astonished. Indeed, Yan Yufan was remarkably formidable, far surpassing Yin Yang. However, Huang Qi harbored no fear. If he deployed the golden spirit earth fire and the purple wings, he could undoubtedly annihilate Yan Yufan in an instant. Yet, he was acutely aware that although they had entered into a life-and-death contract, it did not permit him to slay his opponent. Otherwise, the negotiations would surely come to a disastrous end, and the Yan family would pursue him relentlessly. Having just broken through to the core formation stage, Huang Qi sought to gauge his own strength, and Yan Yufan, as a paragon of youth, served as an ideal stepping stone. He could hardly believe that without resorting to his most formidable secret techniques and talismans, he would be unable to prevail. As the spectators observed, they felt the palpable tension emanating from both individuals, causing them to glance sideways. The overwhelming aura surged forth, and some lower-tier cultivators, unable to withstand the immense pressure, staggered back. This illustrated the sheer might of both Huang Qi and Yan Yufan. The Zhou siblings and Li Huawei exchanged worried glances, acutely aware of the terrifying intensity emanating from the two, and even they felt a reluctance to confront such brilliance directly. At that moment, Yan Yufan made his move. Suddenly, the flames surrounding him surged dramatically, transforming him into a colossal figure, towering over 10 meters tall. The oppressive heat made the blue protective barrier of the arena emit a squeaking sound. The elders guarding the celestial pavilion changed their expressions drastically. They could not allow Yan Yufan to breach the formation, for the consequences would be dire for countless individuals. One elder pointed decisively. "Are you truly prepared to get serious now?" Huang Qi sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Yan Yufan, his expression replete with indifference. "I thought you had already shown your full strength. But if you have a hidden card, now is the time to reveal it. Otherwise, I fear you may not even have the opportunity to act." Yan Yufan, enraged, let out a cold laugh and retorted, "You arrogant fool, Huang Qi. Today you shall witness the unparalleled secret techniques of the Yan family." With that, he reached for his storage bag and swiftly swallowed a fiery red pill. Then, he unleashed several bizarre incantations. Suddenly, an invisible pressure enveloped Huang Qi. Huang Qi's heart skipped a beat. What kind of heaven-defying secret technique was this boy about to unleash? In the next moment, he beheld Yan Yufan's entire body transform into a blood-red glow, enveloped in pure yang fire. When Yan Yufan saw Huang Qi standing unfazed, he was utterly horrified. He could not fathom that his most powerful strike had yielded no effect. How could this be? In disbelief, he stood there, pointing at Huang Qi, rendered speechless by his own shock and fear. Huang Qi slowly approached Yan Yufan, who, upon seeing him draw near, felt as though he were confronted by a demon. His heart gripped by sheer terror. "Yan Yufan, you truly are commendable. Were it anyone else, they might have met their demise by your hand. However, I fear I have disappointed you," Huang Qi remarked with a tone laced with disdain. Yan Yufan gazed incredulously at Huang Qi, a palpable sense of resentment brewing within him. He yearned to strike Huang Qi once more, yet the formidable secret technique he had employed had nearly depleted his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of summoning any power. Chapter 489. Cultivating influence. Chang Mei furrowed his brow, puzzled by Huang Qi's decision to establish a bellowed in the city of Luoyang. He had been dispatched to covertly protect Huang Qi, and should this young master encounter any peril, Xiong Batian would surely seek retribution upon him. With a hint of confusion, Chang Mei inquired, "Young master, what compels you to open a bellowed in Luoyang?" "I am here to ensure your safety." Huang Qi responded with a slight smile, "Rest assured, I am not one to court danger, even when alone. The intricate web of forces in Luoyang intrigues me, particularly the enigmatic Tiandi Pavilion. Establishing a bellowed here serves two purposes: to gather intelligence and to subtly expand my influence, while also keeping a watchful eye on Tiandi Pavilion, of which I am quite curious." Chang Mei nodded in understanding, recognizing that Huang Qi had his own plans in motion. Huang Qi felt a swell of satisfaction. Chapter 490. Diverse formations. Huang Qi and his entourage of over 30 individuals, under the guidance of Old Shi, made their way directly to a pavilion in the central district of Luoyang. This establishment, known as the Huqi Tavern, was under the auspices of the Yan family and had been designated for negotiations. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cultivator clad in a crimson robe from the Yan family, who offered a bow and led them to a hall on the second floor. As they entered, they were met with several imposing auras that coldly scrutinized them. The atmosphere was tense, and although the elders furrowed their brows, they refrained from voicing their concerns. The hall was furnished with over 30 tables and chairs on either side. The eastern side was occupied by the Yan family and their esteemed guests, who remained seated and showed no inclination to rise upon Huang Qi's arrival. Old Shi and the others felt a surge of indignation at the Yan family's blatant rudeness and proceeded to the western side of the hall, taking their places at a row of tables. Chapter 491. A discontented departure. The expression of the Yan cultivator darkened at once. For Huang Ying's words struck a discordant note, hinting at mockery towards the Yan family. Yan Qing's face, already shadowed with malice, now radiated a clear intent to kill. Had they not been on the territory of Tiandi Pavilion, a fierce confrontation might have ensued. The two elders of Tiandi Pavilion, witnessing the escalating tension between the Yan families, exchanged glances of perplexity. Were they not here to negotiate? Why did hostilities flare so swiftly? Nevertheless, the elders chose not to intervene, provided there was no outright brawl. It was not their concern. The elder from the Yan family, his face darkened with fury, directed a cold snort towards Huang Qi, saying, "What is this, young man? Do you dare to deny stealing my Yan family's secret techniques, slaying our young master, and annihilating the physical form of our grand elder?" Huang Qi merely smiled faintly upon hearing this. It appeared that the Yan family was truly unwilling to negotiate. What, then, was there left for him to be cautious about? Chapter 492. The night ambush. Indeed, the magical arts practiced by this young man, Huang Qi, were remarkably unique. After a close investigation today, it became evident that the magic he wielded was a remnant from ancient demonic cultivators, a rarity in this current era. Furthermore, it was certain that he possessed some extraordinary treasure, something that the sect of the demon religion yearned for most ardently. The crowd was utterly stunned. Huang Qi was indeed shrouded in mystery, with skills and techniques that even the formidable figures of the Buddhist and demon sects could not decipher. Moreover, he bore rare treasures that would make even high-ranking cultivators envious. How could this young man have encountered such extraordinary fortune, acquiring so many coveted items? Yan Qing's heart was profoundly shaken. Initially, he had only known that Huang Qi practiced an exceptionally remarkable form of demonic magic, which prompted him to summon experts from the capital's demon sect. However, the master Wu Miao, having certain ties to his family, had come to offer assistance upon learning of the Yan family's predicament. Chapter 493. The Five Ghosts Translocation Technique. Huang Qi was astonished to discover that his golden spirit earth fire had the effect of restraining the ghostly mist. He swiftly cast a spell, enveloping himself in a radiant crimson flame. He did not dare to be negligent. The ghostly figure was exceedingly uncanny, and he must approach it with utmost caution. The surroundings were completely engulfed by the ghostly mist, rendering escape directionless. However, Huang Qi did not feel overly anxious, for they were within the Wanbao building. Elder Shi and others would soon notice something amiss in his chamber, at which point he would be safe. It seemed that the ghostly figure had gleaned Huang Qi's thoughts and was unwilling to grant him an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a blood-red skeletal claw emerged from the mist, striking towards the crown of Huang Qi's head. Upon witnessing the terrifying sight of that blood-red claw, Huang Qi's expression changed slightly. He pushed forward, his golden spirit fire enveloping his palm as he countered the skeletal claw. With a thundering impact, Huang Qi let out a muffled grunt and staggered back a few steps. Chapter 494. The Blood Radiance Valley Elder Shi stood before Huang Qi's door, his countenance darkened to the utmost degree, while the Grand Elder and others stood silently beside him, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Huang Qi had been transported away by that mysterious great formation, and it was uncertain where he had gone. He was likely in grave peril. The Zhou siblings and Li Huawei also wore serious expressions. Huang Qi had treated them well, and now, with his life in jeopardy, they felt anxious. At this moment, Huang Ying, her face pale, spoke to Elder Shi. Elder Shi, we must immediately search for Huang Qi. He cannot come to harm. Elder Shi, his expression grim, replied that eerie formation should be the Five Ghosts translocation technique. This secret art was believed to have been lost long ago, yet it has evidently resurfaced in someone's hands. I suspect it is closely tied to that demonic cultivator. This formation possesses the ability to obscure one's aura, making it impossible for us to trace. However, in this critical moment, I managed to capture a small ghost. The route it takes will surely be affected. Chapter 495. The Battle Against the 1,000-Year Ghost Corpse. Fortunately, this young man was not directly transported into the Blood Radiance Valley. Otherwise, we would have truly labored in vain. Yan Qing expressed his relief, and the others also exhaled in unison. Huang Qi not only possessed extraordinary techniques and secret arts, but also treasures that made even high-ranking cultivators envious. They had exerted great effort to obtain the treasures on Huang Qi's person, and had he been teleported into the Bloodlight Valley, they would have undoubtedly regretted it deeply. However, with Huang Qi now so close to the Bloodlight Valley, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, they were resolute in their determination to locate him swiftly. He must not be allowed to enter the valley, lest their efforts be in vain. The members of the Yan family, along with the invited experts, took to the skies, hastening toward the distant Bloodlight Valley. This valley lay more than 1,000 miles north of Luoyang City, bordering the northern frontier, where it was said that the area spanned a vast expanse. Huang Qi shook his head helplessly. He had yet to refine his own magical artifacts. Faced with a millennium-old ghostly corpse wielding the Yin Ghost banner, despite his impressive secret arts, he found himself somewhat constrained. After escaping this ordeal, he must ensure the refinement of the magical artifacts he had long resolved to create. Although he possessed several magical artifacts, none compared to his innate artifact in terms of usability. Currently, employing those artifacts felt akin to using spirit tools. They had only been slightly refined and had not been nurtured within his dantian, thus failing to unleash their full potential. Huang Qi stowed the Yin Ghost banner, realizing he had delayed long enough and needed to depart swiftly. Otherwise, should the Yin family members arrive, his situation would be dire. Observing his surroundings closely, he noted the absence of the millennium-old ghostly corpse, and the ghostly mist began to dissipate gradually. The pressure he felt also lessened significantly. Huang Qi nodded in acknowledgement. Young man, do you truly wish to enter and court death? Ahead lies a place of great peril. Once inside, survival is impossible, Yan Qing exclaimed, a note of urgency in his voice. The others' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly echoed his concerns. Huang Qi scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, Esteemed seniors, I certainly do not wish to enter. To step inside would be to face certain death, and I have not yet lived enough. If you all withdraw from this place, I assure you I will not enter. The others turned pale at his words. This young man dared to gamble with his life against theirs, displaying a reckless disregard for danger. Huang Qi merely chuckled at their naivety. They were not so benevolent as to allow him to depart unharmed, merely coveting the secret arts he possessed. Even if it cost him his life, he would not surrender easily. Very well, Huang Qi, we shall not pursue you any longer. But you must not proceed further, or you truly risk your life, they warned. Upon his entry into the Bloodlight Valley, Huang Qi's first sensation was one of intense suppression on his consciousness. Even with his formidable awareness, he could not project it beyond 10 meters, and the surroundings were shrouded in a red haze, rendering visibility beyond that distance unclear. He also felt an intangible pressure persistently weighing upon him, making even the thought of taking flight feel exceedingly burdensome. Within the treacherous Bloodglare Valley, Huang Qi refrained from flying, fearing that a moment's carelessness could lead him to encounter an ancient beast or a fearsome, vengeful spirit. As he ventured deeper into the canyon, the presence of the Yan family members vanished. Huang Qi let out a sigh of relief. The Bloodglare Valley possessed the ability to sever spiritual awareness. As long as he maintained a certain distance from them, he would undoubtedly remain undetected by the Yan clan, who likely would not dare to pursue him into this perilous domain. At that moment, Huang Qi found himself atop a pile of jagged stones, the ground stained crimson and exuding a foul stench of blood and decay. Chapter 499. The terror of the vengeful spirits upon hearing his words. The others furrowed their brows. Given their cultivation levels, they had to tread carefully, and it was impossible for Huang Qi to advance ahead of them. The dangers lurked at every turn. If luck were not on his side, he could very well perish in some dark corner. Yan Qing's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. As the head of the Yan family, he had already offended the Huang family in his pursuit of a lost family technique. If this young man were to die here, all his efforts would be in vain. The faces of the others were equally grim, as the demon cultivator was fervently intent on obtaining the demonic skills practiced by Huang Qi, making every effort to locate him. The portly monk, too, was intrigued by the secret Buddhist techniques Huang Qi had mastered and was eager to capture him. However, the Bloodglare Valley was undeniably fraught with danger. They had spent half a day traversing scarcely more than 10 miles and had come perilously close to death. Many had already contemplated retreating from this malevolent realm. Chapter 500. The retreat in disarray. The others readily concurred with the demon cultivator's remarks. They had just witnessed the formidable power of the vengeful entity, overwhelming and insurmountable. To preserve their lives, they could only join forces against this threat. The demon cultivator summoned a small black tower with 5 tiers, expelling a mouthful of vital blood. The black tower emitted a dark radiance, instantly transforming into a colossal structure over 20 meters high, descending upon the corpse for suppression. The body controlled by the vengeful spirit paused slightly upon seeing the demon tower, then retaliated with a punch. The dark energy surrounding the spirit coiled ominously, as a 10-meter-wide black fist struck toward the tower. With a resounding boom, the massive black tower was sent soaring into the air, while the black-robed cultivator coughed up blood. Clearly injured, the tower was his life treasure and had absorbed the brunt of the vengeful spirit's attack. The old man in the green robe wore an expression of utmost gravity, his hands forming a seal as an extraordinary wave of energy began to manifest. Chapter 501. The battle commences. The remaining individuals felt a chill of despair wash over them. The few skilled fighters had departed, leaving them to contemplate their escape. Their hearts sank further into desolation as they realized that those once loyal had ultimately abandoned them. The vengeful entity, witnessing the retreat of several human cultivators, roared in fury, enraged by their cunning escape, taking advantage of its momentary distraction to employ a secret technique to flee, leaving it impotent. In the end, it could only unleash its wrath upon the remaining human practitioners. On a hillside outside the Bloodglare Valley, the space rippled as several figures stumbled forth amidst a flash of dark light, the head of the Yan family and the powerful allies he had summoned. The crowd gasped, blood spurting from their mouths, their faces pale, bearing expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster. Yan Qing and the others turned to glance at the Bloodlight Valley, their faces reflecting a tumultuous array of emotions. This expedition into the Bloodlight Valley in search of Huang Qi had resulted in significant losses for the Yan family. Chapter 502. The northern turmoil. The Zhou family dispatched a multitude of skilled warriors to aid the Huang family. However, they were thwarted by the forces of the magic sect in the capital. Enraged, the Zhou family engaged in a fierce battle with the magic sect, and the flames of war gradually spread into the Yuzhou region. Many smaller sects and families in Yuzhou hastily shut their gates, unwilling to involve themselves in the conflict. Some of these minor sects opted to relocate to safer territories, seeking to distance themselves from the battleground for self-preservation. The Confucian sect in the capital had always been at odds with the magic sect, with the Zhou family launching an offensive against the magic sect. The Confucians seized the opportunity to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, joining forces with the Zhou family in a cataclysmic confrontation. Already beleaguered by the Zhou family, the magic sect found itself further beleaguered with the involvement of the Confucian sect, ultimately retreating to their stronghold at Moyun Mountain. The Zhou family and the Confucian sect refrained from assaulting the main headquarters of the magic sect, fully aware that formidable guardians protected it. A reckless attack would surely result in dire consequences. Chapter 503. rescue measures. Upon hearing the words, the crowd nodded in agreement. The Bloodlight Valley was no ordinary place. For an average individual, entry would likely result in certain death. However, the fact that Huang Qi was still alive indicated that he was likely not in immediate danger. Huang Ying wished to say more, but Huang Chang interjected, stating, "You are all aware of our family's current predicament. The Yan family is in direct confrontation with us, and it is uncertain when hostilities may erupt again. If we rashly venture into the Bloodlight Valley, and the Yan family discovers that Huang Qi is still alive, they will not rest until they have exacted their revenge. Would they ever let Huang Qi go?" The crowd nodded in unison. The potential for renewed conflict between the Yan and Huang families loomed ominously, making the decision to enter the Bloodlight Valley particularly fraught. A small contingent might yield little result, while a larger group could invite substantial repercussions from the Yan family. The costs the Yan family was willing to incur to capture Huang Qi were relatively minimal. Chapter 504. The Aura of Brutality. Huang Qi abruptly opened his eyes, his heart skipping a beat. Had he truly not sensed incorrectly? Why had an unusual fluctuation occurred? Unease washed over him. This cave had been a hard-won refuge, where he had remained for over 3 months without encountering anything amiss. What could have caused that strange disturbance? Given the perilous nature of the Bloodlight Valley, his heart began to race. Huang Qi stowed away the ancient demon crystal core. He had little inclination to continue his cultivation at present, as the cave could harbor lurking dangers. He needed to investigate to find peace of mind. Huang Qi did not recklessly delve deeper into the cave, but instead extended his consciousness to its utmost limits, hoping to discern whether the previous sensation had merely been a figment of his imagination. However, disappointment settled in. His consciousness could still only extend 10 meters. It seemed he would have no choice but to venture further within. Steeling himself, Huang Qi prepared to proceed. Rising slowly to his feet, he summoned forth a shield. In Chapter 505, The Demon Suppression Palace, Huang Qi felt a deep sense of despair, realizing he was imprisoned, completely devoid of any ability to resist. The source of the luminous light was unknown, and allowing it to rush toward him posed tremendous danger. Yet, what could he do now? As the white light surged toward him, Huang Qi felt ensnared as if bound by ropes, and in an instant, he vanished from the cavern. The speed was astonishing, as he was drawn forward like lightning by the unknown entity, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, akin to a long-distance teleportation. When Huang Qi regained his footing and slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by a bright light. His immediate reaction was to raise the ancient shield in defense. Moments later, he sensed nothing amiss. He had not been attacked, and even his consciousness and internal magical energy had returned to him entirely. Huang Qi was somewhat taken aback. Just moments ago, in Chapter 506, The Guardian of the Palace, the old man paid no heed to Huang Qi's expression. With a flicker of divine thought, he penetrated directly into Huang Qi's mind. Fear gripped Huang Qi completely. Did this old man intend to search his soul? Yet, he possessed no capacity to resist. This terrifying being could extract any information he desired, and he would not dare to lie. The old fellow's ingratitude was utterly despicable. Huang Qi's heart roared with fury, his face a mask of unwillingness, his gaze sharp and cold as he regarded the elder. However, moments passed without any unusual sensations. Huang Qi was astonished. How profound were the abilities of this formidable entity? He felt no pain during the soul search. Such a feat could only be achieved by someone of extraordinary power. After the span of a tea time, Huang Qi finally regained his freedom. The elder did not glance at him, but instead furrowed his brow, deep in thought within Huang Qi's consciousness. In Chapter 507, The Spirit Treasure Decision, Huang Qi was rendered speechless, his heart racing uncontrollably. The cultivators descending from the spirit realm were terrifically formidable, and even the already sentient treasures had failed to eradicate that demonic thought. How could a mere nascent soul cultivator like him contend with it? Having experienced even a trace of that demonic aura nearly terrified him to death. If he were to confront such a force, it would be akin to inviting his own demise. Old senior, please do not deceive this young one. I am but a nascent soul cultivator. How can I bear such a heavy burden? I fear I may disrupt your significant endeavors. I implore you to reconsider. Gu Qingshang maintained a light, carefree demeanor, observing Huang Qi closely before responding. Currently, you indeed cannot contend with that demonic thought. However, once you grow stronger, it may not be beyond your capability to deal with it. Huang Qi fell into silence, realizing he could not escape this fate. In Chapter 508, Huang Li's Rebirth, Huang Qi diligently studied the text of the Spirit Treasure Decision, meticulously reflecting on the meaning of each word, allowing no room for error. The significance of the control treasure technique is immeasurable, as it profoundly influences the potential power that one can exert within the demon-suppressing immortal palace. This treasure is extraordinarily formidable, and any misstep is utterly unacceptable. Upon grasping the essence of a particular phrase, Huang Qi would rise, meticulously examining the formations or runes referenced in the control treasure technique. He would then tread cautiously within the confines of the demon-suppressing immortal palace, seeking the location of the runes or formations. Once identified, he would engage in thorough study, determined to fully comprehend those formations and runes. In instances where certain aspects eluded his understanding, Huang Qi would consult the invaluable arts manual bestowed upon him by his master, Yan Fengyin, diligently cross-referencing it. Huang Qi had always recognized this manual as a priceless treasure. Initially a novice in the realm of cultivation, he gradually acquired extensive knowledge through its study. Chapter 509. 3 years of hard training. Huang Yiming and his sister were both moved to tears, calling out "Father," and standing obediently beside their parents, enveloped in an indescribable happiness. Onlookers smiled silently, for over a decade had passed since Huang Li's injury, and now he had been reborn. The suffering endured during those years was unimaginable. With a beaming smile, Huang Chang stepped forward and said to Huang Li, "Brother, congratulations. You have finally reaped the rewards of your hardships and advanced in your cultivation, have you not?" Upon seeing Huang Chang, Huang Li's eyes reflected no unusual emotions. He patted Ying Ning's shoulder, prompting the fairy to rise and position herself behind him. Huang Li smiled gently and expressed his gratitude. "Esteemed head of the family, I am profoundly thankful for your care over these past years." After bowing respectfully to Huang Chang, he was met with a prompt response as Huang Chang stepped forward to support him, saying, "Brother, there is no need for such formality." Chapter 510. Exotic Beasts. Moments later, Huang Qi felt disappointment once more, realizing that the demon-suppressing immortal palace could not be concealed within his possession. This presented a significant dilemma. He could not simply carry it around, as it would draw too much attention. In utter frustration, he tore a piece from his clothing to fashion a small bundle, which he secured to his back, though it would still attract some notice. It was far more convenient than holding it in his hands. Huang Qi carefully sensed the cavern, finding it unchanged since 3 years ago. Resolutely identifying his direction, he swiftly retraced his steps. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the cave, feeling a deep trepidation towards the Bloodlight Valley. He summoned a shield and a silver spear, cautiously stepping outside. As he meticulously discerned his bearings, he was disheartened to find the area shrouded in a pervasive blood mist, rendering his divine sense ineffective beyond a 10-meter range, making it impossible to ascertain direction. Chapter 511. The Battle of Exotic Beasts. Before Huang Qi could unleash his golden spirit Earthfire, the exotic beast released an unusual spell, leaving Huang Qi speechless. Yet, in the next moment, he was astounded to see the surrounding blood mist seemingly drawn toward the exotic beast, gradually enveloping it. Huang Qi was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the strange beast before him, unable to fathom the spell that could manipulate the sanguine mist of Bloodlight Valley for his own use. He watched as the crimson mist gradually coalesced into a ferocious tiger, which let out a deafening roar and charged towards him. Though his heart trembled with shock, not a trace of fear marred Huang Qi's countenance. The tiger, seemingly fearsome, was merely an illusion formed by the mist. How formidable could it truly be? With a cold snort, Huang Qi summoned his magical energy, causing the golden spirit's heart fire to surge dramatically, transforming into a colossal dragon of flames that surged forth to confront the immense tiger. Chapter 512. Snatching food from the tiger's jaws, the two monstrous beasts appeared oblivious to Huang Qi, their furious roars echoing as they engaged in a savage battle, their gigantic fists and gaping maws relentlessly tearing into one another's flesh. Yet, they seemed impervious to harm, as if clad in impenetrable armor. No matter how fiercely they fought, they could not inflict injury upon each other. Huang Qi could only observe the clash of these formidable creatures from a distance, marveling at their sheer physical prowess. These beasts, true to their nature, relied entirely on their overwhelming strength in combat, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch or flattening hills with a mere step. The sight left Huang Qi both awestruck and apprehensive. As the debris from their battle rapidly buried him, Huang Qi found the weight of the stones uncomfortable, yet chose not to shift an inch. Although he regretted venturing into such peril, he was nonetheless curious about the cause of the fierce conflict between these two extraordinary beasts. Given their evident strength, it was apparent that their intellect was also quite advanced. Chapter 513. A moment of safety, kid. Unaware of your own mortality, how dare you attempt to seize treasures right under our noses? The two terrifying beings, having entered the scene, immediately spotted Huang Qi collecting a corpse. Were they to confront him over such audacity? Huang Qi, realizing the gravity of the situation, silently cursed his misfortune, knowing he had no time to heed their threats. Their brows furrowed in irritation as they observed Huang Qi's blatant disregard for their presence. What gave him the audacity to treat them with such insolence? Enraged, they turned their gaze to the abundant herbs scattered on the ground, their expressions darkening. Huang Qi quickly noticed a multitude of dark-hued herbs, yet he could not name a single one. Was it these herbs that exuded such pure demonic energy? Without hesitation, he claimed the black herbs, watching them vanish before his eyes. Nearby the corpse, he discovered a small tree emanating pure magical energy. Chapter 514. The spirit of the herb. Upon his arrival, Huang Qi spotted Xiaobai and Shaoxin peacefully slumbering not far away, surrounded by an unknown number of wine jars. It seemed these two little ones were living the good life while he faced life-threatening dangers. Huang Qi shook his head in resignation. It appeared they had indulged once again in their revelry. Now, Xiaobai had undeniably evolved into a third-tier beast, his strength formidable enough to overwhelm even Huang Qi. Most terrifying was Xiaobai's defense, which had reached an astonishing level. He doubted that even his full-strength attack could displace the creature. The defensive prowess of the King Kong ape ranks notably high among all monstrous beasts. Should Xiaobai unleash its bloodline power during combat, resembling the might forged by the King Kong itself, it may possess the capability of self-preservation even in the presence of nascent soul cultivators. Huang Qi felt a profound sense of reassurance regarding Xiaobai. The miraculous transformation of a millennium-old spirit herb into a humanoid form was a remarkable phenomenon indeed. This was distinctly different from the metamorphosis of monstrous beasts. At the very least, the current herb spirit lacked the strength of a fourth-tier beast. Such a transformation was truly a stroke of fate. It was astonishing that this millennium herb, after countless years of growth, had evolved into a humanoid form, its worth immeasurable. Upon witnessing the little creature burrowing into the ground, Huang Qi smiled. Within the confines of the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace, the surroundings appeared similar to the outside world. Yet distinct rules governed this space. As the successor of the palace, capturing this little sprite was a task of effortless ease. Huang Qi gestured with a hand seal and pointed towards the distant earth. The little creature, which had just delved underground, suddenly reappeared, its small face displaying confusion as it could not comprehend how it had returned to the surface. At that moment, the little herb spirit displayed an air of arrogance, casting a sidelong glance at Huang Qi and ignoring him entirely. Huang Qi, rendered speechless, realized that this creature harbored considerable prejudice against him. He could not afford to offend it, as he would rely on it for medicinal herbs in the future. The little herb spirit meandered over to the collection of jars and bottles, gathering the lifeless elixirs. Huang Qi, puzzled by its intentions, watched curiously as the little spirit poured the discarded pills into the earth, burying them deeply. Suddenly, he understood its purpose. Although these pills had lost their medicinal efficacy, they were still crafted from rare flora, and providing energy to these exotic plants was indeed feasible. An idea sparked in Huang Qi's mind. He possessed numerous storage bags filled with a vast array of discarded pills. He resolved to sort through them and offer the entirety to this little spirit. Apart from a few words, the remaining portion displayed an array of haphazard routes, marked with symbols that indicated perilous locations one should never approach. Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement. With this route map, he believed he would not lose his way and could gradually navigate out of the Bloodlight Valley. However, his expression soon fell as he recalled his precarious situation, still ensnared in the clutches of those two terrifying aberrant beasts. The utility of the route map was dubious given his current predicament. Huang Qi felt a sense of frustration, questioning whether fate was playing a cruel jest upon him. Trapped in a crisis, yet discovering a means of escape, he was acutely aware that knowing the route did little to alleviate his entrapment, which left him on the brink of exasperation. Fortunately, I possess the demon suppression palace, which, for the time being, shields me from peril. Chapter 518. Refining Ancient Treasures. Huang Qi retrieved an ancient demon crystal core, knowing that without it, achieving a breakthrough would be an insurmountable challenge. The immense and pure magical energy contained within the crystal was advantageous for his absorption and refinement. Without hesitation, he formed a seal with his hands, allowing the refined magical essence to flow through his meridians and gradually into his dantian. The magic core spun wildly, absorbing and refining the magical energy into droplets of magical essence. This space radiated an aura of tranquility, with all present undisturbed by one another. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao had amassed a considerable quantity of discarded magic cores, burying them all within his territory before diving underground. Their fate unknown, whether they were in training or merely indulging in a deep slumber. Xiao Bai and the others were equally content, drinking with Xiao San until they fell asleep, only to awaken and drink again. If this continued, it would not be long before the two little creatures found themselves without fine wine. Outside the demon suppression palace, two formidable alien beasts were on the verge of madness, having exhausted their efforts. Chapter 519. The Eight Treasures Pagoda. This was undoubtedly a treasure of great significance. No wonder those cultivators went into a frenzy bidding at auctions when ancient treasures appeared. The power of this ancient treasure, even when wielded by someone of my current cultivation level, was astounding. If it fell into the hands of a nascent soul cultivator or a formidable elder in the harmony stage, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Huang Qi was profoundly astonished as he carefully stored the Bagua mirror, understanding that such a treasure should not be employed casually in battle. Otherwise, should someone discover his murderous intent to seize it, complications would arise. Huang Qi was well aware of the principle that wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. The might of the Bagua mirror left him thoroughly satisfied, and he believed that the purple gold gourd and the 9-story pagoda would possess equally formidable powers. Huang Qi eagerly anticipated the delightful surprises these two treasures would bring him. After sitting in meditation for 2 hours to restore his recently expended magical energy, he took out the purple gold gourd and began refining it. 3 days passed, and Huang Qi had successfully refined the purple gold gourd. Chapter 520. The 5 Steps of Artifact Refinement. 3 days later, Huang Qi slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, both his spiritual consciousness and magical energy had returned to their peak state. A promising beginning was essential for accomplishing any desired endeavor. With a mere thought, over a dozen storage bags flew from his storage ring, containing various rare materials he had diligently collected. One by one, he opened the storage bags, revealing countless jade boxes of various sizes. Some of the boxes bore seals, indicating the preciousness of the materials within. As he opened these boxes, waves of pure spiritual energy emanated from the materials, drawing Xiao Bai, Xiao Yao, and the others to gather swiftly. The little creatures, upon witnessing such an abundance of rare materials, had their eyes wide with excitement, clearly intent on the precious items. Yet, under Huang Qi's imposing presence, they could only stare in awe. Huang Qi naturally disregarded them. Chapter 521. Refining Materials. The 5th step of meticulous carving is a technical endeavor, requiring considerable effort and time from cultivators. It involves inscribing formations and runes to maximize the power of the magical artifacts, a pursuit that cultivators ardently desire. However, this step is immensely challenging. Ordinary cultivators lack the requisite skills, often being content with mastering only basic formations. To enhance the potency of their artifacts, many cultivators typically seek out renowned sects specializing in formations or esteemed crafting masters, expending substantial amounts of spirit stones to commission their expertise. Most cultivators concentrate their efforts on cultivation, rarely diverting their attention to the intricate arts of formations and crafting. Only those extraordinary prodigies, whose cultivation progresses rapidly, might indulge in studying various techniques of immortal cultivation during their leisure. Those who perceive their cultivation as stagnant or find the path to enlightenment arduous often opt for alternative avenues in search of opportunities. Nonetheless, Huang Qi had no intention of inviting outsiders to carve for him. Chapter 522. Insights into forging. Huang Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed upon the vibrant liquid within the grand cauldron, pondering what extraordinary treasures could be forged from such resplendent materials. The value of these materials was incalculable, since embarking on his journey in the realm of cultivation, He had plundered countless cultivators to acquire these rare substances. Huang Qi was filled with anticipation, having completed the first step. He now awaited the cooling of the liquid before commencing the forging process, showing no haste in this regard. Once more, Huang Qi plunged into the herb garden to restore his spiritual energy, and this time, he hoped he would not need to enter the domain of the little herb again. Over the past 3 months, the little herb had become accustomed to the situation. Fortunately, the waste elixirs were sufficient, and the abundance of spiritually infused materials was ample. Otherwise, the entire herb garden might have been thoroughly depleted by Huang Qi. A day later, Huang Qi approached the now solidified liquid, magnifying the purple gold dragon whisker cauldron to pour out a massive lump resembling an iron ingot, standing over 10 meters tall, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 523. 3 years like one day. Huang Qi was wholly immersed in his comprehension of the forging techniques, losing track of time and disregarding the external world. Even the massive iron lump being forged gradually diminished without him noticing. Time flew by, and Huang Qi, tireless in his endeavors, found solace in his recent breakthrough in the golden core stage, alongside the continuous insights he was gaining, which significantly accelerated his growth and strength. Outside the demon suppression immortal palace, 2 individuals remained undeterred, allowing Huang Qi to continue his work within. Despite their strenuous efforts, they were unable to breach the palace's defenses. Gradually, their patience waned, and in pursuit of the extraordinary holy element fruit, they joined forces, employing their abilities to attempt to refine the demon suppression immortal palace. As for who would consume the holy element fruit after refining the palace, they shared an unspoken understanding that it would go to the one who proved most capable. The northern region of Zhou continued to be embroiled in chaos, with small sects engaged in conflict. Chapter 524. Scheming against exotic beasts. Huang Qi extended his spiritual sense through the demon suppression immortal palace. Meticulously sensing everything outside, he discovered that the palace was situated within a formation where a flicker of flame burned, and the 2 exotic beasts were channeling their power to sustain the fire within the formation. Huang Qi smiled faintly. Although the flames appeared extraordinary, they paled in comparison to his own golden spirit earth fire. The notion of refining his demonic suppression celestial palace with such flames was nothing short of a foolish fantasy. However, a frown creased Huang Qi's brow. This situation posed a significant dilemma. With the 2 alien beasts guarding outside, breaking the formation was one challenge, but escaping unscathed would prove to be far more arduous. Huang Qi pondered deeply, raising his gaze to survey the surroundings. 8 bronze figures encircled the colorful altar, stirring a thought within him. In devising a strategy against the 2 alien beasts, he realized he also needed to consider the 8 bronze figures. With a slight smile, Huang Qi approached Gu Qingshang's side, yet he refrained from probing with his consciousness again. Chapter 525. Scavenging treasures. Aside from these 2 refining materials, I require a vial of blood essence from each of you, if you would be so kind. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 beasts darkened significantly. This young man was insatiably greedy. The 2 rare materials were not enough. He demanded their blood essence as well. Blood essence was of paramount importance to both cultivators and beasts, painstakingly cultivated over time, and to request a vial was indeed audacious. Do not overstep your bounds, young man. Our blood essence is exceedingly precious. How could we part with it so easily? Huang Qi understood their reluctance to part with such a vital resource. Nevertheless, he sensed an opportunity. These 2 ancient beasts, having cultivated for millennia, might find giving a vial of blood essence to be trivial. Shaoxin needed to refine the blood essence of beasts to elevate his cultivation, and these 2 were undoubtedly no ordinary creatures. Their blood essence would significantly enhance his prowess. Chapter 526. Scavenging treasures. 2 Indeed, take whatever you wish, as long as you hand over the holy yuan fruit, the 2 beast cultivators said, smiling at Huang Qi. He was filled with excitement, gazing at the treasures before him, his heart racing at their immense value, which he could scarcely fathom. Even the spirit stones were worth a fortune. Yet, Huang Qi dared not act hastily. Otherwise, he would surely incur their wrath. Though these treasures were enticing, they did not blind him to reason. The 2 alien beasts remained remarkably patient, showing no urgency towards Huang Qi. They had already placed a deposit, and it was clear that this young man was quite avaricious. However, they would not agree to anything unless he presented the holy yuan fruit first. Both felt quite pleased. as they believed that once he relinquished the holy yuan fruit, it would spell his doom. Even if he survived, they would ensure he was thoroughly sealed away. Huang Qi offered a faint smile to the two beast cultivators. Chapter 5:27. Grievous spirits and inner demons. The scene was utterly terrifying, and Huang Qi dared not extend his consciousness outward. He allowed the dust-like demonic suppression celestial palace to drift further away, disregarding the direction for the moment. Once he escaped the peril, he would consult the route map of the Bloodlight Valley. The two alien beasts were locked in a fierce battle, their consciousness fixated on Huang Qi within the cave, unaware that the real Huang Qi had slipped away unnoticed. Huang Qi vanished from the area, concealing himself within the vast, blood-red mist, a realm of eerie silence, where no sacred objects could be found. Huang Qisong exhaled a sigh of relief. It had been a narrow escape from the clutches of danger. In the dust-laden confines of the Demon Suppression Palace, Huang Qi crouched down, still haunted by the lingering fear. Yet, a smile crept across his face, pondering whether those two individuals would turn the entire Bloodfiend Valley upside down upon realizing they had been outsmarted. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. What concern was it of his? Chapter 528. The Bronze Man's might cheer. Your father is departing. I long to see you one last time. I cannot leave this world with my eyes closed, having never laid eyes upon you, nor held you, nor cared for you even for a single day. I owe you so much. Cheer. Upon hearing these words, Huang Qi's countenance darkened considerably. This vengeful spirit seemed to possess an unsettling knowledge of everything. What manner of being was this, exuding such terrifying power? Had he not sensed the impending danger? He might have unwittingly fallen into its trap. Yet now that he was aware, how could he be deceived again? Huang Qi silently recited the Buddha-refining incantation, and a cascade of sacred light enveloped him. Like an ancient sage, he became impervious to the disturbances of the outside world. After a considerable time, the vengeful spirit, realizing it could not ensnare Huang Qi, grew furious. A terrifying consciousness surged into the Demon Suppression Palace. Huang Qi felt that dreadful intent, causing his entire being to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 529. Subduing the vengeful spirit. Esteemed elders, as you have witnessed, that vengeful spirit is exceedingly formidable. Although I am currently shielded by the Demon Suppression Palace, I fear that over time, escape will become exceedingly difficult. Thus, I beseech your assistance to help me depart from this perilous land swiftly. With a wry smile, Huang Qi spoke. One of the elders nodded, recognizing the truth in Huang Qi's words. The strength of that malevolent entity was clearly beyond the young man's capacity to contend with. Without the protection of the palace, he would have surely perished by now. Very well. Since you are the chosen successor of the Demon Suppression Palace, we shall lend you our aid. However, the spiritual energy we have absorbed is still insufficient to maintain our combat capabilities for long. That malevolent being's consciousness only allows us to utilize our abilities 3 times at most. Unless faced with absolute peril, do not disturb us further. Chapter 530. Stealing the heavens and changing the earth. The elder stood tall like a pine, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He surveyed the surroundings, seemingly attuning himself to all that lay around him. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction, a pleased expression gracing his features. Gu Qingshang stood silently, smiling, seemingly unperturbed by the elder's impending actions. Huang Qi watched the elder's demeanor, his heart racing with anticipation, curious about the formidable tactics he would employ to shift the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirit, observing the elder's confident expression, felt an unsettling trepidation. The flickering flames of its eyes lacked the usual fervor. Just then, the elder made his move, pointing towards the heavens and the earth ahead. The invisible ripples of the formation began to spread gradually into the distance. All the beasts and vengeful spirits affected by this energy fluctuation were filled with terror, their constant roars echoing throughout the day, as if they had encountered the gravest danger. Chapter 531. A stark contrast. The vengeful spirit gazed at the vast space being absorbed, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. What troubled the spirit the most was its regret for provoking this harbinger of doom. Now, it had gained nothing and lost everything, and the prospect of achieving freedom seemed utterly impossible. Overwhelmed with remorse, the spirit could only helplessly watch the two terrifying entities before it. In contrast, Huang Qi felt a surge of hidden delight. The Bloodlight Valley, spanning 100 miles, was home to countless terrifying vengeful spirits and exotic beasts. Once it fell into his domain, it would no longer be their time to wreak havoc upon the world. He envisioned how he would deal with them. And what excited him the most was the treasure trove that the beasts and spirits had likely amassed within that vast space. If he could claim all of it, he would surely achieve great prosperity, subsequently acquiring ample resources to establish his own domain. Chapter 532, My Precious My Lord, Little Bone is originally a spiritual entity. And now that its spirit has suffered immense damage, it may take a century or more to fully recover. The vengeful spirit reflected for a moment before responding. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression fell. He felt disheartened by the prospect of waiting so long to regain his strength. Time was not a luxury he possessed. Noticing Huang Qi's dismay, Little Bone smiled gently and reassured him, "Please rest assured, Master. Although my powers are severely diminished, I can still intimidate the beasts and vengeful spirits within. As long as we do not encounter any cultivators at the harmonization stage, I can ensure your safety." Reassured by these words, Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction. He believed he would unlikely attract the pursuit of any formidable harmonization stage experts. In the event of danger, he could summon the demon suppression immortal palace and shelter himself within that space, at which point, wouldn't it become a feast for Little Bone? Huang Qi felt content and smiled as he continued speaking. Chapter 533, Terrifying Demonic Intent Upon entering the space of the demon suppression immortal palace. Huang Qi could not resist the urge to open the jade box. Instantly, an exceedingly rich aura enveloped the surrounding area for miles. Huang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort from the abundant spiritual energy, longing to sit cross-legged and meditate immediately. Xiao Bai, Xiao Yao, and Xiao San, sensing this rich aura, hurried over. Upon witnessing the spirit eye spring, their faces displayed astonishment, especially Xiao Yao, who yearned to swoop in and seize it. However, reason prevailed, reminding him that such impulsiveness was unwise. Xiao Bai and Xiao San, lacking Xiao Yao's reservations, swiftly approached Huang Qi and embraced him. Huang Qi was momentarily speechless, for this was his possession. Xiao Bai and Xiao San comfortably nestled around the spirit eye spring, their faces brimming with excitement. Unable to resist the temptation, Xiao Yao quickly joined them, but Xiao Bai shot him a glare, clutching the spirit eye possessively. Chapter 534, Demonic Might. Huang Qi sensed that his life was on the brink of conclusion, a wave of unparalleled fear and despair crashing over him in an instant. However, at this critical juncture, a dazzling radiance emanated from the five-colored altar, instantly suppressing the terrifying aura. Huang Qi felt as though he had just stepped into the depths of hell. Suddenly turning back, he collapsed onto the ground, his pale visage drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, a luminous glow surrounded Huang Qi, and pure energy enveloped him, swiftly restoring his depleted spirit and alleviating the fear within his heart. After a considerable time, Huang Qi finally rose to his feet, gazing incredulously at the five-colored altar. Gu Qingshang, observing Huang Qi's recovery, appeared significantly more at ease and, with a hint of concern, admonished him, "Your cultivation is too weak. Do not probe the five-colored altar with your spiritual sense." Chapter 535, Spirit Control Sect. Huang Qi dared not awaken Gu Qingshang and the others carelessly, nor did he wish to activate the demon-suppressing immortal palace. Initially, for the sake of safety, he intended to navigate the demon-suppressing immortal palace slowly out of the Blood Radiance Valley, but it now seemed hopeless. Reluctantly, he exited the demon-suppressing immortal palace and shouldered it once more. Huang Qi felt disheartened, pondering how to stow away the demon-suppressing immortal palace, as carrying it on his back was hardly a sustainable solution. Fortunately, he possessed a route map. However, even with this, he remained apprehensive. The recent peril had stemmed from the very path documented on the map, suggesting that it had not been updated for quite some time, and the Blood Radiance Valley was fraught with uncertainties. Proceeding cautiously, Huang Qi remained vigilant, summoning two magical artifacts for unforeseen circumstances. Clearly, the route map served a significant purpose, as it clearly indicated numerous dangerous areas. Chapter 536, The Seven Superpowers. As it turned out, they were disciples of the Spirit Control Sect. "I am Yu Luoyang, a disciple from the Baibao Pavilion in Luoyang. It is a pleasure to meet you," Huang Qi said with a slight smile and a respectful gesture. The disciple from the Spirit Control Sect, taken aback, quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "So you hail from the Baibao Pavilion. This is an honor indeed. I am Qingyu, and I must thank you for your life-saving grace." I shall repay you in due time. Upon finishing, Qingyu landed on Huang Qi's wind control vessel, swallowed a pill, and stood beside him. Huang Qi bowed in return, slightly astonished. Had this cultivator truly heard of the Baibao Pavilion? When he had departed 5 years ago, it had only just established itself. Could it be that in such a short span, the Baibao Pavilion had garnered considerable renown? Suppressing his curiosity, Huang Qi offered a faint smile to Qingyu. Chapter 537. Laughing in the face of adversity, seeing Huang Qi's astonished expression, Qingyu exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yu Wuliang had been swayed by his words. He felt compelled to forge a bond with Yu Wuliang, for without doing so, he might not survive the day. He placed his hopes in Yu Wuliang. The Baibao Pavilion had always enjoyed a solid reputation, and he believed their disciples were not prone to idle talk. Moreover, the spirit control sect was actively courting the Baibao Pavilion, whose forging techniques were renowned throughout Luoyang. If one can assist oneself in alleviating a crisis and subsequently foster a good relationship with the Baibao Pavilion, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous contribution to the sect. The two Taoists were, of course, oblivious to the contents of the transmission between Qingyu and Huang Qi. However, upon glancing at Huang Qi, they were visibly astonished, believing he had been promised considerable benefits. Their disdain was palpable. Had they not discerned the secret of the young egg in the hands of the disciple from the Yuling sect, they would not have pursued him across such a vast distance. Failing to acquire the iron fire ant would undoubtedly offend the Sanqing Taoist temple. Chapter 538. Hatching the iron fire ant, Huang Qi could certainly perceive the unease within Qingyu. Yet, he merely smiled faintly, harboring no ill intentions towards him as long as Qingyu did not scheme against him. During their journey, Huang Qi inquired about recent events in the northern region of Zhou and learned that the Yin and Huang families had yet to cease hostilities, with ongoing friction between them, a matter that caused Huang Qi to frown slightly. The conflict between the Yin and Huang families had commenced when he found himself ensnared in the Bloodlight Valley, and now it had persisted for 2 entire years. A cold smile crept upon Huang Qi's lips. Now that he was free, he planned to pay a proper visit to the Yin family and their allied sects once he had settled his immediate affairs. Before long, Huang Qi and his companions arrived at an inn in Luoyang, which brought a sigh of relief from Qingyu, who had been concerned that Yu Wuliang might turn against him and resort to murder for treasure. It appeared he had been overthinking the situation. Now that they had reached Luoyang, he felt considerably safer. Chapter 539. The development of Baibao Pavilion. That day, Huang Qi entered the Baibao Pavilion. Upon stepping into the grand hall, he observed numerous cultivators bustling in and out. The moment he entered, he noticed Feng Shangtian and Li Xing approaching him with expressions of excitement. Huang Qi quickly conveyed a message to them, wishing to keep his identity concealed. Feng Shangtian and Li Xing understood his intent, offering him a subtle smile without coming too close. Instead, a bright-eyed young woman approached Huang Qi, bowing slightly as she spoke. "Esteemed fellow cultivator, may I inquire what treasures you seek?" "Whatever you desire. There is nothing our Baibao Pavilion cannot forge." Upon seeing the young woman, Huang Qi recognized her as a newly recruited disciple of Baibao Pavilion, possessing mid-stage foundation, establishment cultivation, and commendable talent. Observing her confident smile, he was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated their research into artifact crafting had progressed to such an extent. Satisfied, Huang Qi nodded and replied. Chapter 540. The astonishment of Elder Shi. The most enigmatic and intriguing aspect for Huang Qi was undoubtedly the Tiandi Pavilion. Over the past 5 years, although Baibao Pavilion had engaged with Tiandi Pavilion on numerous occasions, they had been unable to uncover any useful information. Among the elders of Tiandi Pavilion, only those of Earth grade were present, with not a single celestial grade elder in attendance. Even more mysterious was the fact that their pavilion master had never made an appearance, enveloping them in an aura of intrigue that piqued Huang Qi's curiosity. However, Changmei had managed to ascertain the means of joining Tiandi Pavilion. The requirements were rather straightforward, comprising 2 pathways. The first involved the payment of a substantial sum of spirit stones to become a member of Tiandi Pavilion. In such cases, Tiandi Pavilion would dispatch formidable protectors, akin to hiring them as enforcers. The second method is rather simple. One can enter the Heavenly Pavilion and sign a soul contract with their elder, pledging eternal loyalty to the pavilion. By undertaking various tasks, one can continuously elevate their status within the organization. Chapter 541. Huang Qi's choice. Huang Qi noticed the astonished gaze of Elder Shi directed at him, and a warm current surged within his heart. The family had indeed shown him considerable concern over these past 5 years, and he felt a pang of guilt at this thought. Following Elder Shi into the room, the elder, still incredulous, inquired, "Cheer, do enlighten me on how you emerged from the Bloodlight Valley. That place is notorious as a realm of cultivation prohibitions. It is truly remarkable that one with your level of cultivation has survived 5 years there." He paused, noticing Huang Qi's breakthrough in cultivation. "It appears that amidst such perilous surroundings, you have encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities." Huang Qi smiled faintly, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness as he recounted his experiences from the past 5 years. He explained how he had been teleported out of the Wanbao Pavilion by a demonic cultivator, only to narrowly avoid being sent directly into the Bloodlight Valley. After finally escaping, he discovered that the formidable members of the Yan family were already on his trail. Chapter 542, The Beginning of Revenge. Upon leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Huang Qi sought refuge in a nearby tavern, instructing the attendant to prepare an ample supply of fine wine for his quarters. The tavern staff became exceedingly busy, for Huang Qi's demand for wine was immense, far exceeding their stock. However, after he generously dispensed gold and silver, the tavern mobilized all its resources, procuring wine from neighboring establishments. Many were puzzled by Huang Qi's demand for such a large quantity, but knowing he was a cultivator, they dared not pry too deeply. The reason for Huang Qi's request was to provide for Xiaobai and the others, who had been deprived of wine for nearly a year while in the demon-suppressing Immortal Palace. Knowing that they would be eager to celebrate his emergence from the Bloodlight Valley, Huang Qi was reluctant to let them out, fearing that it might attract unwanted attention. Remaining alone was prudent. Releasing Xiaobai and the others could invite a multitude of complications. Chapter 543. Overpowering 2 golden core cultivators. Huang Qi refrained from purchasing any elixirs, as he had already established a means to acquire them. Although his supply of spirit stones was ample, he saw no need for unnecessary expenditure. He sent a message to Feng Shangtian and Li Xing before departing from the Wanbao Pavilion. Not straying far, he resolved to take revenge on the Yan family. Starting with Yan Zhe, he was confident that capturing someone of Yan Zhe's early golden core cultivation would be well within his capabilities. Huang Qi settled into a tavern across from the Wanbao Pavilion, ordering a jug of wine and a couple of side dishes while maintaining his consciousness focused on the entrance of the pavilion. Within the span of a single incense stick, Yan Zhe emerged from the Wanbao Pavilion, accompanied by Li Xing, wearing a smile. Huang Qi, grinning faintly, rose and began to follow them at a distance. With the strength of his consciousness, it was impossible for his peers to evade his scrutiny. Unless they possessed extraordinary means, detection would not be easily achieved. Chapter 544. The Return of the Limitless Wanderer. The elderly man gazed in bewilderment at the long spear protruding from his chest, utterly oblivious to how he had been so grievously wounded. Even a cultivator at the golden core stage would not perish from such an injury. However, the old man recognized that despite possessing numerous unutilized methods, they would be of no avail now. A fierce expression crossed his face as a torrent of violent energy surged swiftly within him. Huang Qi furrowed his brow. The old man intended to self-destruct his golden core, seeking to take him down with him. Huang Qi snorted coldly. Although the power of a golden core self-detonation was formidable, to believe he could vanquish him with such a desperate act was nothing short of delusion. He exerted himself to withdraw the silver spear. Yet the old man abruptly seized his treasured weapon with both hands, his eyes wild with madness as he proclaimed, "Boy, today I shall perish alongside you." Yan Zhe, witnessing the old man's actions, turned pale with shock, unable to fathom that the elder would resort to such an extreme measure. Chapter 545. A grand pillage. Simultaneously, numerous experts from the Yan family's branch received word of the Limitless Wanderer's return, along with the news of renewed hostilities against the Yan family. Many masters hastily departed from Luoyang City, venturing into the desolate mountains and wilds, each adorned with expressions of intense fury, eager to devour the Limitless Wanderer whole for opposing the Yan family. Meanwhile, Huang Qi had long since departed, transforming into a brawny figure with a face full of flesh, making his way towards Luoyang City. After a little over an hour, remnants of energy fluctuations lingered in the battlefield where the recent conflict had unfolded. Suddenly, the space distorted, and an elder clad in a purple robe materialized. Upon observing the surrounding energy signatures and the lifeless body of Yan Zhe lying there, his countenance darkened further. The elder cast a series of incantations into the air, swiftly revealing the scenes that had transpired. A youth had effortlessly subdued two formidable golden core masters with remarkable ease. Chapter 546. Trapped in Luoyang City, Huang Qi was elated at the prospect of executing a grand heist against the Yan family. Eager to witness whether their members would be so infuriated as to cough up blood. The sheer quantity of treasures was beyond Huang Qi's wildest imaginings. Xiao Bai, Xiao Yao, and Xiao San, who had previously languished in the space of the demon suppression immortal palace, were suddenly showered with countless treasures, pills, materials, jade slips, spirit stones, and talismans, along with many boxes, cabinets, and jade containers descending from above. It was as though a rain of treasures had commenced, startling the inebriated Xiao Bai, Xiao San, and Xiao Yao into swift flight. After a considerable time, the deluge of treasures ceased, leaving the vast open space of the demon suppression immortal palace littered with an array of valuables. Many treasures shimmered with dazzling light, illuminating the interior space with a blinding radiance. Xiao Bai and the others gradually regained their senses and turned to survey the scene, their eyes widening in astonishment. Sparkling with excitement as they dashed forward, instinctively gathering the items into their nests, well aware that this was the handiwork of Huang Qi. Chapter 547. Ironclad. At that moment, over a dozen figures arrived below, all of whom possessed Yuan Ing cultivation, each more formidable than the last. Additionally, numerous high-level cultivators continued to converge, encircling Huang Qi in the air, rendering escape impossible. Huang Qi's heart plummeted, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. Internally, he lamented his own recklessness, regretting his ill-fated decision to raid the Yan family's branch. The weight of remorse was so intense it felt as though his insides had turned to jade. Yet, what could he do now? Resistance offered no glimmer of hope. Surrender might very well lead to his demise, subsequently exposing his identity and bringing grave trouble to his family. Huang Qi pondered various escape strategies, but each thought left him increasingly despondent. Unless he could awaken the formidable presence of Gu Qingshang once more, even seeking refuge in the demon suppression pavilion would prove futile. He sent his consciousness into the pavilion, but after an extensive call, Gu Qingshang remained unresponsive. Chapter 548. Retreating from the world, the sight left many astonished, particularly those who were adept in weapon forging. When they beheld Huang Qi wielding a colossal hammer typically used for blacksmithing, their surprise was palpable. However, as he expertly subdued a nascent soul cultivator with his exquisite hammer techniques, the expressions of most shifted to sheer astonishment. Even after the passage of an entire incense stick's burning time, the nascent soul cultivator remained ensnared, inciting widespread alarm. The hammer technique was truly remarkable. Was this lad not merely forging iron? What an intriguing revelation. Who would have thought a hammer could possess such extraordinary utility? Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. Splendid indeed. Ah, such hammer skills. Truly a sight to behold. If I could master this exquisite technique, my own forging skills would surely soar. What a pity. I wonder if this remarkable hammer method is indeed a forging technique. Chapter 549. Audacious capital. The discussions inevitably reached the ears of the cultivator, who inwardly lamented his predicament. He had merely sought to curry favor with the Tiandi pavilion and the Yan family. How had he unwittingly provoked a disciple of the reclusive family? This was a dire situation. Although he was of average cultivation, the lad's capabilities left him flustered, making escape a daunting task. That said, even if he managed to flee, he could not act against this boy again until the matter was thoroughly investigated. Huang Qi secretly rejoiced. If these individuals mistook him for a disciple of the reclusive family, what was there for him to fear? He could act with impunity. Any sign of weakness would surely be detrimental to him. A glimmer of hope emerged as he observed that the Tiandi pavilion hesitated to act, likely having discerned something about his abilities, perhaps due to the powerful backing he possessed. Chapter 550. Auctioning techniques. Amidst the fervent discussions, the expressions of several elders from the Tiandi pavilion darkened significantly. The crux of the matter was that when the Yan family relocated Huang Qi to the Bloodlight Valley, the Tiandi pavilion had been oblivious. They had only heard rumors afterward and had not pursued the matter. Now, unexpectedly, Milan he sought to hold them accountable, leaving the elders at a loss for how to proceed. If this situation were mishandled, it seemed inevitable that the lad would create a scene. Witnessing the elders of the Tiandi pavilion rendered speechless, the crowd murmured in intrigue, each contemplating their own schemes. Some were merely there for the spectacle, while others harbored intentions of befriending the Huang family, and still more sought to forge a connection with Huang Qi, particularly among the master artisans. There was great interest in the forging technique recently employed by Huang Qi. Acquiring such knowledge would undoubtedly elevate their own crafting skills to new heights. Elder Shi and the Longbrow ancestor exchanged glances, taken aback by the audacity of this young man who dared to impersonate a member of the Mulan family. Chapter 552. Confrontation with the nascent soul. How is it that this jade slip belongs to me, Mulanhi? It is unrelated to anyone else. I wish to auction it at your Tiandi pavilion. Do you mean to say that your establishment would refuse me? Is this a slight against the Mulan family? Must I summon the elders of my family to your pavilion for you to acquiesce? This was a blatant threat, an unambiguous show of dominance. The young man was not only endangering Tiandi pavilion, but also publicly humiliating the Yan family. Silence enveloped the crowd, each person cowed by the intimidation emanating from Huang Qi. Even Elder Shi and the Longbrow ancestor felt a twinge of unease. This young man's brashness was alarming. Even if the Mulan family were genuine, he was still a pretender. If this stalemate persisted, it could very well lead to suspicion, and that would spell greater trouble. Shi and Longbrow discreetly broke into a cold sweat for Huang Qi upon observing the disconcerted expressions of the Yan family members. Chapter 553. The power of the Bagua mirror. Huang Qi continued to channel his spiritual energy, and the Bagua mirror radiated a blinding light akin to the sun, rendering it impossible for low-tier cultivators to gaze upon. Moments later, the ancient Bagua mirror began to slowly rotate, drawing the surrounding elemental energies with an insatiable force. Even the protective barrier of Luoyang City could not deter the influx of energy being absorbed by the mirror. Many were astonished, their hearts racing with trepidation at the sight of such a formidable treasure capable of absorbing elemental energy to enhance its own offensive capabilities, something that ordinary ancient artifacts could scarcely achieve. Could this truly be a spiritual treasure? Yet, they collectively shook their heads. What power lay in a spiritual treasure? Even the great sects and families seldom possessed such an item. The manifestation of consciousness within a magical artifact was an exceedingly rare feat. While few present had directly encountered a spiritual treasure, they were familiar with the ancient texts that described them, and by all accounts, this was certainly not one. Chapter 554. Breaking free from the formation, the fiery giant, Yan Yukuan, was sent flying over 10 meters before regaining his balance, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. Huang Qi, however, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to an extreme. The force of that last strike had been overwhelming. Regrettably, he had failed to slay the Yan family's formidable warrior. Nevertheless, seeing the hint of blood on Yan Yukuan's lips brought him a measure of satisfaction. Once he advanced further in strength, he was confident that this old warrior would not merely suffer a light injury. Huang Qi lamented the terrifying prowess of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. His own power felt insufficient. Had he been able to unleash the full potential of the Bagua mirror, he believed he could have easily vanquished Yan Yukuan. Alas, it was too late for regrets now, due to the powerful strike from the Bagua mirror and the formidable warriors of the Yan family. The city's protective formation was finally shaken, albeit only a corner swayed, while the rest remained secure. Chapter 555. Re-entering the Bloodlight Valley within the city of Luoyang. Countless cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, astonished beyond words. They could not comprehend how such a robust protective formation was pierced by a mere finger of that young man. What manner of technique had he employed? Despite the numerous strong warriors of the Yan family and over a dozen nascent soul cultivators from the Tiandi Pavilion, along with hundreds of other cultivators surrounding him, this young man had managed to escape. They could hardly believe their eyes. Though he had fled, he had boasted audaciously, displaying an alarming confidence, bordering on arrogance. Many cultivators were curious whether he could evade the relentless pursuit of his many assailants. Some coveted the treasures on Huang Qi's person, lamenting their own missed opportunities. Numerous cultivators silently marveled at the reckless audacity of today's youth, realizing they were becoming outdated in comparison. Chapter 556. A sea of white bones. Without hesitation, Huang Qi plunged into the Bloodlight Valley. The expressions of the Yan family and the elders of the Tiandi Pavilion were filled with shock. They had not anticipated his audacity to enter. Whether driven by desperation or a deliberate choice, why would he venture into such a perilous place, knowing it to be a death trap? Was he truly seeking his own demise? The faces of the Yan family and the Tiandi elders were grim as they stood outside the Bloodlight Valley, all too aware of its terrifying nature. Even they were reluctant to tread within its confines. Meanwhile, onlookers like Elder Shi and Chang Mei had gathered, and upon witnessing the grave expressions of the Yan family and the Tiandi elders, it became evident what had transpired. This young man had entered the Bloodlight Valley, plunging into a predicament of his own making. The Yan family had driven Huang Qi into this lethal abyss, and he had yet to emerge. Chapter 557. A fortunate turn outside the Bloodlight Valley. Many lingered, witnessing the Yan family and over a dozen elders from the Tiandi Pavilion enter the valley, their hearts stirred by intrigue. Would these brave elders be able to retrieve the elusive Mulanhi? However, most observers held little hope, shaking their heads in resignation, uncertain how many of these powerful figures would ultimately return. Before long, an ominous silence enveloped the area, disrupted only by the distant rumblings of explosions and anguished cries, sending shivers down the spines of all present. It was evident that the warriors of the Yan family and the Tiandi elders were encountering formidable foes within the Bloodlight Valley. After a brief period, an eerie calm descended. The once tumultuous valley fell silent, leaving the onlookers speechless, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, unable to articulate their thoughts. Chapter 558. Ruthless Tactics. Young friend, our heaven and earth pavilion has never been at odds with you. I hope you will allow us to depart. We swear by our inner demons that we shall never divulge any information about you. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Yan family members turned icy. Just moments ago, they had been united, yet now they were quick to distance themselves. The heaven and earth pavilion truly was despicable. However, they could not voice their grievances. In times of dire peril, self-preservation reigns supreme. And such is the nature of the cultivation world. Huang Qi, however, merely smiled faintly and shook his head. The expressions of the elders from heaven and earth pavilion darkened instantly. It appeared that this young man had no intention of allowing them to leave. Was he truly prepared to oppose the pavilion? Huang Qi, young friend, you must think this through. Our heaven and earth pavilion is not a force to be trifled with. Should you slay us once more, uncovering the truth will not pose a challenge for the pavilion's might. At that point, you and your entire Huang family will bear the consequences. Chapter 559. Task Arrangement. The others trembled in fear, their quaking intensifying. This young man had indeed devised a method to refine their hard-earned nascent souls into demonic infants, a grievous transgression against the heavens. Such an act, if exposed within the cultivation realm, would lead to Huang Qi's utter annihilation. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The demonic infant 7-star formation required 7 nascent souls, and they were still short by 5. Anxiety gripped their hearts. None wished to be forged into the array's components, destined for demise in this place. Yet, they observed Huang Qi's hand raised, remaining unwavering. With a resigned sigh, one of them spoke. If that is the case, then I shall grant you a reprieve. I will release my soul, and you may place a soul restriction upon me. Upon hearing this, the individual beamed with joy, casting aside any hesitation and releasing their soul. Chapter 560. Baoxiang City. The palm-sized pagoda instantly transformed into a towering structure over 10 meters high, radiating an overwhelming might that left even the nascent soul cultivators in awe. They had not anticipated the potency of Huang Qi's refined life treasure to be so formidable. It had yet to be fully refined. Once completed, its power would be unparalleled, undoubtedly ranking among the top-tier treasures. They did not remain idle. The elder nascent soul cultivators were far more adept at artifact refinement than Huang Qi, though it was their first encounter with such a treasure. The intricacies of its engravings posed no challenge. They summoned their techniques and began the meticulous process of refining. Observing their familiar methods and the intricate spells they employed, Huang Qi felt a surge of joy. Had he attempted this alone, it would have taken an eternity. With their assistance, he was confident that completion would come swiftly. He planned to seek out his master, Lin Feng, to request his help in the final engraving. Chapter 561. Serendipitous Reunion. As Huang Qi entered the tavern, a cheerful attendant approached him with a smile that was instantly endearing. Upon reaching Huang Qi, he beamed. Welcome to our Sifeng Guest Tavern, young sir. Our establishment offers excellent quality at reasonable prices, ensuring your satisfaction. Huang Qi smiled faintly and followed the waiter to a vacant table, where he took a seat. He instructed the waiter to bring 2 small dishes and a pot of wine. and the waiter nodded respectfully before departing to prepare the food and drink. As Huang Qi surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that many patrons were dining, engaged in lively conversations. When the waiter delivered the food and drink, Huang Qi savored them thoughtfully, all the while listening to the discussions around him. Haha, brother, have you heard? The Mulan family has become a recluse, and just 2 months ago, they were spotted in Luoyang City. One patron said disdainfully, curling his lip. Haha, brother you, may I inquire as to your purpose in Baoxiang City? This city is directly under the jurisdiction of our Baoxiang Temple. If you wish, you are welcome to stay at our temple for a few days, and I would be delighted to extend my hospitality towards you. Huang Qi was somewhat taken aback by the revelation that Baoxiang City belonged to Baoxiang Temple, and he was surprised to learn that Master Wuxing was a disciple of the temple. To be honest, Huang Qi was quite eager to visit Baoxiang Temple, as he wished to acquire several Buddhist scriptures for his own study. However, he was concerned that his presence might cause trouble for the temple, which could put Master Wuxing in a difficult position. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it, thinking it best to first attend to matters at the Yan family's sacred grounds, and perhaps visit Master Wuxing afterward. With a smile, Huang Qi shook his head and said, "Your kind offer is greatly appreciated, Master, but I must proceed to the Yan family for now. Once I have resolved my affairs, I would be glad to visit." The two engaged in pleasant conversation, and before they knew it, night turned to dawn. Huang Qi immersed himself in the study of 2 or 3 Buddhist texts, gaining substantial insights. However, at that moment, he sensed someone approaching, though he remained undisturbed, continuing his reading, reassured by Master Wuxing's presence. Moments later, Master Wuxing also sensed the approaching figure and reluctantly closed his scripture before walking over. A few knocks at the door followed, and upon opening it, Master Wuxing was greeted by a young monk who exchanged a few words before departing. Realizing he had forgotten something, Master Wuxing quickly approached Huang Qi and said, "All right, brother you, we must depart immediately. Our master is waiting outside with several senior brothers and the young disciples of Baoxiang Temple. We must head to the Yan family, or we shall be remiss in our courtesy." Upon hearing this, the party continued their journey, flying for about 10 days. Eventually arriving at a vast city in the Shangtao region. The lengthy travel had left everyone feeling somewhat weary, and they were eager to rest before continuing their journey. Along the way, Huang Qi learned much about the Shangtao region from Master Wuxing. 3 peaks, 9 waters, 18 fangs, each locale teeming with cultivators, renowned mountains and rivers, and all manner of protective measures. Within lay countless rare treasures, and the Shangtao region was indeed a gathering place for prodigious talents in cultivation, a veritable land of fortune. In addition to the 3 peaks, 9 waters, and 18 fangs, the Shangtao region harbors several perilous locations, albeit inferior in danger compared to the Bloodmang Valley. Many cultivators can venture into these areas, as long as they exercise caution and refrain from trespassing into forbidden zones. Generally, such expeditions do not pose a mortal threat. Within these treacherous sites, an abundance of exotic flora and fauna flourishes, and various treasures occasionally emerge. Contingent upon one's personal fortune, they cannot be forcibly acquired. Huang Qi listened intently. Chapter 565, The Remarkable Array. Huang Qi was taken aback. This Master Wu Miao possessed remarkable abilities, capable of sensing his cultivation of Buddhist techniques. However, Huang Qi was skeptical that the monk could detect the crafted Buddhist treasures. Moreover, the stupa had yet to be fully refined and lacked the endowment of Buddhist power, thus devoid of any Buddhist aura. The only aspect that could be sensed by this monk was the secretive sutra of stupa refinement. He had indeed been careless. While cultivating the sutra of stupa refinement, he had realized that it was an exceptionally profound technique easily detectable by those within the Buddhist sect. Should he encounter a formidable opponent proficient in the same sutra, he could be easily subdued. He was truly negligent after dealing with Master Wu Miao. He must devise a method to conceal the aura of the sutra of stupa refinement. Otherwise, in future encounters with high-level practitioners of the Buddhist sect harboring ulterior motives, he would find himself in peril. Chapter 566, The Illusion of the Buddha. However, Huang Qi remained untroubled, even if Wu Miao unleashed a full-force strike. Escaping this remarkable array would not be a simple feat. He had long prepared a contingency plan. Today, Wu Miao would surely suffer a significant setback. Huang Qi felt a surge of clandestine satisfaction as he observed Wu Miao deep in thought, ultimately refraining from attacking and instead cautiously inspecting the array's condition. Yet, As Wu Miao took a step forward, a rune beneath his foot illuminated, and a sharp beam of sword light surged toward the monk's neck. Wu Miao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this boy had set up restrictions within the array, proving to be quite a formidable opponent. He had indeed been careless and should not have recklessly confronted the boy. The sword light moved with astonishing speed, reaching Wu Miao in an instant. With a cold grunt, he pointed a finger, producing a crisp sound as a stream of spiritual energy met the sword light, shattering it. Wu Miao exhaled in relief. Chapter 567, Wu Miao retreats. Moments later, the terrifying energy fluctuations gradually dissipated, revealing Master Wu Miao's form. However, he no longer bore the air of nonchalance. His complexion was slightly pale, and a trace of blood adorned his lips, clearly indicating that he had sustained significant injury from his earlier full-force strike. Wu Miao glared at Huang Qi, his face filled with rage. This boy had actually managed to injure him, an affront that he could not overlook. "You are quite impressive. I underestimated you. Who would have thought that a mere Foundation establishment disciple could inflict harm upon me? You shall pay the price for your foolish actions today." Huang Qi smiled faintly upon hearing the words, wiping the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, his expression calm and unafraid. Looking at the enraged monk, he remarked, "Great monk, to break my formation, I must admit I underestimated you. However, if you wish to keep your reputation intact." Chapter 568. The reputation of Jade. Huang Qi wandered through Yinqing for an entire day without fully exploring the city. Indeed, Yinqing was quite expansive, and its level of prosperity left Huang Qi in awe. Countless shops lined the streets, and one could only imagine the extraordinary items available within. Huang Qi was tempted to seize the Yan family's establishment, but he ultimately dismissed the thought. After all, this city was directly governed by the Yan family, filled with formidable experts, and he could not act recklessly. With merely 10 days remaining until the Yan family's sacred trial, any misstep could lead to regret. Huang Qi casually entered a shop, which was filled with a dazzling array of treasures and rare materials. Numerous cultivators engaged in lively transactions, haggling animatedly, creating a bustling atmosphere. Surprisingly, as he entered, no one attended to him. This revelation was unexpected for Huang Qi, who decided to explore the shop further. He perused the displays for a considerable time, approximately the duration of an incense stick burning. Chapter 569. The crisis of Qingyu. It seemed this young man was also a prodigious disciple. However, his abilities remained uncertain. Observing the elder behind him intensifying his mental pressure against Huang Qi, Gu Mingyu gently waved his hand. Only then did the elder cease his oppressive aura. Casting a disdainful glance at Huang Qi, the surrounding crowd had long halted their transactions, clearing a space around Huang Qi and Gu Mingyu, their expressions filled with astonishment. They were struck both by the elder's formidable mental pressure and by Huang Qi's remarkable ability to withstand it. Huang Qi exhaled softly. The elder's mental strength was indeed terrifying. Among the cultivators he had encountered, only a few late-stage nascent soul experts possessed such formidable mental pressure. It was astonishing that even an elder assigned to protect a disciple from one of the 7 superpowers could be so fearsome. One could only speculate how formidable the apex experts among them might be. Chapter 570. This young master is here. Huang Qi felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing Qingyu face a life-and-death crisis with such composure. Among young disciples, her fortitude was commendable. Despite her perilous circumstances, she did not betray herself, and this act of loyalty would not be forgotten. It is often said that cultivators lack emotion, yet those he had encountered seemed anything but devoid of feeling. Perhaps the so-called lack of emotion merely masked one's inner fragility. Those incapable of confronting their true selves might indeed appear heartless. This young man had already sustained grave injuries. He could not suffer further torment from these individuals. Huang Qi, maintaining a serene demeanor, pointed subtly, unleashing 2 faint waves of spiritual energy that swiftly struck the 2 Foundation establishment disciples at the door. They had no chance to react and fell lifelessly to the ground. Huang Qi nodded with satisfaction. Eliminating Foundation establishment cultivators with such stealth was exceedingly simple. Chapter 571. Toils of labor. As the Zhou Immortal Hall gradually expanded to a size of 1 or 2 meters, it came to a halt. At that moment, the grand entrance of the hall opened with a resonant sound, and Huang Qi gracefully stepped out from within. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Huang Qi smiled faintly. Disregarding the intentions of the disciples from the Sanqing Taoist temple, He approached the stunned Qing Yu directly, and with a flick of his hand, produced a pill the size of a dragon eye, which he placed into Qing Yu's mouth. Qing Yu was utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, his heart racing with unparalleled excitement. Even as he consumed the pill, he was momentarily lost for words, gazing incredulously at Huang Qi. With a gentle smile, Huang Qi addressed Qing Yu, saying, "Brother Qing Yu, let us first attend to your injuries." At these words, Qing Yu finally regained his senses. With Huang Qi present, he felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He no longer paid heed to the presence of the Sanqing disciples. Instead, he sat cross-legged, beginning his meditation to heal his wounds. Chapter 572. Visitors from the Sanqing Taoist Temple. Huang Qi, having ushered the members of the Sanqing Taoist Temple into the Zhenma Immortal Hall, nodded with satisfaction. He deftly flicked his fingers, retracting the formation flags and discs from the room. The formidable array possessed considerable power, necessitating careful storage for future use. Having completed these tasks, Huang Qi vanished into the Zhenma Immortal Hall, which then transformed into a speck of dust, concealing itself within a corner of the room. Deep within his pavilion, he observed Qing Yu seated on a mat, gradually tending to his injuries. Huang Qi nodded in approval. Although Qing Yu bore significant wounds, he believed that with the spiritual elixirs he had gathered, recovery would come swiftly. Once Qing Yu regained his strength, he would inquire into the circumstances. For now, Huang Qi decided to deal with Wu Buren and his disciples first. Huang Qi swiftly exited the pavilion, finding Wu Buren and his disciples outside, their faces displaying a mixture of confusion and concern. Chapter 573. Liao Tianyang, the innkeeper, wary of the situation, summoned all his staff and retrieved the ledger. Every cultivator entering or exiting the establishment was typically recorded, though not exhaustively. It was indeed a hassle to seek out those who had gone upstairs or ordered dishes. Members of the Sanqing Taoist Temple seized the ledger, scrutinizing it closely, and then addressed the gathering. All cultivators who have ascended to the second floor or descended from it, step forward. If you do not comply, even the mightiest of beings shall not save you. Upon hearing this, many individuals' expressions shifted, their anger simmering beneath the surface. The Sanqing Taoist Temple's disciples exhibited a blatant disregard for others, taking advantage of their status as one of the 7 supreme powers to act with such arrogance. Yet, the crowd refrained from vocalizing their discontent, fully aware of the oppressive weight wielded by these 7 dominant factions. Numerous cultivators who had traversed the second floor cursed their misfortune internally, reluctant to step forward, fearing that any identification could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 574. It's you again. Huang Qi observed this unfolding drama, his heart filled with incredulity. He had never anticipated that the elite disciples from the 7 supreme powers could be so fearsome. Regarding Liao Tianyang, one could hardly discern his cultivation level when he refrained from action. However, upon his recent display of prowess, it was evident that he merely possessed foundational cultivation. Yet, astonishingly, he proved to be no match for the golden core experts of the Sanqing Taoist Temple. How could such a prodigious being exist? To challenge those of a higher realm seemed effortless for him. Reflecting on his own past, he recalled how he too had frequently engaged in such challenges. Yet during his foundational cultivation phase, he could never hope to vanquish golden core experts with such ease. Furthermore, Gu Mingyu held a prestigious position within the Sanqing Taoist Temple, and his ability to win people's hearts was exceptionally refined, even earning Liao Tianyang's admiration. It appeared that he had underestimated Gu Mingyu. Possessing such strength at their age was indeed a rare sight in his lifetime. They were of a similar age, yet if it weren't for the circumstances, the events unfolding today served as a stark reminder. It seemed imperative for him to relay a message back to his family, suggesting that they dispatch a formidable expert for protection. Otherwise, if such an incident were to recur, he feared he might not be so fortunate next time. After witnessing today's events, others lost their desire to celebrate and hastily departed after settling their accounts. Huang Qi, too, had no inclination to gather information here. He had detained the disciples of the Sanqing Taoist Temple for labor, and should Gu Mingyu discover this, it would be greatly detrimental to him. It was best to make haste to the Yan family. Huang Qi swiftly left Yinqing, directing his wind chariot towards the horizon. In just a day's time, he arrived at the Yan family's stronghold, Mount Yuehua, renowned as one of the most illustrious mountains in the Upper Tower region, with its breathtaking scenery and magnificent landscapes. The skies were alive with the passage of numerous cultivators. 5 days later, After Qingyu's injuries had healed, Huang Qi released him from the confines of the demon suppression immortal palace. Qingyu expressed keen interest in the space, particularly upon witnessing the myriad of rare treasures within. Even he felt a twinge of greed. However, given the immense debt of gratitude owed to Yu Wuliang for saving his life on 2 occasions, he was reluctant to burden Huang Qi further. Huang Qi, perceiving Qingyu's thoughts, smiled gently and remarked, "Brother Qingyu, I trust this space will remain a secret, lest it invite trouble upon me." Qingyu, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and quickly shook his head, assuring, "Rest assured, brother Yu, your life-saving grace has left me indebted. I shall not speak of it to outsiders." Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction, feeling reassured by Qingyu's integrity. After all, having refrained from betraying him during such perilous circumstances, he sensed the young man's character was commendable. Should Qingyu ever act against him, he would handle the situation accordingly, hoping he would not betray his trust. As the 7 great superpowers gathered, many cultivators began to retreat, leaving only Huang Qi, Gu Mingyu, Liao Tianyang, and their wind chariots in the sky. The assembly of these formidable figures from the 7 superpowers was unprecedented, prompting many to marvel at the convergence of such extraordinary beings. Qingyu felt the elegant and transcendent atmosphere among the young disciples, and his heart fluttered with excitement. However, he understood that he was utterly unqualified to engage in conversation with these extraordinary individuals, and thus stood silently in place. Gu Mingyu and Liao Tianyang noticed the arrival of several others. Gu Mingyu maintained his smile, while Liao Tianyang retained his aloof demeanor. Liao Tianyang merely nodded in acknowledgement, whereas Gu Mingyu slightly bowed and addressed the remarkable youths, saying, "He, Brother Fandy from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the esteemed scholar." They regarded Huang Qi with a sense of astonishment. What kind of formidable force was the 100 Treasures Pavilion to be so extraordinary? It was surprising that Yu Wuliang was a disciple of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. One could only wonder about his prowess in the art of crafting. While they held little regard for Huang Qi's cultivation level, as he too appeared to be of indeterminate rank, they acknowledged that he could not compare to them. Nevertheless, since the 100 Treasures Pavilion had attracted a master craftsman like Liu Xiaoban, it was not inconceivable for it to flourish in the future. Their gazes towards Huang Qi softened considerably, as everyone yearned for an extraordinary magical artifact. Huang Qi naturally responded to the remarkable youths with a smile. Though he was somewhat taken aback that his 100 Treasures Pavilion had managed to attract a master from the 3 Pure Ones temple. Was this a blessing or a curse? Yet he felt reassured about Changmei's competence. It was inconceivable that Liu Xiaoban would join the 100 Treasures Pavilion without first making a solemn oath. Upon entering the Yan family estate, Huang Qi and the others were personally attended to by the family head, who arranged for them to reside in the finest courtyard. Each individual received their own room, while Huang Qi shared a space with Qingyu. Once inside, Qingyu looked at Huang Qi with a face full of excitement, seemingly at a loss for words. Observing Qingyu's demeanor, Huang Qi smiled gently and asked, "What is it? Are you envious of these remarkable youths, Qingyu?" Qingyu nodded earnestly, gazing at Huang Qi with fervor as he exclaimed, "I never imagined that I, Qingyu, would have the opportunity to live among them. I once considered myself exceptionally gifted, but in comparison to them, I realize I am utterly unworthy." Huang Qi, hearing such a mix of excitement and self-doubt, shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Why must you envy them, Brother Qingyu?" As Huang Qi and his companions approached the center of the plaza, their collective movement caught the attention of many cultivators, who regarded Huang Qi and the disciples from the 7 major powers with a mix of uncertainty and intrigue. Qingyu gradually edged closer to Huang Qi, acutely aware that his cultivation level was among the lowest, feeling safer by sticking close to Huang Qi. Although the sacred trial forbade fatal confrontations, who could guarantee safety? The Yan family's members merely offered mutual reminders. Huang Qi nodded at Qingyu, signaling him not to wander away. Qingyu was more than eager to remain by Huang Qi's side. Why would he leave? The dangers that might lurk within the Yan family's trial were yet to be discerned. Seeing these young elites gathered together, Yan Qing nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the elders of the Yan family, acknowledging them with a nod. The elders understood the cue and approached Yan Qing's side, preparing to act in unison. Chapter 581. The Despicable Yan Family. Ha. Gu brother, rest assured, I shall not forget. When the time comes, I will seek your guidance. I hope you will show some mercy. Gu Mingyu smiled and nodded. The mysterious Yu Wuliang had piqued his curiosity, and after several encounters, he found this young man even more enigmatic, leaving no trace of error, which astonished him further. However, Gu Mingyu had no intention of truly offending Huang Qi. He genuinely wished to befriend him. The few little monsters said nothing further and entered. After they left, Huang Qi noticed the puzzled expression on Qingyu's face, clearly eager to join in their excitement. Huang Qi smiled slightly. He could not follow them. With so many treasures, how would they divide them? He was not one to suffer a loss. They were all disciples of the 7 major superpowers, and the distribution would undoubtedly be uneven, resulting in his own disadvantage. Moreover, since this space allowed his iron fire ant to, Chapter 582, the Azure Fire Spirit Mushroom, as Huang Qi maneuvered the wind chariot. He attentively sensed the emotional fluctuations of the iron fire ant. He discovered that the more he advanced in this direction, the more intense the emotional waves of the iron fire ant became. Huang Qi secretly affirmed that there must be something ahead that the iron fire ant was drawn to. He communicated with Qingyu telepathically, instructing him to observe their surroundings carefully while remaining vigilant against potential attacks from other beasts. Understanding Huang Qi's intentions, Qingyu cautiously released his spiritual sense, vigilantly monitoring every movement around them. As Huang Qi extended his spiritual awareness forward, they continued to fly deeper into the space. He distinctly felt that the deeper they ventured, the more terrifying the temperature became. Ordinary disciples, without the flame token, would likely struggle to endure. Huang Qi continued to advance unperturbed. Upon reaching a gorge, Huang Qi halted the wind chariot as the iron fire ant desired to break. Chapter 583. The mysterious yellow flame. Everyone, look. Is that not the Azure Fire Spirit Mushroom? How did it end up there? This lad is incredibly lucky to have found the Azure Fire Spirit Mushroom, a sacred herb for fire-type spirit pets. It is nearly extinct in the outside world, yet it has appeared here. Indeed, come here. It truly is the Azure Fire Spirit Mushroom. I have searched for this mushroom for countless years, and it has been elusive. I never expected to see it today. Yes. Had we known the Yan family's sacred ground held the Azure Fire Spirit Mushroom, we would have sent our disciples to seek it out first. My flame bird has been waiting to advance with the Azure Fire Spirit Mushroom. Many were secretly astonished, wishing they could enter the Yan family's sacred ground to seize the Azure Fire Spirit Mushroom, yet they dared not do so. After all, this was the main stronghold of the Yan family. Causing trouble here was tantamount to courting death. However, the gaze of those looking at the Azure Fire Ganoderma was filled with an eager thirst for talent, indicating its esteemed status within the realm of cultivation. Chapter 584. Draw lots for ranking. This Xianhuang Inferno Fire was akin to my own Golden Spirit Earth Core Fire, both being nascent flames that had yet to reach maturity. Should they flourish and gain sentience, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to refine them. Once the Xianhuang Inferno Fire was refined, it would require sustenance from one's life essence to continue its growth. Nevertheless, even such nascent flames were beyond the capabilities of these foundation establishment disciples. They lacked the secret techniques specifically designed for refining extraordinary fires. As long as those few little monsters did not interfere, I was confident in my ability to refine the Xianhuang Inferno Fire. Having already acquired the Golden Spirit Earth Core Fire, I had integrated it with my foundation establishment True Fire under the guidance of secret techniques, resulting in changes in both hue and potency. Huang Qi could hardly fathom the power that would arise from further refining the Xianhuang Inferno Fire and merging it with the Golden Spirit Earth Core Fire. Just the thought of it made Huang Qi. Chapter 585. I withdraw. However, Huang Qi was unconcerned. He understood that refining the Xianhuang Inferno Fire was akin to climbing a mountain, possibly fraught with peril. He had little faith that these disciples could successfully refine it. With a calm expression, Huang Qi stepped back, and Qingyu followed suit, drawing a lot. Upon seeing that she had drawn number 2, she was slightly surprised. Having secured a position just ahead of Huang Qi, was it a stroke of luck? Yet, it was just shy of number 1, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. The remaining disciples, who had yet to draw lots, breathed a sigh of relief, with all others having drawn. The absence of number 1 indicated a considerable chance of securing it for themselves. A youth clad in green, visibly anxious, approached and drew a lot, only to discover that he had drawn number 1. This left many in a state of resignation, for whoever stepped forward first had a significant likelihood of refining the Xianhuang Inferno Fire. Chapter 586. Unexpected Turmoil. Huang Qi was taken aback by this turn of events. casting a puzzled glance at Qingyu. Although his cultivation was commendable, it was evident that he lacked the ability to refine the Xianhuang Inferno fire. And yet he had chosen to withdraw. However, upon further reflection, Huang Qi found solace in this decision. The youth, aware of his own limitations, had opted to extend a favor to him instead. This young man had seemingly discerned Huang Qi's temperament, generous towards friends and ruthless towards foes. Huang Qi shook his head in resignation. Since the youth had made this choice, it would be remiss of him not to accept it graciously. The others were equally surprised. Such a remarkable flame. And this youth chose not to even attempt it, thus squandering a number 2 ranking. They were eager to claim the second position, as they all wished to test this extraordinary flame. However, they understood that with the second number withdrawn. Chapter 587, Drawing the Line. The other disciples were disheartened to see that the little monsters from the 7 major superpowers had arrived. The expressions of these little monsters revealed a covetous desire for the flames before them. They were acutely aware that, although Huang Qi could not claim them, they themselves were unworthy of even reaching for such flames. The individual in question possessed an immense backing. What could they possibly do? It was not merely that they were no match for him. Even if they could contend with him, they would not dare to engage. Some disciples gathered to observe the unfolding drama, noting Huang Qi's remarkable prowess. It was inconceivable that he would relinquish the flames. They speculated about the potential outcome should he confront the minions of the 7 major powers. However, seeing that the individuals were acquainted with one another, it remained uncertain whether a conflict would arise. Qingyu was deeply troubled. Her initial intention was to extend a favor to Huang Qi, yet unforeseen developments had occurred. She pondered how Huang Qi would respond to this predicament. Chapter 588, The Great Battle with the Little King of Peng. The other disciples were left speechless by Huang Qi's resolute demeanor. They could hardly fathom that anyone would dare to challenge the disciples of the 7 major powers so boldly. He was truly an anomaly. Had it been them, they would have retreated in disgrace long ago. This audacious youth must indeed possess considerable skill. As they witnessed Huang Qi's blatant disregard for the little monsters, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions, though most held a deep admiration for his courage. The elders of various sects and families in the plaza were equally astonished. They could hardly believe that this young man was so formidable, showing no deference to the 7 major powers. If he continued to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure. To stand alone against such a multitude of little monsters without fear was a feat few could achieve, and it was hard to believe he lacked substantial backing. How intriguing, they mused, to see a disciple with such audacity and insight. Chapter 589. The Great Peng spreads its wings. As the little king of Peng unleashed a more ferocious punch directed at Huang Qi, the latter's footwork shifted, causing him to sway slightly. This sudden movement startled the little king. How could he strike when he could not lock onto his target? A punch that fails to connect is of no consequence. Though surprised, the little king excelled in speed and refused to believe he could not catch Huang Qi. With a cold snort, the little king transformed into a fleeting shadow, his velocity astounding the surrounding disciples. With such terrifying speed, he could undoubtedly secure a place among them. Yet, Huang Qi remained unfazed, executing the intricate steps of the peacock dance. Though the little king was swift, Huang Qi relied not on speed, but on profound intricacies. He aimed to render the little king's strength useless. The little king swiftly maneuvered, launching a punch at Huang Qi's head, yet he felt no impact. Chapter 590. The Enchantment of the Unique Formation. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the little king of Peng morphed his form and unleashed his innate divine ability. The Great Peng spreads its wings. Every beast possesses its own unique powers, particularly those with advanced bloodlines, whose innate abilities are often extraordinarily potent. Fortunately, the little king was still in the early stages of cultivation. Had it been the great king of Peng utilizing the same technique, this entire space might have faced annihilation. The innate divine abilities of these monstrous beasts are extraordinarily formidable, transcending mere cultivation levels. Even an advanced practitioner at the core formation stage would find themselves at the mercy of such terrifying techniques without adequate means to defend themselves. These diminutive creatures defy the heavens. Though their cultivation may be modest, their combat prowess is truly astonishing. One cannot help but ponder how Yu Wuliang will counter this immensely powerful strike. Having just witnessed the intricacies of Huang Qi's footwork, a sense of worry now creeps in for Huang Qi. He finds himself at the heart of an overwhelming storm, caught in an unsettling predicament. What is transpiring? Why is everything concealed from view? What has become of that lad? Has he been struck by the fearsome blow from the little Feng Wang? It is indeed a source of great anxiety. At such a critical moment, they find themselves engulfed in obscurity. The crowd in the square exchanges perplexed glances. Utterly unprepared for this unforeseen development, their curiosity piqued. They yearn to know the nature of the battle unfolding within. Yet their consciousness cannot penetrate the confines of the Yan family's sacred grounds, leaving them fidgeting and rather disheartened. Ah, fellow cultivators, do take notice. Is there not some profound mystery within this formation? Someone has discerned the intricacies of Huang Qi's array. Not only does it obscure sight and consciousness, but it seems to subtly communicate with the essence of the universe. The crowd, astonished by this revelation, turns their attention to the grand formation, and soon gasps of amazement fill the air. What manner of array is this, exhibiting such remarkable profundity? It not only obstructs consciousness, but also harbors the essence of the great Tao. With a thunderous roar, the little Feng Wang unleashes a tempest as its colossal wings, stretching over 30 meters, beat furiously, conjuring a cataclysmic energy storm threatening to annihilate the very space around it. The array quakes beneath the onslaught, fissures forming in the ground, a testament to the terrifying might of the Dapeng's soaring strike. Gu Mingyu and his companions are left in awe, recognizing that the little Feng Wang is employing a desperate technique, a violent storm ravaging the surroundings, forcing them to retreat in trepidation. Yet, they observe Huang Qi persistently executing his exquisite martial arts, remaining unyielding amidst the chaos. The little Feng Wang cannot accept this reality. The Dapeng's soaring technique proves ineffective against Yu Wuliang. Enraged, it suddenly ascends, transforming into a meteor streaking through the sky, only to swiftly reverse its course and dive down, igniting into a blazing fireball. At this juncture, they begin to grasp the essence of Fan Tian's words. Truth and falsehood intertwine, their depths unfathomable. They watch as Huang Qi's fists rain down upon the little Feng Wang, causing it to spew forth blood, leaving them with a tingling sensation on their scalps. Despite their awareness of the little Feng Wang's extraordinary physical resilience, it cannot withstand such relentless assault. A chill permeates their hearts. This bizarre divine ability is unlike anything they have encountered or even heard of before. Who is this young man? What accounts for his formidable strength? Gu Mingyu's smile fades, a grave expression replacing it. The power of Yu Wuliang is indeed staggering. Facing him, she fears she would find little advantage, likely faring no better than the little Feng Wang. The atmosphere among the others was palpably tense, each of them secretly contemplating the extent of their chances against Huang Qi given their abilities. The expressions on their faces revealed a shared gravity. Chapter 594. The ownership of the ember. Upon hearing the words, the crowd turned their astonished gazes towards Gu Mingyu. It was he who had introduced Yu Wuliang to them, and they had previously assumed a cordial relationship existed between the two. However, Huang Qi's sudden proclamation clearly indicated an intention to seize this opportunity to challenge Gu Mingyu. Did it imply some hidden animosity between Yu Wuliang and Gu Mingyu? Curiosity began to brew among the onlookers, as Gu Mingyu had always maintained an air of mystery, seldom engaging in combat. The opponents he typically favored were almost exclusively exceptional young talents, and there had never been any reports of his defeat. It left them pondering who would emerge superior should Gu Mingyu and Yu Wuliang engage in battle. Gu Mingyu's expression darkened, bitterness gnawing at him as he harbored deep resentment towards Huang Qi. This young man was deliberately seeking to provoke him, insisting on fulfilling a prior agreement at this juncture. It was evident that defeating a mere lesser Peng King was insufficient in Huang Qi's eyes to place him on equal footing with them. Chapter 595. Refining the ember. Outside the grand formation, the group found themselves at a loss. Huang Qi and the others had been enveloped by the array for quite some time, yet no sign of movement emanated from within. It was as if everything inside had been completely isolated. Many contemplated the idea of investigating further, but after some deliberation, they abandoned the notion. The creatures within were not to be trifled with, and they feared they would be unable to discern the nature of the situation inside. Exchanging glances, they realized that the extraordinary flames were beyond their reach. With those small monsters present, they stood no chance. It would be more prudent to seek other sources of embers elsewhere. Remaining there would only squander their time. Despite their curiosity about the unfolding events, was that young man indeed a match for the lesser Peng King? To whom would the ember ultimately belong? After a prolonged wait with no sign of anyone emerging from within, many chose to depart. Yet, Xing Yu remained, anxiously awaiting developments, aware of the stakes involved. Chapter 596. Varied countenances. Huang Qi set aside his thoughts, reciting intricate incantations while executing profound hand seals. Suddenly, both the golden spirit earth heart fire and the Xian Huang fire materialized within his palm. With an outpouring of his formidable magical energy and a concentrated effort of his divine awareness, he urged the flames to merge gradually. However, upon their initial contact, an unprecedented surge of chaotic energy erupted from his palm, instilling a profound sense of impending crisis that compelled Huang Qi to halt his actions. The moment the two flames began to fuse, they erupted violently, their ferocity startling him. Huang Qi was bewildered. What could possibly be amiss? There should have been no reason for such a reaction. Why was he unable to amalgamate them into a singular entity? Huang Qi, somewhat skeptical of fate, attempted several times. Each experience mirroring the first, that ferocious energy left him with lingering trepidation. Chapter 597. Heated discussions. Brother Yu, now that matters here are settled, I wonder if you will choose to pursue your journey alone or accompany us. Gu Mingyu remarked with a slight smile directed at Huang Qi. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers shifted markedly. It was evident they harbored considerable apprehension towards him. Should they continue together and encounter any fortuitous discoveries, it was likely that this young man would seize them for himself. They were resolute in their unwillingness to journey alongside Huang Qi any longer. Many cast puzzled glances at Gu Mingyu, questioning the rationale behind his thoughts. Huang Qi was no fool. He understood he was not particularly well-liked among them. If he were to join forces with them again, any treasures found would inevitably lead to conflict, provoking the ire of these minor adversaries, a scenario fraught with potential losses. Huang Qi recognized that Gu Mingyu's words were merely polite, subtly hinting at an intention to win him over. With a faint smile, Huang Qi addressed the assembly, saying, Esteemed friends, please feel free to proceed to your destination. Chapter 598. The Fire Jade Spider. After a brief interval, Huang Qi came to a halt near a mountain peak within this realm. He observed 2 or 3 dozen disciples fiercely assaulting a fire jade spider. A creature of considerable size, measuring 10 meters in length, its entire form a brilliant crimson. Its 6 curved, powerful legs resembled formidable spears. The fire jade spider bared its menacing fangs, continuously unleashing vast webs that enveloped the attacking disciples, while simultaneously wielding its 6 legs in fierce defense. Behind the fire jade spider lay an immense cavern from which emanated a searing and terrifying heat, indicating the presence of an extraordinary source of fire within. The disciples, beset by the relentless assaults of the fire jade spider, found themselves in disarray. As the colossal webs descended upon them, some invoked their spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to shatter the strands. Failure to do so would result in their being consumed by the creature. Others sought to evade the encroaching webs, which, though enormous, were not insurmountable for these agile disciples. Chapter 599. The master-servant pact. As the formidable figures from various sects observed Huang Qi and his companion entering the mountainous area, an uneasy sensation washed over them. Many of these disciples were under their tutelage, currently engaged in a fierce battle against the fire jade spider, which seemed on the verge of being subdued. Suddenly, they witnessed Huang Qi conjuring a grand formation that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. What was the purpose of this display? They realized that even their passive observation was no longer feasible. Many wore furrowed brows, uncertain of the events that would soon unfold, particularly those whose disciples were within the fray. Huang Qi gazed at the fire jade spider with an expression devoid of empathy, his intent unmistakable. Should the creature dare to resist, he would not hesitate to retaliate. However, the fire jade spider had long since attained spiritual awareness and possessed considerable intelligence. Upon noticing a human disciple daring to threaten it, it let out a series of furious roars. In the 600th chapter, the ethereal Luo spirit fire, Huang Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing an abundance of rare fire-related materials, many of which were invaluable in the realm of cultivation. He unceremoniously reached out to collect them. Yet, at that moment, he sensed a large, crimson net descending upon him. Frowning slightly, Huang Qi realized that his previous warning had not been sufficient. This creature, lacking in prudence, dared to attack him again. However, The fire jade spider was now the spirit pet of Qingyu, and he refrained from punishing it further. With a gentle smile, golden flames enveloped him, incinerating the encroaching net. Little spider, no? Qingyu exclaimed upon witnessing the fire jade spider's assault on Huang Qi, quickly intervening. When she saw that Huang Qi was not ensnared by the spider's web, she felt relieved. With a thought, she forcefully summoned the fire jade spider into her spirit beast pouch and sheepishly approached Huang Qi. In the 601st chapter, The Red Signal, Huang Qi scoffed. 3 breaths have passed. If you fail to seize the opportunity, do not blame me. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the formation and numerous sword lights emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura as they surged towards the disciples. Faced with this fierce onslaught, the disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. They hastily summoned their magical artifacts to counter Huang Qi's sword energy. With loud thuds, the artifacts shattered, and each disciple was sent reeling, spitting blood as they crashed to the ground, unconscious. Subsequently, beams of light enveloped the fallen disciples, teleporting them away from the sacred grounds of the Yan family. Witnessing Huang Qi's terrifying ferocity, the nearby disciples were struck with horror as they realized that several talented individuals had been rendered lifeless in an instant. Is this lad truly a harbinger of doom? They mused, aghast at his readiness to resort to violence over mere words. In the 602nd chapter, all gathered. Huang Qi followed closely behind the retreating disciples, employing his profound concealment technique so that they remained oblivious to his presence. Meanwhile, the powerful figures from various sects and families observing from the plaza bore witness to the unfolding events. They were drawn to the recently emitted red signal and turned their gaze towards a valley, where several disciples from the Yan family faced off against more than 10 disciples from other sections. Behind the Yan disciples, an extraordinary formation radiated vibrant light, clearly enveloping a fire seed. However, the formation obscured the seed's form from view, leaving the onlookers curious about its nature. The Yan family felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts upon realizing the gravity of the situation. They were acutely aware of the flames enveloped within the grand formation, knowing that their kin were recklessly pursuing that source of fire. How could they be so careless? Chapter 603, The Plan Falls Apart. Upon hearing Gu Mingyu's words, the expressions of the Yan family turned grim. The individuals they feared most were indeed the formidable young prodigies from the 7 major powers. Relying on the immense strength of their sects, these young ones acted without restraint. How should they handle this predicament? If they retreated, it was likely that their family would not let them off easily after the trial. The members of the Yan family understood the extraordinary nature of this flame. Although no one had refined it since their ancestors ascended, they could not allow it to fall into the hands of others. Their purpose for entering was to protect this flame. One disciple of the Yan family looked towards Gu Mingyu and the others, his brow furrowing as he spoke. Fellow friends, please do not make things difficult for us. The Yan family's sacred grounds possess many sources of fire. Why must you contend with us for this one? Before Gu Mingyu could respond, the young king Xiao Peng scoffed, addressing the Yan disciple. Why so many words? Chapter 604, The 4 Gates and the Formation. Ah, so it is Brother Yu. Who would have thought our fates were so intertwined, that we would all converge here? However, Brother Yu, if there happen to be any treasures within, you must not compete with us for them, Gu Mingyu said with a smile, half-jokingly, directly addressing Huang Qi. They had already relinquished the Xian Huang flame today. They could not afford to yield this flame to Huang Qi. The others regarded Huang Qi with wary expressions. If he did not acquiesce, they might be compelled to act. Huang Qi, upon hearing this, could not help but scoff internally. It would be foolish not to seize valuable treasures. Did he fear them? Yet, he remained unconcerned, smiling mildly as he replied, Rest assured, my friends. You may refine the flames within first. Should you succeed, it would signify that this source of fire is not meant for me, and I will take my leave without a second thought. Chapter 605, Joining Forces to Break the Formation. The surrounding disciples watched in envy as Huang Qi struck such an agreement with these formidable prodigies. However, they recognized that this was a testament to his strength. They were not his match, and thus could not expect similar treatment. Curiosity about Huang Qi began to brew among them. They speculated whether this young man possessed a background rivaling that of the 7 major powers. Not only were the disciples murmuring, but the powerful figures from various sects and families gathered in the plaza also began to whisper among themselves. They found it hard to believe that this young man held such esteem in the eyes of those prodigies. clearly displaying a distinct caution towards Huang Qi. His strength was evidently beyond their comprehension, and some could no longer contain their restlessness, rising to seek out the group at the Baibao Pavilion for further inquiries. Indeed, as anticipated, the elder from the Treasure Pavilion, Chapter 606, Glazed True Fire, witnessed Huang Qi's pallid countenance, yet internally, he felt a sense of amusement. His facade of concern was merely an act. These diminutive creatures had expended a considerable amount of their spiritual energy. Despite their formidable prowess, their cultivation remained limited. He found it hard to believe they could surpass him, having already transcended the mid-stage of core formation, even with his golden core and demonic core sealed. The depth of his spiritual power was beyond that of these foundational disciples. This was an insurmountable chasm, and these small creatures were no exception. The spiritual energy consumed by Gu Mingyu and others was indeed substantial. Had it been any other disciples, they would have collapsed long ago under such strain. Huang Qi observed their unwavering output of energy and couldn't help but admire them. They were indeed disciples cultivated by a superpower, unmatched by ordinary disciples. Chapter 607, Saintess of the Witch Clan. The Yan family also had ancestors in the harmonization period stationed there, holding significant standing in the central continent. Even the 7 superpowers had to show them some respect and dared not act recklessly. Now that so many had discovered them, if they were refined, it would be somewhat manageable, and the Yan family might not face severe turmoil, as attention would shift to the one performing the refinement. However, if it remained within the Yan family's sacred grounds, it was feared that some ancient entities would not remain complacent. Although the Yan family's sacred grounds were extraordinary, they could not withstand the combined might of several ancient beings. Upon the revelation of the glazed true fire, the members of the Yan family felt a pang of despair. They understood that their family had suffered a significant loss. Given their power, safeguarding the glazed true fire was nearly impossible. The disciples sent to protect it were meant not only to guard, but also to hope that one among them could refine it, preserving the flame for the family. Chapter 608, Something Fishy. The sudden turn of events left the other disciples bewildered. They were at a loss as to why these small creatures had turned against one another. Was it due to the flame being a celestial spiritual fire? The allure of this flame prompted these disciples to cast caution aside. As they beheld the scene, expressions of greed surfaced on their faces. They felt a stirring within. If that flame were indeed a transcendent celestial fire, acquiring it, even at the cost of offending these small creatures, would be of little consequence. Yet, they hesitated to approach recklessly, as they could not ascertain the true nature of the flame. The powerful figures from various sects and families, observing the conflict among the small creatures, furrowed their brows in concern, particularly when they witnessed the peculiar witchcraft employed by the weak Yutong. Their expressions shifted with disbelief directed towards her. Many seasoned individuals recognized the origins of witchcraft, which hailed from the western regions. Chapter 609, United Against the Enemy. Liao Tianyang found himself besieged by 3 opponents, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Each of these individuals matched his strength. He pondered how long he could withstand this 1-against-3 scenario. However, to restrain these 3 individuals single-handedly is sufficient to test one's own strength. Liao Tianyang let out a cold snort, his arms moving to unleash a flurry of spear blossoms directed towards Kong Zhongni, Nie Xiaofeng, and the fairy of the Bai Po. Kong Zhongni responded with a cold grunt, the brilliance of his scroll illuminating as the characters for shield and spear materialized. The character for shield transformed into a protective barrier positioned before him, while the spear morphed into a long white lance, which he skillfully deflected towards the spear blossoms. Nie Xiaofeng of the reincarnation sect, upon seeing the incoming spear blossoms, let out a cold snort, elegantly waving her folding fan, which manifested a wave of light that shot towards the spear blossoms. Meanwhile, the fairy of the Bai Po from the 5 elements hull gently raised her palm, causing various colors of spiritual essence to coalesce, forming a 5-colored ribbon that slithered like a serpent. Chapter 610, Blood Silkworm Poison. Weak Yutong was taken aback by Huang Qi's self-detonation. Why would this lad choose to explode himself? However, when she saw Huang Qi materializing before her, her expression shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, she struck towards his chest. Huang Qi, standing motionless, allowed weak Yutong's palm to connect with his chest. Surprised by his lack of evasion, she felt an unexpected surge of danger. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly dodged to the side, just as a massive black hand descended from a distance. Huang Qi felt regret, having missed this chance. It seemed unlikely he would find another opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Weak Yutong's expression subtly changed. It became apparent that this boy was adept in both righteous and demonic practices, which explained his enigmatic and unpredictable nature, coupled with the terrifying Xian Huang Inferno. The difficulty of dealing with Huang Qi had reached its zenith. Nevertheless, weak Yutong remained undeterred. Chapter 611. Shock across the arena. The powerful figures from various sects and families in the plaza were astounded to witness Huang Qi evading the pursuit of the blood silkworm poison, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of a mere foundational cultivator managing to dodge such a fearsome entity. It was at this moment that many noticed the purple wings adorning Huang Qi's back, evoking expressions of astonishment. Yet, the members of the Yan family turned pale upon recognizing the significance of these wings, for they were the renowned purple wing sky technique of the Mulan clan, which had recently stirred great excitement. How could this lad also possess the purple wing sky technique? 3 months prior, news had spread that a disciple of the reclusive Mulan clan had visited their branch in Luoyang, seeking vengeance for Huang Qi. This disciple, known as Mulan He, had looted their branch and subsequently became trapped in Luoyang, later utilizing a top-tier ancient treasure, the Bagua Mirror, to breach the city's protective formation. Chapter 612. Mutual accusations. How could this boy possibly be capable of such feats? I refused to believe it. Suddenly, a voice resonated among the crowd, and all were startled by Huang Qi's use of the Bagua Mirror. Hearing this incredulous voice, they turned to the speaker with uncertainty, as he continued, 3 months ago, that disciple of the Mulan clan used this Bagua Mirror to create an opening in the protective formation of Luoyang City, allowing him to escape into the blood-blind valley. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was filled with trepidation as they recalled the incident. Many had witnessed the Mulan clan disciple firsthand, and some of the practitioners now present at the Yan family had previously encountered that Mulan He. What did this implication signify? These individuals were ancient beings. Having lived for centuries, what was there for them to misunderstand? It was highly likely that the Mulan youth who had entered the blood-blind valley was indeed Yu Wuliang. No wonder a foundation establishment disciple could. Chapter 613. Both sides suffer. Huang Qi snorted coldly, and with a gentle unfurling of his violet wings, his figure vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared before Ruo Yutong. Despite Ruo Yutong's formidable cultivation, her speed in flight was only half a beat slower than Huang Qi's. Upon seeing him suddenly appear in her path, her countenance shifted, and with a flick of her 5 fingers, a series of sharp sword energies shot toward Huang Qi's back. Sensing the terrifying sword energy approaching him, Huang Qi's brow furrowed. He adjusted his steps, executing the peacock dance to narrowly evade the onslaught of sword strikes. Witnessing Huang Qi's intricate footwork, Ruo Yutong's expression grew grave. She was determined to obtain the glazed true fire and could not allow Huang Qi to seize it first. With a cold snort, she grasped at the void, unleashing a peculiar wave that surged toward Huang Qi. He felt as though the surrounding space had been sealed off. Chapter 614. The fusion of 2 fires. Fan Tian, Gu Mingyu, and the others furrowed their brows, realizing that they were still quite distant from the glazed true fire. Attempting to catch up now would likely be futile in stopping the holy maiden of the witch clan. They could only place their hopes on Huang Qi, wishing he could thwart her from acquiring the glazed true fire. Moreover, both of them were mid to late-stage golden core experts, while they were merely foundation establishment disciples. Intervening in a battle among golden core masters would be akin to courting death. They understood that the primary beneficiaries of this trial at the Yan family's sacred ground would likely be Yu Wuliang and the holy maiden of the witch clan. Though some felt a sense of reluctance, they were powerless to alter the situation. Now, with 2 golden core experts appearing in this sacred trial, it was uncertain how the Yan family would respond. This blatant violation of trial regulations, these 2 individuals were truly lawless. Yet, even if they discovered that Yu Wuliang and Ruo Yutong were both golden core masters, the Yan family would have to. Chapter 615. The mysterious black pearl. Yu Wuliang was indeed extraordinary. They spoke of him as the prodigy among prodigies, and even that term seemed inadequate, as they referred to him as a little monster. This was due to his cultivation level surpassing that of the foundation establishment stage entirely. Even a typical golden core expert would find it challenging to contend with him. However, Yu Wuliang unleashed a terrifying strike that even the Yuan Ing stage ancestors would hesitate to face, placing him on an entirely different echelon. Fan Tian and the others could only chuckle bitterly within. Who exactly was Yu Wuliang? With such a fearsome blow, Ruai Yutong was likely to meet her demise. To slay the holy maiden of the witch clan was a perilous act even for disciples of the seven superpowers. Should she be killed, it would provoke a war between the witch clan and the central continent, a consequence they could not withstand. This audacious youth dared to strike so ruthlessly against the holy maiden of the witch clan, exhibiting an extraordinary audacity. He claimed to be from the Baibao Pavilion. The mysterious black orb left Veitai and others utterly perplexed, as they were unfamiliar with this remarkable artifact. However, the terrifying aura emanating from the orb rendered the faces of these little monsters pale, compelling them to retreat involuntarily, clearly aware that this enigmatic black orb signified absolute peril. The powerful figures from various sects and families in the square widened their eyes at the sight of the black orb, astonished that it was yet another top-tier ancient treasure. They were taken aback by the realization that the seemingly fragile Yutong had invoked this ancient artifact upon emerging from the terrifying energy vortex. Now, she intended to assault Huang Qi's golden shield. It was evident that this mysterious black orb possessed both defensive and offensive attributes, a rarity within the realm of human cultivation. To their astonishment, the holy maiden of the witch clan carried such a precious item with her. Upon hearing this, Yutong's expression subtly shifted. This youth had concealed his identity so well. He was not Yu Wuliang at all, but rather Huang Qi. How deeply he had buried his true self. Yet, the name Huang Qi struck a familiar chord within her. Moments later, her countenance transformed again as she recollected who Huang Qi truly was, the orphan of the Huang family from Hongdong, abandoned at birth, who had entered a small cultivation sect in Qingzhou as an outer disciple at the age of 15. However, not long after, he soared to prominence, single-handedly breaching the 8 Immortals Palace, engaging in fierce battles with nascent soul cultivators, and slaying numerous core formation practitioners even while at the foundation establishment stage, leaving the nascent soul cultivators helpless. Later, he participated in the 100 Flowers trial in Yuzhou, showcasing profound mastery of formations and extraordinary alchemical skills, crafting the long-lost blood soul pill and securing first place, astonishing all of Yuzhou. Even the major sects and families of Zhongzhou took notice of Huang Qi. It remained a mystery as to why this young man was being pursued. Huang Qi stood proudly beneath the Zhenma Immortal Hall, unperturbed, his countenance betraying no signs of trepidation. Having acquired the Lioli True Fire, he was determined to retain whatever he possessed. He would rather retreat into the Zhenma Immortal Hall or unleash his 20-plus nascent soul subordinates to carve a path through the Yan family. Harboring a glimmer of hope for escape, the members of the Yan family, witnessing Huang Qi's unflinching demeanor, wore expressions of utmost displeasure. At that moment, a voice thundered from the elder in purple robes, who unleashed a strand of terrifying blue flame towards Huang Qi's golden shield. The other elders of the Yan family did not lag behind. Almost simultaneously, they each summoned their respective flames, igniting the surrounding space with crackling sounds as they targeted Huang Qi's golden shield. Meanwhile, Yutong, cradling the mysterious black orb, was enveloped in swirling black mist. While the elders of the Yan family humph, to think you would still contemplate escape at this juncture. Do you not find it rather belated? At long last, the physical form of the nascent soul ancestor had met its demise, leaving the nascent soul in a state of utmost vulnerability. Apart from its ability to employ evasion techniques, its divine powers were nearly impossible to manifest. Huang Qi could not find solace until the entity was completely obliterated. Before the nascent soul could utilize its escape art, Huang Qi unleashed a spell upon the demon suppression celestial palace, enveloping the nascent soul in a radiant light. As the nascent soul attempted to forcibly employ its escape technique, it was suddenly struck by the vibrant rays, which effectively severed its means of retreat. A look of disbelief crossed the small visage of the nascent soul as it gazed in horror at Huang Qi, who regarded it coldly, causing its form to uncontrollably vanish from sight. Old 7, do not. Huang Qi, the Yan family shall not coexist with you. I shall ensure your soul is extracted and your essence refined, condemning you to the depths of the abyss. An elder of the Yan family declared. Chapter 620. The Rise of Vengeance. With a thunderous crash, Huang Qi's figure plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater 5 meters wide. Within it, He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his bones shattered in multiple places, and his complexion had turned an ashen hue. Huang Qi was gravely wounded. Any slight movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, he grasped 100-flower jade dew pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly, its potent medicinal power flowing through his meridians and into his dantian as pure mana. After enduring a series of fierce battles, Huang Qi had expended considerable energy. The pill replenished his mana to about 60% of its total capacity, rather than the expected 80. However, a hint of color returned to his pallid face as his internal injuries began to mend under his formidable will. Chapter 621. Confronting with power, 18 elders of the Yan family relentlessly pursued Huang Qi, yet they were plagued by frustration. It was no easy feat to capture a mere Huang Qi, even in the mid-stage of the core formation realm, especially within the sanctum of their own clan. Yet, this young man possessed a terrifying speed that made them wish for wings to keep up. Despite their attempts to disable various prohibitions within the sacred grounds, Huang Qi evaded them with uncanny finesse, rendering their efforts futile. The members of the Yan family were left with no choice but to chase after Huang Qi with fervor, fully aware that he bore significant injuries. Even with his formidable speed, he could not sustain it for much longer, and they remained resolute in their pursuit. As Huang Qi dashed forward, his spiritual sense scanned the surroundings, a cold smile playing upon his lips. The Yan family sanctum contained numerous formidable prohibitions, each with considerable power. Chapter 622. The 5 jade immortal mountains. The earth trembled, and nearby boulders shattered with a resounding roar. Several smaller peaks succumbed to the ferocious energy fluctuations, and terrifying fissures spread across the ground, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. Yutong, being of lesser cultivation, could not match the speed of Huang Qi and the others, thus falling behind in the fray. As Yutong approached the mountain peak where Huang Qi and his companions were located, a thunderous sound suddenly reverberated through the air, accompanied by a cataclysmic wave of energy rushing toward him. Yutong's expression turned to one of sheer horror. Such a terrifying fluctuation of power could not possibly emanate from a mere nascent soul cultivator and could only be unleashed through the use of an extraordinary ancient treasure. In the next moment, he witnessed several elders from the Yan family spitting blood as their bodies uncontrollably flew toward his direction, while a few others struggled valiantly against the overwhelming energy. Chapter 623. The divine might of the sword gored. The 5 jade immortal mountain radiated resplendent rays of light, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, its sheer force giving the impression that the heavens themselves were about to collapse. As the mountain descended with a shocking impact, Huang Qi gasped, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at the ancient treasure hurtling toward him. His heart raced wildly. Facing such a formidable mountain, he felt as though he were but an ant, powerless against the overwhelming might of the immortal mountain. The purple-robed elder and the numerous Yan clan ancestors observed the look of terror on Huang Qi's face, and a cruel smile spread across their own. The imposing presence of the 5 jade immortal mountain had finally managed to intimidate this young man. If the mountain were to crash down, even an ordinary nascent soul elder would be utterly suppressed, and those in the harmonization stage would suffer greatly. As Huang Qi stared blankly at the colossal mountain looming above him. Chapter 624. A fortuitous acquisition, my ancestors. How is this possible? Another top-tier ancient treasure. This is the legendary sword gourd, a nearly extinct artifact within the cultivation world. How could it possibly be in the hands of a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Truly, it is the sword gourd. How can this be? Am I seeing things? This gourd contains so many flying swords. What kind of extraordinary being could forge such a miraculous treasure? Look, in the span of a single breath, it has already unleashed 2,000 flying swords, and it continues to produce more. How many flying swords are there within? Could it truly possess over 10,000? If thousands were to be unleashed simultaneously, who in the world, aside from those ancient ancestors in seclusion, could withstand such a terrifying onslaught? This is unbelievable. I cannot ignore this any longer. This young man possesses not one, but 2 extraordinary treasures, each of which could drive us to madness. Chapter 625. 1,000 swords annihilate the enemy. The purple-robed elder watched in dismay as his 5 jade immortal mountain slowly descended toward Huang Qi. His expression contorted with anxiety, for his companions were ensnared by the young man's flying swords, unable to extricate themselves. As the mountain drew closer to Huang Qi, a look of apprehension finally crossed the elder's face. If this ancient treasure were to be claimed by this youth, he would truly be left spitting blood. This treasure had been obtained after perilous explorations of an ancient cultivator's cave, where he had faced life and death encounters to acquire it. After acquiring this ancient treasure, his strength surged immensely, enabling him to stand toe-to-toe with Yan Fengyin. His status within the family also ascended significantly due to this artifact, causing envy and jealousy among the entire Yan clan. Could he truly lose it all now? The elder in the purple robe felt a deep sense of reluctance as he anxiously gazed at Huang Qi. Chapter 626. Breaking the formation, the formidable members of the Yan family had finally extricated themselves from Huang Qi's flying swords, no longer daring to approach him. For their magical artifacts had nearly been obliterated by those terrifying blades. This was only possible because they had banded together, with over 10 individuals sharing the burden of the numerous flying swords. Should even one of them be struck by 1,000 of those blades, it would undoubtedly result in the destruction of the treasure and the demise of its wielder. They were acutely aware that the quantity of flying swords within that boy's gourd was beyond estimation. Simultaneously, concern for the elder in the purple robe arose among the onlookers. Although his cultivation surpassed theirs, it would still be challenging for him to withstand a simultaneous assault from 1,000 swords. All eyes were fixed on the location of the purple-robed elder, awaiting the dissipation of the terrifying energy fluctuations to ascertain the outcome. Moments later, the dreadful energy waves gradually subsided, revealing the figure of the purple-robed elder, who stood suspended in the air. Chapter 627. The divine might of the celestial palace. Huang Qi maintained his composure. The witch clan's holy maiden was not to be underestimated, and he needed to remain vigilant. However, since the formation had been unraveled, it was indeed time for him to depart. With a flicker, Huang Qi ascended, enveloped in a radiant white light, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. The scene returned to tranquility as the members of the Yan family watched Huang Qi depart right before their eyes, exchanging glances but daring not to intervene. As they witnessed Huang Qi's departure, an air of discomfort settled upon their faces, leaving them uncertain of their thoughts. With the matter resolved, the trials of the Yan family's sacred grounds were drawing to a close. After exchanging nods, the group of over 10 individuals initiated their respective spells, causing the disciples of various sects and families who had not yet left to be teleported out of the Yan family's sacred grounds. With resigned sighs, they made their way toward the teleportation array, and as white light enveloped them, their figures faded from sight. Chapter 628. The powers take action. The many formidable figures from other sects and families had initially gazed at Huang Qi with fervent eyes, particularly drawn to the 4 supreme ancient treasures and the lioli true fire he possessed. Whether it be the ancient relics or the heavenly fire, both were enough to drive these powerful beings into a frenzy. Though the members of the Yan family refrained from speaking, the others could no longer hold back their intentions to confront Huang Qi. With the Yan family patriarch's words ringing in their ears, they felt emboldened, soaring into the air to encircle Huang Qi's position tightly. The patriarch of the Yan family and several elders revealed cold smiles upon witnessing so many strong individuals preparing to engage Huang Qi. They were acutely aware of the motives lurking in their hearts, yet they knew it was futile to seek Huang Qi's treasures on their home turf. As long as these individuals acted to subdue Huang Qi, they had their own means to instill fear in those who dared to be so presumptuous. Yan Xin cast a cruel glance at Huang Qi, recognizing that despite his injuries, Huang Qi was deliberately provoking him. Now, weakened and unable to contend with the multitude of Yuanian cultivators, Huang Qi had no choice but to retreat into the Zhou immortal palace. There he activated a barrier, forcibly drawing in several Yuanian elders who had rushed forward and transporting them to the territory of Gu. Gu was an immensely powerful being. Though unfortunately confined to the blood-blind valley, had he been free, the Yan family would have surely bathed in blood today. Huang Qi intentionally transmitted the aura of Gu along with the image of him ruthlessly dispatching several Yuanian cultivators to intimidate the assembled powerhouses. Otherwise, as the attacks came, he would undoubtedly have turned into a timid turtle, unwilling to show his head. Upon witnessing their fear, a satisfied smile graced Huang Qi's face. The powerful members of the Yan family wore expressions of extreme displeasure, their demeanor grim. The black-clad elder stood there, visibly irritated and motionless. Just then, a figure soared into the air and swiftly approached him, timidly and playfully addressing the elder. "Grandfather, why are you here?" "Tonger is perfectly fine." The speaker was none other than the witch clan's saintess, Ruo Yutong. Her exalted status within the witch clan rendered the presence of such a formidable ancestor unsurprising to those gathered. However, it soon dawned on them that this individual was a powerful entity from the witch clan, a legendary figure of the merging phase. How could this be? What brought a witch clan elder to the central continent? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, yet they dared not voice their disbelief. Although the central continent's cultivation world harbored a long-standing enmity with the western region's witch clan, the elder's overwhelming strength silenced any thoughts of disrespect. Huang Qi silently lamented his predicament. The Yan family stronghold was a veritable den of danger, making escape exceedingly difficult. With an ancestor of the Yan family present, he knew he had to fight for his freedom. If the witch clan elder decided to act against him, leaving would be an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, Huang Qi resolved to stand firm. In the perilous circumstances, he would not allow himself to be driven out. As long as he remained within the Immortal Palace, he believed no one could truly threaten him. At worst, he would wait for the arrival of his senior, Gu Qingshang. The Yan family would be powerless to obstruct him then. Ruo Jingyun, after listening to Ruo Yutong's account, furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the Immortal Palace. Clearly, Huang Qi's situation posed a dilemma for him. However, upon learning that Huang Qi had acquired the Liuli True Fire and several top-tier ancient treasures, along with a set of martial arts capable of countering Ruo Yutong's bracelet, Ruo Jingyun resolved to take action. Chapter 632, Destruction of Heaven and Earth in a clash of one black and one purple terrifying attack, capable of annihilating the very heavens. The seemingly slow collision took everyone by surprise as it did not unleash the anticipated cataclysmic energy waves or thunderous roars. Instead, they devoured each other. And at the point of contact, the void was obliterated, as if space itself was on the verge of collapse. Though it did not create the expected tumult, it was sufficient to obliterate any nascent soul powerhouse present. After 2 breaths, the horrifying rift in space, trembling amidst the annihilation, gradually transformed into the intangible. The fearsome purple flames appeared to lose all their potency, dissipating into the cosmos. The witch clan expert, Weak Shock Cloud, was astonished to see his move so effortlessly countered by Yan Shizi. Realizing that the power of Yan Shizi's purple spirit flame had become even more formidable over the span of 5 centuries. However, Yan Shizi was not particularly surprised. 500 years had passed. Chapter 633, Dragon Suppression Cauldron versus Mountain River Fan. Huang Qi and the others were enveloped by the protective mountain formation, rendering the external scene a blur, with rampant energy storms raging, making it impossible for their divine senses or vision to perceive the outside. While they could not sense the chaos beyond, they clearly observed everything within the protective array. The crimson glow emanated ripples, seemingly on the brink of shattering. The earth trembled, mountains collapsed, and countless fragments flew about like thunder. Some low-level cultivators and disciples were overwhelmed by the astonishing might, their faces pale as they collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain their composure. Others found their bodies swaying with the trembling earth, struggling to remain steady. Had it not been for their extraordinary cultivation, they would have been in dire straits. After a significant period, the violent energy fluctuations in the sky gradually subsided. As they gazed upward, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Chapter 634, The Endless Void. If not for the guardianship of powerful sect members, Fan Tian, Gu Mingyu, and others might have perished from the tremendous explosion. Nevertheless, they lay trembling on the ground, their fear palpable. Huang Qi, within the demon suppression Immortal Palace, heard the earth-shattering sound and coughed up blood. Shocked by the overwhelming force, he forcefully suppressed his injuries and sealed the palace's entrance. Huang Qi's heart raced. Was this the immense power wielded by a top-tier treasure? This astonishing strike shattered the void, obliterated mountains, and sent countless cultivators flying, as if space itself could scarcely endure the impact. Huang Qi internally marveled. This was indeed the phenomenal power a supreme ancient treasure should manifest. He recalled that his own ancient treasure was not significantly inferior to theirs, igniting excitement within him. Just then, a colossal hand from the void reached toward him, abruptly altering its course. Chapter 635, Shaosan's cultivation Huang Qi exerted his final reserves of magical power to completely seal the demon suppression immortal palace, disregarding the dangers of the boundless void surrounding him. Fortunately, being within the confines of the town demon immortal palace, all that exists in the boundless void is sustained by this sanctuary, providing a temporary sense of security. Huang Qi transformed the town demon immortal palace into a mere speck of dust, aimlessly drifting in the infinite void, akin to a single droplet in a vast ocean, appearing exceedingly insignificant. Upon swiftly entering the internal space of the town demon immortal palace, Huang Qi was met with the sight of several elderly figures seated in meditation on the ground. The moment they recognized Huang Qi, their expressions shifted to one of surprise, and they instinctively rose to pay their respects. However, Huang Qi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious to the ground. The elders were taken aback, quickly rushing to assist him, their powerful consciousness scanning Huang Qi's body with great concern, their faces reflecting deep distress. Chapter 636. Thriving Prosperity. Huang Qi's first destination was naturally the small medicinal garden located near his cave dwelling. The herbs cultivated within this garden were rare treasures seldom seen in the outside world. Their potential significance to him was beyond imagination. Most importantly, this garden was guarded by a millennia-old medicinal king who had already taken on human form, a truly celestial treasure for any cultivator to covet. Reflecting on his injuries, Huang Qi recalled how the little herbalist generously provided him with 2 drops of medicinal liquid. Without that, his recovery would not have been so swift. Huang Qi ambled leisurely into the medicinal garden, and upon witnessing the abundance of exotic flowers and herbs, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Many of the herbs were mature, and some, under the little herbalist's care, had even sprouted tender shoots nearby, leaving Huang Qi in a state of astonishment. He felt fortunate to have acquired such a millennia-old medicinal king, otherwise. Chapter 637. Refining the glazed true fire. Having learned a lesson from the 9-berry spirit fruit, Huang Qi was cautious this time. Despite recognizing the extraordinary nature of the holy origin fruit, he recalled that it was the 2 distinct demonic beasts that had informed him of this fruit. Though they had not divulged its effects, this matter slipped from his mind. But he realized he would need to venture once more into the Bloodblind Valley to inquire with those 2 creatures about the holy origin fruit's properties. Huang Qi had also consulted the little bone, but it too was oblivious to the holy origin fruit, leaving him puzzled about how the 2 beasts had acquired such knowledge. At present, the holy origin fruit remained vibrantly green, its hue appearing even more radiant than before. It emanated streams of radiant light, illuminating the entire gorge with an aura of sanctity, igniting within Huang Qi a strong desire to cultivate the 9 resolute, true demon art. In addition to the sacred radiance, the area was rich with abundant demonic energy. Chapter 638. The Iron Fire Ant's mutation. However, it was inevitable that Huang Qi would face some trials. For the power of the glazed true fire surpassed even that of the Xian Huang Inferno and the Golden Spirit Earth Heart Fire. Huang Qi, with his formidable consciousness, endured the searing flames of the glazed true fire, plunging deep into its core. Huang Qi's consciousness perceived a core of glazed true fire, a fire seed of pure glaze hue, incessantly spinning at its center. All the flames emanated from this seed, and by refining it, he could avoid being scorched. The pure yang flame technique surged wildly within Huang Qi as his consciousness locked onto the fire seed. With a sudden incantation, he momentarily immobilized the glazed true fire, preventing it from emitting any flames. If not now, when? Huang Qi exclaimed, as his potent spiritual energy enveloped the fire seed. With his palms pressed together, he exerted a powerful force, causing the seed to react under his might. Chapter 639. A surprising revelation. He could not possibly release the fire seed of glazed true fire to provide a nurturing environment for the iron fire ants. That would be utterly impractical. The glazed true fire was an extraordinary flame, and with the right opportunity, it could elevate him to unimaginable heights. Reluctantly, he could not part with it. The Xianhuang Inferno and the Golden Spirit Earth's core fire were likewise formidable flames, and he could not forsake them. Moreover, the more fire seeds he refined, the greater their combined power would become. This was undoubtedly his greatest trump card, one he could never relinquish to the iron fire ants. With a resigned shake of his head, Huang Qi decided to postpone further plans for the time being. He preserved the root of the azure fire spiritual herb, carefully storing it in a jade box, affixing a talisman to prevent its spiritual essence from dissipating. The remaining azure fire spiritual herbs were given to the 3 iron fire ants. Chapter 640. The void black hole. The pagoda descended into Huang Qi's dantian, stirring tumultuous waves of spiritual energy. Mighty surges of spiritual force battered against the pagoda, yet it remained steadfast, as if anchored within. Each time the powerful waves crashed against it, a portion of the spiritual energy was absorbed, making the pagoda's luminous glow even more resplendent. Above the pagoda, a golden core floated, with spiritual energy from his meridians coalescing into wisps of mist that enveloped it in a radiant glow. As the golden core absorbed this energy, it gradually transformed into droplets of spiritual liquid, which cascaded onto the pagoda. The pure spiritual essence swiftly merged into the pagoda, manifesting a radiant halo that illuminated the entire dantian with a sanctified aura. Huang Qi sensed that the droplets of spiritual liquid were refining his innate treasure, enhancing its potency. Chapter 641. Ancient Secrets. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued. What kind of extraordinary fortune had this young man encountered to possess several top-tier ancient treasures? The Huang family had preserved a scarce number of ancient treasures since antiquity, with top-tier artifacts being exceedingly rare. Yet this young man possessed so many, truly a stroke of extraordinary luck. Moments later, the elder Huang Qi, somewhat perplexed, addressed the old man. Ancestor, what about the several top-tier ancient treasures possessed by Huang Qi? Are you truly unaware, esteemed elder? The old man pondered for a moment before casting a calm glance at Huang Qi and replied, the palace utilized by Huang Qi is indeed unfamiliar to me. As for the Bagua mirror and the purple gold sword gourd, I have heard some rumors. The crowd was inwardly astonished. Such a mysterious palace was unknown even to the elder. Chapter 642. Undercurrents surging. The area gradually settled into tranquility, but at that moment, the space distorted, and an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage emerged. This elder appeared somewhat ethereal, as though he were one with the very fabric of the world. With a slight furrow of his brow, he gazed at the recently mended rift in space and let out a cold chuckle before his form once again became insubstantial. The space returned to a state of calm, devoid of any sound. Atop a mountain peak outside Luoyang City, a black-clad elder, his hair flecked with gray and his eyes sparkling with vitality, stood alongside a graceful young woman. Clad in a flowing white dress, she possessed eyes that resembled blooming flowers, exuding an ethereal charm and delicate beauty. The elder, standing in silence, gazed upward into the void, a look of perplexity etched upon his brow. The young woman remained unusually quiet, refraining from interrupting the elder until, after a brief moment, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Chapter 643. The spark. Upon hearing the disciples' words, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, as everyone sensed a looming storm. This news was nearly catastrophic for the Huang family. The Yan family's strength was on par with that of the Huang family, and they had been entangled in conflict for 5 to 6 years, still unable to decisively suppress one another. However, the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for their clan, with Huang Qi serving as the igniting spark. If Huang Qi merely possessed the Yan family's secret cultivation techniques, it would be manageable. A single Yan family member could hardly pose a threat. Yet, the circumstances had changed, for Huang Qi now wielded multiple top-tier magical treasures. These artifacts held significant renown, having once incited turmoil in the realm of immortality. Furthermore, there was the glazed true fire, a miraculous fire of heaven and earth. Should this extraordinary flame evolve into sentience, its bearer could ascend to greatness, a prospect that would undoubtedly instill fear in many. Chapter 644. The ancient mirror of void. The elder in the azure robe smiled faintly upon hearing this, seemingly assured and choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, in the next moment, he waved his hand, and an ancient circular mirror appeared in his grasp. The onlookers were taken aback, standing in shock as one elder, unable to conceal his astonishment, exclaimed, "This is the ancient mirror of void." The elder ceased speaking, only to see the azure-robed elder nod in acknowledgement. The crowd was profoundly astonished. This treasure was one of the few capable of probing the boundless void. As long as Huang Qi did not become completely lost within the infinite expanse, this mirror could be employed to summon him back. This could be deemed a miraculous artifact. In the era when the ancient mirror of void emerged, the realm of immortality had experienced considerable upheaval. However, such treasures could never be possessed by lowly cultivators. It was once rumored that an unparalleled powerhouse had obtained one, yet unexpectedly, in chapter 645, it was revealed that he was Huang Qi. The youth and maiden beheld a colossal palace materializing before them, a surge of five-colored radiance emanating from it, instantly accompanied by an overwhelming aura that struck fear into their hearts. As they gazed upon the suddenly appeared grand palace and sensed the terrifying might within, their expressions turned pale, and their flying vessel was uncontrollably drawn downward. The scene unfolding in the skies above Luoyang City did not escape the notice of wandering cultivators. Upon witnessing such a magnificent palace radiating such formidable power, their faces shifted dramatically, bewildered by the nature of this extraordinary artifact. In an instant, the entire city of Luoyang was thrown into an uproar. Many took to the streets, their eyes drawn to the heavens. Yet few dared to approach the source of that dreadful aura. Nevertheless, some powerful cultivators soared into the air, landing at a distance. In chapter 646, the voice bellowed with a deep resonance, as if echoing from the very heavens. Weaker cultivators, feeling the murderous intent behind the cry, could not help but shiver. Many who sought to pursue Huang Qi found themselves halting in their tracks, turning to gaze behind them. Others, recognizing the voice, furrowed their brows. Yet their gazes toward Huang Qi remained fervent, unwilling to relinquish their intent to eradicate him. Upon hearing that shout, Huang Qi involuntarily trembled, the voice striking a familiar yet foreign chord within him, evoking an indescribable sensation. He could not resist turning to glance back, only to see a figure darting toward him with lightning speed. Clad in a yellow robe, with prominent brows and eyes, a square jaw, and a demeanor that exuded an aura of unrivaled strength, this individual radiated the essence of a supreme powerhouse. In chapter 647, Huang Li sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Huang Qi, and his heart stirred. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. This young man had indeed carved a path of slaughter to reach this point, his murderous aura unmatched by any of his peers. While Huang Li felt a sense of satisfaction, he also experienced a deep sense of pride. Although he had not raised this son, Huang Qi had managed to uphold his principles, which brought him solace. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of guilt for not having cared for such an exceptional son. Father, since these individuals seek to take my life, I have no reservations left. Today, let us fight together and demonstrate that the Huang family is not to be trifled with, Huang Qi declared. Hearing this, Huang Li laughed heartily, patting Huang Qi on the shoulder with approval. He turned to the predatory cultivators surrounding them, coldly stating, "Well said. Truly worthy of my Huang Li." In chapter 648, a piercing scream echoed as Huang Li severed the arm of a Yuanian cultivator with a single strike. A chilling scream echoed once again as a young infant cultivator met his demise at the hands of Huang Li, who severed him in two with a silver blade. Huang Li, drenched in blood, not his own, but that of the slain cultivators, gripped the bloodied silver sword, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of malevolence. The scene was drenched in carnage, with each swing of his blade claiming lives indiscriminately. In that moment, Huang Li resembled a ruthless demon, embodying cruelty, slaughter, and insatiable bloodlust, instilling terror in those who once dared to surround him. The battle had merely commenced, yet the Huang father and son duo had already gained the upper hand, wreaking havoc upon their foes, causing those greedy cultivators to tremble with fear. Despite the gruesome spectacle, Huang Li remained unfazed, his expression as calm as an ancient well, even as the bloodied scene stirred something within him. Chapter 649, The Mighty Warriors at the Great Thundersound Temple. A realm of heavenly wonders illuminated by the auspicious light of Buddhism, stood countless sacred and majestic temples. In the heart of this sanctified space, several venerable monks, draped in resplendent golden robes, exuded an aura of profound wisdom. As they entered a deep meditative state, one elder monk suddenly opened his eyes, his sacred presence spreading throughout the area. "Amitabha, my apologies. Has the inevitable finally arrived?" The other monks nodded in acknowledgement of their elder brother's words. Moments later, a rift in space opened, and the monks stepped through, vanishing from sight. The great scholar sect, the Qingshu Taoist temple, the Five Elements Hall, and the Mountain of 10,000 Demons, these formidable factions had all received word. While they initially dismissed the insignificant Huang Qi, The allure of the ancient treasures he possessed compelled them to act. They swiftly summoned their disciples, setting forth towards the city of Luoyang. Chapter 650, Friend or Foe in the Void. A figure clad in a yellow robe with a white beard materialized. Casting a disdainful glance at the cultivator he had just slain, the yellow-robed elder nodded at Mo Lao before shifting his gaze towards the ongoing battles. After a brief moment, he spotted Huang Qi and approached with a look of surprise. Sensing the presence of a familiar, powerful figure, Huang Qi turned to see the elder. His face lighting up with joy, he instinctively prepared to kneel in reverence, but the elder raised a hand to stop him, prompting Huang Qi to remain standing. Disciple Huang Qi pays respects to the Grand Elder, he exclaimed. The elder, pleased, nodded in approval and smiled at Huang Qi. Well done, my boy. You have upheld the honor of the Huang family. I knew you would not falter. Linger, witnessing this exchange, beamed with affection at Huang Qi, while the others around them paid no heed to the moment. The elder accompanying Linger could only smile wryly at the situation. Chapter 651. Borrowing an item, the yellow-robed elder and his companions exhaled in relief. They were uncertain whether their ancestor had arrived, fearing that such a formidable presence might deliberately create difficulties for them. However, seeing that the black-clad elder posed no threat, they felt a sense of ease wash over them. However, their hearts were filled with doubt. When they cast their gaze upon Huang Qi, they found his countenance dark and brooding, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. It appeared that the situation was not as they had presumed. The Huang family members exchanged wary glances towards the old man clad in black. The black-clad elder, noticing the expressions of Huang Qi and the others, paid them little heed. After all, he was the one who had ensnared Huang Qi in the boundless void for half a year. It was only natural for Huang Qi to harbor ill feelings towards him. The black-clad man glanced indifferently at the elder wielding the bone staff, his brows furrowing slightly, as though he wished that this individual did not exist at all. Chapter 652. A certain dilemma. Indeed. Young Huang is truly a wise individual, the black-clad elder remarked, his satisfaction evident as he nodded and smiled faintly. The expressions of the Grand Elder and the others shifted slightly. Rumors had circulated that Huang Qi had obtained the legendary Liuli True Fire, a celestial flame of extraordinary power, and it seemed that these rumors were indeed true. Such a formidable flame would incite countless individuals to fight fiercely over it. How could such a treasure be casually lent out? The Grand Elder, his face somewhat grim, looked towards the black-clad elder and said respectfully, Esteemed Elder, the Liuli True Fire is exceedingly precious. To merely lend it out places us in a position of great difficulty. Upon hearing this, the black-clad elder's brow also furrowed slightly. Nevertheless, he was determined to possess the Liuli True Fire. However, seeing the Huang family's visibly troubled expressions, their unwillingness to lend out the fire, he grew somewhat impatient. With a cold snort, he turned to Huang Qi and stated, Young Huang, I have already made my decision. Chapter 653. The fury of Yan Shizi. A group of over 30 individuals approached, their bodies emanating terrifying waves of energy. As they arrived, the temperature of the surrounding space rose significantly. Every cultivator in proximity swiftly retreated, clearly wary of these individuals. These 30 or so figures were filled with rage, their gazes towards Huang Qi icy and filled with a palpable killing intent, coalescing into a spear that shot towards Huang Qi. At first glance, Huang Qi recognized them as members of the Yan family, with the leader being Yan Qing, the head of the family. He did not recognize the others, as he had not encountered them during his previous trials in the Yan family's sacred grounds. However, the terrifying aura they exuded indicated that they were formidable beings rarely seen from the Yan family. Given their strength, Huang Qi's side would surely be at a disadvantage. Yet, the Yan family was his sworn enemy, and they would not spare him. He had no intention of letting them escape easily either. Chapter 654. The fury of weak Jingyun. Simultaneously, Elder Mo, Elder Shi, and the old man who had been guarding Linger all shouted and soared into the sky. Elder Mo wielded a jade scepter, channeling his entire essence into it, causing the scepter to emit brilliant rays of light, instantly growing to a size akin to a mountain, crashing towards the enormous hand. Elder Shi's expression was exceedingly grim. He produced a circular disc and unleashed a spell, the disc radiating myriad brilliance as it surged towards the colossal hand. The elder beside Linger wore a grave expression with a wave of his hand. A sharp blade materialized from thin air, buzzing ominously as it shot towards the vast hand. Yan Shizi was taken aback to see that these individuals had withstood the pressure of his spiritual awareness, although he observed that each of them was wielding extraordinary treasures. A mocking expression remained on his face. While the artifacts were indeed impressive, the notion that they could counter his formidable strike was utterly ludicrous. However, Yan Shizi was aware that the blade was extraordinary, having just pierced through his own energy hand, demonstrating its considerable might. Yet, this alone was far from sufficient. With a cold snort, he extended a finger, unleashing a stream of spiritual energy that shot toward the elder's brow. Should the elder continue to attack his energy hand, he would undoubtedly suffer a fatal blow, leading to his complete demise. Yet, the speed of the Lahiki ancestors' attacks was astonishing. The elder hesitated for a brief moment, and the terrifying stream of spiritual energy rushed toward him. The elder's face changed dramatically as he attempted to wield the blade for defense, but it was still too late. At that moment, a brilliant multicolored glow surged into the sky, swiftly enveloping both the Grand Elder and the elder. The radiant light not only shielded the Grand Elder's hand, but also forcefully countered the menacing stream of spiritual energy, rendering it ineffective. Both the Grand Elder and the elder from the Zhou family gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Upon witnessing the arrival of yet another formidable presence, Huang Qi and his companions felt the weight of an increasingly dire situation. While weak Jingyun might have been evenly matched against Yan Shizi, their own side was burdened with injuries, and they had confined their strongest members within the confines of the demon suppression immortal palace. Leading the formidable forces of the Yan family was Yan Qing, accompanied by dozens of nascent soul experts, including several in the later stages of their cultivation. Though weak Jingyun's proximity had deterred Yan Qing and his allies from attacking, the arrival of another peak powerhouse presented a grave threat to their side. The expressions of the second elder and others had turned ashen, filled with dread as they wondered why their ancestor had yet to arrive. Now, 3 Lahiki ancestors had appeared, 2 of whom were enemies. The situation was growing increasingly unfavorable for them. Tang Yan, upon hearing these words, found it hard to believe. She looked incredulously at Yan Shizi and then at Huang Qi, astonished by his audacity. Since her debut, she had never encountered such a reckless and fearless youth, one who dared to insult even the Lahiki ancestors. Was it a lack of upbringing or a sign of substantial protection? Tang Yan then turned her gaze to the massive palace hovering above Huang Qi's head. After scrutinizing it for a long while, she could not discern its true nature. However, the multicolored glow confirmed for her that this treasure was anything but ordinary. Yan Shizi gazed at Huang Qi, feeling an overwhelming impulse to rush forward and annihilate him. Yet, upon seeing the grand palace hovering above Huang Qi, he felt a flicker of intrigue. Just moments ago, this young man had utilized this treasure to withstand one of his strikes and had forcibly drawn both the yellow-bearded elder and the Zhou family expert into the internal space. Yan Shizi's expression was exceedingly grim as he coldly snorted. Chapter 658, An Uninvited Guest. Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed upon the floating Jinma Xiandian, his heart racing with excitement. This spiritual treasure was indeed extraordinary. It effortlessly withstood the full force of an ancestor at the harmonization stage, marking it as exceptional even among spiritual artifacts. As he beheld the Jinma Xiandian radiating 5-colored brilliance, Ruo Jingyun's face was one of astonishment. A treasure capable of enduring the full might of an ancestor at the harmonization stage was unmistakably remarkable. What sort of fortuitous encounter had Huang Qi's second son experienced to acquire such a remarkable artifact? Ruo Jingyun gazed at the Jinma Xiandian with fervent eyes, but refrained from any further actions. He understood that all spiritual treasures possess sentience, and their innate power far surpasses that of an ordinary ancestor at the harmonization stage. Chapter 659, Huang Xiaoyao. The elderly man with hair as white as snow felt a chill piercing through the void, causing his expression to shift slightly. He could no longer afford to contend for the Jinma Xiandian and swiftly retreated. The moment he departed, the space around him became exceedingly unstable, filled with an aura of dissolution. Upon witnessing this, the elderly man's expression darkened, casting a cold glare at the elder in the distance. However, upon seeing the arrival of the elder, his countenance turned grave, disbelief clouding his features. Not only was this person shocked and serious, but Yan Shizi and Tang Yan also wore solemn expressions, especially Yan Shizi, whose eyes were as dark as water. He had not anticipated the emergence of this ancient figure. Sensing the terrifying cultivation of the newcomer, Yan Fengyin lamented inwardly the missed opportunity to eliminate Huang Qi and seize the treasure. It was now evidently more challenging to slay Huang Qi. Chapter 660, An Unparalleled Demeanor. Huang Qi and the others watched as the ancestor acted decisively, without a hint of hesitation, leaving them astonished. However, the sheer audacity of facing three supreme experts alone made them furrow their brows. Huang Xiaoyao and Yan Fengyin, being considerably older and seasoned in their cultivation, must have possessed ample confidence and strength to dare such a confrontation. Ruo Jingyun was profoundly shaken by this scene. Even when facing Yan Fengyin and Fairy Tang Yan, he felt overwhelmed. He surmised that he could soon be defeated and would never dare to emulate Huang Xiaoyao's actions. Was Huang Xiaoyao's strength truly so formidable? Observing Huang Xiaoyao's earth-shattering punch, Ruo Jingyun found himself unable to remain composed. Chapter 661, A Turn of Events. The crowd was filled with horror and disbelief, unable to fathom that the Huang family ancestor was such a terrifying powerhouse. He single-handedly battled 3 harmonization stage cultivators and managed to injure 2, appearing to do so with ease. What manner of existence is this? The formidable presence of a top-tier powerhouse has been witnessed by the assembled crowd today. It is astonishing that the Huang family harbors such a terrifying entity, and even more perplexing that the Yan family dares to provoke him. One cannot help but wonder whether the Yan family genuinely believe this fearsome being to be gravely injured or perhaps even lifeless. Now, having stirred such a formidable force, if the Yan family lacks a contingency plan, they may very well face utter ruin. As Huang Qi and others observed their ancestors' terrifying prowess, they collectively drew in a sharp breath. Their ancestor faced 3 equally powerful old monsters, yet within mere exchanges, he managed to injure 2 of them. What kind of horror is this? Had their ancestor revealed such terrifying strength earlier, it is believed that the Yan family would not have dared to act so recklessly. In the next moment, Huang Qi appeared 100 meters away. However, it seemed that Yan Qing had anticipated Huang Qi's astonishing speed, as he flickered rapidly to block Huang Qi's escape from his attack range. With a swift motion, Yan Qing unleashed a palm strike, his momentum surging like a tidal wave directed at Huang Qi. Huang Qi's expression shifted dramatically as demonic energy surged around him, multiplying his presence into 8 distinct figures, each casting a different spell towards Yan Qing. Yan Qing, noticing Huang Qi's remarkable duplication technique, furrowed his brow slightly. This young man had employed this art more than once, proving to be exceptionally troublesome. Yet, Yan Qing did not dwell on it for long. Just then, Huang Qi felt several figures once again charging towards him. His expression finally changed. Was the Yan family truly willing to go to such lengths to eliminate him? A multitude of Yuan cultivators was directed at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Qi summoned the clouds of demonic energy. Huang Qi's expression turned grave, but internally he steeled himself, thinking, did they truly believe he was so easily bullied? If they wished to capture him today, he would see whether they possessed the ability to do so. With a mighty roar, he was engulfed in terrifying flames, the Lioli true fire. Transformed into the fire god, Yan Qing sensed the intense heat emanating from the Lioli true fire, revealing a hint of trepidation on his face. How could this young man have refined such a flame? The man in black also narrowed his eyes. The formidable heat of the Lioli true fire instilled a sense of caution within him. However, Huang Qi had yet to break through to Yuan, and thus the full potential of the Lioli true fire could not be realized. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their attacks to eliminate Huang Qi. Yet, in the next moment, their expressions shifted drastically. As Huang Qi became enveloped in the Lioli true fire, a swirling dark yellow flame ignited in his left hand, while a brilliant golden flame surged in his right. The despicable Huang Qi, realizing that Yan Qing could not contend with him, resorted to attacking the family's powerful allies, displaying utter depravity. The second elder Huang Ying and the third elder Huang Xian, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. However, they were ensnared by the Yan family's strongmen and could not divert their attention to assist. They could only hope their ancestor would soon extricate himself to turn the tide. The man in black, observing this, revealed a cold smile as he formed a spell with his hands, unleashing a beam of white light shooting into the distance. Moments later, a group of figures clad in black emerged from the distance. These figures radiated an aura of malevolence, their presence foreboding. each wielding a black battle axe as they charged into the chaotic fray, intent on slaughtering the numerous formidable members of the Huang family. Caught off guard, several of Huang's strong warriors fell victim to this sudden onslaught, their anguished cries echoing as they met their demise. A chill of despair gripped the hearts of the Huang clan. They had been desperately defending themselves against the impending doom. The black-clad figures shared a mastery of dark arts with their leader, Zhou Batian, whose relentless approach to combat was marked by decisiveness and brutality. Their clash was fierce, manifesting as two colossal clouds of black mist that obscured the sky, rendering the exact nature of their battle elusive. Yet, the sound of violent collisions emanating from the depths of the dark clouds made it abundantly clear how intense the struggle was. Huang Qi felt a surge of trepidation. He had not anticipated the rapid advancement of his master Xiongbaitian's strength. It had been precisely a decade since his escape from the 003Immortals palace, during which his cultivation had ascended from the early stages of Yuan Ying to the late stages, a truly astonishing progression. However, Huang Qi was also aware that Zhou Batian had been trapped in the 003Immortals palace for over a decade, continuously honing his skills, making his meteoric rise entirely plausible. Reflecting on the 003Immortals palace, Huang Qi understood that this was merely the precursor to their tribulations. As the atmosphere shifted, the vital energy of the world seemed to transform, alleviating the tension that had previously enveloped the battlefield. Personal feelings returned to a state of calm, and bodily injuries began to mend. The acrid scent of blood gradually dissipated, and the aura of violence became intangible, allowing a sense of tranquility and serenity to permeate the surroundings. A soothing, almost ethereal sensation washed over the gathered individuals, restoring a sense of peace within them. While Huang Qi could not discern the feelings of others, he personally experienced a profound sense of serenity, illuminated by the soft glow of Buddhist light. It felt as though all he had endured was but a fleeting illusion, and the fury, bloodlust, and impulsiveness that had consumed him were quelled by the arrival of the sacred chants and the radiant light. Though his heart found peace, his vigilance remained intact. Observing the expressions on the faces of those around him, a tumult of emotions surged within Huang Qi. Was this the true power of Buddhist teachings? Such an astonishing ability to transform one's disposition instantaneously. How could this be possible? Upon the arrival of the Qingling Taoist, who without inquiry sought to strike against the elder of the Huang family, many in the crowd felt indignation. It was evident to discerning eyes that the Taoist's pretense of avenging his disciple concealed his ulterior motive of coveting the Huang family's treasures. However, the overwhelming strength of the Qingling Taoist silenced any dissenting voices. Huang Qi and his companions seethed with anger. This individual, masquerading under the guise of defending his injured disciple, was truly intent on seizing the treasures from Huang Qi. Such a once revered figure had now incited their ire. Huang Xiaoyao discerned the Qingling Taoist's aggressive approach was driven by ulterior motives, but as mid-stage cultivators, they were unafraid. A chilling resolve flickered in their eyes, and with a disdainful snort, they prepared to counter the Taoist's advance with a powerful strike. However, upon hearing the words of several esteemed monks from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Huang Xiaoyao ceased his actions. He witnessed the magnificent radiance of the Dharma, as figures clad in Taoist robes emerged from a spatial rift in the north. One of them bore a striking resemblance to the Qingling Taoist, exuding an ethereal presence. As they stepped forth, it seemed as though a profound opportunity sliced through the heavens and the earth. The arcane characters inscribed around their standing position radiated an otherworldly charm that evoked deep yearning in the hearts of onlookers. These individuals were undoubtedly formidable beings from the Three Pure Ones Taoist temple, led by the venerable Master Qingfeng. From a spatial rift in the southwest emerged a group of young men and women. The males were extraordinary, and the females were stunningly beautiful. Their mere presence enveloped the area in an unusual aura. With their striking appearances, they resembled pairs of celestial youths, eliciting envy from many. Yet, those who recognized them felt a sense of trepidation, for they were among the most enigmatic beings rumored to possess a celestial art capable of perceiving the 6 realms of reincarnation. However, this remained mere hearsay. Liang Chensheng, what do you mean? Do you intend for the Demon Cave sect to oppose me? The Qingling ancestor glared at Liang Chensheng, his face ashen with fury. Liang Chensheng, in response, displayed palpable disdain, casting a scornful glance at the Qingling Taoist and retorting, "A farce, indeed a farce. Just a mere Qingling. And you believe you have the standing to contend with the demon cave sect? Depart at once, lest you provoke me. I have no desire to sully my hands with you. Otherwise, your Qingling clan's annihilation in the cultivation world would merely require my word. Liang Qinqing's words cut sharply, laced with absolute contempt, yet the strength of the demon cave sect afforded him such audacity. The Qingling ancestor, enraged, felt his face flush crimson, yet he could muster no retort, only pointing furiously at Liang Qinsheng, managing to utter a stammered, you're. At that moment, the Qingling ancestor was filled with regret, realizing he had brought shame upon himself today. This enmity, he mused, would be a burden borne alone. Moreover, the promise of facilitating a swift breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was an enticing prospect. This advancement was a coveted dream for countless cultivators. In the vast expanse of the cultivation realm, while innumerable practitioners existed, those who truly attained the nascent soul stage were exceedingly rare. It was evident how scarce nascent soul cultivators were within the entire cultivation world. In smaller sects, having even 1 or 2 nascent soul practitioners was considered remarkable. Achieving this status granted the right to establish one's own sect, representing a tremendous allure for many. The Huang family members, upon hearing this, felt a stir of emotion. If what the master of the Demon Cave sect claimed were indeed true, it would be an unprecedented boon for Huang Qi, not only benefiting him immensely, but also bringing tremendous advantages to the Huang family. The prospect of exchanging a top-tier ancient treasure for the future tranquility of the Huang family found favor among many. However, not all members of the Huang family share such sentiments. Huang Xiaoyao and the second elder engaged in a heated debate. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. For throughout history, there have indeed been practitioners adept in both righteous and demonic paths, yet those who can master 3 schools of thought are exceedingly rare. Not to mention someone who could encompass the teachings of 4 major sections. It is no wonder that Huang Qi's prowess is so formidable, with few rivals among his peers. It seems he indeed possesses the skills of 3 sections. If it is true, as the leader of the Great Confucian sect suggests, that he cultivates the 4 paths of righteousness, demonic arts, Confucianism, and Buddhism, it is entirely possible that he could become an extraordinary figure. Nonetheless, some skeptics argue that spreading oneself too thin across multiple disciplines may lead to mediocrity. If one is not focused, they might struggle to master even a single technique. Such a prodigious disciple could very well fall by the wayside. Yet, this concern may not apply to Huang Qi, who might indeed find success. If he does succeed, it could propel both him and the Huang family to unprecedented heights, beyond the reach of those who currently challenge them. As Huang Qi addressed the assembly, he expressed his gratitude to the esteemed elders for their kind regard, bowing deeply once more. The previously chaotic atmosphere fell into silence. As everyone sensed that Huang Qi was about to make a significant decision, the representatives of the major powers watched him with a mix of tension and anticipation, hoping he would choose their sect. Yet, amidst the tension, some gazes bore an unsettling quality, which Huang Qi could discern as ill intent. The onlookers were equally anxious. For the moment of decision for this young man had arrived, and they wondered which superpower he would select. Regardless of his choice, it seemed that both he and the Huang family were destined for greatness, beyond the reach of their current adversaries. Huang Qi then raised his head, casting a calm smile towards the formidable leaders of the 7 major powers and remarked, "Esteemed seniors, you have presented me with quite a dilemma." Upon hearing Master Fan's words, many could only shake their heads in resignation. However, none showed signs of retreating, which caused Fan to furrow his brow. The fact that even his status could not compel them to withdraw indicated that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. The leader of the Demon Cave sect regarded Fan with a slight frown, pondering whether this old monk intended to mediate. Yet, discontent with Huang Qi was not limited to his own faction. Despite the might of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, they could not halt the determination of others to seize the treasures. The 5 Elements True Man and the Reincarnation Sect Master, Maya Shenghua, merely exchanged a glance with Fan before ignoring him, their gazes towards Huang Qi growing increasingly frigid. After a moment of silence, the 5 Elements True Man sighed helplessly and smiled at Huang Qi, saying, "Young friend Huang Qi, since you have decided against joining us, we shall not press you further. However, a mere Huang family is hardly worthy of such power. Young friend Huang Qi, our patience is not infinite. Do not force our hand, for if we do act, the consequences may well be beyond what your humble Huang family can withstand." Upon hearing Liao Qinsheng's fierce words, the expressions of the Huang family members turned ashen, realizing the imminent threat to their safety. Yet, none of them faltered. They stood resolutely, their faces grave as they surveyed the surrounding cultivators. Huang Xiaoyao let out a cold snort and stepped forward, declaring, "Do not feign sincerity. What you truly desire is to strike against my Huang family, is it not? I shall meet your challenge head-on." Liao Qinsheng, the master of the Demon Abyss Gate, felt a chill run through him and scoffed, "Truly overestimating yourselves." At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Liao, swiftly approaching Huang Qi and the others. With a piercing gaze fixed on Huang Xiaoyao, he wasted no time and launched a punch towards him. The punch cut through the air with a deafening roar, channeling the terrifying essence of heaven and earth. Chapter 675. A forceful suppression. The powerful figures from the 7 greatest factions changed their expressions upon recognizing the newcomer. As paragons of strength, they were well aware of his identity. He was not merely an old coot from Wanyao Mountain, but rather Fengming Tiansan, one of the 4 beast kings of the beast kingdom of Yuzhou, who commanded countless demonic beasts and dominated his territory, instilling fear in all. He was a formidable entity. Many had once sought to draw attention to the beast kingdom, only to be crushed by the armies of these 4 beast kings. The 7 great factions had also attempted to engage with them, but the ferocity of the wild beasts had resulted in significant losses, leading them to avoid provoking the beast kingdom thereafter. Huang Qi immediately recognized the figure. It was the peerless powerhouse, Fengming Tiansan, with whom he shared a past connection. Years ago, he had ventured into the beast kingdom alongside the Grand Elder and others to obtain Fengming Tiansuan's blood essence to concoct the Nirvana pill for his father's recovery, a quest that had been fraught with serendipitous encounters. Chapter 676. 1 against 2. Seeing Fengming Tiansan come to his aid filled Huang Qi with immense joy. He quickly approached the Beast King, bowing respectfully and saying, "I am Huang Qi, honored to meet you, O Beast King. I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance." Fengming Tiansan regarded Huang Qi with a satisfied nod, acknowledging his significant progress in cultivation over the years. He recalled that Huang Qi had only recently broken through to the core formation stage, and now he had reached the pinnacle of mid-core formation. With continued effort, it was only a matter of time before he would break into late core formation, a testament to his remarkable talent. With a reassuring smile, Fengming Tiansan addressed Huang Qi. "Rest assured, with me here, I shall ensure the safety of you and your Huang family." Following his declaration, over 100 demon cultivators swiftly encircled the Huang and Zhou family members, standing guard with unwavering vigilance. Anyone daring to strike would face a fierce retaliation. Huang Qi looked at Fengming Tiansan with profound gratitude in his heart. Chapter 677. The reappearance of Water Elder Fengming Tiansan soared into the air, his sharp beak lunging towards the folding fan. With a resounding clang, the fan was sent flying back, caught deftly by Wu Xingzhenren, whose expression turned grim as he regarded Fengming Tiansan. Transforming into the appearance of a middle-aged man, Fengming Tiansan appeared somewhat paler and his breath uneven. Engaging 1 against 2 was indeed taxing. At their level of cultivation, each possessed numerous secret techniques for self-preservation, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat or slay them. As the multitude beheld the formidable prowess of Fengming Tiansan, many gasped in astonishment. Just how terrifying was this entity, capable of standing its ground against 2 formidable contemporaries? Even if bolstered by sheer physical strength, such a display was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. Today, witnessing the true form of Fengming Tiansan left countless individuals awestruck. In the 678th chapter, Zhou Wenchang, Fengming Tiansan felt a surge of alarm within. What kind of arcane power was this, enabling it to neutralize the onslaught of 3 unparalleled warriors? What technique was so terrifying that it could effortlessly counter such tremendous force? Surely, enduring the might of those 3 fearsome beings without sustaining any injury seemed implausible. Yet, it had been diffused with such nonchalance. How could this be? Fengming Tiansan, filled with shock, turned toward the rift in space, where 3 elders stood. One of them, clad in a purple robe, appeared frail, yet his eyes sparkled with an unsettling brilliance, exuding an eerie and formidable aura. Upon recognizing this elder, Fengming Tiansan trembled violently, tears streaming down its face. Disregarding the presence of others, and hastened to kneel before the elder, stammering, "Master, I am once again in your presence. How do you fare? In the 679th chapter, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. As the astonishing strike from Water Old Man resolved the crisis for Fengming Tiansun, causing many to draw in sharp breaths. What secret art was this? So fearsome that it could effortlessly mitigate the full force attacks of 3 superlative powers? Who was this formidable individual? With a multitude of cultivators present, none recognized this arcane technique, leaving an unsettling silence among the crowd. Observing Huang and others exchanging greetings, nobody dared to speak, hoping to glean insights from their discourse, yet they were left disappointed. Apart from recognizing the information regarding the Zhou family's ancestor, nothing about the enigmatic elder was revealed. However, when the crowd set eyes upon the spirit corpse, many gasped in horror. The spirit corpse, a creation of heaven and earth, draws upon the essence of the sun and moon. Under rare circumstances, such a being may arise. Yet today, they witnessed a truly terrifying existence. In the 680th chapter, the immortal drunkard appeared. In the dream of the mortal realm, joy and sorrow intertwine. A tapestry of existence. With wine in hand, how fleeting is life. Not for fame, nor for fortune, but to discuss the wonders of the world. At that moment, the crowd beheld a disheveled elder, his hair a ghostly white, clad in tattered garments, unkempt and unshaven. In his left hand, he clutched a wine gourd, while his right held a succulent chicken leg. With each step, he swayed, taking a moment to relish a sip of wine and a hearty bite of the chicken. His hands and mouth greasy, yet a look of bliss adorned his face. This somewhat unkempt elder exuded no discernible aura of power, yet he traversed the void as if stepping upon invisible stairs. Many in the crowd furrowed their brows at this scruffy figure. His depth was indeterminate, and in the presence of such powerful beings, none dared to utter a word. If he were not an extraordinary master, few would believe it. When Huang Qi beheld the elderly man, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Chapter 681, An Unstoppable Force. The members of the Huang family were equally astonished to witness their esteemed ancestor addressing a disheveled old man with such deference. Given their understanding of the ancestor, who had always been proud and held a position of superiority among his peers, it was utterly unexpected for him to lower his stance before someone so enigmatic. This unexpected behavior incited a whirlwind of curiosity and uncertainty among them, particularly towards the self-proclaimed wine immortal. Huang Qi shared their sentiments, his mind clouded with doubt, unable to fathom the reasons behind such an encounter. The wine immortal, however, did not adopt an air of superiority. After all, Huang Xiaoyao was considered a contemporary cultivator, albeit slightly his senior in both experience and cultivation. Thus, he refrained from looking down upon him. With a slight bow, the wine immortal remarked, "He, my esteemed friend Huang. You flatter me. It is merely a hollow reputation, hardly worthy of mention." After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Xiaoyao, the wine immortal turned his attention to Huang Qi, offering a gentle smile. Chapter 682, A Trap. The wine immortal nodded in satisfaction at their demeanor, knowing well that he would not intentionally make things difficult for them, as long as they refrained from causing trouble. Just as they were about to depart, a blinding light erupted from the protective array of Luoyang City, which opened automatically. A hearty laugh resonated from within, proclaiming, "Esteemed friends, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. I have just emerged from seclusion, and today, I am fortunate to encounter so many fellow cultivators. Truly, I am blessed beyond measure." As the words faded, the onlookers witnessed over 10 streaks of light racing forth from the city. Leading them was a man clad in a blue robe, his hair streaked with gray, yet exuding an undeniable vitality. The individuals accompanying him radiated formidable auras. Although many were inclined to join the wine immortal in discussions over drinks at the Huang residence, they were acutely aware that the Heaven and Earth Pavilion was not to be underestimated. Its mysteries ran deep. Huang Qi and his companions had been engaged in battle for a considerable time, yet they had not encountered any formidable figures from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion attempting to intervene. Chapter 683, The Truth Revealed. Ha! To annihilate my Heaven and Earth Pavilion, I dare say no one has yet succeeded. Do you truly believe you possess the means to achieve this? Even if those reclusive families were to re-emerge, they would find it impossible to bring my pavilion to ruin. Today, you, along with the countless lives of Luoyang City, shall be transformed into an endless sea of blood. To attempt to flee now is futile." His words reverberated like thunder within the encompassing array, instilling dread in many hearts. What were they planning? Was the Heaven and Earth Pavilion really intent on slaughtering them all here? The gravity of the situation left many in a state of alarm. Had the pavilion gone mad? It seemed inconceivable that they would resort to such drastic measures. The expressions of numerous powerful figures from the 7 superpowers darkened ominously, as they slowly began to comprehend the unfolding events through the leaked information provided by Wu Changfeng. Zhou Wenchang and his companions wore grim visages. It appeared that the Heaven and Earth Pavilion was indeed preparing for action, having previously endured considerable restraint. Chapter 684, a perilous situation. Yet, even if they had contingencies, what of it? As long as they could first sacrifice these cultivators at the harmonization stage to Lord Liuha, he would undoubtedly be able to break the seal. At that juncture, regardless of their backup plans, it would all be for naught. As the revered Liuha master emerges, he is destined to sweep across the world, unlocking the spatial nodes leading to the sacred realm. At that moment, the entire human realm shall transform into the sacred realm. A sinister grin spread across Wu Changfeng's face as he cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Wenchang, bursting into laughter. Ah, Zhou Wenchang, I underestimated you. But what does it matter? You are now trapped within the Great Qian Kuan transposition array, and escape is utterly impossible. Once you become the blood sacrifice for the Liuha master, he shall surely break the seal. At that time, all 7 superpowers and the reclusive families will be annihilated. Allow me to escort you on your journey. Chapter 685. The divine might of the spirit treasure. Huang Qi felt an eerie force gradually eroding his mind, as if he were facing a demon from hell, causing his very soul to tremble. Initially, his formidable spiritual awareness detected no anomaly, but as time wore on, he sensed the strange power growing ever stronger, seemingly devouring his soul and augmenting its strength. Alarmed, Huang Qi summoned all his spiritual energy to protect his mind. Yet, despite his efforts, he felt his control slipping away. Just then, a jolt surged through his dantian, and a radiant light emanated from it, coursing through his meridians and directly into his sea of consciousness. His spirit quivered, and the unsettling sensation vanished. Huang Qi felt his entire being relax, as if his soul was enveloped in the sacred light, free from the clutches of the malevolent force. Chapter 686. Restoring the crisis in Luoyang. With a splutter, Wu Changfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a venomous glare at the drunken song immortal before he swiftly plunged into the distorted rift in the air. Following suit, the arrow shot into the fissure, and within moments, a chilling scream echoed from the space that was on the verge of healing. The rift, now absorbing boundless essence from the heavens and earth, began to mend itself. The drunken song immortal did not revel in victory over his foe. Instead, he furrowed his brow, gazing at the sight of the merging rift. Zhou Wenchang approached with a smile, speaking leisurely. Brother Wine Immortal, do you truly believe that with your strike and that terrifying arrow, Wu Changfeng could possibly survive? The drunken song immortal shook his head, then smiled in response. Wu Changfeng's soul has been bound by Liuha. He is, in essence, a mere avatar of the ancient demon. Defeating him is easy, but from my understanding of ancient demons, slaying him may prove elusive. Chapter 687. The fate of Luoyang. Huang Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction at Huang Qi. Although his knowledge of Huang Qi was limited, he understood his character well enough to know that Huang Qi would indeed act as he had promised. The members of the Huang family were filled with righteous indignation, eager to eradicate the celestial pavilion from the central continent. The second elder gently patted Huang Qi on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Suddenly, Huang Qi recalled something, summoning the demon-suppressing immortal palace. With a thought, several figures materialized before him. It was indeed the severely injured father, the Grand Elder, Elder Shi, Elder Mo, and a formidable warrior from the Zhou family, along with several critically wounded elders from the Huang and Zhou families. Upon seeing them, Huang Xiaoyao and the others felt a surge of joy, surprised to find that their injuries had already been tended to. However, when Huang Xiaoyao glanced at the demon suppression celestial palace in Huang Qi's hands, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. Huang Qi naturally noticed the presence of their ancestor. Chapter 688. The Edict of Punishment. Huang Xiaoyao slightly inclined his head in greeting to the assembled individuals, while Huang Qi performed a bow, as was befitting a junior. Huang Xiaoyao casually surveyed the seating arrangement, offering a slight smile before taking a seat on an unoccupied chair, while Huang Qi respectfully stood behind the ancestor. listening to their discussions regarding the ownership of Luoyang City. Upon hearing the words of the Wine Immortal, Huang Xiaoyao nodded in goodwill. The Wine Immortal, seeing that everyone had gathered, smiled gently and addressed them, "Esteemed friends, the heavenly pavilion of Luoyang City has colluded with ancient demons, plotting against our human cultivators. A crime utterly unforgivable. I hereby invoke the Edict of Punishment, commanding all sects and families in Central Continent to dispatch their strongest to eradicate the heavenly pavilion's branches throughout our land, ensuring their complete annihilation. Do any of you have objections?" At his words, the expressions of the assembly shifted. The invocation of the Edict of Punishment, a tradition passed down since ancient times, was indeed a formidable matter. Chapter 689. Discussion of ownership. They had not anticipated that the opposing party would look down upon them so. In light of this, they had no intention of declining, for at their level, while they were not in want of rare treasures, what they truly lacked were the extraordinary items that were seldom seen in the realm of cultivation. They would not place too high hopes on this occasion. Yet, who would ever refuse an abundance of wealth? Moreover, even if divided into many portions, it would still amount to a considerable fortune. Naturally, they felt elated. And as for any concerns regarding the Wine Immortal's hidden agendas or how much he might personally benefit, they chose not to dwell on such matters. The drunken song Immortal pointed, and instantly, dozens of beams of light shot toward the assembled powerful figures, each now holding a storage pouch. It was well known among them that these pouches possessed vast capacities, and thus the treasures contained within were plentiful. Joy illuminated their faces as they gradually affixed the storage pouches to their waists. Huang Qi observed that even the top-tier powerhouses present possessed storage pouches, yet they. Chapter 690. So be it. The assembly responded with a mix of astonishment. Was the Wine Immortal being rather frivolous? How could he expect a mere youth to decide the fate of Luoyang City? This left them at a loss for words. Or was it that the Wine Immortal held Huang Qi in such high regard, believing him to possess immense capabilities? After all, the venerable elders present had consumed more salt than this young lad had rice. What qualifications did he have to guide their discourse? Huang Xiaoyao, equally perplexed, cast a questioning glance at the Wine Immortal, unsure of his intentions. However, as an elder himself, he found no viable solutions. With neither side willing to yield, the issue of Luoyang City as ownership remained a formidable challenge. Huang Qi looked toward the drunken song Immortal, feeling speechless at the absurdity of the situation. You merely seek to resolve issues and ask me, a junior, for guidance. Is this not a form of self-deprecation? Esteemed predecessor, how could I dare to speak indiscriminately? Chapter 691. The Yan family's sincerity. Observing Zhou Guxian's resolute demeanor, many were taken aback. What was the intention behind such determination? Were they to instigate upheaval? Naturally, they lacked the courage to do so. Despite their reluctance to allow Huang Qi to ascend as the city lord, what recourse did they possess? Should Huang Qi become the city lord, they would find themselves on equal footing, compelled to address him as city lord upon their encounters. This notion left many feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet the reality of the situation was formidable. What could they do? Huang Qi was momentarily stunned by the suggestion, struggling to comprehend how such a proposition could be made. To appoint him as the city lord of Luoyang was surely a jest. Furthermore, he had countless personal matters to attend to, and the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. How could he possibly devote himself to the role of city lord? Moreover, the position seemed akin to that of a city manager, primarily responsible for maintaining order, devoid of any substantial authority. Stepping forward in a state of urgency, he exclaimed, "Esteemed predecessor?" Before Huang Qi could finish, Zhou go. Chapter 692. The Huang family's two districts indeed. It is my hope that City Lord Huang may consider exchanging with my Yan family. Yan Shizi spoke with sincerity, her expression resolute. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They were well aware of the Yan family's capabilities. While a first-rate force in Zhongzhou, the Yan family had diminished in power since losing their ancestral cultivation techniques. The significant price they were willing to pay to restore their former glory was understandable. However, should the Huang family gain two major districts in Luoyang as a result, many felt a sense of discomfort, particularly the seven superpowers. Although they were far more formidable than the Yan and Huang families, they were left with nothing to gain in Luoyang, which left them exceedingly vexed. At that moment, a smile graced Huang Xiaoyao's face. This was an immense advantage for Huang Qi. One district in Luoyang was hardly comparable. Chapter 693. The allure of wealth. Huang Qi did not linger in a world shared with Linger. Both had made mutual commitments. Being still young, they were in no rush to establish families. They had both resolved to strive for breakthroughs in their Yuan Ing cultivation. The day they achieved their breakthroughs would mark the occasion for a grand dual cultivation ceremony to be held within Luoyang. Currently, Huang Qi found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of activity. Zhou Guxian had long departed, but fortunately, the venerable Zhou Wenchang remained, assisting Huang Qi in navigating numerous predicaments. A month later, the 7 major sects dispatched their disciples. Excluding Wanyao Mountain, each of the 6 sects sent 50 disciples, totaling merely 300 individuals. However, Huang Qi was left speechless upon discovering that all the dispatched disciples were of foundation establishment level, with not a single core formation practitioner among them. Huang Qi furrowed his brow in quiet frustration. It was evident that the 7 superpowers were merely paying lip service. Yet, he found himself powerless to contest. Chapter 694. Sustained Development. Although Luoyang City was nominally his, Huang Qi understood that it was far from truly belonging to him. It seems I must devise ways to augment my income. I cannot perpetually rely on my family and the Baibao Pavilion to cover my expenses. However, with the territory of Luoyang City under my control, I find myself with a certain degree of capital, making many endeavors considerably more convenient. At the very least, once this faction flourishes, others shall no longer underestimate me. In the realm of cultivation, I shall attain a respectable position. Huang Qi contemplated requesting a group of disciples from his family, yet upon reflection, he decided against it. After all, the Huang family is vast and prosperous, and there are not many idle disciples to spare. It is better for me to find my own solutions. Observing the rising enthusiasm among the disciples, a resolute expression graced Huang Qi's face. He smiled gently at the crowd and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, remember that you are the city guard of Luoyang and shall heed the commands of your city lord." Chapter 695. The pact. 3 years hence the Baibao Pavilion has developed at an astonishing pace. Initially, many dismissed the pavilion, but once they learned of its unparalleled craftsmanship and forging, many were moved. However, under Huang Qi's protection within Luoyang City, they dared not harbor ill intentions. The armaments required by the city lord's residents were all supplied by the Baibao Pavilion. Other sects that attempted to encroach upon this domain were swiftly rebuffed by Huang Qi. Witnessing the city lord's army providing free advertisement for the Baibao Pavilion significantly benefited its growth, inciting envy and resentment among competitors, yet they were left with no recourse. Though Huang Qi has been busy these past months, he did not neglect his cultivation. With little time during the day, he devoted his nights to practicing secret techniques within the demon suppression hall, meditating and regulating his breath, thus enhancing his strength further. Observing the rapid development of Luoyang City, a satisfied smile emerged on Huang Qi's face. Chapter 696. Family Reunion. I wonder how Little Bai's mother is faring. I recall that when I departed with Little Bai, her mother mentioned she would soon take form and would come seeking us. However, the thought brings me some concern. While Little Bai's mother possesses formidable strength, she may encounter formidable foes, and in such instances, she could be in peril. After all, as a 4th-tier demonic beast, her demon core and body are treasures sought after by cultivators. If danger were to befall her, what would become of Little Bai? Nearly a decade has passed, and there has been no word from her mother. Could something have happened? Watching Little Bai carefree as she continues to drink, I find myself at a loss for words. Thinking of Little Bai's mother, I am reminded of my own master, Lin Feng. This important figure, who guided me onto the path of cultivation, has assisted me immeasurably along the way. Chapter 697. A gift for family. Seeing my family safe and sound fills me with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. This feeling of familial togetherness is what I have long yearned for, and I never anticipated that I would truly experience it at this moment. As our family joyously entered the city lord's residence, I had already arranged for a courtyard for us to inhabit. Watching the harmonious interactions among my family members, I could not help but admire them in my heart. A family gathered joyfully for a reunion dinner, a moment of indulgence for cultivators who are typically preoccupied with their training, treasure hunting, and battles. Such scenes are rarely witnessed. Suddenly enveloped by this warm atmosphere, the hearts of the family members brimmed with contentment. Although Xiao Bai and Xiao San were initially inebriated, they were abruptly stirred by the presence of Xiao Tu, prompting them to dash out of the room and pull Xiao Tu away. The little ones, who had previously been at odds, now appeared as if they were old friends. Huang Qi was elated upon hearing the news. With his parents and elder brother stationed there, he could afford to relax. Should any issues arise, he could depart with peace of mind. However, there was an urgent matter that required his attention. His master, Xiong, and his mistress, Guruofei, had instructed him to return to the 8 Immortals Palace. Although his master did not elaborate on the reasons for this journey, Huang Qi was well aware of the intricate history between Xiong and the 8 Immortals Palace. As a disciple, it was only fitting for him to accompany his master. Moreover, there had been no word from his master Lin Feng, which stirred worry within him. The whereabouts of Xiao Bai's mother were also unknown. Had she made a breakthrough to the 4th tier, or had she encountered danger? Xiao Bai was his brother. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to return, also to assess the current state of the Tai sect. Having just reunited, Huang Qi refrained from voicing these concerns, cherishing the blissful family life he had experienced in recent days. Upon learning that they would be heading to Tianquan Mountain, Xiao Tu and Xiao Sen exhibited little reaction, as they were content to follow Huang Qi wherever he went. However, upon hearing the news, Xiao Bai could no longer remain still. His demeanor shifted dramatically. He ceased drinking with Xiao Tu and Xiao San, his face illuminated with excitement and tears welling in his eyes. Witnessing this, the mistress felt a pang of sympathy and embraced Xiao Bai, offering him comfort. This display from Xiao Bai surprised Xiao Tu and Xiao San, since their acquaintance with him. They had never witnessed such a departure from his usual self. Huang Qi felt a surge of emotion. Xiao Bai had been separated from his mother for nearly 7 or 8 years. On the surface, Xiao Bai appeared carefree, indulging in merriment and embodying the role of an elder brother. Yet, Huang Qi understood that regardless of one's race, emotions are universal. Humans are deeply sentimental, though some may be less humane than beasts. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression shifted. He was astonished to learn that there were such secrets hidden in the place where he lived, of which he and the entire Tianquan village were entirely unaware. Tianquan Mountain and the surrounding vast mountains harbored the caverns of ancient cultivators, indicating that during ancient times, Tianquan Mountain was likely a flourishing retreat. It was astonishing how time had obscured many facts in the river of history. Aside from the nearby major sects and families, it seemed only the first-rate powers possessed knowledge of these matters. Huang Qi wished to inquire further about Tianquan Mountain, but his master had limited information, making continued questioning futile. Upon arriving at Tianquan Mountain, I inquired about the details of the situation from my master. Our group moved swiftly, navigating the wind chariot, and I believed we would reach Tianquan Mountain in a matter of months. Huang Qi and his companions took turns piloting the vessel. However, Huang Qi did not glean any particularly useful information, as this region was the intersection of Yuzhou and Qingzhou, making it challenging to gather news regarding the Jinghua. Nevertheless, he learned that powerful figures from prominent sects and families in Yuzhou and Zhongzhou had also become involved, prompting him to exercise caution. After a hearty meal, Huang Qi pulled along Xiao Bai and Xiao San, leaving behind a gold ingot as they departed the tavern. Upon meeting his master and mistress, Huang Qi briefly shared the news he had acquired, only to observe a slight frown on his master Xiong brow, as if he were deep in thought. After a considerable pause, Xiong nodded at Huang Qi and remarked, "It appears that our journey to Tianquan Mountain will be fraught with challenges. Tomorrow, we shall hasten our pace to ensure we rendezvous with your master at the earliest opportunity. I trust your master possesses extensive knowledge of Tianquan Mountain." Huang Qi nodded in agreement and took his leave to rest. In the subsequent chapter, a warning was issued. Junior brother, do not act recklessly. Do you not recall the prodigious disciple Huang Qi from Tai sect, who emerged over a decade ago? Kong Sheng's expression was complex as he gazed at the departing wind chariot, uncertain of what to say. Many disciples, upon hearing the mention of Huang Qi, began to reflect on the tales of the prodigy who had ascended to become the foremost inner disciple of Tai sect shortly after entering the world of cultivation. This was the same Huang Qi who single-handedly infiltrated the 8 Immortals Palace, causing chaos and eventually returning safely. It was also the Huang Qi who, alongside his master, had annihilated the corporeal form of a nascent soul ancestor when the 8 Immortals Palace mobilized all its forces against Tai sect. Despite being merely a foundation establishment cultivator, Huang Qi had held his ground against core formation practitioners. He had risen to prominence during the Zhengdan conference, earning the title of the foremost figure in our Jinghua. In a later chapter, The narrative unfolds with a young man surrounded by spiritual energy, soaring through the air and confronting fleeing bandits with fierce resolve. "If you dare to wield your blade in Tianquan village, be prepared to face death," he declared, before launching an assault against the leader of the bandits. The chief thief, taken aback, evaded the attack, but the young man's flying sword grazed his shoulder, causing a spray of blood. Ignoring his injury, the bandit continued his flight, while the youth, driven by a thirst for vengeance, unleashed a spell, directing his sword towards the thief's neck. The bandit, realizing there was no escape, displayed a grim countenance and produced a jade vial, releasing a potent, acrid scent of blood that made the young man's expression shift, as if he sensed impending peril. In the concluding chapter, a respectful address was made. "Young master, this esteemed elder. The emergence of these demonic beings has not been long. It has merely been a year since we in Jinghua first encountered them. A year ago, the 7 major sects of Jinghua gradually received reports that numerous small villages or mortal towns on the peripheries inexplicably vanished overnight. Initially, the 7 major sect families speculated that a particularly vicious demon cultivator was responsible for the harm inflicted upon innocent lives. Consequently, they dispatched disciples to investigate the matter. However, the number of disciples who returned was alarmingly few, and those who did come back reported no encounters with any malicious demon cultivators. This situation eventually drew the attention of the sect families, prompting them to send forth powerful individuals in hopes of capturing those responsible for the atrocities. Yet, instead of uncovering the shadow of the demon cultivators, they stumbled upon a vast number of demonic beings, the origins of which remained a mystery. These demonic beings varied in strength, but most were comparable to human cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. In the independent space of Tianquan Gate, over 100 cultivators stood in a standoff, their eyes filled with resentment. Had the circumstances been different, they might have engaged in combat. However, the waves of demonic energy emanating from within the portal instilled a sense of trepidation among them. Within that energy lay an invisible, eerie essence that seemed to beckon them, compelling them to counteract its influence with their own magical powers. At that moment, a piercing cry echoed from above, causing the faces of the weaker disciples to pale slightly. Moments later, a colossal white-headed griffin descended with great majesty, its sharp gaze striking fear. The onlookers were astonished, realizing that the individual capable of commanding such a third-tier beast possessed extraordinary prowess. Indeed, shortly thereafter, they beheld 2 men and a woman atop the griffin, with a young boy among them carrying 2 considerably sized burdens on his back. Huang Qi and his companions observed the scene with furrowed brows. Huang Qi approached a nearby corpse, retrieving a discarded weapon from the ground, a flying sword, which, upon closer inspection, was of artifact quality. However, its spiritual essence had long since dissipated, indicating it had been abandoned for some time. Judging by the majority of the corpses, the cultivators' levels were significantly higher than those of the remains they had previously encountered. Without further ado, Xiong Batian and Gu Ruofei continued deeper into the area. After a brief period, Huang Qi and the others traversed through a multitude of bones and finally arrived at the first pavilion. The plaque above had vanished, and the entrance bore signs of extensive damage, with recent disturbances evident. It appeared that the 8 Immortals Palace and the cultivators from the Jinghua sect families had already passed through, likely leaving no treasures unplundered. Nevertheless, the 3 ventured inside, eager to uncover the secrets of this place. Xiong Beishan's formidable presence left many of Jinghua's powerful figures in silent astonishment. They recognized him instantly. Surprisingly, after being missing for over 20 years, his sudden reappearance coincided with an internal strife within the 8 Immortals Palace, sparking speculation among the onlookers about the nature of the discord between Xiong Batian and the elder members of the palace. However, the disdainful expression on Xiong Beishan's face towards the powerful individuals of the 8 Immortals Palace made it evident to everyone that a deep-seated animosity existed between them, which filled the hearts of the onlookers with a sense of delight. Yet, when they laid eyes on Huang Qi, astonishment swept over them. They had all learned, to some extent, of Huang Qi's remarkable exploits. He had been trapped in the blood-blind valley for 6 long years, only to miraculously emerge from it. His subsequent rampage at the Yan family, coupled with his possession of several top-tier ancient treasures, had left the crowd in awe of the astonishing events that had unfolded around him. Of course, the rumors regarding Huang Qi's actions in Luoyang had yet to circulate. And now, suddenly as Fu Tianqi prepared to intervene and assist Huang Qi, He was taken aback by Huang Qi's cold snort. With a flick of his hand, a wisp of yellow flame materialized, instantly transforming into a fiery dragon that charged towards the demon. The terrifying heat emanated from Huang Qi, causing the demon to hesitate, contemplating retreat. However, Huang Qi was not one to allow such an opportunity. With a disdainful snort, he deftly changed his footing and executed the peacock dance, rapidly closing in. With a resounding crash, the fire dragon collided with the demon, whose face contorted in fear as he was propelled backward, engulfed by roaring flames. The demon, scorched by the searing heat, emitted a chilling scream, desperately writhing in an attempt to extinguish the terrifying fire. Yet, the Xian Huang flame, the most masculine of all flames, was a divine force against such vile creatures. How could it be extinguished? In mere moments, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the crowd's expressions transformed. Despite Huang Qi's exquisite footwork and remarkable speed, it seemed increasingly unlikely he could escape unscathed. The 8 demons had secured their positions, effectively blocking all of Huang Qi's retreat paths and avenues for evasion. It was predictable that Huang Qi would struggle to escape intact. Should he be struck, he would become a living target, teetering on the brink of disaster. Fu Tianqi's expression turned grave, realizing that if he did not act soon, Huang Qi would likely perish in this place. The others shared this sentiment, yet Xiong Batian remained remarkably composed, even as Gu Ruofei began to show signs of unease. Just as Huang Qi appeared poised to be struck by the 8 demons, a palace suddenly materialized above him, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, enveloping both Huang Qi and the 8 demons within its luminous embrace. The demons froze, their spears aimed at Huang Qi abruptly halted, unable to proceed. However, in a mere instant, an unexpected change occurred within the demon suppression palace. The middle-aged man sat upon his throne, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet the current situation seemed irrevocable. A look of resolve crossed his face as he snorted coldly, casting forth intricate spells, causing the entire palace and the surrounding Tianquan mountain to tremble violently. Enveloped in an endless inferno, the man unleashed profound sound waves that reverberated throughout the Tianquan sect, causing both the fighting cultivators and the demons outside the palace to writhe in agony. Moments later, with a series of explosive sounds, countless cultivators self-destructed, transforming into a mist of blood, while the demons followed suit, erupting into strange demonic energies that filled the entirety of Tianquan's sect. In the next moment, the entire Tianquan sect transformed into a hellish battleground, filled with the cacophony of self-detonations. Regardless of whether they were the cultivators of Tianquan's sect or the innumerable demons, a swirling miasma of blood and demonic energy intertwined and ultimately began to devour one another. Corpses lay scattered, and rivers of blood flowed abundantly. Chapter 711. Distribution of treasures. While everyone remained on high alert, their gazes fixated on the 30 or so treasures suspended in midair. Huang Qi was still recuperating and had yet to recover. Thus, they dared not touch the treasures. Moreover, without Huang Qi's presence, few among them could have so easily entered the grand hall of Tianquan. They insisted on waiting for Huang Qi to awaken before proceeding with the distribution. However, after waiting for more than 2 hours, there was still no sign of Huang Qi stirring. Fu Tianqi and Huan Meizi furrowed their brows slightly, while the members of the 8 Immortals Palace began to grow impatient. My fellow Taoists, we have waited here for quite some time. Should we not distribute the treasures first? The speaker was clearly an impatient individual, and if Huang Qi were to awaken, he would surely recognize him as the notorious old ancestor from years past. The members of the 8 Immortals Palace echoed in agreement, eager to divide the treasures and venture forth to seek additional ones, unwilling to let Huang Qi's delay hinder them any longer. Chapter 712. The reappearance of the Jade Gui. The atmosphere on-site grew tense, with the cultivators from the 8 Immortals Palace casting looks of animosity towards Huang Qi, wishing to rush forward and strike him down. However, upon noticing the vigilant expressions of the Jinghua cultivators and the disdainful gaze of Xiong Batian, the members of the 8 Immortals Palace hesitated. Meanwhile, Huang Qi paid them no heed and approached the treasures to scrutinize them closely. At this moment, Kong Yifu chuckled and addressed the crowd. He, my esteemed Taoists, regardless of our past grievances, should we not set them aside for the time being? We have all come here in search of treasures, and the dangers that lie ahead remain unknown. Perhaps it would be wise for us to take a step back? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Kong Yifu, puzzled as to how this old fellow intended to take a step back. Kong Yifu smiled faintly and looked at Huang Qi, saying, "It is indisputable that Huang Qi played a pivotal role in entering this place. How about we allow him and his 2 disciples to each select a treasure?" Chapter 713. Collecting the Jade Gui. Huang Qi's attention was entirely captivated by the enormous runes and the Jade Gui. Meanwhile, countless skeletons and demons surged forward, engaging in fierce battle with the group. Fu Tianqi, rarely one to display ferocity, unleashed a punch that reduced numerous skeletons to dust. These skeletons were no match for him. Collapsing in heaps, their bones shattered. Devoid of any magical power, they relied solely on a fragment of their will from before death to maintain their forms. Though these skeletons wielded artifacts from their past lives, they were no more effective than ordinary weapons, failing to unleash any significant power. Once these skeletons fell, countless treasures were scattered across the ground. Each of these treasures, if revealed to the public, would incite a frenzy among cultivators. Naturally, Fu Tianqi was not one to hold back, swiftly collecting the artifacts and revealing a look of delight on his face. As others approached the scattered bones, a significant number of corpses lay strewn about. In the 714th chapter, the formidable figures of the 8 Immortals Palace, including Gu Hong, were taken aback, swiftly ascending into the air to catch the malevolent ancestor. Although Xiong Batian and others were filled with rage, they refrained from intervening upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon the malevolent ancestor. At that moment, a cold snort resonated through the sky, declaring, "Well, you audacious malevolent ancestor, daring to strike at me and covet my treasures. Today, I shall demonstrate the true essence of celestial prowess." Huang Qi, wielding a jade talisman, regarded the malevolent ancestor with palpable disdain. Under the radiance of the enormous runes, he appeared as a deity descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority. With a mere gesture, he summoned a colossal rune that began to rotate above his head, emitting a beam of light that surged towards the malevolent ancestor. Though the beam appeared unassuming, all present could distinctly perceive its transcendent might capable of piercing through the void, causing hearts to race with trepidation. Some even fled, unwilling to confront such overwhelming power. In the 715th chapter, Huang Qi hovered in midair, continuously casting spells, conjuring a rune that he pressed down with force. The rune gradually expanded, reaching a height comparable to a human head before ceasing its descent. At that moment, the countless corpses and corrupted demons below began to tremble in fear, indicating that both the demons and the endless bones were deeply intimidated by the rune. Huang Qi exhaled sharply, prompting the vast rune to radiate beams of brilliance. Wherever the light shone, innumerable demons collapsed to the ground, transforming into pools of blood. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd stood in stunned silence. They had initially prepared for a fierce battle against the corpses and demons, but now it seemed unnecessary. They watched as the mass of corpses and corrupted beings fell silent, their respect for Huang Qi's rune deepening. In the 716th chapter, Masters Xiong Batian and Gu Ruofei swiftly exited the ruins of the Tianquan Gate. Shortly thereafter, they encountered Tu Tianqi and Wami Yizi, sharing a knowing smile as they prepared to vacate this treacherous place. However, moments later, they noticed over 10 streaks of light racing towards them, prompting wry smiles. It was evident to all that the Tianquan Gate ruins were fraught with peril, and departing promptly might be a prudent choice. Those outside observed the elders emerging with slight surprise, puzzled as to why the esteemed figures had appeared so suddenly. The Jinghua cultivators rejoiced at the sight of their ancestor, eagerly approaching to pay their respects. Conversely, the disciples of the 8 Immortals Palace grew concerned, noticing the absence of their own elders, and furrowed their brows in suspicion, wondering if something had befallen them. Although they harbored doubts, the disciples dared not inquire further, standing quietly to the side. In the 717th chapter, a renewed desire to enter the icy soul pool arose among the crowd, for they suspected it held extraordinary treasures. Moreover, should Huang Qi encounter peril, they wished to be poised to render assistance. However, upon reflection, the group could only manage a wry smile and shake their heads, acknowledging that their capabilities rendered them among the weakest of the newcomers. Even if Huang Qi were in peril, they feared their assistance would prove inconsequential. Fortunately, it seemed that Huang Qi had encountered a significant fortuity within the Heavenly Spring sect. Although the number of individuals present was substantial and their strength not insignificant, It was unlikely they would pose a threat to Huang Qi. This was the sole comfort they could offer themselves, as they recognized their inability to aid him. Once they entered, it truly resembled what Huang Qi had described, a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. This place had become a realm of strife. Lingering any longer could very well invite disaster upon themselves. Resolving to depart, they summoned all disciples and swiftly descended the mountain. For the safety below was far superior to that above. Meanwhile, a multitude of individuals surged into Heavenly Spring Mountain. In chapter 718, Seizing the Body, Huang Qi remained oblivious to his fate, while various sects and families from Yuzhou and Zhongzhou, along with numerous wandering cultivators, flocked to the site, creating chaos at the remnants of the Heavenly Spring sect. Within this vast expanse, battles erupted everywhere. Some fought against the skeletal figures and demonic beasts that seemed to materialize from thin air, while others clashed with old foes. Some were ensnared in formidable restraints, relentlessly assaulting them, while others encountered various puppet mechanisms and engaged in fierce combat, with many discovering treasures amid the turmoil. Most of this chaos occurred at the periphery of the Heavenly Spring sect, as only a scant few cultivators managed to penetrate deeper. Those who did were undoubtedly formidable, relying on their exceptional prowess and powerful artifacts to carve their way through. A few even found their way to the pond where Huang Qi resided. But all they sensed was an overwhelming chill emanating from the waters. In chapter 719, The Battle of Souls, a plump young child appeared dissatisfied with Huang Qi's body and consciousness, sauntering leisurely, as if surveying the territory of his future abode. Yet, Huang Qi discerned the truth. This was indeed a long-dormant ancient being intent on seizing his body. The gravity of this predicament weighed heavily upon him, as he had never anticipated a day when he might be subject to such a fate. Enraged, Huang Qi resolved that despite the formidable nature of this yawning body, he could not allow it to be taken from him. In the next moment, his powerful consciousness slowly coalesced into a translucent form within his sea of consciousness, a figure that appeared frail, as though a mere gust could disperse it. Fortunately, Huang Qi's spirit was robust enough. Typically, the souls of golden core cultivators could not assume a tangible shape, merely resembling a luminous orb. This illustrated the extraordinary strength of Huang Qi's consciousness. In chapter 720, The Secrets of the Purple Gold Dragon Beard Cauldron, upon hearing the elder's words, Huang Qi's countenance darkened further. This old rascal was indeed a cunning trickster. The small doses he referred to would be utterly ineffective against him. The notion of self-destructing his spirit was ludicrous. He would not engage in such a foolish act. It was evident that the elder's threats were merely intended to intimidate. The idea of self-destruction was, in truth, a path to certain demise. As the yawning body had mentioned, there would be no opportunity for reincarnation. Although Huang Qi was uncertain of the existence of rebirth, he was resolute in his refusal to entertain such an option. However, now that one's soul has been severed, it is exceedingly difficult to retreat in tranquility. Yan gazed at the primordial infant rushing towards him, a vast net overshadowing him. Huang Qi's expression finally turned anxious. Upon witnessing his distress, the primordial infant could not help but smirk internally. Such a novice cultivator was easily subdued with just a slight display of prowess. If this lad were indeed to resort to a soul self-detonation, he would likely face dire consequences. Chapter 721, Huang Qi's despair upon hearing this. Huang Qi was overwhelmed with astonishment. Did the purple gold dragon whisker cauldron hold such profound secrets? He was entirely unaware of this. His master, Lin Feng, had once examined the cauldron but had only advised him to safeguard it well for future significance, without elaborating further. Who would have known it possessed such immense potential? If the purple gold dragon whisker cauldron truly wielded such extraordinary power, then not even the Lioli true fire could compare to its wonders. What astonished Huang Qi even more was the revelation that there were 9 of these cauldrons. It was entirely plausible that this old man possessed one. Huang Qi felt an overwhelming urge to negotiate, realizing that the cauldron was linked to transcendence, leaving him utterly astounded. Throughout history, how many cultivators have endured perilous trials? Familiar with the cycles of life and death, the vicissitudes of human experience, all in pursuit of what? Was it not to one day attain immortality and ascend to the heavens? Many cultivators, aware of the elusive path to immortality, still persevered. Chapter 722, Lin Feng's soul mark. Just as the primordial infant was about to conclude everything, it was startled by a thunderous roar emanating from the heavens. The entire primordial infant trembled, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of dread. The sound resonated like the wrath of a thunder god, placing it amidst a tempest of lightning and thunder, as if it were enduring eternal torment, compelling it to tremble from the depths of its soul. In an instant, the entire ocean of consciousness surged violently, a formidable mental force reverberating throughout Huang Qi's mind. Gradually, the space distorted, and not far from Huang Qi stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his eyes gleaming with vitality as he regarded the primordial infant. The elder's ethereal form bore resemblance to Huang Qi's, yet his presence was akin to towering mountains, instilling a sense of utter helplessness in any who beheld him. The elder fixed his gaze upon the primordial infant. Chapter 723. Abundant Harvest. Seeing this, Huang Qi exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, his master had intervened, or he would likely have been consigned to the grave alongside it. His gaze towards the primordial infant was now filled with murderous intent. This old wretch was exceedingly detestable. Today had been harrowing, with his life hanging by a thread on multiple occasions. There was no way he could let this old man escape. At that moment, the primordial infant struggled desperately in the grip of the 100 Arts Immortal monarch, pleading for mercy. Yet, the 100 Arts Immortal monarch remained unmoved. The power of his mark was limited, originally intended to safeguard Huang Qi's safety, meant to save his life in critical moments. It was unfortunate that it was being wasted here, leaving him quite displeased. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord executed a spell that penetrated the brow of the nascent soul body. In a mere moment, this nascent soul body began to disintegrate, revealing the essence of the divine soul. This essence is undoubtedly a precious artifact for cultivators, essential yet exceedingly challenging for the cultivation of the soul. Chapter 724. Spiritual Veins and Spirit Stone Mines in the deepest recesses of Tianquan Mountain. The space here differed somewhat from the ruins of the Tianquan sect. Perhaps it could be described as a miniature realm. This realm was composed of countless profound runes, each radiating a brilliant glow. These runes were meticulously arranged, harmoniously connecting heaven and earth. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily abundant, almost overwhelming, emanating from the activation of these runes. Though this miniature realm appeared vast, its true expanse was merely a few miles in radius. Within this realm, the sun, moon, and stars were arranged in an orderly fashion, their luminescence converging upon a central area where a colossal rune resided. This rune seemed to be intricately carved from white jade, shimmering magnificently under the starlight, with all the spiritual energy converging towards it. Chapter 725. The Rebirth Lotus of the Soul. Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement as his consciousness had reached an unfathomable level of power. However, he could not yet perceive it concretely, for the icy soul pool obstructed his awareness, preventing his consciousness from being released. Yet, he found no need for perception, as everything within his sea of consciousness was crystal clear. Huang Qi believed that if he were to escape, he could effortlessly annihilate his peers with merely a glance. As for whether he could extinguish a nascent soul cultivator with his gaze, that seemed implausible. Nevertheless, based on his understanding of the ancestors in the harmonization stage, his current consciousness would make it difficult for even those ancestors to confront him with ease. In other words, at this moment, even without employing magical power, he could safeguard himself against the ancestors of the harmonization stage solely using his consciousness. However, Huang Qi merely entertained such thoughts, as the mental strength of the ancestors was immensely formidable. Chapter 726. Overweening pride. With these two effects, it was impossible for anyone not to be captivated. Yet, this was not the entirety of it. The so-called rebirth lotus of the soul undergoes a transformation every 10,000 years, eventually evolving into a sentient being after 10 transformations, acquiring a human form. Its innate talent for cultivation cannot be described as anything less than extraordinary. It would soon become an unparalleled powerhouse, ultimately ascending to the spiritual realm. However, the rebirth lotus of the soul is an unparalleled rarity, and its power after assuming human form is nothing short of miraculous. The path to ascension is fraught with peril, as the heavens will unleash the terrifying 9 transmutation annihilation thunder. Should the rebirth lotus successfully overcome this tribulation, it would be nearly indestructible. If unnoticed by the mighty of the spiritual realm, it would inevitably become a significant force. During the period from the 20th to the 90th transformation, the the rebirth lotus would not face insurmountable tribulations. This implies that the rebirth lotus possesses a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. The mere thought of this figure made Huang Qi draw a sharp breath. What does it mean to survive for 1,000,000 years? Uncertain if this 1,000,000-year figure can be achieved, we proceed to Chapter 727, Eagle Beak Peak. A formidable consciousness swept over Huang Qi, yet it failed to detect the previously locked spiritual essence lingering on him. Huang Qi sensed a subtle difference within that consciousness, but did not dwell on it, as it soon vanished. Upon feeling the departure of that terrifying spiritual fluctuation, he exhaled with relief. It was evident he had been rather careless. If that dreadful consciousness had discerned any irregularity in him, it would have posed a significant problem. A mere foundation establishment cultivator venturing deep into the Tianquan sect was already conspicuous. Should that consciousness possess an unimaginable strength, trouble would certainly ensue. Who else but him could be so unfortunate? Huang Qi furrowed his brow, aware that sooner or later, the ancient beings would be drawn to Tianquan Mountain. He was taken aback to find that within a mere 3 months, such an ancient entity had already appeared. This indicated a pressing issue. The ruins of the Tianquan sect had evidently stirred even the ancestors in the reunion stage. Chapter 728, Old Peng King. The speaker was a giant man with wings sprouting from his back, exuding an air of cold arrogance, seemingly dismissive of all heroes in the world. He was none other than the master of Wanyao Mountain, the Old Peng King, and an ancestor of the young Peng King. Although his strength might not be the most formidable in Wanyao Mountain, the Golden-Winged Rock clan was undoubtedly the most powerful among all demon clans. Countless adept practitioners emerged from this lineage, including those who could dominate Wanyao Mountain as great demon kings. The abundance of strong figures within the Golden-Winged Rock clan attested to the Old Peng King's capability to be the master of the myriad demons. The other 6 major sects, upon hearing the Old Peng King's words, frowned slightly, clearly displeased. They were well aware of his fierce and overbearing nature, as well as his extraordinary prowess. Among the human experts present, few could claim to rival the Old Peng King. Chapter 729, Reinforcements from Baiwa Sect. The Taoist experts and the Zhou family members discerned that something was amiss. When the Old Peng King made his move, it became apparent that their chances of obtaining the spiritual stone mine were slim. With Huang Qi having sensed the impending danger, leaving this place was the wisest choice. It would be far better to seek treasures elsewhere. They had no intention of meddling in the thoughts of other sects or families. Meanwhile, Huang Qi sneered, recognizing that he need not worry excessively about the situation. After all, not everyone could mine the spiritual stone mine. From young Baichuan's memories, Huang Qi learned that these spiritual stone mines were fortified with powerful prohibitions. Any attempt to forcibly extract resources would trigger these defenses, exposing the methods of the Tianquan sect. It would be a challenge not just to mine the stones, but to retain one's life. The 7 major sects aiming for the spiritual stone mine would undoubtedly find their efforts futile. Thus, he had transmitted a message to the ancestor, advising against involvement. Confident in the old ancestor's wisdom. Chapter 730, Shock across the scene. The elder in the black robe, witnessing his attack thwarted by an outsider, instantly wore an expression of displeasure. However, upon seeing a youth staggering out not far away, a sense of frustration began to envelop him. This boy, a mere foundation-building cultivator, had the audacity to take action against him, clearly disregarding his presence. The gaze of the elder in the black robe turned icy as he regarded Huang Qi. Had it not been for this boy, he would have nearly defeated his opponent. The elder was filled with murderous intent. The flower-clad elder was taken aback to see someone come to his aid, but his surprise deepened upon recognizing Huang Qi, whose appearance had changed slightly, rendering him unrecognizable to the elder. He pondered whether this boy had some connection to him, though he felt somewhat disheartened. After all, a mere foundation-building lad could hardly hold significance against such formidable opponents. As the battle reached a standstill, the onlookers were left in disbelief, gazing at Huang Qi, who stood there with a satisfied smile, looking disdainfully at the other cultivators. The flower-clad elder was alarmed. How could this be possible? Even the fairy was puzzled as to how Huang Qi could suppress a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator so effortlessly. An elder, witnessing his junior brother in trouble, though he feared for his life, could not help but glare at Huang Qi with murderous intent, remarking coldly, "This young friend possesses formidable skills. I wonder from which sect you hail, and why you choose to oppose my ghost spirits." Huang Qi nodded slightly. It turned out they were from the Ghost Spirits sect, a first-rate power in Yuzhou, comparable to the 100-Flower Valley. It was clear why the 100-Flower Fairy could not contend with the Ghost Spirits' ancestors. One of Huang Qi's 9 figures smiled slightly and spoke. In the next moment, the nascent soul body reacted, attempting to flee. But how could that be possible? Huang Qi snorted, wanting to escape now. It's too late. With a wave of his hand, radiant light enveloped the nascent soul body, which emitted a reluctant scream before vanishing, naturally drawn into the celestial hall of suppression. Senior brother, a cultivator attempted to warn the elder. But before he could finish, he witnessed the nascent soul being captured, his expression one of sheer terror as he looked at Huang Qi. Others stood dumbfounded, unable to articulate their astonishment, especially those, like the 100-Flower Fairy, who had just worried for Huang Qi, were now profoundly shaken. They recognized the formidable power of the exquisite treasure in Huang Qi's possession, an artifact undoubtedly among the highest echelons of ancient treasures. They had long heard of Huang Qi's collection of top-tier ancient artifacts and never anticipated seeing such a display. The flower-clad elder was equally astonished. How could he have been unaware of Huang Qi's true nature? Their earlier encounter, born of past circumstances, had revealed Huang Qi to be so insignificant. Yet now he felt a pressing need to look up to him, having long been aware of Huang Qi's extraordinary nature. I never anticipated it would be to such an exceptional degree. It appears that even I, a Yuanian cultivator, am no match for this young prodigy. To possess the ability to inflict both fatal and grievous injuries upon a Yuanian practitioner is a testament to his unparalleled prowess among the Jedon disciples, rendering him a unique figure in the annals of history. Naturally, I am elated to have crossed paths with such a remarkable talent. Observing that even the venerable ancestor of the Liha period was easily deceived, Huang Qi couldn't help but feel amused. However, what truly astonished him were the unforeseen benefits that accompanied the enhancement of his spiritual awareness. Previously, when utilizing the technique of shadowy mirage, only his true form could engage in battle, while the other avatars merely served as mere facades, ineffective in combat, yet capable of retreating. In the 734th chapter, the puppet army, the Flower Fairy observed with intrigue as Huang Qi indeed discovered a storage bracelet, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, though she refrained from inquiring further. This young man had expressed his desire for the item before entering. The treasures within must be extraordinary. Despite her curiosity, as an esteemed ancestor of the Liha period, she would not contest Huang Qi. Others, noting the Flower Fairy's silence, wisely chose not to interject. As Huang Qi stowed away the bracelet, she ceased her examination of other treasures, feeling increasingly satisfied with him. With a gentle smile, she addressed Huang Qi, saying, "Lord Huang, this place is replete with treasures. If any catch your eye, feel free to take them. I shall not object." Gratefully, Huang Qi inclined his body slightly, smiling as he replied, "Fairy, you are too kind. Since I have already made my intentions clear, I shall not take another item. All treasures here belong to you. Please, do accept them. However, I must offer you a few words of counsel." In the 735th chapter, the Shura Field. It is fortunate that several Liha period ancestors united their strengths to create a formidable protective barrier, temporarily shielding everyone from close combat. The battlefield has quieted somewhat, yet the spiritual puppets, undeterred, organized a relentless assault against the protective barrier, bombarding it with countless beams of light that reverberated ominously. These spiritual puppets, possessing sentience, are on the verge of transcending the realm of mere puppets, their strength comparable to that of Liha period ancestors. However, due to the materials and crafting techniques employed, their power surpasses that of the average Liha ancestor. The physical strength of the spiritual puppets far exceeds that of their Liha counterparts. Under the command of these sentient puppets, countless mechanical beasts surged forth, akin to a torrent of steel, charging fearlessly toward the human cultivators. In the 736th chapter, the Heavenly Machine Transmission Bureau, Liao Tianyang and his companions exchanged glances, their anger toward the ghostly ancestor intensifying. This old rascal had scarcely arrived when he sought to claim a share of the spoils. Now, upon witnessing the dire situation, he had the audacity to flee. The powerful figures of the 7 great sects felt an overwhelming urge to pursue and execute the ghostly ancestor on the spot. Yet, with the surrounding onslaught of various puppets, they found themselves unable to spare the time to chase after him. The ghostly ancestor, demonstrating his impressive abilities, ascended into the air with 2 disciples in tow. Several puppets, upon witnessing an attempt to flee, soared into the air in pursuit. However, the ancient spirit ancestor merely let out a cold snort, shattering those puppets with a single strike of his palm, and with a sinister smile, he charged onward into the distance. Yet, at that moment, an even greater number of puppets brazenly attacked the ancient spirit ancestor. He, with an expression of indifference, scoffed contemptuously and, with a flick of his hand, conjured forth a ghostly apparition before him. Chapter 737. The Treasures of the Underground Palace. At this juncture, Huang Qi had already ventured deep into a forbidden zone within the Tianquan sect, a sanctum where an abundance of treasures was stored. Moreover, from Yang Baichuan's memories, Huang Qi was aware of the profound mysteries surrounding this place. Only the sect leaders of ancient times, on the cusp of breaking through the void to ascend, were permitted entry. Although Yang Baichuan held the esteemed title of Supreme Elder, he had never been granted access, only knowing of the treasures and secrets it harbored. As for the battle at Eagle Beak Peak, Huang Qi remained oblivious. Even if he were informed, he would merely scoff, dismissing those concerns as long as the ancestral figures remained safe. Before Huang Qi lay a towering peak, its majestic form piercing the clouds. Sprawling across a vast expanse of nearly 100 miles, such grandiose mountains were rare even among the 10,000 great mountains. Huang Qi circled the tempest, discovering numerous powerful ancient prohibitions in the surroundings. Chapter 738. The might of the reincarnation seal. No sooner had Huang Qi entered the treasure-laden underground palace than, in the span of a single tea's brew, over 10 beams of light sped towards him from a distance, their velocity astonishing. In an instant, more than a dozen elderly figures, clad in varied garments, arrived beneath the towering peak. Each of them furrowed their brows at the seemingly endless mountain. And after a brief moment, the 5 elements real person, with a puzzled expression, addressed old Peng Wang, saying, "Brother Peng, is this truly the site of the ancient Tianquan sect's underground treasures? I, too, have lived for many years, yet I have heard no whispers of this place." The others turned their gazes towards old Peng Wang, eager to learn the truth of this location. In response, old Peng Wang shot a disapproving glance at the 5 elements real person and coldly retorted, "What? Do you not trust me, my old friend? Do you not know that my Wanyao mountain also traces its roots to ancient times and has existed longer than your 6 great sects?" Chapter 739. The heartbeat of illusions. Maya Xing was expression darkened upon witnessing the situation. She had not anticipated that these stone puppets would prove so troublesome. In front of so many peers, losing face was hardly a trivial matter. However, if these stone puppets possessed no greater capability, it was destined that they would be utterly annihilated today. With a cold snort, Maya Xinghua altered her hand gestures once again, causing the runes to emit an even more blinding radiance. The previously held balance was shattered as over 100 runes pressed down, obliterating the void. The puppets finally exhibited signs of distress, and under the weight of the runes, they began to crumble, ultimately reducing to mere powder in a matter of moments. As the crowd gazed in awe at the wondrous Miaoxing flower, they were astounded by its unexpected power. Whispers circulated about the reincarnation sect, which supposedly crafted a singular reincarnation seal, deeming all other treasures insignificant. In this moment, Huang Qi stood with his left hand cradling the town demon immortal palace, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors that enveloped him entirely. His right hand held the jade tablet, radiating a gentle luminescence, resembling a deity descended from the heavens, sacred and serene. Throughout his journey, Huang Qi encountered no perils, nor any disturbances, which left him perplexed. He was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the treasure-laden underground palace, where each step could spell doom. Yet, he had traversed safely, encountering only a few bats without any attacks. Huang Qi speculated that his safety was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather intricately tied to the jade tablet he possessed. He toyed with the tablet, noting only a few recorded matters without uncovering any other insights. After a prolonged contemplation yielded no clarity, he decided to set it aside. Upon reaching the cave's end, he finally beheld a glimmer of light. The 4th chapter indicated various prohibitions. The injury gate symbolized harm, loss, and retreat. The obstruction gate represented barriers and hindrances, while the allure gate suggested temptation and illusion. Each of the 9 palaces and 8 gates bore distinct configurations and pathways, making it evident that entry through any door other than the life gate, rest gate, or opening gate would be perilous. Huang Qi circled the 9 palaces and 8 gates, utilizing the principles of the Bagua and Taiji to ascertain the life gate, rest gate, and opening gate, the choice of which door to enter seemed straightforward. Approaching the life gate with the jade tablet, he sought to make a close connection and discover any hidden truths. However, the gate remained unresponsive, leaving him bewildered, especially since the tablet belonged to the sect leader. The elder Peng Wang furrowed his brow and remarked that while this door was inaccessible, other portals remained open. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd lightened, as further deliberation on the impassable door would be futile. With their extensive knowledge, these seasoned individuals easily recognized the legendary 9 palaces and 8 gates, swiftly identifying the life gate, opening gate, and rest gate, while being acutely aware of the dangers within the other portals, which were fraught with peril. Yet, the unsettling thought lingered that one of the gates had been breached by a mere youth, leaving the onlookers uneasy. The Miaoxing flower smiled gently at the assembly, saying, "Esteemed friends, the treasures within the 9 palaces and 8 gates may soon diminish if we do not enter promptly, for that young man has already gained entry." As the crowd nodded in agreement, the king of the great Peng displayed a slight expression of surprise. Chapter 743, The Arrival of the Mighty. The cultivator clad in golden battle armor regarded Huang Qi with a hint of disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere golden core practitioner could gain entry into the 9 palaces and 8 gates. However, upon noticing the palace in Huang Qi's possession, a look of perplexity crossed his face, as he evidently recognized the extraordinary nature of the treasure, which was undoubtedly of spiritual artifact caliber and seemingly bore significant origins. Yet, he could not recall when such an item had surfaced in the mortal realm. When the armored figure beheld the jade tablet in Huang Qi's grasp, his eyes narrowed slightly, and an expression of excitement emerged. After guarding the treasures of the underground palace for so many years, how could he fail to recognize this object? Although he had not seen it for nearly 100 millennia, he recognized it at first glance. The confusion in his gaze deepened as he looked at Huang Qi. With a mere gesture, the jade tablet seemed to sprout wings and flew into the grasp of the armored figure. Chapter 744, The Golden Armor. The king of the great Peng and his companions furrowed their brows, sensing they had been transported to a foreign space. In the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. Their spiritual senses were constrained to less than 100 meters. To their dismay, they discovered that the area was devoid of flight, despite their formidable magical powers. Flying consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. Their faces grew somewhat pallid, but fortunately, they sensed no immediate danger around them, leading them to understand that the only way to proceed was to walk out of this place. In contrast, Fengyin and his companions had entered a different realm. The rest gate, located in the northern palace, belonged to the element of water. Fengyin and his group found themselves surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, shrouded in thick water vapor, with visibility limited to 100 meters. Similar to the life gate, their spiritual senses were restricted and they could not fly, resulting in downcast expressions as they resigned themselves to their predicament. Chapter 745, The Fortunate Sect Leader. The golden-armored figure observed Huang Qi's astonishment without uttering a word, merely smiling at him. Yet, Huang Qi felt uneasy under his gaze, his mind racing with questions about the intentions of this formidable presence. He had entered in search of treasure, but the existence of such a terrifying being made him wonder how he could acquire the treasures here. Not only he, but even the powerful figures from the 7 major sects would likely return empty-handed, or worse, face annihilation at the hands of this terrifying entity. It seemed impossible to claim any treasures in this place. He couldn't help but ponder the whereabouts of his master, hoping he had entered this realm as well. His sole desire now was to escape and find his master. The golden-armored figure regarded Huang Qi's complex expression with amusement, with the intensity of his spiritual awareness. Huang Qi's every mental fluctuation was laid bare. The golden-armored figure slightly inclined his head towards Huang Qi. Chapter 746, A Certain Victory for Both Sides. "Senior, I am willing," said the disciple, "though my cultivation is insufficient to restore the Heavenly Spring sect at this time. However, I promise that once I attain the necessary strength, I will surely rebuild the Heavenly Spring sect." Huang Qi, after expressing his thoughts, raised his head to gaze at the golden-armored figure, who wore a serene smile. Summoning his courage, Huang Qi continued, "However, esteemed elder, I humbly seek your assistance. If it pleases you, Might you serve as the supreme elder of the Tianquan sect? This would certainly deter some nefarious individuals. The golden armor, fully aware of Huang Qi's intentions, did not refute them, but instead smiled gently and nodded, replying, "Assisting you is indeed my duty, a fact beyond question. However, I shall decline the role of supreme elder of the Tianquan sect. I propose we enter into an equitable contract, which would be beneficial for both of us." Taken aback momentarily, Huang Qi pondered the meaning of the golden armor's words. Ignoring Huang Qi's confusion, the narrative shifted to Chapter 747, Endless Surprises. Huang Qi was quietly attuned to the subtle connection he shared with the golden armor, a mysterious sensation. Intangible and unseen, yet deeply felt. Realizing there was nothing amiss, he felt reassured. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find the golden armor had vanished. Where could this spiritual treasure have gone? In the next instant, Huang Qi sensed a newfound presence within his dantian. As his consciousness delved deeper, he discovered a miniature version of the golden armor inspecting his floating pagoda, eyes wide with astonishment and a sense of wonder escaping his lips. Observing the golden armor deep in thought, a spell was cast, and Huang Qi distinctly felt a tremor through his pagoda as its first level's door swung open of its own accord. Huang Qi's expression shifted dramatically. What was this entity about to do? The interior of his pagoda remained chaotic, lacking any defined space. How could it possibly fulfill this? Chapter 748. The Path of Rune Records revealed Huang Qi standing amidst a sprawling landscape adorned with various runes. These runes, far more numerous than those he had previously encountered, emitted a blinding light and rotated slowly. The runes appeared almost alive, continuously releasing spiritual energy that nourished this confined space. Looking up, Huang Qi was astonished to see countless stars overhead, arranged in a harmonious pattern. The essence of the great Tao surging through the air, a phenomenon he could easily perceive due to his training in the Battle Heaven Fist. The area was replete with extraordinary flora, with countless varieties carpeting the ground. Various rune formations thrived, supplying ample spiritual energy. The herbs having matured over eons in this nurturing environment, each plant being at least 50 or 60,000 years old. Regrettably, there were no 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. How marvelous it would have been had there been. In Chapter 749, Farewell to Lin Feng, Huang Qi resolved to act. He retrieved several jade tablets and meticulously began to replicate the runes, ensuring that not a single stroke was overlooked. Time swiftly passed, yet the sheer volume of runes was overwhelming. Even without sustenance, it would likely take him several years to replicate them all completely. After 3 days, Huang Qi had managed to replicate over 3,000 runes, but eventually he could not suppress a sigh, realizing that this pace was unsustainable. Time is limited, and one cannot afford to spend several years meticulously copying such intricate designs. Huang Qi felt a sense of helplessness. However, relinquishing these formidable runes seemed rather regrettable. Although he was loath to engage in cultivation himself, bestowing them upon his mother would certainly be a noble gesture. After some contemplation, Huang Qi ultimately selected dozens of awe-inspiring and immensely powerful runes to replicate, while the remaining runes failed to capture his interest. Chapter 750. The interdimensional teleportation array. The so-called exotic spiritual roots within the sects and families of the human realm are, in the spirit realm, abundant and commonplace. They hold no particular significance. In the eyes of the spiritual realm's sects and families, truly precious spiritual roots are nearly non-existent in the human realm. Even if they do exist, they remain undiscovered. Only those who possess ancient and formidable physiques, such as the ancient overlord body, the primal demon body, the 9 extremities, the lunar body, the solar body, and the primal sacred body, can be regarded as genuine prodigies of cultivation, with a pace of advancement beyond comparison to others. However, should these gifted individuals mature, they are destined to become sovereigns of the spirit realm. Yet, such extraordinary physiques come with an equally extraordinary flaw. Heaven is impartial. When it opens a grand door for you, it invariably shuts a window. Without the assistance of benefactors, those with these miraculous physiques will struggle to achieve significant accomplishments. The perspective of the human realm is exceedingly narrow. One can only hope that, one day, he too may ascend to the spirit realm, thus transcending limitations. Chapter 751. Huang Qi presents a treasure. Huang Qi felt a wave of emotion wash over him. His relationship with his master was akin to that of father and son. And even at this juncture, His master was concerned for his well-being. Huang Qi understood that his master bore a deep-seated grudge, and in his current state, he was incapable of exacting revenge. It would be far more suitable for his master to cultivate in the spirit realm to enhance his prowess. Yet, Huang Qi had once vowed to lend his master a helping hand. The one who had grievously wounded his master possessed extraordinary power, and Huang Qi was loath to see his master face any peril. "Master, I implore you to promise me that when my cultivation reaches fruition and I ascend to the spirit realm, we shall seek vengeance upon that villain together." Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, observing Huang Qi's earnest demeanor. He was at a loss for how to dissuade his disciple. His enemies wielded immense power, and Lin Feng, even if he returned to the spirit realm or ascended to the celestial realm and regained his strength, might still not be a match for that rogue. He could only bide his time. Chapter 752. The Nine-Wonder Array. Huang Qi beamed at Lin Feng, eager to please, then extended his hand, causing the pagoda to hover above his palm. At that moment, a brilliant light emerged from within the pagoda, transforming into a diminutive golden battle armor. The golden armor appeared somewhat irate, clearly displeased that Huang Qi had summoned a treasure without informing it. However, upon seeing Lin Feng, the golden armor's expression shifted. It did not exhibit excessive trepidation, but let out a cold snort before transforming into a beam of white light and diving into Huang Qi's dantian. Huang Qi was taken aback. How could he have forgotten this ancestral spirit? Nonetheless, judging by the golden armor's demeanor, it seemed to harbor resentment towards Lin Feng, likely having suffered some indignity at his hands and thus reluctant to meet him, as the golden armor had already embedded itself within his dantian. Huang Qi paid it no heed, his excitement directed solely towards his master. Lin Feng observed the golden armor's performance with a slight smile, yet did not comment. "Do not be overly ambitious," he admonished. "To inscribe upon you these 5 marvelous formations is a task that, given my current abilities, would take no less than a year or more to accomplish. Furthermore, the other 4 character formations possess extraordinary capabilities. While your treasure is indeed remarkable, it is still far from being able to withstand the power of those formations. At the very least, your treasure must undergo tribulation and be transformed into a spiritual treasure before it can bear the inscription of those formations. Each formation requires the trial of heavenly tribulation. Do you believe that your current skills can endure such trials? Can your pagoda withstand the baptism of heavenly tribulation?" Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to strike Huang Qi, yet he refrained, letting out a cold snort instead. Huang Qi was left speechless, realizing that he had been overly eager. He had not anticipated the immense difficulty in inscribing the 9-character formation, especially with the requirement of enduring heavenly tribulation. How could he possibly manage that now? Presently, Huang Qi's strength had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and he believed it would not be long before he advanced to the late stage. The spiritual energy in this area was extraordinarily dense, rivaling that found in the depths of the spiritual eye spring, making cultivation remarkably efficient. Even though Huang Qi's aptitude was lacking, in such a rich spiritual environment, he could still cultivate rapidly. As he turned his inner gaze towards his dantian, he found the golden core suspended above the white dantian, significantly larger than his demonic core. The meridians swiftly absorbed the earthly spiritual energy, causing the golden core to operate with increasing speed. It filtered and refined the energy into glistening droplets, which subsequently fell into the lake within his dantian. With Huang Qi's relentless efforts, the speed of the golden core's operation accelerated further. Surrounded by such concentrated spiritual energy, the droplets cascading from the golden core gradually formed a continuous stream, infusing his dantian. Huang Qi's strength visibly surged at an astonishing rate. As for the group of individuals, their initial excitement swiftly waned. For cultivators of their caliber, the legends of ancient demons were indeed familiar. The ruins of the Tianquan sect revealed numerous clues regarding the demonic clans, yet upon witnessing the demon suppression altar, their expressions darkened. They exchanged glances, their hearts filled with doubt. The hexagonal altar and the 6 top-tier ancient treasures floating above it were evidently suppressing something formidable. However, they remained uncertain whether it was the legendary powerful demon. If a mighty demon truly lay imprisoned within, the quest for the treasures might endanger their very lives. In their silence, a long-robed elder clad in black broke the tension with a gentle smile. "Esteemed friends, since we have arrived here, why do we not make a move to seize the treasures?" Each of these artifacts appears extraordinary. At the very least, they are top-tier ancient treasures. Chapter 756. The blood sacrifice. Aside from the black-robed elders' composed demeanor in the face of the supreme ancient treasure, the others found themselves in a state of disarray. On one hand, they were engaged in exhausting the treasure's formidable power through relentless attacks, while on the other, they were desperately countering its retaliatory strikes with every means at their disposal. Although they felt quite beleaguered, with the intentional assistance of the black-robed elder, they managed to maintain their safety, filled with gratitude towards him and astonished by his extraordinary prowess. However, as time progressed, the might emanating from the ancient treasure's counterattacks gradually waned, eliciting great joy among the group as they began to handle the treasure's retaliations with increased ease. This newfound confidence heightened their desire to obtain the treasure, prompting them to intensify their assaults. After a rigorous 2 hours, the 6 suspended supreme ancient treasures could no longer maintain their levitation and, with a resounding clang, descended onto the 6 corners of the demon suppression altar. Chapter 757. The 9-headed ancient demon. The black tendrils relentlessly siphoned the essence blood from the 5 individuals. Despite their desperate attempts to struggle, they found themselves utterly immobilized, acutely aware of their lifeblood being consumed bite by bite by a dreadful maw. They could feel their life force ebbing away, and within moments, their breaths grew weaker and weaker until they vanished entirely. Yet, the tendrils refused to relent, devouring their organs and even their very bones, leaving behind nothing but 5 lifeless skins. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Wu Changfeng felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. As he observed the 5 nascent soul cultivators reduced to mere husks, the 5 black tendrils reluctantly retreated back into the altar. Wu Changfeng awaited with delight, knowing that the ancient demon, suppressed for 100,000 years, would surely emerge, even after having consumed 5 nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 758. A fruitless return. Outside the palace of the inner treasure vault of the 9 palaces and 8 gates, the golden armored apparition waged a fierce battle against 30 to 40 ancestors in the harmonization phase single-handedly. The 2 sides had been locked in combat for 3 months, with the golden apparition growing ever more formidable, showing no signs of dimming. However, not a single one of the harmonization phase ancestors emerged unscathed. Nevertheless, the crowd remained unwilling to abandon the treasures within the Great Hall, launching their ultimate techniques in a desperate struggle against the golden apparition. Yet, after more than 3 months of relentless fighting, even these seasoned ancestors began to feel the strain. The depletion of their magical energy was immense. If they could not break through the golden apparition soon, their only recourse would be a desperate flight. After a telepathic discussion, the group resolved to make one final, all-out effort, knowing that their success or failure hinged on this last confrontation. The sacred sound of the Dharma echoed as a resplendent golden light enveloped the figure of a Buddha, exuding an aura of divine sanctity. With hands clasped, the figure recited a mantra, invoking the name of Amitabha, and a multitude of radiant beams illuminated the heavens. Chapter 759. The final means of survival. As the battle within the 9 palaces and 8 gates reached a critical juncture, the golden armor within Huang Qi's dantian sensed impending danger and prepared to return to the treasure hall of the inner vault. Just then, Lin Feng halted his work, his brows furrowing as he gazed into the distance. He extended his hand, summoning the jade tablet from Huang Qi's storage bag, which promptly appeared in his grasp. With a flick of his fingers, Lin Feng unleashed a spell, causing the jade tablet to ascend into the air, whereupon a gigantic rune materialized above it. He swiftly executed a series of incantations, and in an instant, both the jade tablet and the colossal rune vanished from sight. Satisfied with this outcome, Lin Feng nodded approvingly, offering a slight smile to the golden-armored figure before resuming his endeavors. The golden-armored figure, witnessing this, was filled with gratitude, before once again sinking into Huang Qi's dantian. Shortly thereafter, the jade tablet gently returned to Huang Qi's storage bag, the latter remaining blissfully unaware, absorbed in his diligent cultivation. In the dark confines of the forbidden area within the Black Smoke Mountain at the Tianguan sect ruins, the 9-headed demon lord sat cross-legged, surrounded by over 10 human skins. The potent demonic energy surged unchecked throughout the cavern. Against the dim stone wall, 2 nascent soul cultivators looked on in utter despair, their eyes fixated on the 9-headed demon lord, who had just absorbed their companions into a single human skin. The terror of impending death sent shivers through their souls. They yearned to flee, yet their bodies remained ensnared, utterly immobilized. Even their cries for help were rendered silent. The previously handsome visage of the nine-headed demon lord had regained some color, though it was still far from normality. At that moment, Wu Changfeng entered, gripping the two horrified nascent soul cultivators in his hands. He made no attempt to disturb the nine-headed demon lord's cultivation, but instead placed the terrified cultivators aside. The following chapter revealed a stalemate among the 7 major sects, as discussions dragged on for days without resolution. The other sects and families held no sway in the matter. They lacked spiritual treasures within their ranks and could only exchange glances amidst the discord of the 7 prominent sections. Observers noted with furrowed brows that, even if the powerful members of these sects debated for a year, no conclusion would be reached, and the situation threatened to yield no benefits for anyone involved. Some, contemplating the impending closure of the Tianguan sect ruins, wished to withdraw but dared not voice their thoughts, fearing the wrath of the superpowers. The outer perimeter of Tianguan Mountain remained chaotic, as cultivators fought fiercely over treasures within the ruins, leading to inevitable casualties. However, the number of nascent soul ancestors in the vicinity continued to swell, with no fewer than 5,000 entering the area over the past few months. In a subsequent chapter, Huang Qi's consciousness traversed the 5th layer, but apart from a few essential arrays, he found nothing of significance. Disappointment flickered within him, yet he quickly grasped the underlying implications. His master, now unable to inscribe upon him due to his current cultivation level, was unlikely to possess such capability. Moreover, his own pagoda could not yet bear the weight of such an endeavor. His master was on the verge of ascending to the spirit realm, and who knew when they would meet again? Huang Qi realized that it would likely be several centuries before he would see his master again. Pondering whether his master intended for him to cultivate and carve his own path in the future, a wave of reluctance washed over him as he contemplated this. As his consciousness returned, he cast a wistful glance at his master. He yearned to persuade his master to wait a few more years, wishing to ascend to the spirit realm together. However, he felt utterly incapable of departing at that moment. Setting aside the concerns of Luoyang City, he was more troubled by his grandfather's deteriorating health, uncertain of when he would bid farewell to this world. Chapter 763. The stubborn ancestor of harmony and separation. The presence of an ancestor here stirred a sense of difference within Huang Qi. Just as he was about to pay his respects, he encountered an unfamiliar ancestor of the harmony and separation stage, who coldly remarked, "What audacity, young one, to eavesdrop on our conversation. I shall subdue you first." At that moment, Huang Qi did not alter his appearance. The elders from the 7 great sects recognized him instantly. Their surprise at his presence was palpable, yet they refrained from taking action, considering that the city lord Huang was not someone they could provoke lightly. Although Huang Xiaoyao was regarded as formidable, he paled in comparison to these venerable ancestors. When one of them attempted to strike Huang Qi, the others did not intervene. Huang Qi observed as the harmony and separation cultivator offered him no opportunity for dialogue, swiftly launching an attack. Chapter 764. The old King Peng's provocation. The onlookers were astounded that Huang Qi could withstand an attack from an ancestor of the harmony and separation stage, leaving many in disbelief. Huang Xiaoyao was particularly taken aback. Meanwhile, a subtle smile played upon Huang Qi's lips, filled with excitement. Having attained the pinnacle of the core formation stage, his surging magical power rivaled that of a Yuan Ing cultivator. He confidently believed that he could repel an early Yuan Ing cultivator using his Battle Heaven Fist, while he knew he could not contend with the harmony and separation ancestors. He had nonetheless managed to unleash 50% of the ancient treasure's power, which was formidable enough to match an ordinary strike from a harmony and separation ancestor. From the recent clash with the harmony and separation ancestor, Huang Qi gained clarity about his own capabilities. The elder surnamed Liu had initially intended to subdue Huang Qi before making a decision, but upon witnessing Huang Qi's treasure, greed took hold, leading to unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 765. The killing intent of King Peng. The crowd was taken aback at the sight of the jade guan in Huang Qi's hand, as many among them had previously encountered him. Although this young man seemed unremarkable in cultivation, he proved quite troublesome. It was unexpected for old King Peng to coax him into willingly presenting the jade guan. One could only wonder whether Huang Qi had come to a realization or feared retribution from old King Peng. However, the crowd quickly dismissed such thoughts, as their formidable consciousnesses swiftly discerned the intricate patterns and inscriptions recorded on the jade guan. They were suddenly struck with astonishment, recognizing that the jade guan contained the map to the Tianquan mountain ruins. Looking at this jade guan, they could no longer maintain their composure, realizing that it was the very reason Huang Qi had made it this far. Old Peng Wang gazed at the jade guai in Huang Qi's hand. His expression suddenly ignited with excitement, for this jade guai was the token of the Tianquan sect's leader, as recorded in the ancient texts of Wanyao Mountain. While others might be unaware of its significance, Huang Qi, witnessing that the ancestor was no match for old Peng Wang, furrowed his brow slightly, though he felt no surprise. The physical prowess of the demon race was inherently formidable. Having clashed with young Peng Wang, he had sensed the challenge even at such a tender age, a testament to the might of the golden-winged rock clan. It was understandable that the ancestor fell short against old Peng Wang. Yet it was remarkable that the ancestor merely retreated 3 steps in the face of old Peng Wang's strike, showcasing his own considerable strength. However, upon seeing old Peng Wang's intent to strike again, the ancestor naturally prepared to retaliate, but Huang Qi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the ancestor. Observing this scene, Huang Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, uncertain of the new tactic this young man would employ. Yet, noticing Huang Qi's calm demeanor, Huang Xiaoyao could not help but ponder. Huang Qi typically approached matters with great confidence. Did he possess some means to counter old Peng Wang? As the narrative unfolded, old Peng Wang's countenance darkened further upon realizing that his full-force attack had failed to shatter the luminous barrier. How could this be? Frustration welled within him as he transformed into a majestic golden-winged rock, his wings expanding to an impressive span of hundreds of meters. With a thunderous roar, he charged once more at the barrier enveloping him. His colossal form collided with the rune-encased light as if it were a mountain, producing a resounding boom that reverberated through the air. The immense barrier trembled violently, yet showed no signs of fracturing. Huang Qi, witnessing this, felt a quiet sigh of relief. His prior ignorance regarding old Peng Wang was alleviated by the insights provided by the golden battle armor within his dantian, which also guided him on how to subdue old Peng Wang. Had it not been for the support from the golden armor, the situation might have turned dire. However, since the golden-winged rock clan had taken dominion over Wanyao Mountain, very few demonic beasts or cultivators had ventured beyond its borders. Moreover, the variety of demonic creatures within Wanyao Mountain rivaled that of the myriad beast kingdoms in Yuzhou. With old Peng Wang in peril, it seemed Wanyao Mountain would descend into a prolonged chaos, refraining from encroaching upon human territories. The onlookers, witnessing Huang Qi's suppression of old Peng Wang, refrained from further commentary. The demon cultivator who had accompanied old Peng Wang fled the moment he observed the latter's subjugation. And Huang Qi was acutely aware that the prospect of seeking reinforcements to confront him was understood by all present. Deep within Tianquan Mountain stood a peak perpetually shrouded in black smoke, known as Yan Mountain. In a cave beneath this mountain, the demonic aura surrounding the 9-headed demon's sovereign intensified, having grown exponentially since his recent liberation. The once pallid visage now appeared to have regained some semblance of color, the handsome features reflecting a newfound vitality. In Chapter 769, the ancient demoness corpse refinement technique, mere moments later, the cultivator's body collapsed, leaving only a human skin behind. Yet the face upon it remained etched with terror. Subsequently, several of the 9-headed demon lord's tentacles retracted into its form as it deftly manipulated a spell, causing surges of demonic energy to swirl tumultuously before being absorbed back into its being. Satisfied, the 9-headed demon lord nodded and turned its gaze toward the distance, where 2 Yuaning cultivators of the human race approached swiftly. The 9-headed demon lord harbored no intent to conceal itself, discarding the human skin carelessly. Standing still with a serene smile, its eyes fixated on the rapidly advancing duo of Yuaning practitioners. Moments later, a male and female Yuaning cultivator arrived near the 9-headed demon lord. The male cultivator, robust and imposing, furrowed his brow upon seeing the sight before him. In Chapter 770, Unfathomable Demonic Might, the expressions of the onlookers darkened. How could a corpse-refining entity appear in such a place? Confusion reigned. Yet as the corpse began to pursue a woman, an elder Yuaning ancestor snorted coldly, unleashing a spell that sent a torrent of spiritual energy hurtling toward the demonic cloud. The woman, witnessing the intervention, felt a surge of hope as the spiritual energy struck the mass of demonic energy with a resounding impact, prompting a sigh of relief from the ice fairy. However, to the astonishment of the others, the demonic cloud absorbed the elder's attack, surging forward with renewed ferocity, engulfing the woman within, followed by her anguished cries. The over 10 Yuan cultivators present grew grim. What manner of corpse refinement was this, exhibiting such terrifying power? Even the corpse refinement of the demon cave among the 7 great sects could not possibly rival this strength. The cultivator's prior strike was sufficient to, in Chapter 771, widespread carnage. The 9-headed demon lord observed the remaining few attempting to flee, a disdainful curl of its lip betraying its contempt. Instantly, an overwhelming torrent of demonic energy surged forth, and 6 tentacles erupted from its back, pursuing the fleeing individuals. Meanwhile, the 9-headed demon lord deftly conjured 2 supreme ancient treasures, lightly waving them toward the remaining few. 2 beams of sword light, imbued with terrifying might, shot forth towards the retreating figures. Moments later, 2 screams pierced the air as the bodies of the 2 were cleaved in half, along with their Yuan, yet astonishingly, no blood spilled forth. The 9-headed demon lord gestured casually, and the 2 dismembered forms were drawn back before it. With a deep inhalation, the demon absorbed the boundless blood mist emanating from the severed bodies. Subsequently, it expelled a plume of black energy, and the 2 halves of the bodies bizarrely rejoined, transforming into 2 demonic corpses. In another vein, the crowd, upon hearing Huang Qi's words, grew increasingly solemn, recognizing the veracity of his claims, thereby solidifying their understanding of Huang Qi's identity as the leader of the Heavenly Spring sect. However, in the face of such a terrifying ancient demon, the onlookers found little motivation to seek treasures, especially since the summons had been issued by the elders of their respective sects, compelling them to act. Anxiety was etched on their faces. For these nascent soul cultivators, who represented the pinnacle of power for their esteemed families, the loss of even one was intolerable. Yet, news of numerous casualties among the nascent soul practitioners had emerged, and it was likely that some belonged to their own sections. Nevertheless, the leaders of the 7 major sects, along with the Huang, Zhou, and Daoguang families, appeared somewhat less troubled, having already evacuated their elders prior to entering this perilous place, thus avoiding any significant losses. Yet, confronted with the current situation, it was evident to all that they were all at risk. Chapter 773. The heroes battle the 9-headed demon. Upon concluding his declaration, the 9-headed demon unleashed a thunderous roar, wielding 2 supreme artifacts, and charged toward the assembled cultivators. The more than 10 unmatched powers from the 7 sects did not hesitate. They swiftly surrounded the 9-headed demon from all directions. As the demon brandished a top-tier ancient sword, a terrifying sword light cleaved through the void, tearing a ghastly rift in space. A dreadful black hole voraciously devoured the surrounding elemental energies to mend the breach. Witnessing this cataclysmic display, the expressions of the onlookers turned grave, yet they remained undaunted. Amitba, the diamond subduing demon. Upon uttering this incantation, Fengyin clasped his hands together, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy, causing a Buddha to materialize behind him, enveloped in sacred light. The Buddha's initially serene visage transformed into one of solemnity, eyes wide open with fury, slowly rising and morphing into a wrathful Vajra. Chapter 774. The heroes battle the 9-headed demon. Too, as the 9-headed demon wielded his destructive artifact, the 5 elements real person brandished his folding fan, which transformed into a blinding compass slicing through the air toward the demon. The 9-headed demon, observing the approaching fan, snorted disdainfully and hurled the remnants of his weapon at it. The 2 remnants shot forth as twin streaks of darkness, colliding directly with the 5 elements real person's fan. The resulting explosions echoed with thunderous booms, shattering the dark projectiles, but momentarily stalling the fan's advance. The 5 elements real person's expression darkened as he realized his treasure had been obstructed, its potency greatly diminished. Any further attempts to strike would be futile. Without hesitation, he gestured to retract his artifact. Just then, the corner of the 9-headed demon's mouth curled into a smirk as he coldly remarked, "Trying to flee, are we?" Chapter 775. The heroes battle the 9-headed demon. 3. In such a fierce battle, Huang Qi recognized his lack of qualification to partake. Even nascent soul practitioners were unable to engage in the fray. Only those esteemed ancestors at the integration stage could intervene. As a mere core formation cultivator, Huang Qi understood his limitations and stood at a distance, quietly observing the nine-headed demon's every move. The nine-headed demon, having vanquished the five elements real person, wore a look of disdain upon his countenance. However, his smile appeared to the onlookers as a grotesque grimace. The five elements real person had sustained injuries. Although he was not entirely devoid of combat capability, his strength had undeniably diminished due to the loss of his magical artifacts. At that moment, the esteemed scholar of the great Confucian sect, Huang Qi, let out a cold snort, reciting with fervor, "The dragon horse adorned with snow-white mane, golden saddle of Wuling's grandeur. Autumn frost sharp as jade blades, sunset's radiant robe of pearls, the fighting rooster reigns supreme, the lofty carriage ascends high." As Huang Qi concluded this battle poem, the vast expanse of the sky resonated with the essence of his words. Chapter 776, The Terror of the Nine-Headed Demon. All nascent soul cultivators, swiftly vacate this place to avoid bringing upon yourselves calamity. Fellow Taoists, the time to vanquish demons has arrived. Our sects and clans must not let this demon escape. Otherwise, we risk plunging the human realm into utter destruction. The commanding voice of the Dharma echoed through the air, prompting solemn nods from the crowd. Regardless of any past grievances among the sects and clans, the ancient demons invading the human realm stood as their primary adversary. This terrifying entity had yet to regain its full power, yet it was already fearsome. If it were to recover, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, placing many sects and clans in peril. In the face of such a dire threat to humanity, personal grudges paled in comparison. The nascent soul cultivators, upon hearing these words, exchanged no further dialogue and retreated hastily. Witnessing the clash between such formidable beings from a distance was perilous enough. To be caught in their fierce struggle would be a grave misfortune. Their strengths were no match for the monstrous presence. Chapter 777, Heavy Casualties. The nine-headed demon python struck 9 powerful human cultivators, leaving them grievously wounded, its malevolence unabated. Once more, it unleashed its fearsome tail, sweeping towards the injured 5 elements real person and Liao Chenxing. Though both had been hurt, their prowess was not to be underestimated. They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them, before simultaneously forming hand seals. The 5 elements real person transformed into a towering ancient tree, its roots anchoring into the void, branches reaching for the heavens. With a mighty sway, the colossal tree unleashed countless branches, which lashed out at the demon's massive tail. At the same time, Liao Chenxing was enveloped in a surge of demonic energy, morphing into a fearsome demon deity, brandishing a black spear aimed at the colossal tail of the nine-headed beast. The impact of their assaults against the demon's tail resulted in a thunderous explosion, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Chapter 778, Huang Qi assists in battle. Furthermore, the devastation wrought by these formidable beings within the ruins of the Heavenly Spring sect was alarming. The surroundings lay in utter disarray. Should they continue their battle, the remnants of the Heavenly Spring sect would be utterly obliterated. The shockwaves from their attacks rippled for miles, splitting the earth, toppling mountains, and shaking the void, leaving countless spatial rifts that would be difficult to mend. If this continued, the area might once again become a blood-soaked wasteland. Huang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He intended to rebuild the Heavenly Spring sect here. Yet vast expanses now lay in ruins. A most unfortunate turn of events. Huang Qi found himself lost in thought, a slight frown creasing his brow, when he heard a voice beside him. It was the golden battle armor. "Young one, if you do not take action soon, the Tianquan sect's ruins will be reduced to rubble." A flicker of realization crossed Huang Qi's mind, followed by a wry smile. The Huang family's battle armor indeed held him in high regard. Despite his current predicament, he felt a surge of confidence. Chapter 779, Decapitating 3 Heads. The nine-headed demon lord, heedless of the chaos, swiftly broke through the encirclement and charged towards Huang Qi. Huang Qi merely snorted coldly. With the protection of the Huang family armor and the assistance of profound runes, he felt little fear. He formed a seal with his hand, and a mysterious rune materialized above his palm. With a gentle push, the rune surged forth to meet the black beam unleashed by the nine-headed demon lord. The 2 attacks collided without generating any terrifying energy fluctuations. Rather, They inexplicably extinguished each other in the void. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. What kind of rune had Huang Qi just deployed to nullify the formidable strike of the nine-headed demon lord? They were acutely aware that even the most seasoned cultivators at the fusion stage struggled against such an onslaught, with several of their slightly weaker peers sustaining severe injuries. How could this young man possibly withstand it? Chapter 780. Playing with fire. Others watched in disbelief as Huang Qi effortlessly severed 3 of the 9-headed demon python's heads with a mere 3 strikes. The sheer existence of the 9-headed demon python was such that even their combined efforts had failed to inflict any damage upon it. Yet this youth had managed to decapitate 3 of its heads in an instant, far exceeding their expectations. When they observed Huang Qi directing his flying sword once more towards the remaining heads of the 9-headed demon python, they exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Just then, they witnessed the remaining 5 heads retracting into the creature's body, leaving only the human-faced head exposed. Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the 9-headed demon python would display fear. A faint smile graced his lips. He was determined to subdue it today. With a cold snort, he gestured downwards, causing the massive rune hovering above his head to slowly descend. Chapter 781. The end of Tianquan. The crowd had little to say, bowing respectfully to Huang Qi as they took their leave, and he returned the gesture with due courtesy. The interference of the ancient 9-headed demon had prompted many Yuaning cultivators to flee the Tianquan sect's ruins, and those who remained were too intimidated to linger. Now aware that Huang Qi was the sect leader and having witnessed his terrifying prowess against the 9-headed demon lord, who would dare to seek treasures here? After exchanging farewells, they departed, much to Huang Qi's satisfaction. The treasures here were plentiful, ample enough to bolster his family and the influence of Luoyang City. He had no intention of allowing them to benefit from this opportunity. Several formidable masters from the 7 major sects reluctantly bid farewell, their unwillingness palpable. It was evident that during their quest for treasures, they had been thwarted by the 9-headed demon lord. Although they were still keen to behold the treasures, they wisely opted to refrain from pursuing them. Chapter 782. Rising fame. With so many high-ranking cultivators flocking to Tianquan Mountain, Huang Qi wondered if Bai's mother had been captured. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. A cold gleam flickered in Huang Qi's eyes at the thought. Should he discover anyone daring to lay a hand on Bai's mother, he would not let that individual escape unscathed. Regardless, he resolved to search around Tianquan Mountain, hoping to uncover her whereabouts. However, his master had mentioned that there was no significant trouble concerning Bai's mother. Perhaps she had already transformed into human form and was searching for Bai herself. Huang Qi then glanced towards the direction of the 8 Immortals' palace, filled with curiosity. With the Tianquan Gate ruins now open, it was inconceivable that the old-timers from the 8 Immortals' palace would not enter in search of opportunities. He distinctly recalled seeing disciples from the 8 Immortals' palace confronting cultivators from the Jingwa sect upon his arrival. How could they possibly be absent? Yet, despite spending nearly 2 years here, he had not encountered them. Chapter 783. The migration of Tianquan village. Huang Qi remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, he would only shake his head in resignation. His actions had certainly not adhered to his master's teachings of maintaining a low profile and accumulating wealth quietly. Huang Qi could only smile bitterly, as he was left with little choice. Moreover, transporting the ancient demon into the boundless void was not a feat of his own making. It was entirely the credit of the golden battle armor, merely utilizing his body as a vessel. Before long, he arrived at the small village where he had lived for 15 years. Everything felt so familiar, as though time had left no marks upon this quaint locale. Some villagers were seated at their doorsteps, engaging in idle chatter, while groups of children frolicked nearby. The women busied themselves with household chores, and the men were conspicuously absent, likely hunting in the nearby mountains. Regardless of age, the glimmers of innocence shone in their eyes. Chapter 784. Proper arrangements. Initially, the villagers were reluctant, particularly the elder folk. They had grown accustomed to life here and were loath to leave their homeland, having lived here for generations. It was difficult for them to part with their deep-rooted ties to this land. Huang Qi understood their sentiments, but felt a sense of helplessness. Tianquan Mountain was no longer the paradise it once was. It had transformed into a perilous zone. How could he bear to watch these simple villagers face impending calamities? With a heavy heart, Huang Qi began to articulate the pros and cons of their situation. As the villagers learned of the imminent dangers, Memories of the invasion 2 years prior resurfaced, creating a sense of hesitation among them. Huang Qi earnestly and patiently pleaded his case, speaking well into the night, until he finally managed to sway their minds. Huang Qi assured them of a life free from worries, not only providing them with a spacious residence, but also ensuring their well-being. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed two figures swiftly approaching from a distance. With a hint of curiosity, he focused his gaze and realized that the panicked figure in front was a young girl, her complexion pale as she desperately fled. It was evident that she had already reached the mid-stage of the core formation realm. Yet, Huang Qi found the girl somewhat familiar. Aside from a few he had encountered within the three sects, he couldn't recall her distinctly, which deepened his intrigue. As Huang Qi observed the pursuer, a white-haired elder with formidable strength, clearly in the late stage of core formation, the girl's frantic escape became understandable. Upon examining the elder closely, Huang Qi's expression shifted to one of recognition, recalling an unpleasant encounter with him, a member of the loose Immortal Alliance. Ah, Huang Qi, so it is you. A most unfortunate coincidence indeed. The heavens have truly taken notice. You hide within the Huang family, yet I cannot do anything to you. Who would have thought you would come to me? No one can save you today, and it is a fitting opportunity for me to avenge my son and assuage my grief. Sha Tongtian glared at Huang Qi, his face twisted in fury. Huang Qi, however, merely chuckled at the elder's words, noting the deep-seated animosity the old man harbored. It was no surprise that he recognized him upon their meeting, for Huang Qi had consumed a beauty-enhancing elixir that preserved his appearance. The elder's murderous intent towards him only solidified Huang Qi's resolve to eliminate him. Sha Tongtian, you fled swiftly back then, and I couldn't catch you, allowing you to live a few more years. Today, our paths cross again, and it is time to settle our grievances. Prepare to meet your end, old man. With a dismissive snort, Huang Qi's figure surged with power, transforming into a streak of brilliance. As for Ma Tongjiang, she understood the immense value of the gift Huang Qi had bestowed upon her. While it might seem trivial to him, for her, it was invaluable. The benefits of the golden core were undeniable, whether refined or used as a means of survival. Even Yuanying practitioners would find themselves wary. It was conceivable that such a gift could severely wound a Yuanying practitioner. Sha Tongtian would undoubtedly reap great rewards by presenting it to his sect, gaining even more cultivation resources in return. Feeling a bit bashful, Ma Tongjiang nodded, her expression complex as she gazed at Huang Qi. Huang Qi, in turn, smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate. Given that Ma Shimi was injured, continuing to fly was impractical. It was better to utilize the wind-soaring vessel. With a wave of his hand, the vessel appeared gracefully suspended in the air. Ma Tongjiang, mesmerized by the exquisite craft, could not help but gaze at it with eager admiration, and Huang Qi smiled softly in response. Humph! How dare that blind fool attempt to flirt with a woman of Li Ba? It seems you are courting death. At that moment, Huang Qi heard a rough voice filled with anger approaching. A burly youth strode towards Huang Qi and his companion with fury. Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback. It was quite evident that the individual was coming for him. Turning his head, he recognized a familiar figure hastening in his direction, eyes ablaze with rage. Huang Qi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly. The newcomer was Li Ba, whom he had once knocked off the thunder platform with a single punch. To his surprise, Li Ba's cultivation had now reached the core formation stage. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaohua's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the commotion. She quickly took a couple of steps back, her face flushed with embarrassment as she cast a shy glance at Huang Qi. Huang Qi sighed, realizing that this lad mistakenly perceived him as a lecherous wolf teasing Zhao Xiaohua, which left him quite speechless. Chapter 789, Infatuated Wind. Second sister, the group comprised nearly 20 individuals, all of whom were Huang Qi's close companions and fellow disciples. Naturally, he was more than willing to reminisce with them. Upon arriving at Li Ba's cave dwelling, they began to feast heartily. This was not a matter anyone would concern themselves with. Besides, Li Ba and his companions had now become elders of the Tai sect, and with only Fu Tianqi capable of imposing restraint upon them, others dared not interfere. Even the law enforcement hall, upon hearing of this, turned a blind eye. Since Huang Qi had slain Elder Qi of the law enforcement hall and had once battled Elder Duan, they were wary of offending him. The gathering was filled with laughter and camaraderie as they drank and shared tales of their exploits, an exceedingly pleasant affair. Initially, Cake and Ma Tongjiang were somewhat reserved, but Ma Tongjiang was less so. Cake, however, had harbored feelings for Huang Qi for over a decade. Yet she could discern that he had always treated her with indifference. Chapter 790. Discussing strategies. Huang Qi felt a tightening in his heart. His senior sister held deep affection and loyalty towards their master, and he sincerely wished for her safety. After observing for a considerable time, he found nothing amiss. Feng Ermei, noticing Huang Qi's anxious demeanor, broke into a radiant smile and gently nodded at him, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, junior brother. I am perfectly fine and will not act foolishly. Now that I have learned of your master's whereabouts, I shall not relent. I believe that one day I will be able to follow in your master's footsteps, and at that moment, he will truly accept me." Seeing Feng Ermei's brilliant smile and resolute words brought joy to Huang Qi's heart. He held a deep fondness for this senior sister and hoped that in the future, a companion like her could accompany their master. With a bittersweet sigh, Huang Qi shook his head helplessly. Chapter 791. Treachery and betrayal. Upon hearing this, several Yuan Ying ancestors exhibited little surprise. They had already witnessed the formidable power of Xiong Batian during their time at Tianquan Mountain. They were well aware that Xiong Batian was originally one of the ancestors of the 8 Immortals Palace, but due to his cultivation of demonic arts, he had been ostracized by the other ancestors. In fact, they had resorted to extreme measures, imprisoning Xiong Batian in a forbidden area for over 30 years, until a fortuitous circumstance led Huang Qi to inadvertently release him. The resentment that Xiong Batian harbored towards the 8 Immortals Palace is something that all can easily fathom. With the formidable presence of Xiong Batian, it seems that the 8 Immortals Palace is poised to suffer a significant setback. The other elders, upon hearing this, stared blankly at Xiong Batian, utterly astonished that such a formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivator could emerge from the region of Qingzhou. This revelation transcended their understanding, for it was widely known that late-stage nascent soul practitioners were virtually non-existent in Qingzhou. Most would find themselves stagnating in the mid-stage. In the Grand Hall, Wami Easy coldly regarded Sha Tongtian and gestured dismissively. 2 disciples of the Tai sect promptly dragged the incapacitated Sha Tongtian away. A glint of cold light flashed in Wami Easy's eyes as he snorted disdainfully, stating, "Our 3 sects had initially acquiesced to the rise of the loose immortal alliance. However, due to their treachery and heinous betrayal, I have conferred with my fellow Taoists, and we have resolutely decided to eradicate the loose immortal alliance entirely." As his words echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. It was clear to all that the elders were genuinely incensed. The actions of the loose immortal alliance had undoubtedly crossed a line that could not be tolerated. Nonetheless, concern lingered among the assembly. At such a critical juncture, with the 8 Immortals Palace casting a watchful eye, confronting them now seemed daunting. Many turned to the elders, some eager to persuade them. Yet the elders' expressions were resolute as they continued, "Esteemed colleagues." As the discourse unfolded, the crowd was perplexed by Huang Qi's remarks. In this unprecedented time, with so many cultivators amassed within the loose immortal alliance, infiltrating Shirtua City appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, observing Huang Qi's serene smile, they were inwardly curious about his plan. Huang Qi, with a slight smile, offered no further explanation. Instead, he waved his hand, revealing a miniature palace. As the astonished onlookers beheld it, the palace rapidly expanded, unveiling a portal. Huang Qi then beamed and proclaimed, "Brothers and sisters, this is a treasure containing a spatial realm. Simply step inside, and arrangements for your rest will be made." The assembly gasped in awe at the sight of such a spatial treasure, something they had only heard of in legends and had never encountered before. Upon hearing the old man's words, his expression darkened. He had only sent a message and entered the establishment for a brief moment, yet the individual had seemingly vanished into thin air. It was evident that a spy was at work. The old man's brow furrowed in contemplation. He knew the shopkeeper would not deceive him, indicating that the young cultivator was exceptionally cautious, likely having employed simple disguise techniques to exit the room. A cold light flickered in the old man's eyes. How audacious it was for someone to act beneath his very nose without regard for his authority. He resolved to uncover the identity of the individual daring enough to disrupt the loose immortal alliance at this time. With a disdainful scoff, the old man exited the inn, leaving the shopkeeper to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, glancing apprehensively at the departing figure, filled with confusion and suspicion. The old man returned to the lord's mansion in Shirtua City and entered a grand hall, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a shadow silently materialized behind him. Huang Qi furrowed his brow, realizing that his confrontation with these two individuals would inevitably attract the attention of the Loose Immortals Alliance, complicating his plans to disrupt the two focal points. Dismissing further thoughts, he glanced at the multitude of spirit stones arranged around the focal point, a faint smile gracing his lips. In a flash of radiant light, the vast array of spirit stones vanished, and with a decisive gesture, Huang Qi unleashed a powerful strike, reducing the focal point to mere dust. With malevolent clouds swirling around him, he hastily soared towards another focal point. The commotion from the battle immediately alerted a nearby patrol of soldiers, who swiftly dispatched a sound transmission talisman, rushing towards the scene. To their astonishment, they discovered that two elders in the core formation stage had plummeted from the sky, unconscious. The soldiers found themselves in a predicament. These two formidable figures were far beyond their capability to confront, and approaching them would be tantamount to seeking death. At that moment, Huang Qi felt a sense of calm wash over him. Without hesitation, he vanished from his location as an assassin's blade narrowly missed him, striking the afterimage he had left behind. A shadow of concern crossed Huang Qi's face, for he was astounded by the assailant's exceptional stealth and uncanny agility, only realizing the danger when the figure was merely 10 meters away. Had the assailant been a fraction swifter, his life would have been forfeit. Deeply shaken, Huang Qi acknowledged that had it not been for his unwavering instinct for danger, today could have ended in dire consequences. Yet, as he gazed upon the elusive figure not far away, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. This individual's movements were too peculiar, a first for him. It bore little resemblance to the afterimages he had encountered before. While those afterimages moved swiftly, they lacked this figure's spectral quality, which rendered them almost ghost-like. At last, a smile broke across Huang Qi's face. Fortuitously, his demonic shadow clone possessed a similar ability to shift locations. With a mere thought, he could exchange places with his clone. As several of these shadow clones converged upon him, he unleashed a high-level talisman, causing a devastating explosion that severely injured the assailant. Observing the now wounded figure, whose pallid complexion betrayed a loss of combat capability, Huang Qi approached, a smile playing on his lips. "Impressive. Your technique is quite extraordinary. I find myself intrigued. How about a transaction? If you share the secrets of your movement technique, I shall grant you your freedom." The assailant regarded Huang Qi's amiable smile with a slightly furrowed brow, offering a nonchalant smile in return. "Ah, young friend, you possess remarkable cunning. I concede defeat. However, the technique of the shadow clone is one I cannot divulge. I hope you can understand." Upon seeing the newcomer, a subtle change crossed Huang Qi's countenance, and he inwardly muttered, "How can this be possible?" Due to his deep familiarity and vivid memory of the individual in question, this person is none other than Zhou Jianying, one of the esteemed leaders of the 8 Immortals Palace. A decade ago, during the grand banquet held by Huang Qi, one of the palace's masters, to celebrate his 200th birthday, Huang Qi infiltrated the 8 Immortals Palace to cause chaos, and conveniently absconded with the precious golden dragon beard cauldron, borrowed by Huang Qi from Ligong. This incident incited the ire of the entire 8 Immortals Palace, while others may have been unaware of the cauldron's secrets. The senior elders of the palace were acutely aware. They were determined to reclaim the cauldron and promptly launched a siege against Huang Qi, subsequently mounting a significant offensive against the Tai sect. At that time, Zhou Jianying wielded a broken array compass to breach the protective mountain formation of the Tai sect. Huang Qi and his master, Lin Feng, nearly eradicated Zhou Jianying entirely, leaving him with merely a nascent soul body. Zhou Jianying, realizing he could not escape Huang Qi, was struck with dread. He hastily unleashed a spiritual energy shield, hoping to buy himself a moment's respite. Huang Qi, expressionless, let out a cold snort as the mysterious Huang Yi fire was suddenly imprinted upon Zhou Jianying's defensive shield. With a resounding crash, the shield was shattered without question, and the terrifying flames seared directly into the back of Zhou Jianying. Letting out a heart-wrenching scream, Zhou Jianying stared in disbelief at Huang Qi, unable to fathom that this young man possessed not only the golden spirit earth heart fire, but also such a formidable flame. Ignoring the fire searing his back, Zhou Jianying retaliated with a palm strike aimed squarely at Huang Qi's face. At this moment, Huang Qi had no means of evasion and could only raise his hand to block. With a dull thud, Huang Qi was sent flying back. Yet contrary to the expectations of onlookers, he did not spew blood or lose his combat ability. Instead, Huang Qi let out a low grunt. The situation in 003 hardly required Huang Qi's intervention. His immediate concern was to lure Zhou Jianying away and eliminate him. Swiftly, Huang Qi moved, while the frenzied Zhou Jianying remained oblivious to the fact that 003 had already fallen. Blinded by rage, he was solely focused on avenging himself against Huang Qi, relentlessly pursuing him. Upon reaching a desolate mountain, Huang Qi abruptly halted, casting a cold gaze at the rapidly approaching Zhou Jianying. As he observed the diminishing distance between them, a thought flickered through his mind, and a resonant clang echoed as a complete set of golden armor enveloped him: helmet, breastplate, protective walls, knee guards, boots, and heart shield. Huang Qi floated in midair like a war god, his aura fully unleashed, exuding an imposing presence that overshadowed all. This was not merely the golden armor adorning him. It was a defensive version gifted to him by the armor itself. With a cold snort, Huang Qi unfurled his purple wings, his form becoming a blur as he swiftly closed the gap to Zhou Jianying. With a flick of his wrist, the 9-treasure glazed pagoda appeared in his hand, which he hurled toward Zhou Jianying. In that instant, Zhou Jianying felt an overwhelming wave of terror wash over him, the oppressive force causing his body to sway involuntarily. Zhou Jianying's expression changed dramatically. Turning his head, he was horrified to see a colossal 9-treasure glazed pagoda suspended above him, emanating a terrifying power that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, descending upon him with oppressive force. Zhou Jianying realized that should he be struck by it, he would most likely perish, for the might of this treasure was too formidable, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance within him. This was undoubtedly beyond the realm of ordinary ancient artifacts. In an instant, a thought flashed through Zhou Jianying's mind. The rumors of Huang Qi possessing several top-tier ancient treasures were indeed true. Zhou Jianying would not sit idly by. Chapter 802. The onslaught of the 8 Immortals Palace. Although the battle below was overwhelmingly one-sided, it was a reflection of the fact that the 3 sects and 3 families had dispatched primarily disciples of foundational level and above, while none from the Qi refining stage were sent. Naturally, Golden Core experts had little difficulty dealing with the foundational and Qi refining disciples of the Loose Immortal Alliance. However, within the Loose Immortal Alliance, there were indeed formidable Golden Core cultivators, making it challenging to eradicate them entirely. Yet, with the powerful intervention of figures like Li Ba, the situation for the Loose Immortal Alliance became increasingly dire, prompting many of their cultivators to seek refuge and escape. Huang Qi, of course, focused his consciousness on several exceptionally strong Golden Core experts, swiftly eliminating them with his thunderous methods. As for the remaining lesser opponents, he had little interest, and seeing the battle's outcome was all but assured, he felt no further concern. As time slowly elapses, the skirmishes in 003 gradually dwindled. With the Qi refining disciples. Chapter 803. The dread of Xiong Batian, the members of the 8 Immortals Palace displayed mocking expressions. Yet a shadow of unnoticeable gloom lingered in the depths of their eyes. This sentiment was inseparable from their enhanced strength. Today, if the 8 Immortals Palace could decisively eradicate the 3 sects and 3 families in one fell swoop, they would remain untroubled. However, should any unforeseen events transpire, the vast legacy of the 8 Immortals Palace might face imminent decline. This concern traces back a decade, when the 8 Immortals Palace initiated conflict against the 3 sects and 4 families, ignited by Huang Qi as the catalyst. That time, due to Huang Qi's involvement, Zhou Jianying's physical body was destroyed, nearly resulting in his demise. Moreover, the elder members of the 8 Immortals Palace were aging significantly. If they could not suddenly elevate their cultivation within the next century, they would inevitably succumb to the cycle of life and death. Once they passed, the 8 Immortals Palace would likely face true decline. These elders were unwilling to see the 8 Immortals Palace fall into desolation, as they revered the legacy left by their ancestors. Chapter 804. Huang Qi's killing intent. Simultaneously, Li Gahong and others unleashed their attacks, striking the black giant hand looming over Huaxingzi's head. A thunderous explosion erupted as the dark hand shattered, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that engulfed Li Gahong and his companions. Moments later, they managed to escape the violent tempest, their gazes towards Xiong Batian now laden with apprehension. The expressions of Li Gahong and the others were filled with shock. They were utterly astounded by the terrifying power of Xiong Batian. It took their combined efforts merely to withstand one of his strikes. And that was without him exerting his full strength. Given their current predicament, it was clear that had he unleashed his full might, they would have sustained injuries almost immediately. Xiong Batian merely regarded them coldly, and they realized that their fate was sealed. In a moment of mercy years ago, they had failed to eradicate Xiong Batian completely. And now, he was no longer a foe they could contend with. His demeanor today made it evident that he was not to be trifled with. Chapter 805. The mother's long-cherished wish. As the last words were spoken, a graceful figure appeared like lightning, manifesting right before Li Gahong and the others. Atop her head was the rapidly descending Nine Treasures glazed tower. Huang Qi's expression changed dramatically. He quickly executed a spell, causing the tower to shrink instantly back into his hands. With a tense face, he stepped forward respectfully and said, "Mother, you mustn't." Gu Ruofei gently waved her hand at Huang Qi, then turned her gaze toward Xiong Batian. Her eyes filled with a pleading expression, tears slowly falling, which made Huang Qi's heart ache. Upon seeing that it was their junior sister who had blocked Huang Qi's treasure from crashing down, Li Gahong and the others initially looked shocked, but soon revealed expressions of excitement. They hastily exclaimed, "Junior sister, you have indeed returned." However, their faces paled slightly, and they looked at Gu Ruofei with helplessness, unsure of what to say. Chapter 806. No relaxation allowed. The forces of the 8 Immortals Palace had retreated, and the Mulan grassland had returned to its former tranquility. Huang Qi and the others gradually returned to their respective sections. However, Huang Qi received disheartening news. Master Xiong Batian and Mother Gu Ruofei had left Qingzhou, their whereabouts unknown. Hearing this news, Huang Qi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It seemed his master was still somewhat reluctant to let go. Nevertheless, he believed that the 8 Immortals Palace would no longer pose a threat to the 3 sects and 3 clans, marking a conclusion to the events in Qingzhou. After lingering in Tai sect for several days, Huang Qi developed a warm camaraderie with several of his senior brothers, learning from them about Dai Tianming and Yi Shuihan. According to their accounts, Dai Tianming and Yi Shuihan had ventured out together 2 years ago and had yet to return. Their exact location remained a mystery. Were it not for the soul tokens they had left behind, everyone would have feared the worst. Chapter 807. Return to Mulan Grassland. Huang Qi piloted the wind-riding vessel, soaring into the Mulan Grassland from the borders of Jinghua. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He pondered whether any members of the Mulan clan still resided within the grassland. He recalled that during the outbreak of war between Jing and Wu, a small faction of the Mulan clan had migrated, but no one knew their destination. The vastness of the Mulan grassland left him wondering how he would conduct his search. The thought of the restrictions imposed by Mulan caused him a headache. He had been warned that if he could not locate the Mulan clan's heritage, he would never attain the fusion stage of cultivation in this lifetime. Given Mulan's expression, it was clear she was not jesting with him. Reflecting upon his current cultivation, Huang Qi realized he had reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage, and it was time to prepare for the advancement to the nascent soul stage. However, he understood the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Breaking through to the nascent soul was no trivial endeavor, unlike his master Lin Feng, whose prowess was truly terrifying. As Huang Qi traversed the desolate landscape, he noted the once thriving grasslands had succumbed to a state of decay, the flora withering away. The terrain was now a stark expanse of crimson earth, barren and desolate, dotted with rugged hills of gravel. Occasionally, fierce winds swept through, raising clouds of dust and debris. Observing this scene, Huang Qi felt a sense of unease. The climate here was harsh, wholly unsuitable for mortal existence. An eerie atmosphere permeated the air, further heightening his discomfort. Furrowing his brow, curiosity piqued within him as he slowed his pace. He unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, extending it to a radius of 500 miles. Yet, as he scanned the area, he found no anomalies, only the occasional sightings of venomous creatures scuttling in and out of the gravel hills. These creatures included the likes of the poisonous green spider, rattlesnake scorpion, centipedes, killer ants, and blood-sucking mosquitoes, numbering in the hundreds of species. Huang Qi recognized the potential benefits of these insect kings, envisioning their cultivation as a significant asset for the future. Much like the iron fire ants within his spirit beast bracelet, which had matured into a formidable state after his careful feeding of the green fire spiritual herb, they were on the brink of metamorphosis. Once they completed this transformation, they would not only increase in strength, but also produce a vast number of ant eggs. He anticipated that soon, these iron fire ants could proliferate into an overwhelming force, granting him dominion over the vast world. The prospect of encountering the so-called king of venomous insects stirred Huang Qi's ambition. Yet, he furrowed his brow in concern. If a poison cultivator were to guard this realm, securing the king would undoubtedly prove challenging, possibly necessitating a hasty retreat. The fearsome reputation of poison cultivators was well known. As thoughts raced through his mind, a clever plan began to form, accompanied by a faint smile. Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement. Yet he was cautious not to act impulsively. He discerned that the millions of venomous insects surrounding him were no mere trifles. Although these creatures were not classified as demon beasts, it was evident that they were subservient to the Golden Ring Demon Bee. Thus, capturing the Golden Ring Demon Bee King would require careful strategizing. Remaining within the confines of the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace, Huang Qi utilized his spiritual sense to investigate his surroundings. He paid little heed to the venomous insects. Capturing the Golden Ring Demon Bee King would undoubtedly be within his grasp. However, the king resided within the hive, protected by countless Golden Ring Demon Bees. The immediate task was to force these bees out of their nest, enabling him to seize the king with relative ease. After much contemplation, Huang Qi's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered how to lure these Golden Ring Demon Bees from their hive. Chapter 8:11. Subduing the Bee Queen. Huang Qi unleashed a powerful strike, and the terrifying golden spirit earth fire transformed into a fiery dragon that penetrated the confines of the trapping formation. The Golden Ring Demon Bees, sensing imminent danger, trembled in fear. Where the golden spirit earth fire passed, countless Golden Ring Demon Bees were reduced to ashes, unable to stir even the slightest turmoil. The remaining Golden Ring Demon Bees no longer dared to assault the trapping formation, huddling together in quivering terror around the colossal beehive. Observing this, Huang Qi couldn't help but smile. It appeared that these Golden Ring Demon Bees harbored a profound fear of flames. This made matters considerably simpler. If necessary, he could eradicate all the Golden Ring Demon Bees without hesitation, confident that he could still extract the Bee Queen. However, the thought of annihilating such a multitude of Golden Ring Demon Bees left Huang Qi somewhat disheartened. Cultivating these thousands of Golden Ring Demon Bees had been no small feat, and to lose them all to a single blaze felt profoundly regrettable. Although many remained outside, these bees represented a formidable fighting force, and truthfully, Huang Qi felt a twinge of reluctance. Chapter 8:12. Subduing the Bee Queen, continued. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically. He could no longer forcefully suppress the poison and was compelled to channel his immense spiritual energy to stave off the toxin's spread. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, trickled down his forehead, revealing the excruciating pain he was enduring. The golden-ringed Bee Queen showed no signs of relent. Having stung a nascent soul cultivator, she vanished from sight only to reappear beside Ae, aiming to strike at his arm. The onlookers had anticipated this and were determined not to let her inflict harm. Ae bellowed, summoning his protective spiritual barrier to shield against the Bee Queen's assault. The golden-ringed Bee Queen struck fiercely against Ae's protective barrier. However, in a bizarre turn of events, the barrier only managed to momentarily obstruct her, allowing her to slip right through. Ae's expression changed drastically as he could not evade in time and was pierced in the arm. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he let out a cry of anguish. Chapter 8:13. Subduing the Bee Queen, continued. An invisible yet terrifying divine consciousness was suddenly unleashed, locking down a specific area of space. The fleeing golden-ringed Bee Queen momentarily halted, then began to struggle frantically. Ae and the others, sensing Huang Qi's formidable divine consciousness, retreated in shock. Their faces filled with disbelief as they gazed at Huang Qi, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. Huang Qi, however, had no time to attend to their reactions. The urgent task at hand was to tame the golden-ringed Bee Queen and subsequently assist Ae and the others in alleviating the poison afflicting them. Huang Qi's powerful divine consciousness completely ensnared the golden-ringed Bee Queen, rendering her motionless. He could distinctly perceive the waves of fear emanating from the Queen's consciousness. With a slight smile, Huang Qi approached the golden-ringed Bee Queen and spoke. "I am aware that you now possess a level of sentience, capable of comprehending my words. The young master desires to vanquish you." In Chapter 8:14, Subduing the Bee King, Huang Qi formed a series of intricate hand seals, and immediately, the resonant sounds of Buddhist chants reverberated through the air like the booming of a great bell. A sacred aura emanated from Huang Qi's being, presenting him with an imposing and dignified visage, akin to that of an esteemed monk, particularly if he were bald. Onlookers were captivated, their curiosity piqued by the esoteric Buddhist techniques Huang Qi was practicing. As Huang Qi executed a series of incantations upon the spirit of the golden ring demon Bee King, a floating pagoda formation materialized. Huang Qi bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his essence to mingle with the formation, which then deeply imprinted itself upon the soul of the golden ring demon Bee King. The creature trembled involuntarily, exhibiting signs of profound agony. However, as the imprint took hold, the golden ring demon Bee King gradually settled into tranquility. Huang Qi sensed a faint, ethereal connection to the Bee King, a link forged through their souls. In Chapter 815, the 10,000 Poisons Classic, having dealt with the venomous creatures, the vast underground chamber was devoid of peril. Even formidable prohibitive formations posed no threat to Huang Qi. He departed from the insect chamber and entered a simple hall, furnished with only a stone table and a few stone stools, alongside 2 wooden racks and a large bed. Approaching the racks, he noticed an assortment of vials and jade slips. A cursory glance caused his brow to furrow slightly. 5 poisons pill, heartbreak pill, quinine pill, bone-breaking pill, forbidden yuan pill, transformation pill, corpse insect pill. Why are all these poisons? Recognizing the names, Huang Qi understood that the vials contained various toxins, particularly the transformation pill and forbidden yuan pill, which were evidently designed to target cultivators. It appeared that even the Yuan Ying ancestors could be transformed after consuming the transformation pill. In Chapter 816, The Land of Profound Yin, Huang Qi was overjoyed. He had stumbled upon a treasure, for the poison cultivator possessed an extraordinary tome, the 10,000 Poisons Classic. Huang Qi was confident that should this tome fall into the hands of those with malicious intent, it would surely wreak havoc upon the world. However, being in his possession, the benefits were boundless. He recognized that the medicinal concoctions within the alchemical furnace were indeed the potent poisons described in the classic, specifically the 10,000 Poisons pill. For ordinary cultivators, consuming such a substance would be akin to embracing death. Huang Qi marveled at his fortune, grateful that he had refrained from ingesting it, or else his life would have been forfeit. He shook his head in resignation, but the secret techniques recorded in the 10,000 Poisons Classic were quite remarkable. In due time, he resolved to study them thoroughly, as the enigmatic poison arts promised to enhance his combat prowess significantly. Such an opportunity was too precious to overlook. In Chapter 817, The Seed of the Fish Pond, Huang Qi formed a series of hand seals and pointed forward, causing the distant mountains to shift dramatically, swiftly moving towards the blood-blind valley. Such actions left Yi and the others utterly astounded. Such feats of moving mountains and filling seas seemed to be the domain of those so-called immortals. They gazed in admiration at Huang Qi's capabilities. However, Huang Qi merely smiled faintly before soaring toward the territory of Xiaogu. Little did they know that this ability was merely a restriction imposed by the demon suppression immortal palace. If he genuinely possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas, he would not be lingering here. Soon, Huang Qi arrived at Xiaogu's domain, carrying the mountain peak occupied by the golden ring demon bees. He beheld Xiaogu, who still appeared as a resplendent golden skeleton, exuding a terrifying and oppressive aura. Yet, upon facing Huang Qi, Xiaogu's expression turned solemn, and he respectfully bowed in greeting. Huang Qi could not discern the specifics of Xiaogu's strength, but the elder from the Kai family fortress inquired, "Are you Huang Qi from the Tai sect?" Noticing Huang Qi's smiling countenance, the elder felt a deeper sense of trepidation and, with a grave expression, continued, "Are you the Huang Qi, the lord of Huang City in Luoyang?" Upon hearing this, Huang Qi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his reputation had grown so vast that even these robbers were aware of his name. However, reflecting on his numerous earth-shattering deeds, he realized that such notoriety was hardly a secret. Moreover, his confrontation with the ancient demon of the 6 harmonies in the presence of many had rendered him well known, even causing those at the integration stage to no longer regard him as a mere junior. Huang Qi observed 2 men and 2 women approaching, clearly in a state of pursuit, with the men chasing the women. The women were strikingly beautiful and tall, yet their expressions were fraught with distress. their faces were pale, and they bore injuries from sharp weapons, their clothes stained with blood. Huang Qi frowned. He discerned that the two women possessed considerable cultivation at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, yet they appeared so beleaguered, indicating that the pursuing men were far stronger. Upon examining the men, one was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while the other was at the early stage. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they pursued the fleeing women. Clearly captivated by their beauty, they uttered lewd remarks while chasing the women, who were both embarrassed and enraged, but they were no match for the three men behind them. Esteemed friend, may I inquire your name? I am Zhou Sandao, the third chief of the Black Wind Stronghold. I wonder if there has been some misunderstanding between us. If my Black Wind Stronghold has indeed offended you, I, Zhou Sandao, am willing to bear the blame. I hope you will not make things difficult for us. The newcomer appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly just in his early 20s. In their eyes, such a junior was typically a foundational disciple from a certain family or sect. However, the terrifying speed exhibited by this young man was certainly beyond what a foundational disciple could achieve. Although one could not discern the true extent of his strength, an instinctive awareness suggested that this individual was formidable. It was prudent to avoid provoking him. Huang Qi's lips curled into a slight smirk upon hearing this. This Zhou Sandao was a name he had never encountered before. Could it be that Old Knife had taken on a new apprentice? With a cold chuckle, Huang Qi remarked, "You have not offended me, and I can grant you a chance to escape. However, the Red Leaf Fairy and I share some connections." Chapter 821. The Siege of Black Wind Stronghold. The two women watched in stunned silence as Huang Qi departed. Despite his youthful appearance, his formidable prowess left them in awe. They prided themselves on their close relationship with the Red Leaf Fairy, yet they had never known that such a remarkable young man was in her company. As they recalled Huang Qi's recent display of strength, a wave of excitement surged within them, causing their cheeks to flush. They quickly shook their heads, dismissing further thoughts. Suddenly, they remembered something and attempted to call out to the young man, only to find that he had already vanished without a trace. Fairy Furong's face turned anxious as she exclaimed, "Sister Baya, that Taoist Yu Wuliang has gone alone to eliminate Black Wind Stronghold? That place is indeed a den of peril. One need not mention the numbers. There are no fewer than 700 or 800 fierce bandits, among whom many are foundational cultivators, and over a dozen are core formation practitioners. How can he possibly contend with them alone?" Chapter 822. The Siege of Black Wind Stronghold continued. The others did not hesitate either. Their spiritual awareness was formidable, allowing them to quickly discern the situation. With a mere point of their fingers, they unleashed terrifying streams of spiritual power, striking down several astonished cultivators who barely had time to scream before being shot through the head and collapsing to the ground. Following Huang Qi's orders, they showed no mercy in their onslaught. Wherever they passed, foundational and Qi refining disciples found blood holes appearing in their foreheads, dying before they could utter a sound. The Qi refining and foundational cultivators were utterly intimidated by the terrifying methods of A.E. and his companions, their souls trembling with fear. In the presence of these nascent soul ancestors, they felt like mere ants, unable to stir any significant resistance. Blood flowed freely in their wake, and corpses littered the ground. The smaller cultivators, terrified, fled for their lives. Yet in the hands of these nascent soul ancestors, where could they possibly escape? In the end, they could not escape the fate of annihilation. Chapter 823. The Identity of the Jade Lion. Huang Qi pondered thoughtfully. Could the Jade Lion possess some hidden background? However, he soon chuckled to himself. If the Jade Lion had a profound background, would he be daring enough to engage in such nefarious activities within a den of thieves? With a cold sneer, Huang Qi dismissed the notion, recognizing the Jade Lion's words as mere exaggeration. He was no fool to be swayed by such claims. Without further ado, Huang Qi drew his sword and, with a swift motion, aimed a strike at the Jade Lion's neck. The Jade Lion's expression changed drastically upon seeing the cold smile on Huang Qi's face, realizing that he did not believe him at all. In the heart of the Jade Lion, a flicker of irritation arose. However, the young Huang Qi remained oblivious to his true identity, now allied with the old knife wielder. How could he possibly believe such claims? As Jade Lion observed Huang Qi's sword strike approaching, he let out a cold snort. Warning, Huang Qi, you must think carefully. I, Jade Lion, am of the esteemed Yu family, a lineage of recluses. Do you dare to challenge me? Huang Qi shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity to retain the Jade Lion. It appeared he had underestimated the prowess of his peers. Nevertheless, Huang Qi did not dwell on it. He was unconcerned by the threat posed by the Jade Lion. Regardless of his affiliation with the Yu family, his identity seemed inconsequential. Could it truly be so simple to contend with him? Meanwhile, Yi had caught up with the old knife wielder, delivering a palm strike to his back. However, Yi was measured in his approach. This blow would not claim the old man's life, but it would incapacitate his ability to flee. Yet, the old knife wielder was no fool. Noticing Yi's formidable strike, which, despite its power, lacked lethal intent, he felt a surge of relief. He swiftly summoned his black blade and retaliated. Yi snorted coldly, unleashing a terrifying palm strike. Later, the sect of the individual slain by the Black Wind ancestor learned of the perpetrator and initiated a manhunt for him. To everyone's astonishment, none of the dispatched pursuers returned. They simply vanished. The sect, now wary of the Black Wind ancestor, allowed the matter to fade into obscurity. Due to the ancestor's low-profile demeanor, he was nearly forgotten in the realm of cultivation. Observing Huang Qi's reaction, Yi and the others speculated quietly, bewildered by Huang Qi's intense animosity toward the Black Wind ancestor. They had come to understand his character. He would not harbor such hostility without cause. As Huang Qi's murderous intent toward the Black Wind ancestor became apparent, he spoke. 20 years ago, did you lay hands on anyone from the Huang family of Zhou? In the ensuing fierce battle against the Black Wind ancestor, Huang Qi emitted a cold snort, moving with the speed of lightning, leaving behind fleeting afterimages that rendered the ghostly entities powerless to pursue him. Enveloped in pure yang fire, he incinerated the specters that dared to cross his path, their wails echoing into oblivion. The Black Wind ancestor's expression darkened further. His malevolent qi was notoriously difficult to contend with, overwhelming most cultivators. Yet, the bane of this dark energy was pure yang fire, leaving him momentarily stymied against this young challenger. Nevertheless, as a pinnacle nascent soul cultivator, he commanded formidable power. Since the malevolent qi could not harm Huang Qi, he resolved to suppress him through sheer force. With a cold snort, the Black Wind ancestor unleashed a surge of his magical energy, launching a formidable strike toward Huang Qi. Yet Huang Qi remained unyielding, with the nine-treasure glazed pagoda swirling above his head. With a mere gesture, he unleashed his power, causing a thunderous impact. The Black Wind ancestor felt a dizzying sensation, followed by a sharp pain that elicited a cry of agony. Encased in his helmet, Huang Qi remained unfazed by the collision, raising his head to strike again. At this moment, the Black Wind ancestor was engulfed by fear. Huang Qi's armor exhibited an astonishing level of defense, rendering his own vulnerable head a target. Realizing he could not withstand Huang Qi's might, he felt a mix of anger and dread. Both combatants abandoned their weapons and engaged in close-quarters combat. Devoid of the elegance typically exhibited by higher-level cultivators, they grappled fiercely, unleashing terrifying punches against one another, the sound of their blows echoing relentlessly. However, it was the anguished screams from the Black Wind ancestor that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Yi and his companions watched in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. In their eyes, the Black Wind ancestor seemed more fearsome than the golden skeleton, radiating an aura of malevolence that instilled panic even in those at the peak of the nascent soul stage. As a palm strike aimed at Huang Qi came within a meter of its target, it became trapped in a stasis, rendering him immobile. A horrifying realization dawned upon him. The presence behind Huang Qi must belong to an ancestor at the fusion stage. Before the Black Wind ancestor could ponder further, he coughed up blood, his pallid face indicating his defeat as he was flung backward and collapsed, utterly incapacitated. In that moment, the Black Wind ancestor finally grasped the nature of his surroundings. This was no longer the Black Wind stronghold. A bizarre crimson mist enveloped the area, filled with spatial rifts and formidable restrictions. His spiritual sense faced severe limitations, preventing him from perceiving anything beyond 100 meters. Young master, the Black Wind ancestor addressed Huang Qi with utmost respect. Delighted, Huang Qi smiled slightly and signaled for him to rise. Beside them, Xiao Gu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he congratulated Huang Qi. Congratulations, young master, on acquiring another capable assistant. Huang Qi returned the smile with a subtle nod. Meanwhile, the Black Wind ancestor's expression reflected discomfort, yet he bore no other thoughts, standing obediently beside Huang Qi, ready to heed his instructions. Huang Qi turned to Xiao Gu. smiling as he remarked, "All of this is your merit. I am merely wielding the power of another." Xiao Gu fell silent, offering a wry smile and a shake of his head. Huang Qi then faced the Black Wind ancestor, furrowing his brow as he declared, "From now on, I shall call you Black Wind. Once we return to Luoyang City, I will arrange for you to serve under my father, where you will do everything in your power to ensure my family's safety. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath." Huang Qi's thoughts turned inward as he pondered the implications of the situation. Clearly, someone was targeting his elder brother, but who could be behind such a plot? Based on my understanding of the elder brother, he is inherently kind-hearted and does not relish confrontations. Over the years, his focus has been devoted entirely to our father and the Huang family, making it improbable for him to offend any outsiders. Moreover, if he were to incur the ire of someone external, would they merely send individuals of comparable cultivation to attempt an assassination? It is evident that there is a concerted effort against him, and it is highly likely that those orchestrating this are disciples of the Huang family. As this thought crossed Huang Qi's mind, a chill crept over him. He must uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Should he discover who is plotting against his elder brother, he would not hesitate to confront them. As for the other old blades, it is uncertain whether they are aware. After all, they are merely mercenaries entangled in the affairs of others. These old blades, notorious for their misdeeds, have been emboldened by a formidable mentor, making them unworthy of sympathy. Nevertheless, considering their truth, they deserve a reckoning. Chapter 831. Being schemed against. As Huang Qi spoke, he strode directly inside, inadvertently leaving a young lady in a state of bewilderment. Observing Huang Qi's departing figure, the girl could only manage a wry smile. Someone of his stature, bearing a VIP badge, was not someone she could afford to offend. She had merely intended to escort him to the VIP lounge, yet he had entered on his own accord, leaving her with little choice but to withdraw. Upon entering the auction house, Huang Qi found it teeming with people. The first level was the most crowded, predominantly filled with cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. The second and third levels were comparatively less populated, occupied mostly by those of the core formation realm, including various sects and families from the vicinity. The uppermost level, however, was reserved for a select few ancestral figures rarely seen by outsiders. Huang Qi felt no inclination to engage with them, and merely cast a cursory glance before redirecting his attention to the throng of cultivators below. Chapter 832. Being schemed against. Part 2. When the price reached 200,000 spirit stones, the elder presiding over the auction could hardly contain his excitement. A mere retribution mushroom, while valuable, is not an extinct herb and can be found in various locales. Its worth is typically capped at around 70 to 80,000 spirit stones. However, selling it for 100,000 would yield him a commission of at least 10,000 spirit stones. Now, to see the price soar to 200,000. Regardless of who ultimately acquires the retribution mushroom, ensures he will receive at least 50,000 spirit stones, essentially a windfall. How could the elder not be elated? The disputes between the cultivator and the young man were of no concern to him. Upon hearing the price of 200,000, the other attendees could not help but shake their heads in disbelief, silently acknowledging the ruthlessness of the cultivator, who seemed intent on draining the young man's wealth. The crowd observed the young man, who appeared unconcerned, exuding an air of affluence. Chapter 833. Farewell to the Purple Dragon Pill. Esteemed friends. The next item for auction is a Purple Dragon Pill, acquired at great expense by our Fenghua Trading Company, announced the elder. Following his words, a graceful young woman emerged from behind him, delicately carrying a tray that held a jade box, approaching with utmost care. As the crowd heard of the Purple Dragon Pill, many could not suppress their excitement, especially those cultivators in the late stage of core formation, who stared in disbelief at the elixir before the elder, their eyes brimming with avarice. Huang Qi, upon learning about the Purple Dragon Pill, felt a jolt within. He was intimately familiar with it, having snatched one a decade prior, which had been crafted by Huang Qi using the Golden Dragon Whisker Cauldron. He had diligently kept it in a jade box, safeguarding it for a future breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. However, Huang Qi was acutely aware of his own mediocre aptitude. Chapter 834. Softness over hardness. Upon hearing the words, the expressions of the crowd soured. In their view, this young man was utterly despicable. Initially, they had admired his cunning against the Iron Taoist, but now, facing the same predicament, they understood the true extent of his malevolence. Confronted with a price that had surged tenfold, many hesitated. The prospect of swallowing this elixir, which could potentially enable their breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, made them contemplate spending their entire fortunes. Yet, with only a mere 10% increase in their chances of success, many late-stage core formation cultivators felt reluctant. The 6 million price tag represented nearly half of their entire wealth. While a breakthrough to the nascent soul was a promising endeavor, failure to achieve it would leave them destitute. Huang Qi, unfazed by the hostile gazes directed at him, was resolute in his pursuit of the purple dragon pill. Even if the ancestors of the nascent soul were to intervene, he would not relent. Was it merely a matter of how many spirit stones one possessed? His own reserves were substantial. Chapter 835. Humiliation breeds anger. Upon hearing Huang Qi's bid, an invisible wave of spiritual energy surged forth, locking onto him, causing some individuals' expressions to shift. It was evident that the elder was displeased with Huang Qi's offer. However, Huang Qi maintained an expression of calm indifference, unperturbed by the spiritual pressure directed at him. This prompted a change in the countenance of several core formation cultivators, who were astonished that this young man could withstand the pressure of a nascent soul ancestor. How could this be possible? The crowd regarded Huang Qi with incredulity, their thoughts swirling with speculation about his identity, wondering if he had a formidable figure backing him. Huang Qi's actions also instigated a sense of intrigue among the individuals in the private room. Their spiritual confinement of him seemed to evaporate into thin air, failing to impose any intimidation upon him, leaving the elder perplexed. Nevertheless, as a nascent soul ancestor, he could not allow such disrespect to go unpunished. Chapter 836. The renowned Huang Qi, the elder presiding over the gathering, softened his demeanor upon the appearance of the old matron, bowing respectfully to her. Following this, a delicate figure gracefully ascended the platform, her exquisite beauty radiating as she stood reverently behind the matron. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, for they recognized her. It was none other than the esteemed Elder Taiwa of the Wind and Fire Merchant Guild, whose unfathomable cultivation governed the Jade Stone City, instilling fear in the hearts of the unscrupulous. As Ji-in and others beheld the Iron Flower Granny, their brows furrowed involuntarily, particularly the elder Ji-in, whose murderous intent diminished slightly. However, his gaze towards Huang Qi was still laden with hostility, punctuated by a cold snort and silence. The elder Ling Hu and the others, upon seeing the Iron Flower Granny, offered faint smiles and bowed in respect, indicating her considerable influence among the assembly. This took Huang Qi by surprise. The Iron Flower Granny cast a sharp glance over the crowd before turning her attention back to him. Chapter 837. An agreement reached. Huang Qi followed the Iron Flower Granny and the Crimson Leaf Fairy as they departed from the auction house and entered a lavish hall, where they took their respective seats. The Iron Flower Granny regarded Huang Qi, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Yet, Huang Qi maintained a smiling countenance, betraying no signs of unease. The Crimson Leaf Fairy also scrutinized Huang Qi, her mind replaying his various actions, leaving her in a prolonged state of astonishment. Huang Qi, with an even broader smile, remarked, "Esteemed elder, do I have something on my face? You seem utterly captivated." Upon hearing this, the Iron Flower Granny silently praised him, letting out a wry smile. "Lord Huang, you are too modest. There is something I do not comprehend, and I hope you can enlighten me." The Crimson Leaf Fairy appeared to grasp the implication of the Iron Flower Granny's words, her face reflecting her own confusion as she turned her gaze towards Huang Qi. Chapter 838. To live and let live. Having departed from the Wind and Fire Trading Company, Huang Qi had no intention of lingering further and thus exited the Jade Stone City. Regarding the matter of the purple dragon pill he had discussed with the elder at the auction, Huang Qi had not forgotten. Instead, he instructed the Crimson Leaf Fairy to convey his willingness to gift the purple dragon pill to the elder, provided that he would lead his disciples to Luoyang City to become part of the City Lord's Guard. After all, given their lack of prior acquaintance, Huang Qi would not perform such a generous act without expectation of reciprocity. Benefits exchanged for services rendered was only reasonable. The elder's choice would ultimately be his own, while Huang Qi harbored his own plans. As Huang Qi departed from Jadestone City aboard the wind-soaring vessel, he noticed several divine senses locking onto him, including that of the Iron Taoist, whom he had driven away at the auction. Chapter 839. Betrothal. The Iron Taoist and another old friend were struck with terror upon witnessing the formidable hand before them. They could scarcely believe that the youth in front of them possessed such terrifying power, capable of obliterating a core formation master with a mere strike. They recognized that they were no match for this young man. A profound sense of crisis surged within them, leading to regret over provoking such a fearsome individual. Without a second thought, they began to retreat. Huang Qi let out a chilling smile, thinking to himself that it was too late for them to escape. He promptly dispatched a talisman recording towards the fleeing duo. A blinding light erupted skyward, and a colossal sword, towering 100 feet, emerged in the air, cleaving through the void and descending directly towards the Iron Taoist and his companion. The two individuals discerned that Huang Qi had, in fact, dispatched a talisman. The terrifying glint of the blade unmistakably beyond their capacity to withstand. The speed of the blade was astonishingly swift, descending in an instant, leaving them only enough time to emit a single gasp. Chapter 840. The fate of Little Bai's mother. Linger was well aware that Huang Qi, like herself, harbored profound affection for the other, understanding deeply that he was a person of great loyalty and sentiment. Since she loved him, she could not tether his ambitions, allowing him the freedom to pursue his own endeavors. Both held no objections and promptly agreed to hold a dual cultivation ceremony upon Huang Qi's return from the western regions. Huang Qi recounted to them some of the events that transpired within the ruins of Tianquan's sect, leaving the crowd astounded. The greatest concern, however, lay in whether the nine-headed demon lord would re-emerge in this world, for such an occurrence could truly disrupt the realm. In the face of an impending calamity, the Zhou family must prepare thoroughly. The gathering was filled with laughter, and the relationships among them grew increasingly harmonious. After bidding farewell to one another, Huang Qi returned to Linger's chamber, where they gazed into each other's eyes, expressing their longing. As Huang Qi beheld Linger's ethereal beauty, his heart was unable to suppress a surge of emotion. Chapter 841. The elders and villagers. For 2 continuous months, they traversed the roads, resting in cities along the way, enjoying the journey amidst beautiful scenery. The Grand Elder and others were in no rush, while family matters were numerous. They paled in comparison to the presence of Huang Qi and Linger. With the engagement between the Huang and Zhou families, their unity was assured. The benefits for their families were self-evident. With the support of the Zhou family, the rise of the Huang family was no longer in doubt. After 2 months of travel, the group began to feel weary. Upon reaching Luoyang, Huang Qi and Linger visited their grandfather's room. Observing the grandfather's still white hair and unsteady gait, Huang Qi felt a wave of emotion, his eyes moistening. Noticing the fog in his grandfather's eyes stirred a pang of discomfort within him. Approaching his grandfather, he saw the gentle gaze directed at him and Linger, the smile on his face reflecting profound contentment. Grandfather. Chapter 842. Reorganizing the city guard. Their grandfather engaged in conversation and shared meals with them, reluctant to depart. While Huang Qi found it difficult to voice his desire for his grandfather to leave, he knew the elder's age had taken its toll. Their discussions stretched over an entire day, and his grandfather's health was waning. Yet, his enthusiasm remained unabated. Huang Qi could only smile wryly, and reluctantly decided to leave 2 maidens to attend to his grandfather while he and Linger gathered Xiao Feng and others, totaling 20 individuals. Under Huang Qi's guidance, they departed from the demon suppression immortal palace. Huang Qi looked at the 20 excited companions, feeling a deep sense of joy within, and smiled gently at them, saying, "Follow me." After speaking, he led them to the hall of the city lord's residence, where he and Linger took their seats while Xiao Feng and the others stood by Huang Qi's side, awaiting further instructions. Not long after, 10 cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage, each adorned in elegant attire, gathered without any dissent, nodding in agreement. Huang Qi's actions were naturally aimed at swiftly guiding the newly arrived disciples onto the right path. The original 10 small teams responsible for the entirety of Luoyang City were indeed stretched thin. His own lord's estate required a team, and each of the 4 city gates necessitated a team as well. Given the vastness of Luoyang City, how could 5 teams effectively patrol such a large area? Over the past 2 years, they had scarcely found a moment to rest. Reluctantly, to compensate, he could only provide them with spiritual stones and medicinal pills, ensuring their hearts remained free from grievances. To date, the expansion had added merely 6 small teams, totaling over 200 members, which was still insufficient for proper operation. Once the 500 disciples from Qingzhou arrived, the city's military force would expand to around 1,000, resulting in over 30 small teams. Only then could it be considered a barely functional operation. Huang Qi nodded in agreement. However, with such a large force, he could not manage it all personally. The steward of the Feng family was a shrewd individual. Upon noticing Huang Qi, who stood behind Wang Qian, he felt a slight surprise. Huang Qi's aura was inscrutable, and in contrast to Wang Qian and the others clad in armor, he seemed distinctly out of place. Recognizing the deference Wang Qian showed toward Huang Qi, he understood that this youth was no ordinary person. He then smiled warmly and addressed Huang Qi, slightly bowing as he spoke. "May I inquire as to who this esteemed friend is? What brings you here with my brother Wang?" Wang Qian promptly stepped back, respectfully introducing Huang Qi, Steward Feng. "This is our city lord, Huang Qi." Upon hearing Huang Qi's name, Steward Feng's heart stirred, and he quickly bowed in greeting, exclaiming, "Ah, it is an honor to receive you, City Lord Huang, at our Feng family business." Huang Qi merely smiled and nodded. Subsequently, Steward Feng led Huang Qi and his companion into the inner courtyard, where a maidservant awaited. Returning to the lord's estate, Huang Qi pondered for a moment before seeking out his elder brother, Huang Yiming. After being away from Luoyang City for over 2 years, he was still unfamiliar with many matters concerning it. Consulting his brother for assistance seemed prudent. Approaching his grandfather's quarters, he spotted Linger, who was engrossed in her cultivation beside the demon suppression immortal hall. Huang Qi gazed at her with tender eyes, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Linger, sensing his approach, opened her eyes and met his gaze, her delicate features radiating an abundance of affection. "Have you finished your business?" she inquired. With a slight smile, Huang Qi shook his head. "Not yet. I simply came to see you since it has been a while." Linger shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Yet her heart brimmed with unspoken happiness. Huang Qi stepped closer, taking her delicate hand, smooth as silk, and could not resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Stirring a ripple of warmth within him, Huang Qi gazed upon the graceful young woman before him, her enchanting visage captivating beyond measure. As Huang Qi caught sight of the scene before him, he momentarily found himself in a daze. However, in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure. Although the beauty was indeed captivating, Huang Qi was not one to be ensnared by mere appearances, especially considering the complexities that this woman embodied. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Fairy Qianqian, how could I possibly forget your grace since our parting at the 100 Flowers trial?" Upon hearing his words, a myriad of emotions flickered across Qianqian's face, her gaze towards Huang Qi becoming peculiarly enigmatic. It was certain that without Huang Qi's presence, she would have shone brightly during the trial, yet his brilliance had overshadowed her own. With a wry smile, Qianqian replied, "Lord City Master, are your words not at odds with your heart? Clearly, it was you who outshone the crowd, captivating the attention of many. Ah, Fairy, your brilliance is unrivaled, and I hold you in high esteem," Huang Qi jested. "Thus, allow me to extend my congratulations to the esteemed leader." Qianqian merely smiled graciously, lifting her cup of fragrant tea to her lips. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, "My Lord City Master, the several seniors you requested I summon have arrived." Turning his gaze towards the hall, Huang Qi observed Wang Long standing respectfully, flanked by 6 middle-aged cultivators of varying attire and demeanor. Their formidable presence radiated an undeniable pressure, making even Wang Long appear somewhat uneasy. "Come in," Huang Qi commanded, remaining seated while Qianqian continued to sip her tea, her expression revealing mild surprise at the newcomers. These 6 were undoubtedly powerful, and it was clear they were not to be underestimated. Contemplating the strength of these 6 golden core experts, Huang Qi mused that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they, alongside Qianqian, would soon ascend to leadership positions within the city's military. He recognized that his subordinates would not stand a chance against them. While appointing these individuals to commanding roles was feasible, he deemed it essential to investigate their backgrounds thoroughly. Any potential troublemakers could pose significant issues. With a slight smile, Huang Qi gestured to Qianqian, saying, "This lady is a friend of mine and, like you, has come to join our city's military. Allow me to introduce Fairy Qianqian." The 6 men exchanged astonished glances, particularly Zhou one from the Zhou dynasty and Han Zhongyong, whose excitement was palpable upon learning that Qianqian was among their ranks. Their gazes towards her grew fervent, revealing their intrigue. As Huang Qi observed, he noted that the expressions of the Foundation establishment disciples appeared somewhat weary. He recalled the arduous journey he had undertaken from Qingzhou to Luoyang, which had taken a full year, a fact that was undoubtedly influenced by his circumstances at the time. However, It was evident that his two senior brothers had led these 500 disciples to Luoyang in less than half a year, a testament to their relentless travel, which spoke volumes about the resilience of these disciples. Huang Qi gazed at them with great satisfaction. Among these disciples were members from the Tai sect, disciples of the Kong family from Jinan, practitioners from the Zhou family of Taiying Mountain, members of the Gong family from Daming Lake, as well as disciples from the Yinyang sect and the Huayang sect. On average, each sect and family contributed 80 disciples. Huang Qi felt immense gratitude towards these sects and families. Having aided them, they in turn dispatched so many disciples to alleviate his pressing needs. Some of these disciples had encountered Huang Qi 6 months prior, and now upon seeing him. Chapter 850. The visit of the Red Leaf Fairy. Huang Qi was quite pleased, for his city guard had newly integrated these small teams, ensuring the smooth operation of Luoyang City. These teams would also have designated rest periods, balancing work and leisure, which would benefit their development. However, Huang Qi was aware that the number of these guards would increase. In the future, the resting teams could take on tasks from other merchants, further honing their skills. Observing these teams, Huang Qi smiled faintly and said, "From this day forth, you shall all be members of my city guard. Your sole responsibility is to protect Luoyang City and ensure its normal functioning, never allowing nefarious individuals to wreak havoc within my city. Do you understand?" Understood. 600 to 700 voices resounded in unison, shaking the entire square. Huang Qi felt even more gratified. Chapter 851. The young lady. Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he summoned Wang Long to prepare a guest room for the Red Leaf Fairy. She found it difficult to refuse. Although she wished to converse further with Huang Qi, he had no desire to engage extensively with such a beguiling woman, as it offered him little benefit. After seeing off the Red Leaf Fairy, Huang Qi turned to his elder brother's room, only to find that Huang Yiming was absent, likely still preoccupied with the affairs of the three shops. Huang Qi sighed. He would soon depart for the western regions, leaving the matters of the city guard for his brother to manage in the days to come. Huang Qi proceeded directly to his grandfather's chamber, where he found Linger seated in meditation, diligently cultivating. Observing the charming and delicate young woman, Huang Qi's gaze softened as he quietly settled beside her, his eyes fixed intently upon her. After a moment, Linger could no longer maintain her composure and burst into laughter. Chapter 852. In full bloom. Linger was already astounded. She had heard of the miraculous developments surrounding the Baobao Pavilion, established only 7 or 8 years prior. Its growth had been nothing short of astonishing. With unparalleled refinement techniques, the Baobao Pavilion had risen to prominence. The magical artifacts they crafted surpassed those made by other artisans, boasting an impressive increase in potency, which endeared them to cultivators. Even many sects and families were left astounded, for the artifacts, treasures, and wind-warding boats produced by the Baobao Pavilion were incomparable to those of other masters. Given that the Baobao Pavilion originated in Luoyang City, any attempts to undermine it were futile. It swiftly ascended to become the foremost power under the city lord's jurisdiction. Not long ago, I recall that the Zhou family had commissioned a batch of treasures from the Treasure Pavilion. This indicates that the fame of the Treasure Pavilion has undoubtedly exceeded all expectations. Huang Qi, in Chapter 853, Tianquan Street, was accompanied by Linger, who was astounded by Huang Qi's ability to produce such an abundance of storage bags. In her memory, it was her first encounter with so many storage bags, each bulging and filled with magical artifacts and materials, akin to a miniature treasury. She was quite intrigued by how Huang Qi had amassed such treasures. What cultivator does not covet treasures or long for spirit stones? Once they departed, she was determined to procure a few items from Huang Qi to play with, unbeknownst to him that he had already caught her eye. Chang Mei began to collect these storage bags, and naturally, Su Xing and Feng Shangtian offered to assist. It was beyond Chang Mei's capability to carry so many bags alone. Observing the trio bustling with enthusiasm, Huang Qi could only shake his head in resignation. After they had finished organizing the storage bags, Huang Qi addressed Chang Mei, saying, "Chang Mei, acquire a fine shop near the Treasure Pavilion." In Chapter 854, Guling Dan, Huang Qi reassured his grandfather, "If you wish to return to the city lord's mansion, I can escort you at any time. However, if you prefer to reside with these villagers, I can arrange for a manor and assign several maidservants and guards to ensure your safety." His grandfather nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the villagers, saying, "I shall not leave. Please arrange a manor for me as well." My old friends and I have not yet finished our conversations. I will return whenever I wish." Huang Qi nodded gently, and then turned to Uncle Dashin and the two girls beside him, smiling as he said, "Uncle Dashin, I will trouble you to take good care of grandfather." Upon saying this, he inclined to bow to Huang Dashin, who, upon seeing this, appeared somewhat anxious. While others might not recognize Huang Qi's identity, he certainly did. In chapter 855, Huang Qi, the youngster and elder, declared, "Come, let us investigate who that boy is. Once we uncover his identity, we shall ensure he suffers greatly." As he spoke, a malevolent aura surrounded him, transforming into a dark, swirling cloud, and with a few flashes, he vanished from sight. The young woman, concerned, glanced back at the place where the light curtain had disappeared before soaring into the air to follow him. Days later, a man and a woman intruded upon the 8 Immortals' palace, causing fear and trepidation among the disciples and the Yuaning ancestors. They secretly speculated about which place had offended such a terrifying existence. The imposing presence of the man and woman filled everyone with dread. The hawk-nosed elder surveyed the vast 8 Immortals' palace and the bowing Yuaning cultivators before him, a cold glint flashing across his face as he snorted disdainfully. "The 8 Immortals' palace is quite impressive. I shall stay here for a few days. Do any of you have objections?" Li Guhong and the others silently lamented, quickly approaching to bow in submission. In chapter 856, Eradicate Your Tai Sect, it is noted that this elder, a formidable figure, possessed ruthless methods that were not to be compared with the ordinary. Feeling outmatched against the Huang family alone, he pondered the potential of gathering a group of subordinates to confront them. If he could seize Luoyang City with decisive force and eliminate the so-called Lord Huang, reclaiming his golden ring demon bee, he could stand against even the most formidable ancestors of the Huang family. The old poison master smirked as he turned his gaze towards Li Guhong and the others, proposing, "Since you harbor considerable grievances against Huang Qi, would you be willing to join me in obliterating Luoyang City?" Upon hearing this, Li Guhong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. They were inwardly perplexed. Despite the old poison master's considerable strength, taking down Luoyang City was no trivial matter. Even with their assistance, it remained uncertain whether they could achieve anything substantial against it. A palpable hesitation hung in the air. The old poison master discerned their reluctance. Chapter 857, The Annihilation of Tai Sect. Ha. Li Guhong laughed, his arrogance intensifying as he regarded Fu Tianqi and the others as though they were fools. "Would I come to the Tai Sect without thorough preparation? It is utterly laughable that you think otherwise. With the aid of this poison master, the elimination of you and your ilk will ensure the complete downfall of the Tai Sect. Even if some inconsequential disciples manage to escape, it matters not, for my objectives will be fulfilled. Fu Tianqi, the leader of your sect, if you can survive today, we may discuss matters further," Li Guhong remarked with a faint smile. He then turned to the expressionless poison master, saying, "My friend, might I implore you to eliminate them? We need to deal with Huang Qi thereafter." The old poison master nodded slightly. Without further ado, he stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying aura of the perfected nascent soul, causing both Wami Easy and Fu Tianqi to pale in shock. Chapter 858, The Three Families in Distress. The old poison master, satisfied with the little bell he held, nodded approvingly before stowing it in his storage bag and looking towards Li Guhong. At that moment, Li Guhong wore a sinister grin. The frustrations of years were finally about to be unleashed. The first step was the annihilation of the Tai Sect, followed by the other 5 major sects and families. Once they were eradicated, his position within the 8 Immortals' palace would be utterly secured, rendering it the unchallenged power in Qingzhou, devoid of any threats. Li Guhong addressed the old poison master with a slight bow, suggesting, "This individual is Huang Qi's ancestral master. It would be prudent to spare his life. He could serve as leverage against Huang Qi." The old poison master remained calm, nodding slightly without elaborating, stating, "Within a year, this place will be devoid of life. No low-level cultivators will dare to step foot here. After a year, let your 8 Immortals Palace disciples come to cleanse the area. We must hurry." Chapter 859, Huang Qi's Fury. The old poison master's expression shifted slightly upon realizing the situation, followed by a cold chuckle. "Forget them. They are inconsequential. Mere early-stage nascent soul cultivators, hardly worth my concern. However, their families must be eradicated. Otherwise, once we depart, they will surely regroup." The old poison master casually sent forth 2 jade purification bottles, proclaiming, "You too shall take this sulphurous liquid and, with but a single drop upon their stronghold. Within a year their headquarters shall be utterly rendered obsolete. Without their stronghold, these individuals will hardly stir up any significant turmoil." Li Gahong could only nod in response, a sigh escaping his lips. Regrettably, he had failed to eradicate the 3 prominent families entirely, which was indeed a pity. However, destroying their mountain gate was a commendable feat, a small interest paid for their transgressions. Without further ado, Li Gahong and the enchanting young woman set off towards the Taiyang Mountains and the Daming Lake, clutching the jade bottles. Meanwhile, the old poison master let a drop of green liquid fall from above the Kong family. Chapter 860. The ancestor of 10,000 poisons. The onlookers marveled as 2 radiant arcs shot forth, powerful consciousnesses swiftly extending into the distance. Soon, they discerned that the approaching figure was an elderly man with hair ashen, his complexion pale and breath disordered, black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Huang Qi recognized him immediately. It was none other than Zheng He, the ancestor of the Zheng family, with whom he had crossed paths on a few occasions. Yet now, Zheng He appeared utterly disheveled, expending his lifespan to unleash a secret technique for acceleration, racing towards Luoyang City with lightning speed. Following him was an elderly man with a hooked nose, his hair unkempt and face smeared with dirt, yet a palpable disdain lingered at the corners of his mouth, as though viewing the figure ahead as nothing more than a mere rodent, while he relished in the pursuit like a cat toying with its prey. The sinister aura surrounding this hooked-nosed elder was terrifying, suffused with malevolence, emanating an intimidating presence that sent chills down the spine. Chapter 861. Water and fire cannot coexist. The final figure, known as the heavenly insect, was said to be a demon cultivator whose true form resembled a centipede, exuding potent toxins. It was rumored that centuries ago, an ancestor in the harmonization stage sought to subdue this heavenly insect, only to be engulfed by its toxic miasma, nearly losing half his life in the encounter and almost succumbing to possession. The heavenly insect managed to escape, and since then, the moniker of the 3 demonic poison cultivators became widely recognized throughout the cultivation community, instilling fear and caution in all who dared to confront them. Unexpectedly, Huang Qi had provoked the ancestor of 10,000 poisons, leaving Huang Li drenched in cold sweat. "Senior, please refrain from making any rash decisions. I am Huang Li of the Huang family, and this is my son, Huang Qi. I am unaware of what offense my son may have caused you, but I implore you to spare him for the sake of my family's reputation. Should he have indeed wronged you, the Huang family will make every effort to rectify the situation. I beseech you to show mercy." Chapter 862. The insect cultivator hearing the news. The elder council of Luoyang City quickly arrived, numbering over 30 individuals. They crossed through the crowd, positioning themselves behind Huang Qi, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. They looked to Huang Qi, hoping he would elucidate the unfolding events. However, upon witnessing his distressing countenance and the menacing advance of the enemy's hundreds, they fell silent, deciding it prudent to resolve the immediate crisis before engaging in conversation. The arrival of the Elder Council from Luoyang caused the faces of the 8 Immortals Palace members to change, for they had underestimated the situation. Could it be that these individuals were all part of Huang Qi's faction? Had he amassed such formidable power? However, it was not long before countless cultivators from all directions surged out of Luoyang City, and the expressions of Guhong and his companions turned utterly grim. They had never anticipated that Luoyang City would harbor such a multitude of cultivators, particularly an overwhelming number of high-level ones. Their small group from the 8 Immortals Palace felt exceedingly outmatched in this situation. Chapter 863. Huang Qi is also a bug cultivator. Huang Qi was taken aback as well. He had not expected the elder of 10,000 poisons to possess such a vast array of poisonous insects. Hundreds of thousands of these creatures would surely exhaust even his companions. As the swarms of insects darkened the sky, pressing down on the city guards, Huang Qi's countenance grew increasingly grim. He noticed that the elders of his clan and the formidable members of the Zhou family were surrounded by these countless insects, further deepening his despair. With a cold snort, the demon suppression immortal palace materialized, and in an instant, myriad poisonous insects poured forth, including a large number of golden ring demon bees, which Huang Qi had nurtured within the palace. Initially, he had not intended to reveal these insects before the crowd, but given the dire circumstances, he could no longer afford such considerations. Huang Li and the others were already struggling, not due to their lack of combat prowess, but because the sheer number of poisonous insects forced them to split their focus between dealing with the insects and countering the numerous powerful cultivators from the 8 Immortals Palace. Chapter 864. Fierce Battle with the Elder of 10,000 Poisons. The Elder of 10,000 Poisons remained coldly amused, fully aware of the potency of his insects. The strength of their venom was far beyond what a core formation cultivator could withstand. Thousands of poisonous insects posed no challenge to Huang Qi. The insects he controlled were simply beyond comparison to this young man, and he had more than a few tricks up his sleeve. With another disdainful snort, he pointed again, and the insect net that Huang Qi had shattered surged back towards him, densely attaching itself to Huang Qi's form, relentlessly tearing at his battle armor and spewing venom in an attempt to taint his armor. Surrounded by countless poisonous insects, Huang Qi momentarily faltered, his movements hindered, though only slightly. His brow furrowed. He was astonished to see how effectively these insects could be utilized. The Elder of 10,000 Poisons' command over them truly opened his eyes. Huang Qi let out a cold snort, his mana surging around him, suddenly channeling it into his golden battle armor, which emitted a tremendous sound. Chapter 865. Little Bai's mother. A thunderous roar erupted, and a terrifying sound wave accompanied by a powerful energy storm swept outward. Huang Qi's expression shifted slightly at this sight. With a single maneuver, the demon suppression immortal palace hovered above him, radiating multicolored light that enveloped him completely. Even as the horrific sound waves and energy fluctuations rushed toward him, they could not inflict any harm upon Huang Qi. With the protection of his golden battle armor, he was naturally unafraid of these dreadful forces. The critical issue was that few among the crowd below could withstand the onslaught of this energy storm and the terrifying sound waves. Within the battle group, the intensity of the conflict reached a fever pitch. The horrifying sound waves and energy storms left everyone momentarily stunned, prompting many to attempt an escape. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace the speed of the sound waves. Numerous cultivators coughed up blood, particularly during the encounter with the enchanting woman who revealed herself to be a demon cultivator of the golden ape lineage. Many were utterly astonished. The white apes of this lineage had nearly vanished from Central Continent, with no sighting of a golden ape for hundreds of years. To their disbelief, one appeared here, embodying formidable defenses that were truly remarkable. The gazes of many cultivators glimmered with avarice as they beheld the golden ape. Yet it was evident that this creature was the spirit pet of the ancestor of 10,000 Poisons. Despite their greed, they dared not entertain any ill intentions. As the golden ape prepared to devour the hapless Tianqi, Huang Qi's fury reached its zenith. With a sudden unfurling of his purple wings, he shot toward the golden ape. White ape, relish this exquisite feast. I shall impede you. The ancestor of 10,000 Poisons snorted coldly, his form flickering to stand in Huang Qi's path. In that moment, Huang Qi's rage inexplicably dissipated. Ah, you dare. White ape, have you driven me to madness? I shall eradicate all of you, or my resentment shall never vanish. Clearly, the ancestor of 10,000 Poisons was greatly agitated, having dominated the cultivation world for nearly a millennium, only to be thwarted today by 2 juniors. How could he swallow such humiliation? Without further ado, a tempest of malevolent energy surged from him, sending terrifying waves of energy rippling outward as he hurled his jade bottle toward Huang Qi and the others. However, Huang Qi paid no heed to the ancestor of 10,000 Poisons. His gaze was fixed on the feeble figure of Tianqi cradled in his arms, her condition dire. His expression darkened ominously as he swiftly produced several pills and forced them into her mouth, casting several spells to envelop her. The injuries Tianqi sustained were grievous. Her dantian was destroyed, her meridians severed, and her body severely damaged. As Huang Qi observed the faces of the 3 adversaries, he noted their grim expressions. The ancestor of 10,000 Poisons had enlisted help, which took him aback. Did he truly think that a mere ancestor accompanied by the minions of the 8 Immortals could besiege his city of Luoyang? Such arrogance was laughable. Even if they were poison cultivators and insect cultivators, he was no pushover. The thought of them attempting to obliterate Luoyang before reaching the Unity period was utterly absurd. Yet now, 2 extraordinarily powerful individuals had arrived, both proficient in poison, one of whom was a demon cultivator. This was truly unexpected. Outside Luoyang, onlookers watched in astonishment as the 2 newcomers appeared. Upon overhearing their dialogue, the expressions of some shifted drastically, prompting a startled exclamation. The three demons of poison, all gathered? The sound erupted suddenly like a pot boiling over, leaving many cultivators in a state of profound shock. The trio of venomous cultivators had converged upon Luoyang City to confront Huang Qi, spreading rumors of their intention to annihilate the city. At that moment, Elder Shi's countenance turned exceptionally grim, and he dared not extend his hand to grasp the malevolent energy any longer. Instead, he turned his palm, revealing an ancient black shield. Summoning his resolve, Elder Shi advanced towards the threat. A dull thud resonated as Elder Shi, already poisoned and injured, was propelled backward by the impact, spitting a mouthful of blood that splattered against the city's defensive barrier. Elder Mo acted swiftly, sending forth a jade token that struck the barrier, allowing Elder Shi's form to pass through into Luoyang City, where Elder Mo caught him. Elder Shi's complexion was ashen, his entire arm suffused with a sinister aura. Alarmed, Elder Mo swiftly placed his palm upon Elder Shi's shoulder, unleashing a torrent of magical energy to counteract the dreadful poison. After a moment, Elder Shi coughed up another mouthful of blood, his color improving slightly as he finally regained his composure and turned his gaze toward Elder Mo, who gently shook his head in concern. The most astonished among them was the celestial insect Taoist, as Huang Qi emerged from the ice. He understood the potency of his freezing technique better than anyone. A mere ordinary nascent soul cultivator would find no chance of escape once ensnared in ice, perishing within moments. Even if a nascent soul managed to break free, survival was unlikely, especially given the lethal poison embedded within his freezing spell, which even an elder of the harmonization period would approach with caution. Observing the yellow flames enveloping Huang Qi, the celestial insect Taoist's expression soured. This was the primordial yellow fire, one of the extraordinary flames of the universe. It was astonishing that a mere core formation cultivator possessed such tremendous fortune to wield the primordial yellow fire. Even a transformed nascent soul elder would find it challenging to refine, yet this lad had accomplished the feat. No wonder he possessed the strength to contend with nascent soul elders. Even nascent soul cultivators had to tread carefully around such flames. Thus, it was no surprise that he could break free from the freezing technique. Enraged, the celestial insect Taoist bellowed, "You reckless fool! I shall extract your soul and refine your essence." Huang Qi had utterly infuriated him, openly slapping his face in front of so many witnesses. The celestial insect Taoist's fury erupted, causing his form to swell dramatically, tearing his garments as an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal, 100-foot-long frost centipede, revealing his true form. Huang Qi's expression shifted in alarm. Indeed, the celestial insect Taoist was a demonic cultivator, an exceedingly toxic centipede spirit. Gazing upon that fearsome visage, Huang Qi could not suppress a shudder. As the 100-foot centipede raised its massive tail, preparing to strike, Huang Qi's face paled. He attempted to evade, but the creature's size rendered escape impossible, and he found himself too close to avoid the impending blow. At last, the golden toad seal. Was that the legendary seal of the golden toad elder? It seemed the tales were true. The crowd was initially drawn to Huang Qi as he faced the trio of formidable demons. Their strength was terrifying. Even the most seasoned ancestors would need to tread carefully when confronted with their assault. Yet, Huang Qi boldly chose to confront all three alone. Doubts lingered. Could he withstand such an onslaught? His father, Huang Li, mother, the enchanting fairy Ying, elder brother Huang Yiming, younger sister Huang Ruyu, and Ling Er were all deeply concerned, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they watched Huang Qi. They wished to rush forward to fight alongside him, but were acutely aware of the overwhelming power possessed by the three poison cultivators. They would be no match for them. Venturing out would only distract Huang Qi further. They held on to the hope that, even if he were overpowered, his extraordinary speed would allow him to escape. If worse came to worst, he could seek refuge within the Demon Suppression Palace, where the trio would be unable to pursue him. Chapter 873. The fearsome power of Little Bone. The old ancestor of 10,000 poisons and the celestial insect Taoist were consumed by rage. Though the former secretly lamented, he regretted the possible loss of his golden ring demon bee, wondering if it was still with this lad or in Luoyang City. The thought of losing it along with the boy was indeed a great pity. However, if the boy perished, further contemplation would be futile. Exchanging knowing glances, The three shared a slight smile and remarked, with Huang Qi dead, Luoyang City will be left without a master. Shall we take a stroll within? They nodded in agreement, preparing to soar towards Luoyang City. Unbeknownst to them, a speck of dust was drifting above them, and as they were about to depart, their expressions suddenly changed. They looked up to find a magnificent palace materializing above them, enveloped in radiant light, instantly surrounding them. Chapter 874. Soul Extraction and Spirit Refinement. With a resounding crash, the ground shook violently, cracking apart, and the very fabric of space seemed to collapse, evoking a cataclysmic atmosphere. A terrifying energy storm raged within 1,000 meters, and the colossal golden toad's phantom disintegrated, forming a vast mushroom cloud that shot skyward. The immense golden hand, momentarily halted, failed to diminish. Nonetheless, it was beyond the trio's endurance. Another thunderous roar echoed, the earth fissured, and terrifying cracks spread outward. The old ancestor of 10,000 poisons, the celestial insect Taoist, and the golden toad old demon were thrown to the ground, spitting blood. Their faces pale and their garments tattered, collapsing as they bled profusely. Their pupils constricted sharply. Their movements were hindered as the ground beneath them caved in, revealing a pit several feet deep within the blood-blind valley. Surrounding vengeful spirits and ancient beasts trembled in fear. Chapter 875. Subduing the three demons. Littlebone's actions were also intended for the celestial insect Taoist and the golden toad old demon to witness, in the hope they would make the right choice. Indeed, the scene was utterly shocking to the celestial insect Taoist and the golden toad old demon, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the anguished cries of the old ancestor of 10,000 poisons. Huang Qi smiled slightly and reassured them, "Do not fret. My friends, after a cup of tea, you too shall experience a fate akin to that of the old ancestor of 10,000 poisons." Upon hearing the words, the two individuals turned pale as death, wishing fervently that they could explode their nascent souls right then and there, taking Huang Qi along with them into oblivion. Yet, constrained by the restrictions imposed by Gu, they were utterly powerless to self-destruct, left only to gaze in terror at Huang Qi and Gu, their bodies trembling more violently with each passing moment. At this juncture, the nascent soul of the Grand Elder of 10,000 poisons was on the verge of collapse. The agony etched on his small face bore testament to his continued existence, as he endured unbearable torment. Finally, the Grand Elder opened his eyes, fear evident as he looked at Huang Qi and spoke. Chapter 876. The Dilemma of Headaches. Hearing Huang Qi's words, the Grand Elder was reminded of the cause behind his recent fainting spell. Recollections of Gu's terrifying abilities, soul extraction and spirit refining, inflicted upon him a suffering worse than death, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes filled with dread and horror. Observing Huang Qi's sardonic expression, the Grand Elder realized that if he did not acquiesce to Huang Qi's demand to implant a soul-binding restriction upon him, there would be no escape from Huang Qi's clutches. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a flicker of resolve and promptly nodded in agreement, releasing his nascent soul without further ado. Huang Qi was taken aback by the Grand Elder's swift compliance. It was evident that this old fellow harbored ulterior motives. Both the celestial insect Taoist and the golden toad old demon, who stood nearby, recognized this as well, shaking their heads in resignation, hoping that the Grand Elder would demonstrate some semblance of wisdom, lest he invite further suffering upon himself. At this moment, Gu took a step forward. Chapter 877. Stubbornness. Are you unable to deal with this old rock king, even now? Huang Qi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Gu. In response, Gu's eyes ignited with fiery determination as she replied, "Master, it is not that I cannot handle the old rock king. Rather, my cultivation has yet to fully recover. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with him at this juncture would be unwise. Once I regain my strength, a single strike will suffice to subdue him." Realization dawned upon Huang Qi as he comprehended that even the current Gu regarded the old rock king's power with caution. Fortunately, Gu commanded the blood-blind valley, and the formidable resentful spirits under her control numbered beyond measure, capable of entangling the old rock king in their relentless struggle. Nearly 2 years had passed. He wondered if the old rock king had come to his senses, if he could be subdued once more. Then both his Luoyang city and the Huang family would truly ascend to greatness. Huang Qi smiled faintly, pondering whether he should pay a visit to the old rock king. given the significance of the Golden Rock. Chapter 878. Collective Shock. Have you met the young master? Huang Qi observed the respectful demeanor of the three individuals. He nodded gently, a slight smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Yes, indeed. It appears your injuries are not as severe as they seemed." Upon hearing this, the three exchanged bitter expressions, shaking their heads in resignation. Huang Qi continued, "Very well. Accompany me to the city lord's mansion, where you shall reside and cultivate henceforth. Avoid causing trouble unnecessarily." The three quickly nodded in agreement. With a subtle smile, Huang Qi executed a spell, causing the four of them to vanish from sight, reappearing in the grand hall of the city lord's mansion. The atmosphere within the hall was somewhat heavy. Although the crisis in Luoyang City had been resolved, uncertainty lingered regarding Huang Qi's current state. Huang Qi is to confront three ancient fiends who have lived for centuries, while his own strength is merely that of a core formation cultivator. How could he possibly stand against these formidable foes? Yet, in Chapter 879, Huang Qi's Rise, the onlookers are filled with joy, for it appears that the city lord's mansion is poised to welcome another nascent soul master. Given the formidable defensive prowess of the Diamond Ape, they understand that even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator might struggle to subdue Ant Bai. A collective sense of elation envelopes the crowd, as the city lord's mansion, now bolstered by the three poisonous fiends, seems destined for tranquility. With the addition of the Diamond Ape, the strength of Huang Qi's domain ascends to new heights. The people are reassured, even without the Huang family. The current city of Luoyang is not to be trifled with. Behind Luoyang stands the Huang and Zhou families, along with the formidable presence of the drunken song Immortal, indicating a genuine resurgence. Huang Qi then produces an antidote pill, a gift from the Grandmaster of 10,000 poisons. Naturally, the Grandmaster had informed Huang Qi of the poisoning of Ant Bai and entrusted him with the remedy, which Huang Qi intends to administer to her. In Chapter 880, the teleportation array, Huang Qi departs Luoyang City alongside Linger and Xiaobai, journeying westward. He navigates the wind-soaring boat with astonishing speed, causing passing cultivators to gasp in astonishment and hastily sidestep, fearful of any obstruction. They recognize that anyone capable of commanding such a magnificent vessel is no ordinary individual. Although only a young man and woman stand aboard, accompanied by a monkey perched on Huang Qi's shoulder, clutching a wine jar. The onlookers do not underestimate them due to their youth. Huang Qi is in high spirits, with a beautiful companion by his side, their hands intertwined in a display of intimacy. The beauty gazes at the rapidly passing scenery, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. As Huang Qi skillfully maneuvers the wind-soaring boat forward, he contemplates the future. In Chapter 881, Jinling City, Huang Qi muses that perhaps when the treasure pavilion of Luoyang cultivates a multitude of formation masters, he might possess the capability to construct a teleportation array. However, after reflection, he shakes his head. Even with sufficient resources and skilled formation masters, the collaboration of dozens of integration period ancestors would be necessary to breach the spatial wormhole. Relying solely on one or two integration period ancestors to accomplish such a monumental task is nearly impossible. The might of these ancestors is such that they can tear apart the void, a truly terrifying power. Entering the boundless void is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. Thus, most integration period ancestors, even when capable of tearing the void, only engage in short-distance shifts, as they are loath to drift for extended periods in the endless void. Should they become ensnared, even they risk being trapped. And if they encounter chaotic spatial currents or temporal storms, it could seal their fate. Chapter 882. The exorbitant teleportation upon entering the grand gates of Jinling City. Huang Qi observed a multitude of cultivators continuously traversing in and out. Such a colossal city must undoubtedly impose restrictions on aerial travel. Otherwise, the chaos would be unimaginable. Huang Qi, being prudent, had no intention of causing disturbances within Jinling City, especially given that it was under the jurisdiction of the formidable Sanqing Taoist sect. Even ordinary first-rate families were not to be trifled with. As he had matters to discuss with others, he could not afford to act recklessly. The impressive city guard stationed at the gates drew a nod of approval from him. Unlike his own city's militia, the guards here were merely at the foundation establishment level. Yet what caught Huang Qi's attention was that the captain of the city guards was a core formation cultivator. He speculated that his own militia might indeed lag behind in comparison. However, upon closer inspection of the guard's armor, It was evident that it did not match the quality of his own. Chapter 883. The Wan Chao Zhai. Huang Qi felt a pang of anguish in his heart. But after gritting his teeth, he sighed in resignation. What could he do when his strength was insufficient? Had he attained the separation and reunion stage, he would have adamantly refused to use the teleportation array, for such an expenditure of spirit stones could procure a wealth of treasures. It was akin to squandering one's fortune. Shaking his head in dismay, his expression fluctuated between hope and despair as he hurried to keep pace with Linger. Determined, Huang Qi resolved that once his strength ascended, he would construct a teleportation array of his own. The thought of the endless spirit stones such arrays could generate caused a surge of excitement within him. Wandering aimlessly alongside Linger, Huang Qi indulged her whims whenever she expressed delight in a trinket, purchasing it with spirit stones. This brought a radiant smile to her face, and he found himself momentarily entranced by her enchanting demeanor. The ability to elicit such joy from a beauty with just a handful of spirit stones was undeniably worthwhile. Chapter 884. The renowned lady of Yu. The enchanting woman chuckled softly at his words, then turned her gaze to Linger, offering a gentle nod. Huang Qi furrowed his brow in silent contemplation, wondering if she had recognized Linger. Sensing his thoughts, the woman refrained from scrutinizing Linger any further. With a flick of her wrist, a storage bag materialized in her hand as she smiled, and said, "Herein lie the herbs you, Lord Huang, requested, 10 of each kind. Not a single one missing. I kindly ask you to review them." Huang Qi was taken aback. The Wan Chao Zhai had truly procured all the herbs he needed. The collection included items that were nearly extinct. He was astonished by the remarkable capabilities of the Wan Chao Zhai, which had indeed earned his respect. "Thank you," he replied, accepting the bag. As he scanned its contents with his divine sense, shock washed over his face. Years ago, he had painstakingly gathered all the herbs necessary for concocting the Nirvana pill, yet here was the Wan Chao Zhai with stock readily available. Chapter 885. A banquet of revelations. Huang Qi was slightly startled to learn of the esteemed status of the renowned lady, pondering how she had attained such high regard. Huang Qi could not help but reminisce about the extraordinary youth he had encountered at the Yan family's sacred ground, whose countenance was perpetually adorned with a confident smile. Regardless of the circumstances, that Gu Mingyu seemed capable of facing anything with composure. Huang Qi held a favorable impression of Gu Mingyu. The latter's remarkable prowess was nothing short of prodigious, and he was one of the most esteemed disciples of the Sanqing Taoist temple. To his surprise, he discovered that Gu Mingyu was also the young lord of Jinling City, which was quite impressive beyond his own stature. It was evident that his identity had been divulged by the Wan Chao Zhai, confirming his suspicions that this establishment was indeed the facade of the Sanqing Taoist temple. However, it seemed that Gu Mingyu had an accurate grasp of his whereabouts, compelling Huang Qi to exercise caution. He had not sensed anyone tailing him, which indicated that the city guards were adept at locating him with precision, a fact that left him on high alert. Chapter 886. The activation of the teleportation. Huang brother, I can't help but envy you. I yearn to traverse the world like you do. Alas, my sect and family do not permit such freedom, leaving me in a state of discontent. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyu nodded gently, subsequently expressing his own envy. Huang Qi found himself speechless. The identity of the young lord of Jinling City certainly confined him to certain limitations. He was aware that on that occasion when he accompanied this young man to the Yan family, there had been over 10 nascent soul ancestors in tow, a grand spectacle that elicited his admiration. The few nascent soul cultivators he could summon to his side paled in comparison. However, one must also consider that whenever this young man made a move, a multitude of guards trailed behind him. Even if he wished to enjoy a leisurely outing, having so many followers in tow was indeed cumbersome. Huang Qi shook his head with a wry smile. "Ah, well, dear brother, upon my return from the western regions, let us engage in a thorough discussion." Chapter 887. Arrival at Jinyong City. As Huang Qi and Linger stepped into the vast light curtain, they beheld over 100 cultivators seated in meditation. The auras emanating from these practitioners were quite formidable. Huang Qi's spiritual sense swept across the assembly, revealing that most were at the nascent soul level, with only a few at the core formation stage. These individuals sat upon the ground, eyes closed in contemplation, their shoulders adorned with talismans akin to those resting on Huang Qi and Linger's own shoulders. Upon noticing the entrance of new arrivals, the seated cultivators paid little heed. As the pair consisted of a young man and woman, The nascent soul ancestors merely cast a cursory glance at the newcomers before returning to their meditative state. Huang Qi and Ling naturally did not attract much interest. In the eyes of these seasoned cultivators, those capable of utilizing the teleportation array were not ordinary beings. And no one was eager to provoke a formidable adversary. A respectful distance was maintained among them. Huang Qi and Linger were unconcerned, redirecting their attention to the ground beneath them. Chapter 888. Young Master Chen, the squad leader, bore no hint of dissatisfaction. He understood that if the teleportation distance were too great, core formation cultivators might experience dizziness for a spell, so he refrained from urging them. Linger, however, smiled softly and gently shook her head. Shall we proceed? Huang Qi nodded in agreement, assisting Linger as they gradually made their way out. The squad leader then signaled a guard to guide the pair towards the Great Hall's exit. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the hall, the guard smiled and bowed respectfully to Huang Qi and his companion. With a swift motion of his hand, the guard produced 2 jade tokens, smiling as he said, "Esteemed guests, these jade tokens are the pass cards of Jinyong City, which also contain some information about the city. Please accept them." Huang Qi nodded gently upon hearing this. The tokens bore resemblance to those from Jinling City. Without further ado, he produced a mid-grade spirit stone and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" The guard, upon seeing Huang Qi's gesture, was taken aback. "What? Are you not interested in conducting business, young master?" Huang Qi sneered at this juncture. Meanwhile, Linger noticed a young man not far away who was fixated on her. She cast him a fleeting glance before dismissing him entirely. Aware of the ill intentions behind the gaze of this young master from the Chen family, the attendant, hearing the exchange, managed a wry smile, saying, "Ah, esteemed guest, you are too kind. However, young Master Chen has declared that spirit stones belong to him, and I cannot dare to accept any." Huang Qi's face darkened at this, and with a cold huff, he retorted, "I perceive that this dragon and phoenix hairpin possesses extraordinary qualities, qualifying it as a top-grade treasure. Very well, I shall offer you 100,000 spirit stones. Are you satisfied with this price?" Without waiting for a response, he tossed a storage bag to the attendant, grasped Linger's hand, and proceeded to exit. Observers of this scene could only inwardly lament the young man's fate. He had sealed his own doom. Despite the challenges he faced, the young man in question bore remarkable skills, as evidenced by his earlier encounter, where he had effortlessly bested young Master Chen, a notorious scion of the Chen family. The squad leader took note of this and approached Huang Qi and Linger, saying, "You too. It was you who made the first move, correct? Please accompany us for a brief inquiry." Huang Qi's brow furrowed instantly. The squad leader's cultivation level was no trifling matter. Being in the late stage of foundation establishment, and his team consisted of formidable warriors. Huang Qi spoke with a frown. "What? Does the patrol team of Jinyong City not verify the situation before apprehending individuals? Such indiscriminate arrests will certainly incite discontent among many." The squad leader's expression darkened at this, having just suffered the indignity of young Master Chen's arrogance. Unexpectedly, a voice interjected, "Ah, I did not anticipate such a lively gathering at my treasured shop today, nor the presence of such a remarkable young talent. It seems I have emerged rather late." As he spoke, an elderly man, stooped and leaning on a dragon-headed cane, approached with deliberate grace. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, and a warm smile adorned his face, exuding an air of esteemed dignity. The first to react were the attendants within the treasure shop, who, upon seeing the old man, displayed utmost respect, bowing slightly. The old man waved his hand gently, prompting the attendants to step aside. The crowd around them shifted uneasily, clearly recognizing the esteemed visitor, as many were acquainted with his identity. Those unfamiliar with the old man did not dare to be dismissive, and, like the others, they bowed respectfully. "Have you met the 3 elders?" The old man gently nodded. Chapter 892. Qindong. "Are you the city lord of Luoyang, Huang Qi?" Mei San Nong's gaze towards Huang Qi and Ling Er intensified, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The crowd, upon hearing this, was abruptly taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Huang Qi. It was evident that the name of Huang Qi, the city lord of Luoyang, had recently stirred considerable commotion within the realm of cultivation. The expressions of the onlookers varied, yet they could not conceal their shock. Memories of Huang Qi's rumored deeds sent a chill through their spines. Huang Qi, acknowledging their astonishment, merely nodded, stating, "Indeed, I am the junior." Upon hearing this admission, the crowd fell into a stupor, gasps of disbelief echoing around them, their astonishment beyond description. Meanwhile, the squad leader Wang Zhong gazed at Huang Qi with utmost astonishment, suddenly recalling his earlier actions, which caused him to break into a cold sweat. He had suspected that this young man was of significant stature, but he never anticipated. Chapter 893, Confrontation. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Many were aware of Chen Shaoxi's identity. Only one individual from Jinyong City could dare to address Chen Shaoxi in such a manner, the Grand Elder of Jinyong City. Also the Grand Elder of the Chen family, Chen Dong. As the crowd remembered the Chen family's usual demeanor, an involuntary shiver coursed through them, prompting them to take 2 steps back. Huang Qi and Ling Er felt a stir within their hearts upon hearing this voice, silently cursing their misfortune, as it seemed trouble was imminent. Huang Qi then observed an elderly figure draped in a concealed green robe approach from outside. The old man's eyes were shrouded in darkness, emanating a fierce energy, and he exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect without uttering a word. It was clear that this elder held a significant position, as evidenced by the authority he radiated. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Shaoxi's previously sullen expression brightened with joy. He turned to see the authoritative elder, his face alight with happiness, and rushed to the elder's side, grasping his arm, exclaiming, "Grandfather." Chapter 894, A Balancing Strike. Mei San Nong let out a cold snort, then turned her attention to Huang Qi and Ling Er. She observed Huang Qi's calm demeanor, devoid of fear, which intrigued her slightly. She had heard of Huang Qi's exploits. Could it be that he possessed treasures sufficient to contend with a late-stage nascent soul ancestor? Mei San Nong found this hard to believe, as the divide between the golden core and nascent soul realms was akin to a heavenly decree. Unless this young man wielded a top-tier ancient treasure, he would not stand a chance. Yet, acquiring such a treasure was no simple feat within a family. A top-tier ancient artifact was nearly a treasured heirloom. Huang Qi was merely a lowly golden core cultivator. How could he possibly possess such an artifact? Reflecting on the rumors surrounding Huang Qi, Mei San Nong couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief. She hesitated. It was imperative that nothing untoward happened to Huang Qi and the little princess of the Zhou family here, lest she face repercussions from Zhou Yishang. However, considering the potential danger to Huang Qi. Chapter 895, The Golden Yuan Mighty Palm. A balancing strike, he stated confidently. I agree to your challenge. But I wonder if you will be able to defend yourself when I deliver my palm strike. Still standing here, allowing you to strike without retaliation? Huang Qi maintained a smile as he cupped his fists in greeting towards Mei San Nong, then turned to Chen Dong, saying with a grin. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, recalling Chen Dong's formidable prowess and shaking their heads in resignation. Was this young man courting disaster? Yet, given Chen Dong's aggressive demeanor, it seemed Huang Qi was left with no choice. Foreseeing a tragic scene about to unfold, the crowd could not help but display expressions of sympathy. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, Mei San Nong intended to offer further counsel, but upon observing Huang Qi's calm demeanor, he opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Since the agreement had been made, what more could he say? It was a pity. Thinking of Huang Qi's situation, the gravity of the moment struck the hearts of all present, especially Mei San Nong, who was visibly shaken. Chen Dong's golden yuan great strength palm was undeniably overpowering. Even he would suffer severe injury if struck directly in the chest. Mei San Nong had witnessed the prior scene with utmost clarity. In that fleeting instant, a golden light had emanated from Huang Qi's chest, colliding with Chen Dong's palm. As Huang Qi was pushed back, that golden light vanished. What kind of treasure was that? Mei San Nong was certain he had not misjudged. A treasure capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage nascent soul was either a top-tier ancient artifact or an exceptional defensive treasure. This young man had indeed broadened his horizons. Seeing that Huang Qi was unharmed, Mei San Nong's heart finally eased, and he burst into hearty laughter. Approaching Huang Qi and saying, "Young friend Huang Qi, your methods are truly impressive. I, an old man, am filled with admiration." At this moment, Ling Er was utterly incensed, casting a frosty glare at Chen Dong and Chen Shaoxi. As the little princess of the Zhou family, she had never endured such humiliation. She genuinely wished she could strike Chen Dong down with a single blow. Hearing Mei San Nong's words, Chen Dong felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed broken his word. But what of it? The matter concerning his grandson was now forgotten, yet finding an excuse to deal with Huang Qi remained feasible. Humph, Mei San Nong. This matter does not concern you. Do not bring unnecessary trouble to your Mei family. Mei Sannong's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Qindong. Qindong, I declare today that if you wish to fight, let it be done with less nonsense. You shall not take Huang Qi away. Qindong's countenance turned icy, a terrifying aura suddenly erupting. Mei Sannong was undeterred, his remarkable cultivation surging forth, igniting the atmosphere within the hall once more. Huang Qi dashed forward with remarkable speed, soon encountering a patrolling squad heading his way. His expression shifted slightly as he coldly snorted, hurling several nascent soul talismans at the approaching team. The members of the patrol squad turned pale at Huang Qi's actions. Without a second thought, they activated their jade tokens, shooting into the air like lightning. Huang Qi frowned slightly, realizing that the patrol's jade tokens possessed the ability to negate the spatial restrictions. A thunderous roar erupted as several talismans detonated in succession, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that enveloped everyone within a 100-meter radius. The passers-by, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, turned pale and frantically fled in all directions. However, lower-tier cultivators found it impossible to escape, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries that echoed through the air. If the surrounding buildings had not been fortified with protective barriers, they would have surely vanished without a trace. Chapter 899, The Third Commander. Ji Wei, the cultivator known as the Third Commander, observed a streak of light shooting away in the distance, his expression darkening. He glanced at the wailing squad leader on the ground and scoffed, "Useless wretch." He then commanded the squad leader, "Send someone to inform the Grand Commander and others. I shall pursue that rogue. Also, ensure that this chaos is tidied up properly. When I return, I will deal with you inept fools." The squad leader, feeling the weight of his words, grimaced. The 10 commanders of Jinyong City were formidable beings above the nascent soul stage, and as a mere core formation cultivator, he dared not retort, quickly acquiescing. The third commander's gaze grew icy as he huffed. How foolish to wreak havoc in Jinyong City. Such a thing has not occurred in centuries. I must see who dares to act so brazenly. With that, he transformed into a radiant streak and sped away. Chapter 900. The Crimson Gobi in his possession were several fine treasures for self-defense, and although he was unafraid of encountering a few powerful adversaries, if they were to engage him in a protracted battle, he would surely suffer the consequences. A swift resolution was crucial. He was not apprehensive about the confrontation, but the key was whether he could achieve a quick victory. If he failed to conclude matters swiftly, a multitude of formidable cultivators from Jinyong City would soon be on his heels, making his escape considerably more challenging. After much contemplation, Huang Qi concluded that he could not afford to linger. He must devise a way to shake off his pursuers or enter the western regions, where even nascent soul elders would hesitate to pursue him recklessly. Huang Qi pondered deeply, realizing he could not afford to take a breather. He needed to find a means to rid himself of this threat. Feeling the depletion of his spiritual energy after such prolonged exertion, he reached out to A.E. and the others within the Magic Suppression Palace, requesting them to channel energy to sustain him. He had to ensure his strength remained intact for the impending confrontation. Chapter 901. Escape from peril. At this moment, Ji Wei finally sensed the challenge posed by Huang Qi, who had managed to elude him, far exceeding his expectations. He could detect no trace of the young man's aura, leaving him utterly bewildered. As he approached the edge of the Crimson Gobi, the boundary of the central continent, he realized that crossing it would lead into the western regions. Could the young man be heading there? The thought of the western region's hostility towards cultivators from the central continent made Ji Wei's brow furrow in concern. He had no desire to wander into that unfriendly territory. It was highly likely that the young man had already entered the Crimson Gobi, and capturing him would now prove to be quite the challenge. As soon as he recalled the 3 consecutive days he failed to catch up with Huang Qi, the expression on Ji Wei's face darkened. Upon returning, how could he face the situation? Chapter 902. United against the outside. Safety was assured. Yet how could he depart from this place? The red sand and dust obscured the sky, making it challenging to discern directions. Certainly not a favorable situation. Huang Qi furrowed his brow slightly, surveying his surroundings. Apart from the undulating surface of the Gobi Desert, there was nothing that offered any clues, presenting quite a dilemma. Huang Qi silently cursed his misfortune, regretting allowing the Demon Suppression Palace to venture into this crimson wasteland. With no other choice, he steeled himself and pressed on, determined to leave this place as quickly as possible. Although the vicinity posed no immediate danger, Huang Qi still unleashed a formidable mental presence. which would aid in uncovering any traces. As for when he might traverse this red expanse, he felt uncertain, lacking a map of the region. He could only take it one step at a time. With Huang Qi's evasion technique, flying thousands of miles within a day was certainly feasible. Chapter 903, Inquiring about the situation. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Huang Qi could not help but feel astonished. He had clearly observed that the two individuals appeared to be enemies. Why then did they conspire against him upon their arrival? Huang Qi overheard the elder ahead of him sneer. 003Cultivator, you tread the path to heaven without seeking it, yet you dare to intrude upon hell. Why not remain in Zhou? You are merely courting death. Huang Qi's brows knitted in concern. What was happening? Had he provoked them? Why did they wish to bring him harm upon their first encounter? The animosity in their gazes was palpable. Just moments prior, when the two faced off, hostility had been evident. Huang Qi's heart sank. This was not a good omen. Why did these two harbor such hatred towards him? He had done nothing to them. Could it be due to his identity as a Zhou cultivator? Huang Qi felt a wave of frustration. It was utterly absurd. Rumors spoke of the enmity between the cultivators of Zhou and those of the western regions. Chapter 904, The Landscape of the Western Regions. The two exchanged glances, their expressions still remarkably respectful. After a moment's contemplation, one elder spoke first. I am Jebenu, a minor elder of a small tribe located on the eastern periphery of the western regions. The other added, I am Huang Qi, an outer sect elder of a revitalized tribe in the same area. Huang Qi nodded gently upon hearing their introductions. From their words, Huang Qi discerned a slight distinction. The western regions appeared to be governed by tribal affiliations, much like the families in Zhou. However, tribes typically comprised close-knit families with shared bloodlines. These interconnected families united to form tribal nations, a concept Huang Qi understood to some degree. Jebenu, acknowledging Huang Qi's understanding, refrained from further elaboration. Chapter 905, Misunderstanding. Huang Qi, along with Jebenu and Huang Qi, found themselves amidst the swirling crimson sands of the Gobi Desert. Huang Qi remained silent, observing the actions of the two men quietly. Huang Qi beheld as Jebenu retrieved a unique golden needle from his storage bag. With deft precision, Jebenu plunged the needle into the earth, revealing a small segment of its gleaming form. However, with a mere gesture from Jebenu, the needle ascended abruptly, soaring 2 to 3 meters into the air before it descended once more. With utmost respect, Jebenu addressed Huang Qi, saying, Young master, this is a compass. The needle's tip indicates south, while the eye points north. The left side denotes west, and the right side signifies east. This vivid red desert lies at the far eastern edge of the western regions. If we proceed in the southwest direction indicated by the needle's tip, we shall find our way out of this crimson wasteland. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi felt a sense of surprise. He had not anticipated that the golden needle possessed such directional capabilities, which truly astonished him. It became evident to him how arduous life must be for these small tribes. The population was pitifully sparse, with barely over 200 individuals, nearly half of whom were elderly, along with a considerable number of children. The chieftain's cultivation level was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. How could he ensure the safety of his people? It appeared that the arrival of the three of them had instilled fear within the tribe. Any one of them could easily obliterate this tribe, explaining their palpable terror. Huang Qi was acutely aware of the harsh realities of survival in the western regions, and it was no wonder they had chosen to settle in such barren lands. Jebenu and Huang Qi, having noticed Huang Qi's displeasure with their actions, were not fully acquainted with his temperament. However, understanding that their young master disapproved of their antics, they dared not act recklessly and allowed Huang Qi to take charge. As the three descended, Huang Qi stepped forward and declared, Return the spiritual stones to them, along with some garments. He offered them 2 pieces of spiritual stones. In the western regions, such quantities were exceedingly scarce. Spiritual stones were crucial resources for cultivation, and this extravagant young master so readily parted with them left them utterly bewildered, as it fundamentally challenged their preconceived notions. Huang Qi merely smiled slightly and did not accept the spiritual stones. He then nodded to Jebenu and Huang Qi, and the three took to the skies, departing the Li tribe with the swiftness of lightning. As Huang Qi and his companions vanished, the chieftain Rojsing and the entire Li tribe, men, women, and children, were left in a state of stunned silence, unsure of how to react. The chieftain stood there, clutching the 2 spiritual stones, frozen in place for an extended period. his thoughts a cacophony of confusion. He marveled at how these esteemed individuals had transformed. They had not forcefully seized their belongings. In the wilderness, the challenges of survival were evident. Throughout his journey, Huang Qi had encountered few tribes. The ones that existed in this desolate expanse were mostly small factions. The stark emptiness of the wilderness added to the desolation. Occasionally, one might spot a few individuals traversing the barren landscape, but such sightings were rare. After a flight of 5 or 6 hours, Huang Qi and his companions finally emerged from the wilderness, revealing before them an endless expanse of grassland. As I arrived here, I noticed an increasing number of tribes. Occasionally, I would catch sight of cultivators soaring through the air, as well as caravans slowly making their way, laden with an array of goods, heading deep into the grasslands. The wind chaser was remarkably swift when the pedestrians below spotted it. They merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow racing across the sky. Long before Huang Qi and his companions approached the vicinity of Wolf City, they had already retracted the wind chaser, with the small-headed creature taking on the role of their means of transport. With its expansive wings spanning over 10 meters, it provided ample space for Huang Qi and his companions. A sharp cry pierced the heavens as the white-headed griffin appeared before the gathered crowd near Wolf City, leaving many in awe and wonder, their gazes lifted in astonishment. The majestic presence of the griffin, particularly a mid-tier third-grade beast, evoked a sense of trepidation among numerous cultivators. However, Huang Qi and Linger found nothing particularly remarkable about it, as high-level cultivators possessing such flying beasts were not uncommon. Xiao Bai and Xiao San were indifferent, while Jebenu and Haruchi felt both nervous and exhilarated, being their first experience riding such a creature. The squad leader eagerly accepted the jade token, visibly relieved and gazing at Huang Qi with gratitude. Linger, mimicking Huang Qi, also dropped her blood essence onto the token, inscribing her name before handing it to the squad leader. Jebenu and Haruchi promptly followed suit, presenting their tokens as well. Huang Qi nodded lightly, and then produced 400 spirit stones to hand over to the squad leader. Glancing at Xiao Bai and the others, he inquired, "I presume these spirit beasts need not be included?" The squad leader accepted the spirit stones, his smile widening, and quickly affirmed, "Of course, as long as the esteemed one manages your spirit beasts." Huang Qi nodded gently, taking Linger's hand as they entered Wolf City. He understood the necessity of collecting the jade tokens. The wolf tribe wished to prevent any spies from infiltrating their ranks. Retaining the tokens allowed them to monitor the movements of outsiders, ensuring that any ill-intentioned individuals would be dealt with appropriately. Huang Qi pondered further. Having placed restrictions on the two individuals to ensure their loyalty, he contemplated dispatching a few nascent soul cultivators from a Yi's group to oversee the treasure pavilion in Wolf City. With their crafting skills, establishing a foothold in Wolf City would undoubtedly be achievable. In the future, the treasure pavilion in Wolf City would evolve into a significant branch, and once it amassed sufficient influence, trade with the Central Plains could commence. Huang Qi, having made up his mind, smiled slightly and said, "You two should procure a few shopfronts in the wolf tribe. What do you require? Feel free to speak up." The two men nodded eagerly in response and promptly exited. Huang Qi reflected that he was confident that within a few years, the treasure pavilion in Wolf City would surely develop into a formidable force. For skilled craftsmen were indeed a rarity in these times. With the establishment of the Baibao Pavilion in Luoyang City and the scarcity of cultivation resources in the western regions, the inception of the Baibao Pavilion is destined to flourish rapidly. Chapter 912. Preparations linger since the comings and goings of individuals in Huang Qi's vicinity from the adjacent room. She promptly brought along her companions, Xiao Bai, Xiao San, and Xiao Tu, to investigate. Upon entering, they found Huang Qi lost in thought, a smile gracing his face, which piqued Linger's curiosity. She inquired, "Huang Qi, what occupies your thoughts? You seem quite cheerful." Huang Qi smiled gently, taking Linger's hand as he sat down, responding, "Heing, I plan to establish a Baibao Pavilion in Tianling City." Linger, hearing this, felt puzzled and was momentarily unable to fathom Huang Qi's reasoning for opening a Baibao Pavilion here. However, recalling the Baibao Pavilion in Luoyang City sparked a flicker of realization in her mind, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Huang Qi, is the Baibao Pavilion in Luoyang City one that you established privately?" Huang Qi found himself at a loss for words. How did she come to think of the Baibao Pavilion in Luoyang City? He pondered whether he should reveal to her his intentions for Tianling City. Chapter 913. Preparations too here lay an assortment of magical treasures and various refining materials, a significant portion of which had been crafted by A.E. and his companions over the years, while others had been acquired by me from different sources. You shall display these treasures across those several shops. I believe that filling 5 shops should suffice. Estimate the prices yourselves and mark them accordingly, but do not undervalue them. Good items deserve fair prices. Do you understand? Huang Qi said with a smile. The group nodded eagerly, though Jebenu and Harchar had yet to fully recover from their astonishment. Huang Qi continued without concern, Yin Wuyu, when the others arrive, you and your fellow nascent soul experts will serve as the elders of the Baibao Pavilion. Jebenu and Harchar will follow your lead, overseeing matters, as they possess a better understanding of Tianlang City than you do. Yin Wuyu promptly nodded in agreement. Chapter 914. The young master of Tianlang. Once the group entered, the waiter seemed to recognize their identities, his expression shifting slightly. However, as a mere attendant, he dared not slight such esteemed guests. He quickly approached with a smile, his demeanor respectful and ingratiating, saying, Esteemed guests, please, come in. There are private rooms upstairs, and I shall escort you there. The group paid little heed to the attendant, their expressions indifferent as they casually surveyed the other patrons in the establishment. Yet, upon noticing Huang Qi's table, their demeanor subtly shifted, especially upon glimpsing the imposing figure of the white-headed griffin behind Huang Qi, which elicited varied reactions in their eyes. Nonetheless, they remained composed, their duty being to safeguard their young master. As long as no one posed a threat to him, they would remain silent. The youth at the forefront lightly waved his folding fan and nodded, signaling the waiter to lead the way. Chapter 915. A solid foundation. Upon finishing his words, Huang Qi tossed a spirit stone aside, seized Xiaobai, and made his way out. As Xiaobai was thoroughly engrossed in his drink, he was abruptly pulled away from the table by Huang Qi. He squeaked in protest, evidently displeased with Huang Qi's actions. However, with Huang Qi's firm grip, Xiaobai had no choice but to grasp the wine jug tightly and allow himself to be dragged outside. Meanwhile, the somewhat inebriated Xiao Xin was being carried by Ling Er, following closely behind Huang Qi. Just as the trio of humans and 3 spirit pets were about to exit the tavern, they suddenly heard a voice calling from behind, Esteemed Dao friends, please hold. The moment the words were uttered, a figure dashed forward, swiftly blocking their path at the entrance, preventing Huang Qi and his companion from leaving the establishment. The patrons within the tavern fell silent at this unexpected turn of events, casting curious glances at the person who had obstructed Huang Qi's way. This individual had just accompanied the young master of the Tianlang clan upstairs. Observing the ages of these two, Balzan dismissed the notion that their strength could surpass his own. However, he could sense that their prowess was indeed formidable, especially concerning the 3 spirit beasts accompanying them. Balzan felt a distinct awareness that even he would struggle to handle them with ease. The white-headed griffin appeared to be at the mid-stage of the 3rd realm, and even as a perfected golden core practitioner, he felt a twinge of apprehension, not to mention the 2 monkeys, who were equally impressive in strength. Alone, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Within his small tribe, the strength of the clan leaders was not necessarily at the golden core level, so the presence of 3 capable spirit pets alongside these youngsters suggested that they were indeed significant figures from other tribes, likely hailing from grander factions in the western regions. It appeared that he could not afford to offend them and would need to report back to the young master before proceeding further. Ling Er, observing the situation, was equally astonished, recognizing that the business acumen of the Jinyong city had reached even the Tianlang city, revealing a depth of power that was not merely superficial. Huang Qi smiled slightly, taking Ling Er's hand as they stepped into the Jinyong Trading Company. Upon entering, Huang Qi noted the presence of numerous individuals, predominantly a diverse array of Western cultivators admiring the various treasures displayed within the trading house. Their eyes gleamed with a hint of greed, clearly envious of the valuable items on display. Nevertheless, these Westerners refrained from any reckless actions, seemingly aware of the Jinyong Trading Company's extraordinary reputation and its significant standing in Tianlang City. Despite their envy, they dared not act out of line. Huang Qi observed several Central Plains cultivators being escorted by an attendant toward the rear courtyard. Upon hearing a particular remark, Huang Qi felt a subtle shift in his thoughts, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he cast a curious glance at Wu Qingming, offering a slight smile as he inquired, "Oh, is the Jinyong auction not a public event?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qingming could not help but smile slightly and remarked, "The auction hosted by Jin Yong is indeed public. However, a more accurate description would be semi-public. This is because those who are permitted entry into the Jin Yong auction are typically either affluent or of noble lineage, rendering ordinary cultivators incapable of gaining access. The entrance fee is a considerable sum for the average cultivators of the western regions." Huang Qi nodded gently upon hearing this. Fully aware of the scarcity of cultivation resources in the western regions, where spirit stones are also exceedingly rare, cultivators hailing from smaller tribes find it quite impossible to attend such auctions. It is well known that the treasures auctioned at these events command prices significantly higher than those found in commercial establishments. However, in the eyes of larger tribes, such prices are hardly regarded as exorbitant. Chapter 919. The final arrangements. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing 10 elders, each adorned in distinct attire, among whom was Yan Wuyu. Upon seeing Huang Qi, their expressions brightened with joy, and they respectfully addressed him, "Young master." Huang Qi gazed at the 10 elders before him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded, and said, Are we all gathered?" The group nodded, standing reverently in place, awaiting Huang Qi's instructions. Satisfied, Huang Qi smiled and inquired, "Have you entered without drawing the attention of others? Are the other disciples arranged properly?" Yan Wuyu respectfully nodded in affirmation, stating, "Young master, please rest assured, there are no high-level cultivators in this inn, and they are oblivious to our presence. The other disciples have settled into their designated rooms and are assisting with the preparations. We should be nearly finished by tomorrow." Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at the 10 individuals. Chapter 920. The night operation. The 2 individuals exchanged awkward glances, their expressions betraying a hesitance to speak, which piqued Huang Qi's curiosity further. Noticing their reticence, Huang Qi refrained from pressing them, understanding that they must have something difficult to articulate. He watched as Harchar and Jebenu exchanged glances, each hoping the other would break the silence, but both appeared somewhat embarrassed, leaving Huang Qi in bemusement. Eventually, Jebenu, seeing Harchar's reluctance, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his face tinged with a blush, addressing Huang Qi, "Young master, the truth is, the treasures you bestowed upon us are simply magnificent. When we consider that our own possessions pale in comparison to yours, we find ourselves unable to resist the temptation of selecting a few items for ourselves. We humbly seek your permission to choose 2 treasures that we favor." Huang Qi, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, as he had not anticipated such a request. Chapter 921. An unsettling resolution. The power of the demon god battle axe was thus exhausted, vanishing into the void. The colossal puppet flickered with erratic light before shrinking to the size of a palm and plummeting to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding cultivators inhaled sharply, astonished. The combat prowess of that puppet was at least equivalent to that of a mid-tier 3rd-level puppet. How could it possibly be cleaved in 2 by this young man? The onlookers cast their gaze upon Huang Qi, unable to suppress their murmurs of astonishment. This young man possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly a person of considerable standing. The misfortunes of the black-clad individuals were well-deserved. They sought trouble with him without cause, truly a case of reaping what one sows. The cultivator, witnessing his treasured artifacts so effortlessly rendered useless by Huang Qi, felt a pang of anguish. Yet, at the same time, an unparalleled shock coursed through him. This youth wielded terrifying power and possessed astonishing treasures. Initially, he had considered employing the puppet to assist him in dealing with this young man. In Chapter 922, the branch of the treasure pavilion, Meng Chao and Hu Yin keenly sensed that the several strands of divine consciousness were on par with their own, clearly belonging to Yuaning masters. The aura emanating from these presences was distinctly hostile, yet when they attempted to pinpoint their location, they found that the formidable divine consciousness had vanished without a trace. This revelation left them both aghast. It was evident that these powerful energies were intricately linked to the youth before them, signaling a significant predicament. If this young man truly had so many powerful guardians, even the chieftain of the Tianlang tribe would need to proceed with caution. It was not that they feared the hidden Yuan-Ing masters. Even if more were to appear, the capabilities of the Tianlang tribe could contend with them. The crucial question was the nature of the tribe that this young man belonged to, a terrifying clan that would send forth such numerous Yuan-Ing elders for protection. A concept almost unfathomable. Even among other tribes in the eastern regions of the Western Territories. In chapter 923, Huang Qi closed his eyes in meditation, allowing time to slip by swiftly. Although he had not left the inn, the lively atmosphere of the treasure pavilion across the street remained audible, filling him with quiet satisfaction. It seemed that establishing a branch of the treasure pavilion within the Tianlang tribe was indeed a wise decision. As night deepened, the streets gradually quieted, and not long after, Yan Wuyu arrived at Huang Qi's room to report on the day's transactions regarding the sale of magical artifacts. Upon hearing Yan Wuyu's report, Huang Qi could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Remarkably, the number of artifacts sold that day exceeded 1,000. Though the first day had offered an 80% discount, preliminary estimates indicated the revenue amounted to 6 or 700 million spirit stones. Huang Qi marveled at this staggering figure. Without the discount, it would have certainly exceeded an additional 100 million spirit stones. The thought of the sales from just the discounted prices was indeed daunting. In chapter 924, the mysterious technique. When Gu Qingyun's divine consciousness intercepted the probing energies, the masters present were momentarily taken aback and subsequently fell silent. Gu Qingyun, unfazed, understood that his words would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of many powerful figures. Prepared for such reactions, he smiled slightly and remarked, "It is a pity, though. Were this a complete volume of techniques, my strength might advance further. Perhaps breaking through that final barrier would not be impossible. While the effects may be limited, they are better than none. Perhaps in the future, a fellow cultivator may come upon the remaining part of this fragmented technique. The old man does not intend to monopolize any longer. Perhaps the esteemed friends here might glean more insights?" He chuckled lightly. "I shall not elaborate further. This fragmentary technique, priced at a mere 1 million spiritual stones, has a minimum bidding increment of no less than 100,000 spiritual stones." As Gu Qingyun's words fell, the atmosphere shifted abruptly in chapter 925, the supreme Xian gold. However, he soon shook his head. Although the technique was commendable and he had gleaned some insights after 2 or 3 years of study, he could not fathom why he should place such significance on it. Gu Qingyun was perplexed. He then cast his gaze towards the numerous private rooms on the 3rd floor, yet after a lengthy pause of more than 10 breaths, silence prevailed within. Gu Qingyun sighed and shook his head. Those old monsters clearly would not relent easily. He questioned whether presenting this fragmentary technique for auction was indeed the right decision. Hesitation crept in, but the situation had already unfolded, leaving no room for retraction. Although he recognized the technique's exceptional nature, it was still merely a fragment. Since its relevance to him was limited and the chances of acquiring its fortune seemed uncertain, he felt a sense of liberation. As for the rest, it was beyond his control. He then smiled faintly and declared, 20 million spiritual stones. I wonder who will respond. In chapter 926, the audacity of bidding, the old monsters continued their relentless bidding without any hesitation, and the auction price ascended rapidly. Observing this, Huang Qi furrowed his brow slightly. The supreme Xian gold was a rare and exquisite material for forging during ancient times, now appearing only once every century. Every instance it surfaced at an auction, the final bids reached astronomical heights, as the allure of unparalleled divine weapons was beyond the endurance of many. Listening to the escalating price, Huang Qi realized that if they continued to raise the stakes, he would be at a loss for how many spiritual stones he would expend. Missing this opportunity might mean he would never find the supreme Xian gold again. Gritting his teeth, he spoke, 10 million spiritual stones? The group of nascent soul ancestors, who had been engaged in casual bidding, was momentarily taken aback by this figure. In chapter 927, selling a favor. Although Huang Qi possessed a purple dragon pill, he did not believe that one pill would suffice for him to achieve a breakthrough. Currently at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, he had no intentions of hastily advancing to the nascent soul stage. Firstly, his time at the peak of core formation had not been long. He wished to stabilize his cultivation through diligent practice. Secondly, he sought to gather more herbs and spiritual pills for his eventual breakthrough. He had already amassed a considerable collection of herbs, making the refinement of the purple dragon pill a feasible endeavor. However, with the appearance of the purple dragon pill here, he certainly did not wish to let the opportunity slip away. Listening to the rapidly rising bids, Huang Qi could not restrain himself and called out, 30,000 spiritual stones? Upon hearing his voice, the previously fervent group of core formation cultivators suddenly paused. Glancing at Huang Qi, their expressions shifting to one of dismay. The cultivators at the stage of core formation glared at Huang Qi with wide-open eyes, their anger directed at him for his audacity. Upon hearing this, the young master of the celestial wolf flushed with resentment. However, he soon realized that he had been outmaneuvered by this young man. At that moment, as the esteemed elder Gu Qingyun interceded on his behalf, he felt a sense of unwillingness but refrained from speaking out, fearing that provoking Huang Qi further could lead to even greater humiliation. The young master of the celestial wolf was filled with regret, wishing he could extract Huang Qi's soul and refine it. Yet, if Huang Qi chose not to grant him this favor, he would be the one to suffer the consequences, and he would have a difficult time explaining himself upon his return. The sum of 990,000 spirit stones was beyond his means, and he could scarcely bear the thought of the ensuing disgrace. The young master's frustration was palpable. Meanwhile, those around them wore grim expressions as they cast glances at Huang Qi, who remained oblivious to their presence, leaving them with no outlet for their pent-up fury, forcing them to swallow their indignation. As Gu Qingyun spoke, another maid appeared with a tray, and after a brief introduction of the treasures, the bidding commenced anew. The previously somber and eerie atmosphere was reignited by the allure of the treasures, as the crowd seemed to forget the earlier incident, focusing their attention on the auction items. With little regard for Huang Qi, time passed gradually, and various treasures, rare materials, elixirs, and exotic herbs were auctioned off. Some commendable items fetched impressive prices, inciting envy among many cultivators. Although the treasures presented were indeed remarkable, Huang Qi had no need for them and refrained from bidding. However, when peculiar herbs appeared, he was compelled to engage once more. An odd phenomenon unfolded at the auction. Whenever Huang Qi made a bid, the previously fervent atmosphere would shift dramatically. Watching the old man in the straw hat depart, Huang Qi felt a tinge of confusion, pondering why this elder chose to accompany him. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it and took Linger's hand, intending to seek out Gu Qingyun. Yet, a sudden thought halted his steps. Linger looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't we going?" With a serious expression, Huang Qi nodded and replied, "No. Let Yin Wuyu and the others handle the matter of the elixirs with the Jin Yong Trading Company. I have offended the Celestial Wolf tribe. If news of the 100 Treasures Pavilion were to leak, it could bring trouble to the pavilion. It's best to avoid it for now." Linger nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Huang Qi's words. To the eyes of those ancient beings, Huang Qi was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Should the affairs of the 100 Treasures Pavilion become public, it would inevitably lead to significant repercussions for them. Huang Qi then smiled gently and said, "Linger you." Elder Huyen observed Huang Qi's peculiar technique of creating identical clones, his expression shifting slightly, struggling to comprehend the nature of the cultivation method that enabled such a bizarre phenomenon. Behind Meng Chier, the peculiar technique of Huang Qi evoked a profound sense of wonder. The three figures racing forward were shrouded in mystery, making it impossible to discern which was the true entity. Indeed, it was remarkably enigmatic. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Huang Qi propelled the three figures towards Elder Huyen, their speed unwavering. Elder Huyen's expression turned grave. However, once he unleashed his palm strike, there was no turning back. With a resounding crash, Huang Qi's first figure collided with him, eliciting a slight change in the elder's demeanor. Could this apparition truly be the real body? Before he could ponder further, a crackling sound echoed, and fissures spread forth, dissipating before him. Chapter 932. The Grand Zhou Tian Demon God Formation. A deafening roar erupted, and they were horrified to discover that beneath the colossal waves, they had been thrust into a silvery ocean. The terrifying silver waters surged around them, relentlessly pushing them downward. No matter their attempts to resist, they could not halt their descent. The pressure intensified, and the depletion of their magical energy became increasingly alarming. If they failed to fervently channel their energy to maintain the protective barrier, it would shatter in an instant, allowing the immense pressure to bear down upon them. A profound sense of dread enveloped them, utterly incredulous at the circumstances they faced. Enveloped within a bubble, surrounded by the weighty silver sea, they could truly comprehend the magnitude of the oppressive force they were under. Within mere breaths, their faces paled as the terrifying drain on their magical energy threatened to exhaust them completely. The five of them trembled, gripped by fear, acutely aware of their precarious situation. Chapter 933. The five-dragon jade seal. Even the remnants of the formation rivaled the might of his own nine Qingjun. leaving Huang Qi astounded. However, the recent events suggested that only those who had been meditating were obliterated, likely due to the peculiar density of spiritual energy. Otherwise, it was unfathomable that others remained unharmed. Huang Qi let out a silent sigh of relief. The Grand Zhou Tian demon god formation was extraordinarily powerful, renowned even in the demon realm. Presently, the number of demons remaining in the cultivation world was scant, and those that existed were suppressed by human warriors. It seemed implausible that anyone could still forge such a formidable formation. Yet, Huang Qi had little time to dwell on these matters. The commander of the Grand Zhou Tian demon god formation had not focused on him, directing most of their attention towards the remaining 10 nascent soul ancestors. Should he attract the attention of the one controlling the formation, even if he managed to escape, he would encounter considerable trouble. Without hesitation, Huang Qi summoned the 9 treasures glazed pagoda with a flash of light. Chapter 934. A terrifying realization. The group was gripped by fear. Their thoughts of murder and treasure long forgotten, engulfed in regret. Observing Huang Qi in a standoff with the old man in the bamboo hat, the 8 or so ancient beings exchanged glances, sensing the mutual hesitation in each other's eyes. They then took to the air, intent on fleeing this perilous place. The recent brush with death had instilled genuine fear in these old fiends. They understood that the situation was untenable, and lingering any longer would likely lead only to their demise. Thus, they hastened their escape. Huang Qi observed the actions of these individuals, feeling a twinge of uncertainty within. Should they disperse and spread rumors upon their departure, he would find himself without any foundation in the western regions, a stranger to all. Even the witch clan might not be able to safeguard him. In such a scenario, he would have no choice but to retreat to the central plains with his tail between his legs. He lamented his failure to reinvent himself, pondering how he could have avoided such complications. Regarding the conical hat, Chapter 935, A Sense of Loss. He was unsure if the golden battle armor could withstand what lay ahead. However, witnessing its formidable might, rivaling that of the azure dragon's ethereal manifestation, he was astounded by the terrifying power of the golden battle armor. Suddenly, a thought crossed Huang Qi's mind. What kind of being could refine the azure dragon's ethereal form into the 5-dragon imperial seal? Such a feat was nothing short of miraculous. He did not merely perceive a single azure dragon's ethereal image, but rather 2. Yet, he doubted that the 5-dragon imperial seal contained only 2 true dragon manifestations. It likely harbored at least 5. From another perspective, such an extraordinary spiritual treasure must surpass even the demon-suppressing immortal palace, for otherwise, it would not have been so easily overwhelmed by the azure dragon's colossal claws. The demon-suppressing immortal palace paled in comparison to the 5-dragon imperial seal. The existence capable of crafting such a fearsome artifact was undoubtedly extraordinary. Huang Qi did not believe that the elderly man with the conical hat could fully unleash the powers of the 5-dragon imperial seal. Chapter 936. The 9-Purple Annihilation Catastrophe. This location was on the outskirts of the Haralbo Desert, where the cataclysmic disturbances had already alarmed all tribes in the eastern part of the western regions. Even the powerful entities in the central regions felt the commotion emanating from the Haralbo Desert, as figures ascended into the sky, racing towards it like startled swans. Exceptional beings tore through the void, hastening to the scene. As they approached, they beheld the Haralbo Desert transformed into a suspended sea of sand. A sense of trepidation enveloped them, especially in the presence of the lingering, terrifying energy storm that left even nascent soul cultivators in awe. Only those truly exceptional beings possessed the capability to withstand the remnants of this fearsome energy tempest. However, the closer they drew to the core of the battlefield, the more they felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. The terrifying spatial rifts and chaotic currents from the collapsing void demanded even the strongest to tread carefully. Chapter 937. The Final Resistance. In an instant, everyone perceived that solitary figure as an immovable mountain, an indomitable titan. Huang Qi noted that the second lightning tribulation had failed to significantly impact the golden battle armor, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he understood that the 9-Purple Annihilation Catastrophe would not be easily surmounted. This was merely the second lightning tribulation, with even more terrifying challenges likely ahead. "My lord, you must survive," Huang Qi urged, gripping the 5-dragon imperial seal tightly, his knuckles turning pale with anxiety. The golden battle armor assessed its surroundings and nodded slightly. It had felt the first lightning tribulation strike without absorbing much power. The second lightning tribulation erupted into myriad strikes. Although formidable, its assault was ultimately limited. However, such dispersion is more conducive to the absorption of one's essence. The golden battle armor cast a glance at the towering stupa beside him, enshrouded in purple radiance, evidently having been cleansed by the tempest. Simultaneously, Huang Qi's other hand was not idle. Pure yang fire, golden earth core fire, mysterious yellow inferno, and glazed true fire manifested above his palm. The four flames, each a different hue, intertwined at once, coalescing into an overwhelmingly destructive force, exuding an aura capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. The golden battle armor, oblivious to life and death, was compelled to make a final stand, disregarding all else. If humanity seeks to slay me, I shall retaliate. If demons intend to eradicate me, I shall vanquish them. If immortals attempt to deceive me, I shall sever them. If Buddhas aspire to annihilate me, I shall slaughter them. If the heavens decree my demise, I shall vow to battle against the celestial will unto death. Huang Qi infused his life force recklessly into the five-dragon imperial seal and the wildly furious four-colored flames, then hurled it towards the purple lightning spear. The four-colored flames transformed into a 100-foot-long dragon of fire, representing Huang Qi's utmost limit, a force potent enough to nearly melt the very pit itself. In the hall of the city lord's mansion in Luoyang, an elderly man clad in a yellow robe, clutching a dimly glowing soul jade tablet, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The seats flanking the hall were filled with individuals, including the Grand Elder Huang Shuzi, the Second Elder Huang Jingying, the Third Elder Huang Xian, as well as Shi Lao, Mo Lao, and Huang Qi's mother, elder brother, and younger sister. Additionally, the three great protectors of Luoyang, the old poisonous being, the golden toad elder, and the celestial centipede Taoist, were present, along with the esteemed leader Qianqian and the second leader, the cold and aloof Qingqiu, alongside numerous powerful figures from the Huang and Zhou clans. At that moment, Huang Ruyu wept in her mother's embrace, her eyes swollen and tears streaming down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Yingning was also sobbing quietly, stifling her cries amidst the crowd. A look of concern etched itself onto Qianqian's face, lost in uncertainty. Huang Yiming bore a heavy expression, while others remained fixated on the unfolding events. After a moment of contemplation, the Five-Dragon Emperor recalled the cataclysmic war that transpired hundreds of thousands of years ago between the spirit realm and the demon realm. To prevent powerful demonic entities from exploiting this spatial interface to launch another invasion of the spirit realm, which would result in yet another calamity, he contemplated destroying this interface. However, the Five-Dragon Emperor was no longer the same as in his past, and such a course of action now seemed unwise. He then inscribed order with one hand while nurturing life with the other. Thus, this space underwent the gradual evolution of the Great Path, life slowly emerging, and flora and fauna flourishing across myriad species. Eons passed before the emergence of humanity, whose vitality was not inferior to that of the beasts, yet remained feeble compared to those beings capable of self-cultivation. The Five-Dragon Emperor, unable to bear witness to the extermination of humanity by these monstrous beings, descended personally to impart creation and wisdom, allowing humanity to gradually grow stronger and achieve unprecedented feats. Observing others express their agreement, the rest could not afford to lag behind, and thus nodded in unison. Zhou, the master of divination, smiled faintly and remarked, "Very well, with our celestial prowess. Even the treacherous lairs of dragons and tigers shall not deter us. Allow me to carve the path forward." Upon uttering these words, he pointed, and an ancient scroll manifested in midair, covering half the sky, radiating with resplendent hues of 5 colors. The scroll was adorned with mysterious symbols that flickered in and out of sight, densely packed. A formidable pressure descended from above, causing the expressions of the onlookers to shift slightly. With a thunderous voice, Zhou commanded, "Open." The ancient scroll gradually unfurled, revealing not words but a series of enigmatic images, shrouded in a mystical haze. Within these images, something appeared to be in motion, and suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the nebulous scenes, piercing directly into the 4-colored flames. The spectators widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing the ethereal silhouette of the azure dragon vanish into the depths of the flames. Their assaults collided with the tumultuous sea of clouds that had gathered in that instant. A cacophony erupted, resounding as if the very world were trembling. The terrifying energy unleashed a tempest that swept across a 100-mile radius. Vast expanses of space collapsed, and the already chaotic spatial currents became utterly frenzied. The clouds churned, resembling monstrous waves rising from the ocean, crashing one after another. A sense of dread filled the hearts of the onlookers. They had just sensed the culmination of their most potent strikes. Yet they could not ascertain whether their attacks had struck the Azure Dragon's phantom or merely the turbulent clouds. A sense of uncertainty loomed among them. As they felt unanchored for the first time, their expressions grave as they fixated on the tumultuous sea of clouds. After a moment, the clouds regained a semblance of calm. Yet the Azure Dragon's silhouette remained elusive. In a separate realm, Huang Qi found himself enveloped by a spectral Azure Dragon, approximately 10 feet in length, weaving through his meridians, emanating a gentle azure glow. This luminescence not only expedited the restoration of Huang Qi's meridians, but also significantly alleviated his injuries. While it could not entirely heal him, prolonged exposure would enable his meridians to resume their natural flow, thereby ameliorating his condition. Moreover, the soft azure light nourished his meridians, producing a resonant dragon's chant, enhancing their resilience. Simultaneously, the once charred armor surrounding Huang Qi began to shimmer with azure light, as if this ethereal radiance were the perfect remedy for the damage wrought by lightning strikes. The armor, having lost a significant portion of its spiritual energy, gradually began to rejuvenate, with the shattered sections slowly mending, appearing in a better state than before. Neither Huang Qi nor his golden armor exhibited any signs of awakening. For them, slumber might indeed be the most advantageous state. Meanwhile, a strikingly handsome youth was enveloped in an aura of murderous intent. As dense and formidable demonic energy surged around him, his terrifying consciousness enveloped a vast expanse of land. Fixing his gaze upon the direction of Tianquan Mountain, his pale visage revealed a frenzied thirst for blood, followed by a chilling laugh. Human cultivators, await your doom. Once I recover my strength and rescue the realms of the universe, it shall be the hour of your annihilation. The youth swiftly flickered several times before vanishing within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, leaving no trace behind. The desolate and uninhabited wilderness of the 10,000 peaks returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had transpired in that place. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until at the heart of the great chasm in the Hollow Desert, an intense azure light emerged as if it had existed since time immemorial. The terrifying flames and the dense purple electric sparks failed to perturb it in the slightest. Within this azure glow, Huang Qi radiated a vibrant green luminescence, seemingly poised to connect with the lineage of the dragon of the 5 dragons. Without hesitation, Huang Qi squeezed forth a drop of his essence blood from his meridians into his dantian. His formidable consciousness then guided the drop of blood to descend upon the azure dragon of the 5 dragon seal. Observing intently, Huang Qi felt a twinge of disappointment as he realized that his essence blood had no effect whatsoever. He witnessed the droplet slide off the azure dragon, gradually flowing along the intricate patterns of the 5 dragon seal. Astonishingly, his blood left no trace behind, gliding through the esoteric array symbols until it finally settled on the 4 characters inscribed beneath the seal. Having traversed the entirety of the 5 dragon seal with no discernible outcome, Huang Qi felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that this method was futile. He sighed in resignation, contemplating alternative approaches. Just then, the previously silent 5 dragon seal stirred. Before Huang Qi could react, a resplendent rainbow light materialized, and the figure of a man clad in a brilliant yellow dragon robe appeared suspended in midair. His profound gaze, akin to an unfathomable abyss, surveyed the mournful disciples below, and he sighed with palpable reluctance. Recognizing the familiar faces beneath him, the man in the yellow robe shook his head in resignation, then gently sliced through the space before him, creating a rift, and without hesitation, stepped into it, vanishing from sight. Huang Qi yearned to call out to this formidable being, yet he found himself utterly incapable of uttering a sound. He wished to inquire about various matters, but the figure had already disappeared. Staring blankly at the majestic silhouette that had faded away, he was rendered speechless. Who was this terrifying entity? Was this world truly the one in which he lived? What was the significance of the lineage of the 5 dragons? Why had this powerful existence chosen to leave such a treasured artifact behind? Huang Qi focused intently for a long while before finally withdrawing his mind from the arcane technique, slowly opening his eyes. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, "What a pity. Only the first level of the cultivation technique remains. The subsequent 2 levels are inexplicably absent." His disappointment was profound. Had he acquired the entirety of the technique, he believed he could eventually cultivate to a level where he could rival a true dragon, standing proud and invincible against all in the world. After a moment of regret, Huang Qi steeled himself once more. The Azure Dragon's secret art undoubtedly originates from a formidable being, most likely the legendary 5 Dragons' real person. This art has endured for countless millennia since its inception in this world. Given that the 5 Dragons' real person bequeathed both the 5 Dragons' imperial seal and the Azure Dragon's secret art, it is implausible that it exists merely as a fragment. Perhaps in some obscure corner of this realm, the complete Azure Dragon's secret art remains hidden. Chapter 948. The chaos of the western regions. Huang Qi was overjoyed. The shimmering treasures before him were fragments of the stupa tower. With a flick of his finger, countless beams of radiant light surged forth and, under the guidance of Huang Qi's spiritual consciousness, they reassembled into an impressive 8-tiered tower, standing 100 feet tall. This stupa tower emanated a rich, sacred brilliance, interlaced with vibrant purple lightning that lent it an air of mystique. Huang Qi's heart swelled with delight as he summoned the stupa tower, which seemed to possess a degree of sentience, gradually shrinking and flying into his palm. He surveyed the tower with satisfaction. It was no surprise that it had absorbed the essence of the rare 100-flower vine, for otherwise, his years of dedication would have been in vain. Observing the enhanced vitality of the stupa tower compared to its state before the tribulation, Huang Qi found it irresistible. If this development continued, the tower might even evolve into a spiritual treasure. Chapter 949. The Ming Pattern Tiger Tribe. The middle-aged cultivator, known as Zhou, served as an outer elder of the Ming Pattern Tiger Tribe. Ahead lay Ming Pattern City, one of the largest cities in the central region of the Western Territories. The city was under the dominion of the Ming Pattern Tiger Tribe, which wielded considerable influence throughout the Western Territories, boasting a population exceeding 1 million. Among the nearby tribes, it ranked among the most formidable, far surpassing the likes of the Tianlang tribe. Zhou had been dispatched by the Ming Pattern Tiger Tribe to manage affairs in a third-rate tribe that had recently pledged allegiance to them. However, that third-rate tribe was annihilated overnight by a second-rate tribe, forcing Zhou to narrowly escape and return to the Ming Pattern Tiger Tribe seeking assistance. He reported that the tribe responsible for the destruction of his assigned post was the Cloud Leopard Tribe. Since the small tribe had allied with the Ming Pattern Tiger Tribe, the Cloud Leopard Tribe had not shown any further interest. Chapter 950. The fierce might of Huang Qi. Huang Qi maintained a calm demeanor. The task of utilizing the teleportation array was not without its challenges, yet it was manageable. He trusted that the Ming Pattern Tiger Tribe would not provoke widespread ire. As long as he fulfilled his mission, he anticipated no issues. The conditions for acquiring the wind-controlling vessel were straightforward. Eliminate 5,000 ordinary soldiers and slay 2 core formation cultivators, which posed no significant difficulty. However, as Huang Qi's gaze swept across the hall filled with other cultivators, particularly the dozen or so nascent soul elders, he noted their solemn expressions. Yet, they raised no objections, leading him to surmise that they too had accepted these terms. The elder of the Ming pattern, having waited patiently without encountering any inquiries, nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he arranged accommodations for everyone to rest, leaving the choice of tasks to depend on each individual's capabilities. Huang Qi entered a guest room, lost in contemplation. Chapter 951. A successful ambush. Silence, an eerie silence. The entire world seemed to have lost its voice. As the 5,000 soldiers in the military camp stared in horror at the scene before them, scarcely daring to breathe. The spectacle was utterly shocking. Over 20 formidable cultivators, along with their general, besieged a young man who had achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. With but a single move, their general was defeated. Even more terrifying was the sight of those 20 cultivators simultaneously spewing blood, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale and bodies trembling, stripped of their combat abilities. How could this be possible? They could hardly believe this reality. In their minds, their general was the foremost among those below the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, such a crucial role would not have been entrusted to him. Even a nascent soul ancestor would require considerable effort to overcome their general. Why had he fallen so easily? Chapter 952. The matter settled. The elder of wind attributes, upon realizing he was afflicted by the terrifying Xianhuang fiery essence, was struck with disbelief at how such a flame could appear in Meng Kuo's possession. No, this young man was not Meng Kuo. While his understanding of Meng Kuo was limited, he was aware that this individual was definitely not him. Struggling to suppress the Xianhuang fiery essence, the elder's face turned pale. His breath significantly weakened. It was evident that he had sustained grave injuries. However, the situation was more severe than mere injury. Forcibly suppressing celestial flames was no simple task. Who are you? Why have you ambushed me? The elder's furious roar resonated, and Huang Qi merely smiled faintly. I am the vanguard general, Meng Kuo, of the mountain tiger tribe. I seek your head. Perhaps I shall return it to you later? Enraged by Huang Qi's words, the elder realized the young man clearly intended to conceal his identity. Chapter 953. A fierce battle. Huang Qi had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Having just cultivated the Azure Dragon technique, he craved a thrilling battle to acclimatize himself to his newfound, formidable strength. Confronting golden core cultivators was akin to child's play. Only in a clash with nascent soul practitioners could he truly master his rapidly advancing power. Facing 5 nascent soul ancestors simultaneously, he knew he would not be a match without employing ancient treasures, yet he still possessed the capability to fight. Today, he would allow them to serve as free sparring partners. Should he struggle, he could always utilize ancient relics or the demon suppression palace to subdue them, remaining cautious enough to avoid peril. Huang Qi's aura surged as the essence of the dragon Qi circulated around him, enveloping him in a verdant glow. With a mighty roar, akin to a true dragon's cry, Huang Qi unleashed a punch toward the elder who had been injured by his earlier strike. Chapter 954. A major predicament. As Huang Qi prepared to depart, eager to utilize the teleportation array and escape this place of troubles, he suddenly turned to gaze towards a direction 20 miles behind him, where a multitude of tents had been erected. Huang Qi meticulously sensed the number of cultivators within. Discovering that there were nearly 10,000 in total, 5,000 to 6,000 Qi refinement disciples, 3,000 foundation establishment cultivators, and over 1,000 golden core practitioners. This constituted a formidable force. Huang Qi gritted his teeth, resolved to take decisive action. Today, he would eliminate them all in one fell swoop. With this thought, he could no longer restrain himself. By vanquishing this army of 200,000, he could gain an additional 1,000 cultivators. Inflicting substantial damage on the mountain tiger tribe, what could be more advantageous? Having already subdued the 6 golden core experts of the mountain tiger tribe, he was in a situation of no return. What harm could come from being audacious? Moreover, having transformed his identity, he was confident that they could not trace him. Chapter 995. Reunion with the Witch Clan. Saintess Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback by the words he heard. Although the others were fixated on him, their eyes betrayed a flicker of excitement. This thrill was evidently not directed at Huang Qi, but rather towards the cultivator. The young general hurriedly bent down, and the cultivator gasped out fragmented words. General, hurry, save the saintess, on the road. Before he could finish, his breath faltered, and he succumbed to death. The others' faces changed dramatically as they collectively turned to the young general, whose expression darkened to an extreme, emanating a terrifying aura of murderous intent that surged skyward. The onlookers were startled, instinctively stepping back. The soldiers nearby looked at the young man with profound respect, a genuine admiration that was unmistakable. The young general cast a lethal glare at Huang Qi, snorting coldly before bellowing. Chapter 996. Huang Qi's assistance. Just then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A nascent soul cultivator from the Witch Clan, unable to escape, let out a final cry before being engulfed by the overwhelming energy storm. Failing to evade, even for a moment, the mountain tiger tribe cultivator who had narrowly escaped could only reflect on his fortune, realizing that had he not fled quickly, he would have met the same grim fate as the unfortunate cultivator. Witnessing his adversary's demise, he turned towards a nearby group, unleashing a spell with remarkable swiftness. Striking the back of a Witch Clan cultivator engaged in battle with the mountain tiger tribe. Another piercing scream echoed as yet another witch cultivator plummeted to the ground, creating a resounding thud as he crashed into the already battered earth, forming a sizable crater. Moments later, a nascent soul emerged, his face pale and filled with a look of deep resentment. Chapter 997. Another ancient demon. Huang Qi. Is it truly you? You are not dead? Huang Qi was taken aback by this revelation, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he touched his nose and replied, "What? Does the saintess wish for my demise?" Weak Yutong, upon hearing Huang Qi's playful remark, felt her previously tense demeanor ease slightly, and with a wry smile, she shook her head and asked, "Huang Qi, what on earth has transpired? 3 years ago, upon receiving your message, my grandfather hurried to Tianlang City. However, he returned not long after, mentioning you." As Ryutong began to speak, her words trailed off. Huang Qi, anticipating this, recalled that he had previously sent a message to Ruo Jinjian using a jade tablet while in Tianlang City. The thought of failing to embark on their 3-year pact filled him with remorse, prompting a wry smile as he addressed her. "Fairy Yutong, I, Huang Qi, feel a deep sense of guilt towards you, esteemed predecessor. It was truly unintentional. Just recently, I have managed to extricate myself from peril." Chapter 998. Journey to the Witch Clan. The individual approaching was none other than the arriving young general. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Huang Qi grasping Ryutong's arm, evading the onslaught of the crowd. Infuriated, the young general assumed Huang Qi had taken the saintess hostage, thus provoking the attack against him. He swiftly employed secret techniques to elevate his combat prowess to that of a Yuanying-level master and utilized concealment arts to evade detection, intent on delivering a lethal strike to Huang Qi and rescuing the saintess. However, Huang Qi's spiritual awareness was formidable, far surpassing that of an ordinary Yuanying master, and he was well prepared. As he observed the young general's blade aimed at his neck, Huang Qi did not dare to be careless. The force behind that strike was considerable. Nevertheless, he deemed the threat to be limited. With his fingers brought together, he summoned a swirling azure light, faintly resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar from within. With a flick of his fingers, he met the terrifying blade that descended upon him. Chapter 999. Audience with the ancestor of the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan tribe is nestled within the perilous cliffs of the Huang Qi mountain in the western region. The landscape is characterized by jagged rocks, and the ancient trees that tower above flourish abundantly. Predators such as wolves, tigers, leopards, and various fierce birds abound, while venomous creatures and miasma pervade the entirety of Huang Qi mountain, enveloping it in danger and mystery. As Huang Qi approached the Witch Clan tribe, he sensed an intensifying aura of tension in the vicinity. Not only was the current situation exceedingly unfavorable for the Witch Clan, but upon closer observation, he discerned a faint surge of demonic energy emanating from above the distant tribe. A pang of concern struck Huang Qi. Indeed, the Witch Clan was suppressing an ancient demon. Otherwise, how could such potent demonic energy arise? From his perspective, the current state of the Witch Clan was likely dire. The thickening demonic aura was sure to have a considerable impact on the present circumstances of the Witch Clan. As Ryutong and the others caught sight of the tribe so close at hand, a glimmer of joy appeared on their faces, acknowledging the considerable distance they had traversed through Huang Qi mountain. Chapter 1000. True infant Liuli Pil. The elder was direct, lacking any intention to dawdle. Observing Ruo Jinjian and the elder beside him displaying utmost respect towards the middle-aged elder, Huang Qi, as a mere junior, felt unqualified to speak further. He nodded, gestured with his hand, and a terrifying flame erupted. In an instant, a 5-colored radiance soared into the sky, emanating from Huang Qi's palm. Along with Huang Qi, the entire chamber was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. The temperature surged at an astonishing rate, prompting Ryutong and her companions, who were not far from Huang Qi, to instinctively consider lowering their postures. As Huang Qi beheld the soaring glass-like, true fire in his hands, the middle-aged ancestor, the elderly man on the verge of death, and the astonished weak Jingyun all experienced a slight constriction of their pupils, soon replaced by expressions of excitement and fervor. Particularly, the elderly man, who had previously appeared devoid of spirit, now radiated brilliance from his eyes, and his entire being seemed invigorated. Huang Qi felt a surge of joy within. His master, Lin Feng, had provided him with a comprehensive manual on the art of alchemy, which was nothing short of exquisite. However, his singular focus on cultivation had rendered his understanding of alchemy superficial, akin to merely imitating a drawing. Furthermore, possessing 2 purple gold dragon whisker cauldrons granted him a 30% chance of successfully concocting any elixir, which undeniably opened a significant backdoor for him. diminishing his interest in alchemy. Observing the venerable elder from the Yuan clan refining elixirs would undoubtedly be an extraordinary opportunity for him. Initially, Huang Qi contemplated whether he should present the purple gold dragon whisker cauldrons for their use. Yet, the cauldrons were shrouded in mystery. His master Lin Feng had strictly warned him never to disclose their secrets to outsiders. With the majority of the Yuanying experts from the 8 Immortals Palace either dead or severely injured, Master Xiong Batian and Master Gu Ruofei would not betray him. As long as he remained silent, he could safeguard the cauldron's secrets. Setting aside the events occurring here, let us recount how Huang Qi, in the alchemy chamber, collaborated with 2 extraordinary members of the Wu clan to concoct the true infant glazed dan. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, a month had elapsed. During this period, the trio worked in unison to produce thousands of true infant glazed dan, until the alchemy chamber was completely depleted of its rare herbs and precious fruits. Only then did they conclude their work and emerge from the chamber. Upon returning to the Panlong Great Hall, the middle-aged ancestor had long been seated there. And upon seeing Huang Qi and his companions exit, a look of joy illuminated his face. With a hearty laugh, he promptly stood and exclaimed, "Ha ha, my boy. The Wu clan's crisis today has been averted entirely due to your efforts." Observing the ancestor's jubilant demeanor, Huang Qi could not help but smile. It seemed that the troubles of the Wu clan had finally been resolved. Huang Qi clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Senior, you flatter me. My contributions are quite limited in the grand scheme of alchemy." As he surveyed the numerous jars and containers, each filled with various elixirs designed to enhance cultivation, Huang Qi was utterly astonished. Among them were dozens of bottles containing invaluable potions that would be nearly impossible to appraise in terms of spirit stones. Swallowing hard, he casually picked up a jade box, opened it, and was immediately taken aback. Inside lay the golden spirit fruit, which required a century to grow, blossom, and bear fruit under exceptionally stringent conditions. This fruit contained immense spiritual power. If an average foundation establishment cultivator were to consume one, they would be overwhelmed and burst. Typically, such golden spirit fruits were refined into elixirs for Yuanying experts to expedite their cultivation. Huang Qi was somewhat embarrassed to realize that the Panlong ancestor was willing to bestow such rare treasures upon him. The ancient ancestor of the Panlong smiled slightly and remarked, "Though these items are precious, they pale in comparison to the might of our witch clan." In the 1004th chapter, Linger encounters an attack. A scream echoed through the air. Huang Qi's consciousness felt as if it were being crushed by a terrifying force, causing him immense pain and a desire to lose consciousness. Observing the chaotic energy fluctuations around Huang Qi and hearing his anguished roar, the Panlong ancestor displayed not anxiety, but rather a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, "This brat is fortunate that his consciousness surpasses even that of the Yuanying ancestors. Otherwise, with such consumption, it would be impossible for him to arrange a formation with his golden core. Has he truly taken the first step into the realm of Yuanying? As long as his heart remains resolute, he will surely break through." The Panlong ancestor did not remain idle. Noticing Huang Qi's agonized and contorted expression, he swiftly performed several incantations to stabilize Huang Qi's physical body. Simultaneously, he unleashed his formidable consciousness, penetrating Huang Qi's body and surging towards his dantian. In the 1005th chapter, Qingzhou Falls, Fang Jinyu's group found themselves outmatched and had no choice but to retreat. The Earth Clan's formidable warriors pursued them relentlessly, forcing Fang Jinyu's party to flee. However, the Earth Clan warriors were relentless, compelling Fang Jinyu to lead his group in defense. Allowing Linger and the strong allies sent by Huang Qi to escape, Fang Jinyu's side suffered severe casualties, and continuing the fight would only lead to their annihilation. They retreated in disarray towards another direction, sending a message to the Witch Clan for assistance. This led to the current predicament after Fang Jinyu's escape. He found himself unable to contact Linger, resulting in them becoming separated. Weak Jingyun recognized the gravity of the situation and informed the Panlong ancestor, seeking his judgment. Huang Qi had shown kindness to the Witch Clan, having entrusted his comrades to bring the young lady from the Zhou family before entering seclusion. Now, with the situation so dire, he felt unworthy to face Huang Qi upon his return. Yet he found it difficult to extricate himself, burdened with the responsibility of suppressing the ancient demons. In the 1006th chapter, Dragon Qi enters the infant. Huang Qi remained in seclusion for 10 days without emerging, diligently refining his essence. The Panlong ancestor, amused, thought it implausible that Huang Qi could surpass the Yuan Ying that Yutong had formed. As another 10 days slipped by, the Panlong ancestor's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he observed Huang Qi. This boy has been cultivating for over 20 days. How is that possible? Could he truly be more formidable than Yutong's Yuaning? The ancestor pondered, feeling a mix of agitation and curiosity. He shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had underestimated this young man. If he did not perish prematurely, it would not be surprising for him to become a powerful elder in the future. The Panlong ancestor meticulously examined Huang Qi's golden core and dantian. In the 1007th chapter, Conception of the Infant and the Heart Demon Tribulation, the azure dragon energy surged into Huang Qi's Yuan Ying, rapidly absorbed. The originally delicate and pale form of the Yuan Ying radiated a mysterious azure light, becoming even more extraordinary. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 6 days, 7 days. In essence, Huang Qi's nascent soul had gestated within the golden core for 49 days. His nascent soul radiated a brilliant azure light, feeling utterly incapable of absorbing any further of the immense azure dragon energy. Reluctantly, the absorption ceased. Observing Huang Qi's physical form, he had already been enveloped in a cocoon of azure brilliance, while the dragon elder gazed in astonishment, dumbfounded by Huang Qi's transformation. The moment Huang Qi absorbed the azure dragon energy, the elder had become a mere spectator, unable to penetrate Huang Qi's body with his consciousness, left only to watch. 49 days, 49 days, it was truly astonishing. The dragon elder murmured in disbelief, "How can this be? This boy is a monster, a defiance against fate." Chapter 108. The war begins. Huang Qi felt a deep despair. How could this be possible? How could he resign himself to such a fate? Having just broken through to the nascent soul stage, only to become a vessel for this demonic thought? His heart, akin to ashes, prepared to close his eyes and await death, for this foe was too terrifying, beyond his capacity to confront. Meanwhile, the dragon elder, sensing something amiss, noticed the expression of despair on Huang Qi's face and the chaotic aura surrounding him, even detecting the horrifying demonic energy emanating from Huang Qi. With keen insight, the elder immediately recognized that Huang Qi had attracted his own inner demon. This was indeed a grave situation. Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon elder unleashed a formidable wave of spiritual energy, penetrating Huang Qi's body. His form slightly distorted as he transformed into a small cauldron, vanishing into Huang Qi's brow and reappearing within his dantian. Upon entering Huang Qi's dantian, the dragon elder beheld. Chapter 109. The clash of armies. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The horrifying bombardment from the warships, along with the terrifying onslaught of mechanical beasts, relentlessly battered the defenses of Wanshao City, reducing them to shambles. Just as the protective barrier appeared on the verge of collapse, the bombardment finally ceased. Subsequently, hundreds of nascent soul warriors surged forth from the warships, hurtling towards Wanshao City. The city's defenses were now gravely compromised. To conquer Wanshao City, they needed to breach its defenses before repairs could be made, targeting the core formations to lay the city bare before the advancing army. The Lord of Wanshao City, witnessing the crumbling defenses on the brink of total destruction, furrowed his brow slightly. Upon seeing over 100 nascent soul warriors emerging from the 4 warships, he let out a cold chuckle. The Lord of Wanshao City, possessing great composure, showed no signs of concern despite the dire circumstances. He turned to those beside him. Chapter 1010. The Demon Slayer. Yet, on the chaotic battlefield below, there was a scene of combat that rivaled the aerial skirmishes of nascent soul warriors. 2 squads, each consisting of around 30 members, including 2 to 3 nascent soul warriors, battled fiercely. Their clashes were extraordinarily intense. Anyone who dared to approach this fierce engagement was swiftly eliminated. A vast expanse of the battlefield had been cleared, granting ample space for these 2 teams to fight. In this fierce confrontation, it is undoubtedly the bloodthirsty team led by Feng Jinyu and the Hurricane Squad of the Earth Tribe that clash. Both squads are comprised of elite warriors, exhibiting remarkable individual prowess and seamless teamwork, rendering them equally matched. The captains of both teams are taken aback, utterly astonished by the formidable challenge presented by their opponents. Fortunately, they are entangled in combat, preventing either side from fully engaging, which temporarily stifles the burgeoning momentum of Wanshao City. In the midst of this chaos, a frenzied glint ignites in Huang Qi's eyes, his murderous intent surging forth. He grips the Grand Marshal's hand with increasing pressure, the ominous sound of cracking bones resonating as he nearly crushes the Grand Marshal. Enraged, Huang Qi declares, "Is it because you have endangered Linger that you must perish?" The Grand Marshal, bewildered, cannot fathom Huang Qi's words. With a slight smile and a gentle shake of his head, Huang Qi remarks, "Never mind, I shan't extract your soul and refine your essence. Just ensure that in your next life, you do not provoke those beyond your reach." With a decisive exertion of force, the Grand Marshal explodes, dissolving into a mist of blood that disperses in the air. Even in his final moments, the Grand Marshal remains clueless as to the reason behind his untimely demise. In that instant, a furious roar pierces the air. "Bastard, how dare you!" Even before the echo fades, the fabric of space nearby is violently torn apart. The ancient powers convened in the realm, originally intending to intervene against Huang Qi, are taken aback by the appearance of an elderly woman. Intrigued to witness whether this young man can truly withstand the formidable ancestor of the Liha period, they are surprisingly impressed by his capabilities. Both parties have unleashed ancient treasures. Should they truly unleash their full might, Wanshao City would likely face devastation. It is then that Ruo Jingyun, reluctantly tearing through the fabric of space, emerges. Upon seeing Ruo's figure, Huang Qi is somewhat surprised and promptly bows in respect. The elderly woman, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Ruo Jingyun, grits her teeth in fury. Noticing the connection between Ruo and the young man, her anger intensifies as she raises her dragon-headed staff, pointing it accusatorily at Ruo. "You old fool. How dare you still show your face? Why not hide away for eternity? Is this deliberate? You must provide an explanation to me, or I shall reduce your Wanku mountain to rubble." Huang Qi, upon hearing these words, exhibits a hint of skepticism. The void shatters as if it were glass, fracturing in every direction. Fortunately, the formidable protective array surrounding Wanku Mountain safeguards it, lest it be reduced to mere ruins. Numerous formidable beings of the Witch clan, hidden beneath the protective array, are filled with dread, exerting their utmost effort to defend it against these two terrifying entities. Failure to do so could spell disaster for their clan. Meanwhile, the Liha demon sovereign, being suppressed by the Panlong ancestor, seethes with fury. Recalling his prime, he muses that he would not have flinched even against two Panlongs combined. Yet now, with his strength not fully restored, he finds himself at a disadvantage against the Panlong ancestor. In the heart of the Six Harmonies demon sovereign, a silent curse was uttered, lamenting the tardiness of the nine-headed demon. Did he truly require such an extravagant expenditure of time when faced with two ancestors in the harmonization stage and several formidable beings in the nascent soul stage? Was he unaware that his own strength had yet to be restored? The Six Harmonies demon sovereign's disappointment in the unreliability of the nine-headed demon was palpable. Chapter 1014. The Fiery Wrath of the Demonic Flame. At last, I have emerged. After countless millennia, I am finally free. The voice, akin to a harmonious blend of male and female, resonated with an eerie quality. One could discern the overwhelming excitement in the tone of this fiend, who paid no heed to the grim expressions of the nearby Panlong ancestor and the feeble Qingyun, lost in a fit of rapturous laughter. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice pierced through the swirling demonic clouds. "Enough of this foolishness. I have suffered grievous injuries once more to rescue you, and still, you hesitate to act?" Upon hearing this crystalline voice, the ecstatic demonic figure ceased its laughter, only to be enveloped by a surge of terrifying murderous intent. The chilling demonic energy intertwined fiercely as a voice, neither distinctly male nor female, resounded again. "Humph, humans, now that I have emerged, it is time for you to face your reckoning." Chapter 1015. Huang Qi's crisis. Meanwhile, Linger and Huang Qi found themselves ensnared in the western region, imprisoned for 3 long years before finally breaking free, causing great concern among the Zhou family. Zhou, employing his divination techniques, discerned the imminent peril facing both Linger and Huang Qi, prompting his swift arrival. Upon his arrival, he sensed an unsettling aura and was astounded to witness the ancient demon, once sealed by the Witch clan, breaking free. This was a matter of grave significance. Should this demon regain its strength, a catastrophic calamity would undoubtedly be unleashed upon the world. The temporarily united Six Harmonies ancient demon was taken aback by the sudden appearance of 4 spiritual treasures. its heart sinking in trepidation. It inwardly cursed the nine-headed demon, berating him for his absence. Did he not realize the urgency of the situation? Had he truly vanished into oblivion? With the nine-headed demon at their side, the three of them could have effortlessly dealt with a single clan member before the other spiritual treasures arrived, thereby securing the immense advantage of capturing the Qinquan Panlong cauldron. Alas, the situation had taken a turn for the worse.